Looking up, Zhang Xiaohua moved his head to the left and to the right as if searching for someone, looking puzzled. Then, he pointed at himself and asked Yuan Datong. I seem to be hearing someone calling me boss. Who could it be? You got it wrong. No one is calling you. Now New Century is her boss. She works for the Chows now. Emma took the opportunity to ridicule Wang Jingwen. Wang Jingwen's face was red, and she lowered her head silently again. At the same time, crystal-clear tears fell from her face to the ground. Today's failure had allowed her to fully understand one thing. New Century Entertainment, currently Huaxia's entertainment giant, would have a new challenger in the future. Huaxiang Entertainment was a true star-making factory. At least this was the case in Wang Jingwen's heart. But now it was too late for regret. Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't accept her back again. Haha, I don't know why, but my mood seems to be particularly good now. Yuan Datong's face was that of someone who was enjoying the show. The villain has received retribution. I am very happy today. I will treat everyone tonight. Choose where you want to eat. In Yuan Datong's view, this situation tonight was the result of Wang Jingwen's own actions. If she was still a Huaxiang Entertainment person, then even if her performance today was not so good, everyone would still be with her in the same boat. Advancing or retreating, at least they would do it together and help each other out. Unfortunately, she chose the wrong team and took the wrong road. It wasn't worthy of sympathizing over it. That's enough. Head back, go and eat. I plan to start work early tomorrow morning. Zhang Xiaohua spoke up. After he turned around, he left. Yuan Datong followed closely. Emma hurried to Ling Ming's side, pulling her by the hand to follow. But then, she turned back to Wang Jingwen, sighing. Emma turned to look at Ling Ming next to her, before looking at Wang Jingwen and saying seriously, By the way, let me introduce you. This is our company's new signing singer. Her name is Ling Ming in case you forgot. She will be the star of tomorrow, the person who is destined to replace you. After that, Emma smiled and dragged Ling Ming away, following after the rest of the group. Only Wang Jingwen was left, still standing there alone with a heart full of regret. Unfortunately, time couldn't be reversed, and there was no medicine for regret. Today, she could only bear the heavy consequences of her previous stupidity and arrogance. At this moment, Wang Jingwen, the superstar who was once looked up to by countless people, had fallen. Early in the next morning, at New Century's conference room, Wang Jingwen had received a notice last night saying that the general manager had asked for her to come to the meeting this morning. In order to perform well, Wang Jingwen arrived very early, but since the moment she stepped into the company's door, she was ignored by everyone. No one had volunteered to say hello to her, and no one took the initiative to help her like in the past. Obviously, her status in this company was now even worse than a cleaner. But Wang Jingwen didn't want to give up. She loved the industry. She loved to sing. She wanted to be noticed, but she knew that she had nowhere else to go except this company, because she was now notorious. Those other entertainment companies wouldn't accept her any longer. It wasn't until 10 a.m. that Qiao Feifei arrived. Walking up to Wang Jingwen, Qiao Feifei said nothing, directly throwing a folder in front of Wang Jingwen. Then she just stood there with her hands folded in front of the conference table, condescendingly looking at Wang Jingwen. Wang Jingwen was confused. Wasn't this a meeting? Why was Qiao Feifei alone? What about other senior staff? Although full of doubts, Wang Jingwen did not ask, just opening the folder. What is this? This your contract cancellation agreement? You just need to sign it. Qiao Feifei also did not beat around the bush. The kind, generous attitude from their first meeting at the tea house was gone. Although she was psychologically prepared, to suddenly hear that New Century really wanted to cancel the contract made Wang Jingwen feel a lot of pain. What she didn't want to happen the most happened. In fact, this was the last resort of New Century. If they canceled the contract with Wang Jingwen, then even if Wang Jingwen didn't make a penny, the company would have to pay her 50 million yuan. This was the agreement between the two parties. It was stated in the contract. Wang Jingwen had already suffered a loss at New Century in the past. So this time, in order not to repeat the same mistakes, she proposed a cancellation fee of 50 million yuan. That is, once New Century Entertainment unilaterally decided to fire her, then New Century Entertainment would still have to pay her 50 million yuan. Therefore, even if the contract was cancelled according to the contents of the agreement, Wang Jingwen would have enough to live the rest of her life comfortably. Looking at Xiao Feifei's indifferent and ruthless face, Wang Jingwen knew that something was up. Wang Jingwen carefully looked over the agreement, but the more she looked down, the uglier her face became. After reading all the contents of the agreement, Wang Jingwen suddenly stood up and stared at Xiao Feifei with anger. Pointing at the agreement, she questioned, "Why doesn't this include the cancellation fee, and why the hell do I owe you 20 million yuan for damages?" Upon hearing Wang Jingwen scream, security guards immediately rushed in from the outside and quickly stood by Xiao Feifei's side. Obviously, Xiao Feifei was prepared. Even Lawyer Wu rushed in. He still remembered Wang Jingwen embarrassing him. But back then Wang Jingwen was the star of the company, so he never found the chance to get revenge against her. Now that Wang Jingwen had fallen from her podium, it was time to retaliate. Chapter 77, Pure Viciousness. In the face of Wang Jingwen's anger, Xiao Feifei snorted, not rushing to answer Wang Jingwen's question. She sat down on the chairman's seat and casually said, "You caused the company a loss of 150 million yuan, and you want to just escape." Wang Jingwen was infuriated and retorted, "Why is the loss of the company counted on my head? In addition, the contract was stated, if you unilaterally decided to fire me, you have to compensate me 50 million yuan. I still haven't been paid for my advertising endorsements and commercial performance. You do know, I can sue you for contract infringement." After eating a loss against Zhang Xiaohua, Wang Jingwen was smarter when signing with New Century Entertainment. At that time, she had a complete copy of the contract, which was completely legal. She wasn't not afraid of a lawsuit. However, if it was avoidable, Wang Jingwen really did not want to go to court with New Century Entertainment. Recently, her career had become sluggish and she just didn't have the energy to go to court. "What, you want to go to court?" Xiao Feifei smiled coldly and looked at Lawyer Wu in a blink of an eye. "Lawyer Wu, if this matter went to court, what are your chances of winning?" Lawyer Wu proudly smiled and said without hesitation, "The odds are 100%. Xiao Feifei once again turned her attention to Wang Jingwen and said with disdain, "Did you hear that? Lawyer Wu is a senior lawyer in the industry. If we fight this out in court, do you really think you have chance? You have to know, this is a world of money. Money can make even ghosts disappear, let alone people. When it goes to court, do you think the judge will lean towards you or towards us?" Wang Jingwen's heart sank and felt uneasy. For her to fight with New Century, she really didn't have much of a chance to win. As Xiao Feifei said, this was indeed the world of money. As long as you have money, you could buy people's hearts and arbitrarily reverse black and white. New Century Entertainment wasn't just rich, but also powerful connected. If she really go to court with them, then Wang Jingwen's chance of winning was basically zero. After all, Wang Jingwen had no connection to use as counter, and even if she went to media, she was just waiting to get mocked by them. Xiao Feifei seized this point and dared to oppress Wang Jingwen. "You can think about it. Do you really want to go to court with us? By the way, let me remind you, if you decide to cause trouble with us, we will sue you." Xiao Feifei threatened. "Sue me?" Wang Jingwen's tightened her hands into fists. The grievances in her heart turned into crystal tears, constantly turning around in her eyelids. But she kept it in. Xiao Feifei laughed and said nothing. But then Lawyer Wu spoke up. "Don't you remember, when you joined the company, you said you had all the rights to sing all the songs produced by Huaxiang Entertainment. But except for the song, Broken-Hearted Woman, you don't have the rights to sing any of the other songs at all. With this, I can sue you on behalf of the company for fraud. If you are convicted, you will face at least 3 years in prison." Lawyer Wu took out a document from his bag and said with pride, "This is the indictment I personally prepared, and my team of lawyers can file a lawsuit on behalf of the company at any time, and we have 100% confidence in winning, because Huaxiang Entertainment has publicly stated that they have taken back the right to sing all your other songs. So do you still want to play this game?" "You?" Wang Jingwen suddenly felt her chest get hot. She almost vomited blood. What is even more exasperating is that Xiao Feifei also asked herself to steal a sample of the 13 songs written by Zhang Xiaohua. Compared with her own sin, her guilt should be even greater. But unfortunately, there was no evidence at all, unless Huaxiang Entertainment came forward to help her out. But this is simply impossible. Thinking of this, Wang Jingwen felt helpless and disappointed. Seeing that Wang Jingwen had given up, Lawyer Wu continued to strike. Now I am officially filing a claim against you as the legal consultant of New Century Entertainment Company, Limited. The total amount is for 20 million yuan. In accordance with the relevant laws and regulations, New Century Entertainment Company has the right to freeze all the funds in your name earned during the time you earned during your time here. At present, all your commercial and advertising endorsement fees add up to 17 million yuan. So New Century Entertainment has the right to add the 20 million yuan fee. The company requires you to repay the remaining 3 million indemnity within 2 days. Otherwise, we will see you in court. After listening to this, Wang Jingwen really collapsed completely. Since coming to this company and after working so hard, not only did she not earn a penny, but was asked to compensate them 3 million yuan. And they obviously did their research. This 3 million was the money she earned from her first album, the first bucket of gold earned at Huaxiang Entertainment. In the past, Wang Jingwen did not put the 3 million in her eyes. Now think about it. This money was a huge sum for her. If she saved properly, she could have enough to spend for a lifetime. If you don't pay, we have the right to apply to the court to seize funds and property in your name, so we can be repaid the debt owed. Seeing Wang Jingwen is disheartened, Mr. Wu's heart still dark, was not finished. He stuck out his hand and said, "In addition, please hand over the car keys. The car you are driving is New Century Entertainment's private property. Now you have no right to continue to use it." At this time, Wang Jingwen full on in tears. Her livelihood and way out was being destroyed. The Ferrari was valued at 10 million yuan. Unfortunately, at that time, when she received the car, never thought that there would be such a day, so she had never bothered to get a transfer of ownership. At present, the car was still a legal property under the name of New Century Entertainment, and now it was too late to transfer it. Wang Jingwen had no choice but to take out the car key unwillingly and immediately threw it to the feet of Qiao Feifei. She stared at Qiao Feifei with a death stare. Under the strict protection of the security guards, Qiao Feifei wasn't afraid of Wang Jingwen's. She bent down gently and slowly picked up the car keys at her feet. Then she stood up and didn't even look at Wang Jingwen again. Under the escort of the security guards, she left straight out of conference room door. Closing the door behind her, Qiao Feifei suddenly stopped and turned to Lawyer Wu. "Get her to sign the agreement and leave." Then she went to the 4 security guards behind her. "You stay and watch over her. If she dares to go crazy here, teach her a good lesson. Whatever happens, I can take responsibility." "Yes, General Manager." The 4 security guards followed the order and returned to Wang Jingwen's side, watching over her, staring at her every move. It seems that as long as Wang Jingwen dares to shout here, they would instantly throw her out. Lawyer Wu took out a pen and placed it on the agreement. Then he motioned to Wang Jingwen, indicating that she should sign. In the face of overwhelming power, Wang Jingwen had to bow. However, she clearly understood that this was the end of the game. At least for her it was. Her hand trembled and picked up the pen. Wang Jingwen clenched her teeth tightly and signed her name on the agreement. Once again, New Century had relieved her of her job. Just compared to the first time, this time she knew there would be no comeback. After taking the agreement back, Lawyer Wu smiled smugly and warned, "In 2 days, I ask Miss Wang to pay the remaining 3 million yuan owed. Otherwise, we will file a lawsuit against you at that time for fraud, and you will be responsible for all the consequences at that time." Speaking of this, Lawyer Wu also told the 4 security guards, "You send Miss Wang out. Before she leaves the company, don't let any staff contact her. Also, don't allow her to step into this company in the future, not even half a step." The 4 security guards nodded in unison. Then they stared at Wang Jingwen like a prisoner, just waiting to expel her. Chapter 78, Blinded by Love. The next day, New Century Entertainment announced the news of Wang Jingwen dismissal, but it did not cause much sensation. In fact, the public didn't pay too much attention to this kind of commercial thing. Moreover, Wang Jingwen was featured too much in the news recently, so the people had already developed immunity against her. Therefore, the news about Wang Jingwen had become commonplace for a long time already. Huaxiang Entertainment. At this time, Yuan Datong was sitting on the sofa, staring at Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting behind the desk. He was waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to make a major decision. Zhang Xiaohua felt saddened somewhat to see Wang Jingwen go. But he was a little grateful to Wang Jingwen because if it weren't for her, New Century Entertainment wouldn't have lost so much money. As one of the shareholders of New Century Entertainment, Zhang Xiaohua had naturally been affected by the fall in stock price. His dividends had fallen to 200,000 yuan. Since Wang Jingwen had fallen from the #1 spot, then Ling Ming would have the chance to enter the limelight. The first step was to help Ling Ming gain traction. It's just that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help Ling Ming gain overwhelming publicity like New Century had done with Wang Jingwen. So he could only use the internet to create the same effect. Taking out a USB flash drive and connecting it to the computer, Zhang Xiaohua uploaded the complete music video for I Can Hold You to the music section of Quoduo. After clicking upload, the video quickly entered the review stage. Then, he looked at Yuan Datong and company. You have been working hard recently. You guys should take 2 days off, go home and rest. What about you? Emma held her chin in her hands and looked at Zhang Xiaohua sullenly. I'll still stay here, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. In fact, he also wanted to go home to rest, but without his mother and Lu Yin there, the place just felt so empty and lonely. In his former life, he became fed up with the feeling of loneliness and sadness. So in this life, he really didn't want to stay alone at home, or he would only feel empty and abandoned. At least here there was Yuan Datong to accompany him. In a short while, Emma and the others left, leaving only Zhang Xiaohua and Yuan Datong. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's eyes full of evil, Yuan Datong's subconsciously slid away from him. Meanwhile, his eyes were full of vigilance as he stared at Zhang Xiaohua, for fear that Zhang Xiaohua would plot against him. Zhang Xiaohua licked his dry lips. Yuan Datong scrutinized Zhang Xiaohua's face. After all this time together, he was still confused on how Zhang Xiaohua had changed so much. He still remembered when Xiaohua told him about how he was the one who canceled the marriage contract with Qiao Feifei. So far, all the new changes had been great, except for the kid's love for playing tricks on him. Now thinking about it, since Qiao Feifei, he hadn't seen Zhang Xiaohua chat to any new girls or go out of his way to look for a new girlfriend. Moreover, remembering that even when Wang Jingwen hinted that she would offer him a few favors, this kid was actually so indifferent to Wang Jingwen. As these thoughts started to float and link up randomly in Yuan Datong's mind, he began to doubt Xiaohua's sexual orientation. How come you haven't started looking for a girlfriend? Yuan Datong asked with seriousness. Zhang Xiaohua felt that itch again, the urge to mess with Yuan. Datong, why would I want a girlfriend? Love is not just patent for men and women. Sometimes men and men can also explore this topic in depth. Zhang Xiaohua put his hands on his chest and gently licked his lips at Yuan Datong. Yuan Datong was stunned by Zhang Xiaohua's reply. Absolutely speechless, he clenched his ass and looked towards the exit. Turning back to face Xiaohua, he quickly advised, Xiaohua, the world is massive. There are plenty of fish out there. Even if you can't have Qiao Feifei, there are still many good girls in the world. Like me. You see how good my relationship with Mary is? You just think about it, and eventually face yourself and decide your sexual orientation. F*** off with your sh** tie relationship advice. Why do you always have to mention Qiao Feifei? Zhang Xiaohua immediately rebuked. He had seemingly conditioned his reflex to the name Qiao Feifei. Every time he heard the name, Zhang Xiaohua would have a most primitive animal desire to knock the hell out of that beat ********. But he had to admit the girl was still smoking hot. However, compared to Qiao Feifei, the name Mary caught Zhang Xiaohua's interest. He asked seriously, right, I remember last time Mary borrowed 500,000 from you, saying that she needed it for business in the United States. She promised to double the money, right? So how is it now? Have you got your money back? Yuan Datong smiled at the mention of his sweetheart. She said the business is successful, but the organizers she worked with for one of the jobs hasn't settled the bill with her yet, and to wait a while. Anyway, I am not short of money. Plus she is my girlfriend, so it doesn't matter much. I see how it is, so when we ask you to pay for a meal, you twist and squirm like a little girl. But when some girl asks for 500,000 yuan at once, you don't even blink and send it over. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, another serious reminder. You are too emotionally invested in this, but I as bystander am very aware of the situation. You just reminded me there are plenty of fish in the sea. If this sentence was used on you, you definitely wouldn't accept it. But as your friend, I must remind you, some women, it's better to guard against. Especially when you separate by an ocean and thousands of miles. You can't see the other person's heart. Don't just believe everything she says, okay? Otherwise you might end up losing everything. Just show some caution. Yuan Datong was just sat there smirking without a care. Zhang Xiaohua's words just entered through right ear and left through the other. Yuan Datong knew that Zhang Xiaohua was reminding him in good faith, but in Yuan Datong's view, Zhang Xiaohua was still affected by Qiao Feifei, so he reflected her actions onto other women, thinking that all women in the world were the same. Not worth trusting. Seeing Yuan Datong look at him with sympathy and pity, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. It seemed that this kid was still stuck in his own world of fantasies. Unless he recognized the reality himself, it would be useless to say anything further. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but raise a middle finger at Yuan Datong. After that, he was too lazy to bother with him. His eyes locked onto the computer screen, and he started playing a small game. Chapter 79, Reactions. In the evening, Yuan Datong went out to buy some barbecues and beer and had a few drinks with Zhang Xiaohua. It may have been because of happiness or the soon-to-come success, but Yuan Datong felt more energetic. He still remembered where it all began, leaving his hometown with just a couple of small bags and coming to the capital where everyone wanted to take root. Then, he started working hard to learn, meanwhile also falling in love with music. During his studies, he not only met Zhang Xiaohua, but also met Emma, the rest of the group. After graduating from high school, Yuan Datong gave up his studies and plunged head first into the world of music. He took up the guitar every day, sang and talked about life, and sometimes went out to bars and other entertainment venues. During the period, he also wrote a few songs and earned some money, but only enough to pay for a few months of rent. He used to go out to multiple music companies applying for a job. Unfortunately, no company appreciated his music. In order to repay his life-saving grace for Zhang Xiaohua's father had personally invited him to work in New Century and even given him a good salary. However, during his time at New Century, he was isolated by others every day. Many pointed at him behind his back, saying that he didn't deserve his job, and that if he did not save Zhang Xiaohua, then based on his ability, he wouldn't even make it through the doors. Although Yuan Datong was poor, he still had his pride. So he left, took the money he had saved up, opened a music studio, and invited Emma and Co to join him. At that time, Yuan Datong was ambitious. He thought that with his talent for music and the help of several people like Emma, they could make it big. But the business never quite picked up. It was not until Zhang Xiaohua appeared again in front of him that his fate changed dramatically. Now, he also thoroughly understood that compared to the music that Zhang Xiaohua created, his own was simply too weak. Zhang Xiaohua let him thoroughly understand what was real music. For Yuan Datong, this was his privilege and a turning point in his life. After 3 rounds of drinking, Yuan Datong was already passed out drunk. Looking at Yuan Datong's chest, where the scar was, Zhang Xiaohua felt moved. Although he did not experience the bloodiness of that time, his memory was complete enough to allow him to understand the situation at that time. In this era of greed and schemes, it was rare to meet such a loyal person. In Zhang Xiaohua's opinion, this was more than money could buy. Thank you. Zhang Xiaohua seriously thanked Yuan Datong. Yuan Datong murmured and waved his hand around, a smile plastered on his face. Cheers, my brother. Zhang Xiaohua picked up a glass of wine and smiled. In his heart, he vowed to never mistreat the brother in front of him. Apart from money, there were still many things in the world that were worth cherishing, and these things, in face of money, were invaluable. After emptying the glass of wine, Zhang Xiaohua spent a lot of effort to carry Yuan Datong back to his bedroom. After covering Yuan Datong with a quilt, Zhang Xiaohua left the room. Going up to the computer desk, he sat down. Switching on the computer, he clicked on to Quoto.com. Zhang Xiaohua saw that Can I Hold You had been posted to the homepage of the site. The top banner was the cover of the music video. Quoto had also set up keywords through the music section of the site. As long as you entered any word to do with music, it would recommend the song. Zhang Xiaohua was eager to see the amount of views, but when he clicked on the video, he was smacked with a 2-minute advertisement. And the face of this Quoto was even thicker than that of YouTube back in his world, actually putting a full 2-minute ad before a video. This method of making money was so much easier than his. After working for such a long time, desperately trying to make a living just for this. Quodo just hoped on at the end and started leeching off them. If there was a video uploaded next time, he planned to sign a share agreement with this Quodo.com. He couldn't just let all the benefits be occupied by the other party. After the long advertisement, Zhang Xiaohua took a look at the music video carefully. The result was quite satisfactory regardless of the video and sound quality. It almost exceeded the original production level of the Sparrow records. It was obviously optimized by the Quodo. The resolution reached 1080p HD and the sound quality was also in perfect condition. Of course, Quodo.com only did so to attract more advertisers. A minute later, when he saw Ling Ming holding an umbrella and singing in the rain screen, he couldn't help but think that she looked like a perfect black rose in her knee-length black skirt. He could imagine all those lonely netizens drooling over themselves. However, Zhang Xiaohua was even more entranced, admiring his ability to direct. Being able to shape a country girl without temperament into a fairy goddess was undoubtedly a success for a director. At the same time, it also gave Zhang Xiaohua a reassurance that if they were to get involved in film and television in the future, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the view count and couldn't help but be surprised even after expecting so. In just one day, the number of views had actually exceeded 40 million, directly smashing Broken-Hearted Woman's record to pieces. Zhang Xiaohua clearly remembered that Broken-Hearted Woman had only reached 15 million in the same time frame. Slowly sliding the mouse, Zhang Xiaohua fixed his eyes on the comments area, but he found that the number of comments has reached nearly 20 million. Zhang Xiaohua continued to slide the mouse, and then looked at the comments of netizens. He could not help but be a little excited. First, straight face, well played. After taking so long, Hwaseong Entertainment truly didn't let me down. Goddess Ming, can I hold you? Quality song, help me hold my girlfriend, haha. I had a quarrel with my girlfriend a few days ago, after which we haven't really talked. I thought we would end up break up, but just after we listened to this song, we learned to cherish each other. Now it is as good as ever. She is by my side. We would like to thank Ming'er for singing to our hearts and thanking Hwaseong Entertainment for creating such a good song. I hope that Ming'er doesn't end up like Wang Jingwen. Yeah, I hope that Ling Ming doesn't follow down Wang Jingwen's steps. Now when I hear about Wang Jingwen, I feel nausea. Seeking for Ling Ming to release the album as soon as possible. If all the songs on the album are as good as this one, even if it is 10,000 yuan, I am willing to buy it. Hey upstairs, shut the F*** before you jinx it. I want New Century to just hurry up and die. We have Hwaseong Entertainment, now it's time for them to hand over the reins. Agreed +1. Agreed +2. Agreed +10000086. I hope that Hwaseong Entertainment will help Ming'er to release the album. If Hwaseong Entertainment has no money, we can sponsor the event. Each person will donate a yuan. I think it should be enough. Do you dare to be stingy upstairs? Ming'er is a girl who deserves 2 yuan. The stupidity of the user upstairs is even worse than that of my dog. I will donate 3 yuan. Looking at the fans' warm-hearted comments, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but laugh. Chapter 80, Deja Vu. Zhang Xiaohua just watched the comments section and view count for most of the night. Every time he refreshed the page, hundreds of new comments would appear at the same time. Zhang Xiaohua understood the feelings of the netizens. It was rare for them to hear such a quality song, so they naturally treated them as treasures. But recently, there had been improvements. The quality seemed to be picking up again. It seemed Zhang Xiaohua's songs had inspired others. Zhang Xiaohua read many posts and found that many of them were sent by couples. Some couples were awkward, but after listening to the song, they learned a lot from each other. Standing up, Zhang Xiaohua stretched out. Suddenly a rough scream came from inside the bedroom. After the sound came from the bedroom, Zhang Xiaohua walked in and saw Yuan Datong shrinking in the corner of the bed, wrapped tightly in the quilt, as if fearing that someone would take advantage of him again. He looked like a girl who had just been violated. His eyes were filled with a bit of resentment, and he stared straight at Zhang Xiaohua, as if Zhang Xiaohua was the one who just violated him. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but burst into tears, laughing out loud. Bro, are you okay? I thought you were dying. You squealed so loudly. What did you do to me last night? Yuan Datong asked loudly. How did I end up in bed? Zhang Xiaohua held the door frame with one hand and covered his face with one hand. He was just speechless. Although this brother is passionate, I'm not that passionate about you. I brought you here cause you basically passed out drunk, Zhang Xiaohua replied bluntly. How come I'm topless then? Yuan Datong argued arrogantly, still curled up in the corner. F***** off. How the hell would I know? Hurry up and put on some clothes, then go buy breakfast. I am hungry. Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to bother with his constant questioning. He turned and left. Pervert. Yuan Datong took the quilt with one hand and picked up a shirt with the other hand. He was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would enter again. He still shouted loudly. I have a girlfriend. Stay away from me next time. Hurry the hell up and go buy breakfast. Zhang Xiaohua's voice came from. You're paying for it. Yuan Datong said with grievance, putting on his clothes. The bathroom was occupied by Zhang Xiaohua, so he also refused to wash his face. He left to go buy breakfast. After the meal, Yuan Datong went to the computer and opened Quodo. When he saw the view count of the song, he was shocked by the surprise. He knew that the song would blow up on the internet, but this achievement had gone far beyond his imagination. Just in one day and one night, the number of views had reached more than 30 million, and the number of reposts exceeded more than 10 million. The number of downloads also topped the top of Quodo.com, killing off all other songs. This effect was better than spending millions on advertising campaigns. Yuan Datong came to the spirit in an instant, and his heart was extremely excited. He said with enthusiasm, Xiaohua, have you seen it? Ling Ming's popularity has far exceeded that of Wang Jingwen. We should hit while the iron is hot and release the album. It's not enough to rely only on online publicity. We must wait. If there are no accidents, people will be here soon enough to give us free advertisement. Yuan Datong was confused. Who is stupid enough to offer free publicity? But his voice hadn't fallen when the sudden screech of brakes cut him off, instantly breaking the silence of the morning. Oh, they're here. Zhang Xiaohua went upstairs, looked out the window, and yelled to Yuan Datong. Tell those reporters, Minger's album will be on sale this Saturday. If these reporters ask for anything else, you shouldn't say anything. If the reporter keeps asking you, just reply with no comment. Try to make Ling Ming seem mysterious. Of course, don't offend them. We have to count on them in the future. At the same time, that Zhang Xiaohua's figure disappeared. More than a dozen reporters rushed into the company. Not waiting for Yuan Datong to prepare, more than a dozen recording mics were pushed in front of him. General Manager Yuan, may I ask if Ling Ming has signed officially with your company? General Manager, the company has made her song free to access online, and her song has blown up online. Does your big-handed propaganda mean that there are big plans to look forward to? Sir, any comment on Wang Jingwen firing from New Century? How does your company view the cancellation? While being assaulted by questions, Yuan Datong looked upstairs with a squint. He was so angry. Obviously, the kid had long known that the press would rush over, so he slipped away and left him to deal with these reporters. And this should be the free publicity that the kid was talking about. It was a good idea to use the media to help promote the album. It was much more convenient than posting posters everywhere. Plus, it was free. Helplessly shaking his head, facing the reporter, Yuan Datong immediately took on his role and acted as the spokesperson for the company. Apart from speaking about the release of the album, he diverted all the other questions. Wrapping up the reporters, they talked and laughed. During his time of being ditched to deal with the reporters, he had become familiar with most of them and learned how to deal with them. Chapter 81, Sales. On Saturday morning, all members of Huaxiang Entertainment gathered together. After web communication and media publicity, almost everyone knew that Ling Ming's new album would be released today. The forums were in full swing every day. Hundreds of loyal fans were looking forward to her long-awaited album. Today, the fans finally got their wish. According to Zhang Xiaohua's decision, Huaxiang Entertainment would release Ling Ming's first album today. Zhang Xiaohua named the album Sisters. The cover was a black and white image of Ling Ming holding a black umbrella in the rain, her hair floating with the wind. The album contained 5 songs. Can I Hold You? Can't Cry. 3 Days and 3 Nights. Give Me a Reason. And Is This What You Wanted? A total of 1 million copies of the album were made. The unitary price for each album would be 100 yuan. The Sparrow Company had finished loading the cargo up yesterday night, so they were only waiting for Zhang Xiaohua's signal to deliver the order to various sales points. Moreover, at the request of Zhang Xiaohua, Su Fengyan had been busy for a few days already. He used his own contacts to create a long-term cooperative relationship with several large-scale audiovisual stores in the downtown area, allowing them to fully expand the market for their songs. For Hwaseong Entertainment, this was a big achievement. The others were naturally not idle. They had been sitting in front of the computer for almost 24 hours, desperately, helping promote Ling Ming's album. The specific location of each point of sale was clearly stated, including the price of the record. It also had instructions attached to ensure that fans knew the direction there, including ways to save money while traveling. The posts had been praised by the majority of fans. In addition, if Ling Ming's 1 million records all sold out, she would take her place as the leader of the new generation of superstars. At this time, everyone was quietly watching Zhang Xiaohua, waiting for his orders. Zhang Xiaohua stood at his desk and slowly picked up the phone. Then, he dialed Zhou Yi's mobile phone and said the order. As soon as possible, ship all the records to all the sales points. Before 10 o'clock, the market must be opened for full sale. At the command of Zhang Xiaohua, 10 large trucks loaded with cargo were set off from Sparrow, headed for the city. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a full 1 million records had been delivered, and the main markets were concentrated in Tianjin. Due to the incompetence of Hwaseong Entertainment, it was still impossible to arrange sales networks nationwide. They could only temporarily concentrate the market in the capital city and the small towns around it. However, Zhang Xiaohua had already decided that expanding the sales market was imperative. It was one of his next major plans. At present, they were still half an hour away from the sales of the albums. The fans had long queued up outside. Some of the queues snaked around the roads. The large-scale audiovisual stores in the urban area were extremely hot, but the fans ignored the heat and carried on waiting at the door. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the sales began. All the sales points had exploded. Fans rushed into various stores like a torrent. In this way, the sales came into full swing. It continued until the afternoon. The enthusiastic fans were still going in and out of the various sales points, all coming with happiness and leaving with satisfaction. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Yi personally came to Hwaseong Entertainment with the first sales report. According to the sales statistics of various sales points, the total sales volume of the album had exceeded 500,000, which far exceeded the sales record of Wang Jingwen's 300,000 copies in a week. According to this, in less than 3 days, the entire 1 million records would be out of stock. After getting these good news, Yuan Datong and Co. rejoiced. Boss Zhang, should we transport another 1 million records to various sales points? Miss Ling's first album is so hot. The second album will definitely blow up again. Zhou Yi asked. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and smiled. I say we wait a while to make a move. Now those fans have tasted sweetness. If we continue to give them more, they will become tired. Gradual progress is king. Plus, remember that we will raise the price of the next album to 200 yuan, so we should wait for them to get desperate for it. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua sat back in the boss chair and seriously asked Su Fengyan, Manager Su, the company will expand the scale in the future, so I want to expand the sales market first. After these sales results and the reputation of Ming'er, I think the popularity of our company will be greatly improved. If you add your personal connections, how much do you think we can expand our sales market? When Zhang Xiaohua said this, everyone immediately quieted down, and each of them showed a serious expression. Su Fengyan thought for a moment and said, At present, there are a total of 150,000 audiovisual chain stores nationwide. Some large-scale shopping malls and other places do establish cooperative relationships. New Century Entertainment has a large share of this market. They have almost cooperated with all the audiovisual stores across the country. This sector was originally ran by me. Talking about relationships, I have enough confidence to grab some dealers. If we do well in sales, we should be able to spread our reach into 8 other cities. Zhang Xiaohua gently tapped his finger on the table and meditated for a while. Well, you go back and prepare for it. During this time, you will represent the company to run the business in the field. Strive to build a sales network that belongs to us. We must monopolize the market. Sharing is no fun. Su Fengyan nodded his head and resolutely said, Don't worry, Running a business is my strength there is. Nothing to worry about. I will go back and prepare. I will leave tomorrow morning. After Su Fingyan was about to leave, he heard Zhang Xiaohua speak up. Wait, this is the company's allowance for you. During the speech, Zhang Xiaohua took out a pouch from the drawer and filled it with a full 100,000 yuan in cash. Su Fingyan showed a happy smile to Zhang Xiaohua and then walked off to prepare. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua took an envelope from the drawer and put it on the desk. Zhou, this is the design of the ticket for Ling Ming's concert. Follow this style according to the different price categories above. In addition, we will need all the equipment listed inside. Zhou picked up the envelope and opened one of the lists. He fixed his eyes and looked at it. For 100-inch Blu-ray HD LED displays, pairs of 500W power speakers. There are 4 subtitle reminders and overhead cameras. Professional photographers, for lighting engineers, and 2 makeup artists. 10,000 plastic seats. Sets of laser lights. 1 lift and 1 high-power fan. After reading the list, Zhou felt that the workload was unprecedented. The graphic design of the stage is also inside. I need your company's employees to help build it. Zhou did not rush to reply, but looked at the stage plan of the stage and could not help but frown. In his eyes was a 4-sided stage layout. The required construction materials were also listed. Even the surrounding environment was clear at a glance. The stage design was something he had never seen before, but the layout seemed reasonable enough. Silent for a long time, Zhou nodded, said, "Please rest assured, I will try my best to meet all your requirements. Just wondering, when will the concert be? Where is the specific location? When do we start the work?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Ling Ming in a blink of an eye and smiled. "There is no hurry. Let our big star accumulate popularity first. You just prepare all the things I need, and I will inform you when we are ready." "Okay, then I will go back first." Zhou is a polite way. "Go back and say hello to the folks in the village on my behalf. By the way, tell them that the children will be going back to learning soon," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Zhou stunned for a bit, but he really didn't understand the meaning of Zhang Xiaohua's last few words. He nodded and walked off. "Boss, what do we do?" Emma asked in a spirited manner. "Today's sales of Ming'er's album have exceeded the 500,000 mark. Such good things, we should celebrate. So what you have to do next is to think about where to eat tonight." Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Upon listening to this, Yuan Datong was happy. Finally, he wasn't treating. Time to eat his fill. In any case, the location doesn't matter to me. After all, we are being treated by General Manager Yuan. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly added. This time as Zhang Xiaohua's voice began to fall, Yuan Datong had already started to pick up. His slipper. Chapter 82. Poaching. Since the release of the album, Ling Ming had blown up all over the country. She had even attracted fans from Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and other places. Many fans had tried to find more info on Ling Ming, but she just seemed to have evaporated into the air, disappearing without a trace except for her singing. No one could get any specific news on her. Every day, Huaxiang Entertainment received a lot of reporters trying to find info from Yuan Datong. But Yuan Datong was tight-lipped. In addition to using the media to help advertise Ling Ming's next album and concert, he gave away no other information. During this period of time, many advertisers personally came to Huaxiang Entertainment to find Zhang Xiaohua, hoping to discuss cooperation matters, but they were all rejected by Zhang Xiaohua. There was only one reason. It was not yet time for Ling Ming to show up. The current advertisement was good enough for now, and there would be many more opportunities in the future. The most important thing was that Zhang Xiaohua didn't want Ling Ming to become like Wang Jingwen, ruining the future for the sake of some temporary benefits. Fortunately, Ling Ming was more sensible and listened to Zhang Xiaohua. If she behaved like Wang Jingwen did, Zhang Xiaohua would surely have a headache. At the same time, Ling Ming also completely replaced Wang Jingwen's position in the fans' minds, and Wang Jingwen also disappeared from the public. This was how the entertainment circle was. Some people would be easily remembered, while others would be neglected. Today, Ling Ming's first album was officially sold out, and the sales revenue had reached a total of 100 million yuan. This was the first time in years that someone broke into the platinum sales rank in Huaxia. Ling Ming had firmly climbed on the throne of the Huaxia music scene. The industry was in quite a stir. It had caused a lot of impact on many music companies. The signboard of Hwaseong Entertainment was officially established in the entertainment industry. Zhang Xiaohua's name was widely circulated. He was dubbed as the new generation's music wizard. Compared to Ling Ming's reputation, Zhang Xiaohua was not too inferior in fame, at least to the industry insiders. To the fans, now that was an entirely different question. Yuan Datong, Emma, Xiaohai, Haozi, Jimmy, and Jack had all become famous musicians, making all major music companies envious. Many companies had set their sights on them. Whether it was Wang Jingwen or Ling Ming, there was nothing remarkable. The behind-the-scenes team that created the music for them was the real key. But Yuan Datong knew well enough that without Zhang Xiaohua, they were nothing. If even a dog knew how to be loyal. As people, how could they allow themselves to get shown up? New Century Entertainment, top floor, conference room. The atmosphere of the conference room was quite dignified. All the executives and shareholders were frowning. They were dead silent and sullen. Thanks to their last project, they not only lost more than 150 million yuan, but the recent performance of the company had been plummeting. Especially in the music sector, the morale of the music division of the company was low, and this reflected in their works. Seeing all the people present slouching, Chao Dequan suddenly smacked the table and glanced at the high-level personnel present. He said, "Do you think just sitting there looking down is helping anyone? What I want are options, goddammit. Ways to improve the company's performance as soon as possible." The senior executives looked at each other and then bowed their heads, seemingly discouraged and unable to do anything. Only one person gathered his courage and proposed, "We can attempt to poach Ling Ming, just like we did with Wang Jingwen." When this came out, everyone recovered a bit of spirit and raised their heads, as if they saw the dawn, indicating that the plan was feasible. "I agree. If we can dig up Ling Ming, we won't need to do anything to raise her up. Hwaseong have already made her into a great product. We can jug her to the advertising companies and TV studios for appearance fees. We can still make a profit off her." An executive excitedly joined. Bang! Chao Dequan was livid. He slammed the table repeatedly, shouting, "What a group of useless trash. All you know is poaching this and poaching that. Do you want the company to invest in Ling Ming just to lose another 150 million yuan? What? Was Wang Jingwen not enough for you?" The executives all bowed their heads and went silent again. At this time, Chao Feifei suddenly got an idea. She couldn't help but smile. "I've got it. Why bother with the singer when you can dig up the music producers instead? Think about it. How come Wang Jingwen failed, but Ling Ming blew up? It is because there is an amazing team creating music for her behind the scenes. In addition, I think no one in this world knows Zhang Xiaohua better than me, and what I have never been able to figure out is how did this waste of the past suddenly become a musical genius? Now I finally understand. The key isn't Zhang Xiaohua, but the people under him. So, let's just pull up those people from under him. Then, we won't have to dig around for stars in the future, because we can always create our own stars." Gao Xiaosong is falling behind the times. You saw how the fans responded to the new songs. I agree with the proposal of General Manager Chao. I have also seen the music videos for Wang Jingwen and Ling Ming. I noticed one thing, that is Yuan Datong, Emma, Xiaohai, Haozi, Jimmy, Jack all appear in all the arrangers' credit roll. These people are indeed musical geniuses. If we can bring these people together, then we can become like Hwaseong Entertainment. One shareholder said with excitement, and all the others agreed. Chao Dequan was in a dilemma. With his relationship with the Zhangs in the past, he understood the relationship between them and Yuan Datong. After all, Yuan Datong had once saved Zhang Xiaohua's life. The feelings between the two should very deep. To get him to switch sides and betray Zhang Xiaohua, that would be nigh to impossible. Chao Feifei seemed to have seen into the mind of Chao Dequan. She smiled lightly and confidently. "Dad, hand this matter over to me. I understand Yuan Datong. His thoughts are very simple. It's easy to get into his mind. What's more, there is no one in the world who doesn't love money. As long as we show sincerity, how can he not be tempted? Look at Wang Jingwen. Isn't she a perfect example?" Looking at the confident Chao Feifei, Chao Dequan could not help but feel gratified. It seemed that this girl was getting wiser, so he didn't hesitate and said to Chao Feifei, "Okay, this matter will be handed over to you. Dad expects to hear some good news. Please, Dad, rest assured, I won't let you down." Chao Feifei raised her chest and promised. She was confident that she had enough to get this done. Chapter 83. Here it comes. PM. Hwaseong Entertainment. Zhang Xiaohua was sitting in front of the computer and concentrating on writing songs for Ling Ming. Although she already had 2 albums, they only added up to a total of 10 songs, but she would need quite a few more for the concert. One of the songs he recreated was Kongding Love Song, and it left him reminiscing. In 1946, while studying vocal music in Xikang Province, the Chuanzhou native Wu Wenji had collected a bunch of local folk songs. While teaching at a Kuomintang military academy, Wu Wen arranged the scores and renamed the song as Kongding Love Song, after the capital of the Xikang Province. The song was then spread to the rest of China after being performed by then popular soprano Yu Yixuan. In Zhang Xiaohua's view, with Ling Ming's skills, she would definitely be able to add more flavor when she sang this one. Yuan Datong laid a flat mat under the eaves, sitting around and playing cards with the rest of the gang. Whoever lost tonight had to treat everyone to a meal. At this time, Yuan Datong's phone suddenly sounded. Picking it up to take a look, he saw an unknown number. Yuan Datong frowned and pressed the answer button. There came a familiar voice. Datong, are you free tonight? I want to invite you to dinner. Before you say no, it's just to talk, so please give this old classmate some face. Chow Feifei. Yuan Datong wondered. Why the hell did Chow Feifei want to invite him to dinner? Since old classmates are meeting, I'll invite Xiaohua. We all old classmates after all, said Yuan Datong with a tentative approach. Chow Feifei was obviously playing at something. Well, to tell you the truth, I want to ask for a favor. In addition, this is a private matter between me and you, so I don't want to let others know. I hope that since we are old students, you can give me this face. Chow Feifei said from the other side. Yuan Datong was famous for his enthusiasm. As long as someone asked him for help and he could help him, he would certainly not refuse. Chow Feifei just took a fancy to his weakness and made up this plan. Chow Feifei then added, in fact, you can bring Zhang Xiaohua and those people under your hands. But let's discuss it alone first. After we talk about it, you can tell Zhang Xiaohua. It won't be too late, and there is nothing to lose. Yuan Datong understood Chow Feifei's intentions. She just wanted to draw him and his brothers out, but Yuan Datong really wanted to know what conditions Chow Feifei would offer. Time and place. Yuan Datong whispered, while looking through the window at Zhang Xiaohua. His face showed a sly smile. At 7 o'clock tonight, Star Hotel. I have arranged people to bring you up outside the hotel. Chow Feifei's voice was smug. Obviously, she had arranged everything already, fully expecting Yuan Datong to agree. Okay. After Yuan Datong hanged up the phone, he told Emma's and Co about the meeting. Then, they continued to play. Zhang Xiaohua finally finished writing 5 more songs for Ling Ming. Including the 2 albums, she had a total of 15 songs, so now they would have no problem opening a concert for those enthusiastic fans and charge high fares. Standing up, he shook his neck and twisted his waist. After stretching his stiff bones, he discovered that the sky had darkened and his stomach began to protest strongly. He was hungry as hell. Everyone, let's go eat. Zhang Xiaohua habitually shouted out, but no response came. Looking around, he found the place abandoned. Zhang Xiaohua wandered around, going up to the studio upstairs and everything. He still couldn't even find a shadow of the others. Taking out his phone, Zhang Xiaohua called Yuan Datong's phone, but the call went straight to voicemail. Zhang Xiaohua became more and more confused and repeatedly called the phone numbers of the others, but got the same result, straight to voicemail. Damn it, they probably went to eat without me. Zhang Xiaohua showed a look of resentment, while his stomach rumbled again. Due to working the whole day, he was already physically and mentally exhausted, so he was too lazy to go out for dinner. He went to the refrigerator, took out some instant noodles, and simply dealt with it. Yuan Datong led everyone else to the appointment, and they stood at the doors of Star Hotel. But unlike the first time they came, the doorman did not stop them, but instead looked at them with envy. In front of the hotel, there was also a middle-aged man with a suit and a charming face. It was none other than the lobby manager, Manager Wang. Seeing the arrival of Yuan Datong and Co., Manager Wang rushed to make a petition. Welcome, General Manager. Chow told me to wait here for you. Please come with me. Yuan Datong felt disdain towards Manager Wang's attitude. Just like last time, Yuan Datong still wore a white vest and shorts. Worth less than 50 yuan. He had a pair of plastic slippers on. Can we wear this inside? Or do we still have to go back, change clothes and come again? It doesn't matter. Now we have money. We can afford clothes. Speaking of it, Yuan Datong and co. had appeared in the newspapers, briefly being praised by the major media stations as the youngest and most talented musicians in the world. They could also be considered celebrities in their own right, enough to qualify for dining at the most luxurious hotel in Tianjin. The most important thing is that Xiao Feifei had already explained to Manager Wang that these people were all her VIPs. For this reason, Manager Wang naturally didn't dare to neglect them. In the case they really left to go change, and Xiao Feifei blamed him for delaying her meeting, then he would be forced to leave the hotel. He quickly brightened his smile and said, "You shouldn't feel embarrassed by me. General Manager Qiao is still waiting for you. Last time I didn't see the light. Please don't blame me too much. I understand my faults now." Ha ha ha. It seems that being rich is pretty enjoyable. At least it is much more comfortable than being worse off, joked Emma. Manager Wang's old face became red, but he just bowed his head. Yuan Datong was not like Zhang Xiaohua. He didn't have much a taste for taunting others. Since Manager Wang already admitted his faults, Yuan Datong didn't continue to cause him trouble. However, compared with the first time, Yuan Datong had obviously gained a lot of self-confidence. His performance at the moment is like that of a high-ranking person who is used to the big scenes. He said, "Lead the way." Manager Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly made a gesture with a smile, leading the road ahead. Taking the elevator all the way to the front of a high-end VIP room on the top floor, Manager Wang politely knocked on the door and got permission from inside. Then Manager Wang opened the door and made another gesture, saying with a smile, "Please enter. I will tell the kitchen staff to serve you. Please wait a moment." Yuan Datong waved his hand with a blank expression, indicating his disregard. Walking in, Xiao Feifei entered their line of sight along with the luxurious environment around the room. Seeing her VIPs enter as scheduled, Xiao Feifei became more confident in her heart, smiling as she personally greeted him. "Old classmate, long time no see." Indeed, it has been a long time. If I remember correctly, when we met last time, it was also here. At that time, I was ignored by you. Yuan Datong laughed at the irony, but for Xiao Feifei, this was indeed true satire. Seeing Xiao Feifei's embarrassed face, Yuan Datong's face showed a broad smile and turned to Emma next to him. "I remember an idiom someone always says about us. How did it go again?" Emma smiled and reminded, "Better to be born lucky than rich." That's it. Being born at the top is no fun anyway, plus from the top, the only way is down. Ha ha ha. The tone of your speech is becoming more and more like someone. Emma smiled and said to Yuan Datong, "Don't mention that kid. All he does every day now is boast about having the Midas touch." Yuan Datong's face changed. He was muttering full of unhappiness. Seeing this, Xiao Feifei figured that Yuan Datong had a dissatisfaction with Zhang Xiaohua. She thought that this was natural after all, since he had gained more recognition and confidence nowadays. No one wants to be under someone forever. It seemed that it wouldn't be too difficult to make these people leave Zhang Xiaohua and switch to New Century. She just had to raise up that desire in them. So, thinking about it, Xiao Feifei immediately put on a friendly smile and warmly said, "Well, such unhappy things, let's not mention them today. Come here, everyone come in and let's eat. Don't hold back on my account. Have your fill." Yuan Datong nodded in favor and led the group to their seats. Afterwards, they began to chat with Xiao Feifei. Chapter 84, The Offer. After a short time, the whole table had been set up with a full set of dishes, such as abalone, shark's fin, lobster, bear's paw, velvet, and other expensive foods, plus 2 bottles of 1850 vintage wine, which was aged in oak and had a cream-like texture that hit the middle of the tongue, almost like oil. It had a smooth finish. However, Yuan Datong didn't seem to be very satisfied with the food and wine. While they were all laughing before, after seeing these dishes, all of them were gloomy and seemed to be humiliated. Seeing their dullness, Xiao Feifei didn't understand. "What? Are these dishes not suitable for your tastes?" Yuan Datong snorted and sipped his tea. He didn't even look at Xiao Feifei. He looked down and said, "If General Manager Qiao didn't bring enough money today, it doesn't matter. I won't make a big deal about it. I still have some money to get some better wine." Xiao Feifei listened and faintly felt that today's Yuan Datong was not the same Yuan Datong of the past. It was no wonder, he was now a famous musician, and his status was naturally different. Xiao Feifei thought about it, and felt that she had indeed been a little stingy. 10 dishes and 2 bottles of red wine did not seem to be sincere enough. Xiao Feifei called a waiter and laughed to the few people. I am sorry, everyone. I failed as a host. So let's do it this way. Whatever you want to eat or drink, just order it, okay? As soon as she finished, Xiao Feifei told the waiter, give the menu to my guests. The waiter nodded and went to distribute the menu, but Yuan Datong stopped him. Since today is General Manager Chao's treat, we won't be polite, or else we will only seem disrespectful. Having said that, Yuan Datong turned his head and looked at the waiter. He said, the menu is no longer needed. In addition to these dishes on the table, bring out the best dishes of your hotel until the table is covered. What is your best wine here? Sir, our best wine is a sherry, worth 400,000 yuan a bottle, but it has been sold out, and 1 bottle has already been booked. In addition, our Lafite produced in 1770 is also good. A bottle is 350,000 yuan. The waiter replied with a smile. Yuan Datong raised his hand and scratched his chin. His face showed a satisfied expression. He said to the waiter, oh, then the Lafite it is, a bottle each please. Got it, sir, please wait a moment. The waiter went away after he finished. At this time, Xiao Feifei's eyebrows were wrinkled and her face was bitter. Not counting Xiao Feifei, there were 5 people here, just 1 bottle of wine per person. That was more than 1,000,000 yuan. If you included the dishes, no less than 2 million would be needed to settle the bill. However, although distressed, Xiao Feifei did not dare to neglect them. After all, her main purpose today was to draw these people out to New Century. She couldn't let the company look stingy. If today they succeeded in convincing them, then there were millions to be made. They could just create a few songs and earn tens of millions. The premise was that she had to let them feel satisfied. Only then, the latter things could proceed smoothly. Does General Manager have any objections? Yuan Datong stared at Xiao Feifei with a squint. Xiao Feifei immediately revealed a sweet smile. They open-mindedly said, please eat. No matter how much money, my purpose today is to satisfy you. Yuan Datong nodded with satisfaction and did not speak. He waited for a big meal. Besides food, he seemed to have no other thoughts. The same was true of Emma and Co. The purpose of their coming today was to eat a big meal, anyway. After half an hour, a total of 30 dishes were served, plus 6 bottles of good red wine are also placed in front of Yuan Datong. Xiao Feifei took the lead to grab a glass of wine and said while smiling, I am very honored to have dinner with everyone today. Any place that you need my help in, please let me know. Haha, I only ask you do the same for me. Good words, combined with good wine. Xiao Feifei, in order to achieve her own goals, played the gentleman of the situation. Yuan Datong and Co. acted indifferently, draining down cups of wine into their mouths. They did not reply or show a reaction to her statement in the slightest. They seemed to be waiting for Xiao Feifei to continue on. After being ignored by these few people, Xiao Feifei felt angry in her heart, but she kept it in and smiled again. However, since the wine and food had already been served on top of the table, Xiao Feifei didn't want to beat around the bush any longer. Let's talk about business. Actually, I invited you today because I want to talk about cooperation. This is an offer from all the top executives of our company. Xiao Feifei's words were light and soothing, and her smile was like a beautiful pair of swaying shackles. Datong, you are an individual talent. When I was in school, I was always very optimistic about you, knowing that you would definitely end up successful in the future. Sure enough, I did not misread you, Yuan Datong. Why? Not waiting for Xiao Feifei to finish the conversation, Yuan Datong suddenly sneered and picked up from her words. Why should such talents like us stay in a small company like Huaxiang Entertainment? Hearing Datong finish her sentence, she smiled. Smart people were so much easier to communicate with. Moreover, Yuan Datong also slammed Zhang Xiaohua in front of her. In Xiao Feifei's view, this showed that Yuan Datong and Zhang Xiaohua had friction. As long as she could give these people a few satisfactory conditions, she believed that they would certainly be tempted. Moreover, since they didn't bring Zhang Xiaohua along today, showed that Zhang Xiaohua was already an outsider in the group. With this alone, Xiao Feifei had the confidence to pull them over. Yes, everyone here is indeed a rare talent. So the company sent to you about the future. With everyone's ability, staying with that waste, there really is no future. In addition, as for what kind of person Zhang Xiaohua is, I think you Yuan Datong should be very clear about it. When you protected him that time, you almost lost your life. What did he do for you? Has he said thank you to you? Now he is just getting started, so he will depend on you. If he grows up in the future, he will be the first to abandon you. Besides, even if he can write a good song now, it is only temporary. He can't be so lucky forever. Staying with him is a dead end. He doesn't have the solidity of our New Century Entertainment. However, if you can join us at New Century Entertainment, then as the general manager I assure everyone that you will definitely receive the best treatment. The car, the house is your choice. The position is free for you to pick, plus an additional salary of 5 million per month for each of you. All of this can be yours. I don't think Zhang Xiaohua can offer you such a good condition, can he? Chapter 85. We are a family. Qiao Feifei's eyes were bright, and her face full of confidence. With such conditions, she believed that no one could refuse. Unexpectedly, Yuan Datong and Co. were indifferent to her offer, all faceless and calm. There were no signs of being tempted. Qiao Feifei wondered, was this not enough to impress them? Cars, houses, positions up for grab, plus an additional salary of 5 million per person for every single one of them. This was already the highest treatment one could hope for. At that time, Wang Jingwen was attracted by this. Were these people still not satisfied? Yuan Datong gently shook the glass in his hand and squinted at Qiao Feifei next to him. Datong, is something the matter? Do you have other conditions? You can just spread it on the table. I am not a stingy person. As long as you ask for it, I will definitely try get it for you. Qiao Feifei said seriously. Yuan Datong disdainfully smiled and sipped a sip of wine, and he said absent-mindedly, Feifei, oh no, I think I should call you General Manager now. General Manager Qiao, before you called me as an old classmate. I didn't expect you to talk to me about business. Since it is about business, then we have to ask our boss. Speaking of this, Yuan Datong looked at Emma and smiled. Go call Zhang Xiaohua to come over. Since they sent their general manager over, then our boss should come over as well. Emma smiled and took out her mobile phone. Zhang Xiaohua carried the bowl of instant noodles to the sofa and laid down watching TV. Suddenly, his phone rang. Taking a look and seeing Emma calling, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel annoyed. Zhang Xiaohua pressed the answer button and was about to ask their whereabouts, when he suddenly heard Emma's laughter. Boss, some people want to talk business with us, but we are all small staff, so please come over as soon as possible. Don't make General Manager Qiao wait too long. Zhang Xiaohua listened and slightly frowned. Did you say General Manager Qiao? Which General Manager Qiao? General Manager Qiao of New Century Entertainment. Qiao Feifei? Zhang Xiaohua screamed the name. He didn't understand. How did this group of kids end up with Qiao Feifei? Where are you? Star Hotel. Emma laughed and reminded. Remember to wear respectable clothing, otherwise those people probably won't let you in. I'm on my way, Zhang Xiaohua said, running off to the car and heading straight to Star Hotel. Datong, what do you mean by this? Qiao Feifei couldn't help but to finally lose her temper. She spent so much money inviting them to eat, but they didn't appreciate it in the slightest, and even informed Zhang Xiaohua. She had the faint feeling of being cheated. Yuan Datong did not care, and said leisurely, Don't you want to talk about business? We can't do this in this respect. We can only ask our boss to come over and talk to you. Yes, as long as our boss gives us the word, we will definitely do it. Emma opened her mouth with a smile. Yuan Datong smiled and added, Wang Jingwen taught us a truth. A villain who believes in betrayal will have no good end. In addition, I must correct it, our boss is not a waste. He didn't rely on luck to have today's achievements, but on his efforts. In their hearts, Zhang Xiaohua's status was not to be replaced, even better than a family. Now Qiao Feifei wanted them to betray their family. How was this possible? Moreover, they were not fools. Although the conditions from New Century Entertainment were very attractive, but the style of New Century was unacceptable. When you had value, New Century Entertainment would treat you like a treasure. But when you lost that value, they would treat you like grass. This was something that almost everyone knew. Wang Jingwen was the best example. At this time, Qiao Feifei saw them, showing that they were all in the same spirit. They seemed resolutely determined, as if they were clearly telling Chow Feifei that except for Zhang Xiaohua, they would not follow another in this life. Chow Feifei was angry and her face was sullen. Her chest was fluctuating and raging. She suddenly got up and pointed her finger at Yuan Datong, fully angered as she asked, "When you entered, you insulted Zhang Xiaohua in front of me. Was all this just deliberate?" Yuan Datong frowned slightly, recalled a little, and smiled. He explained, "No, it wasn't deliberate. That kid really is a pain. All he does is mess with me every day." Chow Feifei was a little dumbfounded. She thought that there was a split between Yuan Datong and Zhang Xiaohua. Actually, Zhang Xiaohua always asked Yuan Datong to treat him, so Yuan Datong naturally would express dissatisfaction with Zhang Xiaohua. "Since you only have Zhang Xiaohua's in your eyes, why didn't you tell him about this meeting directly?" Chow Feifei was unwilling, and the feeling of being deceived became more and more intense. Sure enough, she saw Yuan Datong's face breaking up with laughter. "If we told that kid, the kid would have definitely followed us here. You know that kid is shameless. So for the sake of General Manager, we had to ditch him. Otherwise, he would have definitely eaten you broke. Do you not remember last time? Ha ha. You. Chow Feifei finally understood that these people had always been playing with her. It's just that the meal was at least a few million and the results weren't up to point. She had spent so much money to ask them to eat. Chow Feifei felt like screaming from the top of her lungs, but she was very helpless. But what surprised Chow Feifei was that these people would actually act so for Zhang Xiaohua. They had been given such rich conditions, but they remained loyal. Chow Feifei really couldn't understand. When did Zhang Xiaohua gain such a charm? Or was it that she really looked down on him too much before? General Manager and Master Ling Feng are so generous. Every time we dine together with you, you actually spend millions. I feel too embarrassed to eat." Having said that, Yuan Datong had already started on a lobster and a greasy lamb leg, a bite on the left and a bite on the right. His mouth was stuffed full. Her face was convulsing as it shifted between red and white. It seemed that she couldn't wait to smash these people. It caused a lot of wheezing, and the two powder kegs on her chest looked even more magnificent. "General Manager has spent so much today. Don't rush to go. Stay and eat. You remember me." Chow Feifei was shamed so much by them that she couldn't possibly stay anymore. She encountered a wild Zhang Xiaohua and had no way to counter him, so it was best to just leave. At this time, into the entrance of the hotel, Zhang Xiaohua was staring at the small eyes of Manager Wang. The two men looked at each other, neither moved or spoke. "What? Do you plan to block me from entering?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly shouted loudly, spit flying out his mouth. Zhang Xiaohua was not as kind as Yuan Datong. If anyone offended him, he could hate them for a lifetime. Manager Wang wiped his face. Then he began to struggle internally. Should he let this boy in or reject him? He had learned about the power of this kid, and he knew how difficult he was, not to mention that he was now a famous musician with a certain amount of public influence. But Manager Wang also knew that this kid was in the eyes of Chow Feifei. If he let him in, he would offend Chow Feifei. While Manager Wang was in this difficult situation, Chow Feifei happened to come out. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua, Chow Feifei couldn't help but sigh. Her eyebrows were wrinkled. "Well, look who it is." Chow Feifei snorted without replying. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and strode up to her. Chapter 86, Round 2. Zhang Xiaohua, "Move out of my way, you bastard." "Who is the bastard?" Zhang Xiaohua asked while continuing to block her way. "The bastard is you." Chow Feifei did not hesitate to answer. "Oh." Zhang Xiaohua sighed indifferently and continued to shift his body in front of her as she tried to get past him. At the same time, the two doormen were struggling to hold their laughter watching the scene unfolding in front of them. Even Manager Wang couldn't help but smile. "You?" Losing her temper, she pushed Zhang Xiaohua and stormed past. "Zhang Xiaohua, enjoy it while you can. This is not over." After that, Chow Feifei strode forward and rushed into her BMW, stepped on the throttle, and raced off. Manager Wang was relieved. Since Chow Feifei left, he did not have to go against Zhang Xiaohua. "What do you think you're looking at?" Manager Wang sighed and looked away. He had learnt firsthand how vengeful this kid was, running into so many enemies in a day. Zhang Xiaohua stepped forward and swayed toward the elevator. Manager Wang wiped the sweat on his forehead and looked at Zhang Xiaohua's fading back. In his heart, He couldn't help but sigh. I have seen young and frivolous young masters, but I have never seen such an aggravating kid, being so young yet so arrogant. Taking the elevator to the top floor and entering through the door of the VIP room, Zhang Xiaohua fixed his eyes and looked inside. Inside were several people gorging themselves on food. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua had still been wondering, how did these kids end up with Qiao Feifei? But seeing the table full of dishes and wine, Zhang Xiaohua understood. The students had become the masters. Qiao Feifei had probably secretly contacted them to win them over, only to get cheated. By the looks of it, this meal could easily cost at least 2 million. No wonder that she was so angry. Zhang Xiaohua was very pleased. These people showed their loyalty today, placing the company above their own interests. If they were to become the industry's leader, they could not do without these kind of people. When Xiaohai saw Zhang Xiaohua, he smiled and with a mouth full of food and vaguely said, "Boss, come join us." Despite understanding the ins and outs of things, Zhang Xiaohua decided to tease them a bit. After all, who told them to exclude him from the plan? Putting on a cold and angry look, he slowly went up to the table. Zhang Xiaohua first swept them with his gaze. "Is there anyone who can tell me, why are you here?" And with Qiao Feifei of all people, Emma and Co. all stopped gorging in an instant, eyes wide open, looking up at Zhang Xiaohua. Only Yuan Datong was still holding a pig's trotters and eating it with gusto, directly ignoring the existence of Zhang Xiaohua. "Don't bother this uncle while I'm eating." Zhang Xiaohua's face sank. "Have you ever heard of table manners? You will be the first man to choke to death because of eating like a pig, stuffing your face with pig trotters." Yuan Datong dropped the pig's trotters in his hands and shot a look of despise at Zhang Xiaohua. "Will you eat or not?" Yuan Datong rushed Zhang Xiaohua. "Eat? Why should I not eat?" Zhang Xiaohua immediately put on a shameless smile. It seemed that that pot of instant noodles would have to be saved for another day. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua eat up, Xiaohai and Co smiled and continued to eat, and their moods were self-evident. "Boss, I want to drink the bottle of sherry." Emma smirked. Zhang Xiaohua was also very pleased today because he had won the loyalty of his brothers and sister. Wholeheartedly, he couldn't be stingy now that the mood was good. He called a waiter and ordered, "Go bring the bottle of sherry that I saved here last time. My name is Zhang Xiaohua. In addition, ask your manager Wang to come and serve us and tell him that if he dares not come, I can always speed dial the hotel's complaint line." "Okay, please wait a moment." The waiter rushed to pass on the message and get the sherry. Chapter 87. Pearl. Crystal Garden was a high-end residential area located in Zhulan Mountain, the golden coast of Tianjin City. It overlooked the city below from the middle of the mountain. This massive estate of mansions and villas was full of luxury. Anyone who could live here was obviously filthy rich. Suddenly the roar of a sports car broke the silence of the night, and it also brought a strange noise to this paradise. Qiao Feifei throttled the pedal, driving along the main road of the community. Her speed reached 60 miles. Even the estate guards didn't dare to block her. Stopping the car in front of a 3-story villa, Qiao Feifei got out of the car and rushed into the villa. Seeing the miss return, a maid rushed to serve her. "Mrs. Back, I don't know if the lady has had dinner. Do you want me to prepare you something to eat?" Qiao Feifei threw her bags into the arms of the maid. Because of the strength, the maid had to retreat a few steps. Her face showed a bit of pain, but she didn't dare protest. "I'm not in the mood, leave me alone." After giving the maid a severe warning, Qiao Feifei sank herself into the sofa in the living room, arms folded and legs overlapped. Seeing her daughter so angry, Qiao Huahua rushed over and sat beside her, raising her hand and gently covering her daughter's delicate shoulders. She said with a smile, "Child, what's wrong with you? Tell Mom, who bullied my baby." Qiao Feifei still kept silent. Her complexion was gloomy and her brain was full of Zhang Xiaohua's smug face. Her anger was rising, but she had no way to vent. Qiao Dequan put down the newspaper in his hand and squinted at his daughter. He said, "You are now the general manager of a big company. You can't be losing your temper like a child. You need to grow up." Seeing her father's anger, Qiao Feifei sighed and slouched her body. "Dad, I let you down this time. I did not expect that Yuan Dadong would be so devoted to Zhang Xiaohua. I offered him ridiculous conditions, but he refused and the rest of his group followed in kind. I also lost 2 million in vain reserving a VIP room and paying for the food. Chao Dequan's face gradually revealed a fierce expression, seemingly disappointed with Chao Feifei. Seeing that Chao Dequan was going to lose his temper, Chao Huahua quickly stepped in to help her daughter. It's only 2 million plus technically it counts as company expense. Chao Dequan blinked his eyes at Chao Huahua, clearly angered. All you know is how to protect her. No wonder she is careless with money. Have you seen how much the company lost lately? Now I have to explain to the other shareholders how another 2 million was wasted. Chao Huahua was unwilling to accept the blame. Well, if you have the ability, you go and recruit them instead. You're so harsh towards her. If Ling Qitian saw how you treated our Feifei, the pearl in his palm, you will see how the old man cleans you up. As the saying goes, a mouse bows before a cat, and a cat before a tiger. Sure enough, after hearing the name Ling Qitian, Chao Dequan instantly put on a smiley face and became cheerful, as if eating honey. Ling Qitian had always regarded Chao Feifei as a pearl, sometimes treating her better than Chao Dequan and Chao Huahua. It was no exaggeration to say that Chao Feifei had become the private property of Ling Qitian. In the view of Chao Dequan, Chao Feifei was the bridge connecting New Century Entertainment and Jinxing Group. In other words, as long as there was Chao Feifei, Jinxing Group would always be the backing of New Century. Therefore, in the family, her special identity was enough to make Chao Dequan retreat. How could he still continue to blame her? Chao Dequan suddenly smiled and looked at his daughter with affection. He asked softly, "What happened? Explain the situation fully to me." Chao Feifei sighed deeply and explained the series of events to Chao Dequan. After listening to it, Chao Dequan was not angry, but instead sat down next to his daughter and softly comforted. "Okay, your mother is right. You did it for the company. If those shareholders dare to say anything, I will handle it. As for Yuan Datong and his group of people, since they want to die with the little beast Zhang Xiaohua, just let them go. Dad believes that they won't be arrogant for too long." Chao Feifei said with indignation, "I don't care about the money, nor do I care about the other people. I just want to strip Zhang Xiaohua of his arrogance." Referring to Zhang Xiaohua, Chao Feifei's heart was once again angered. According to the market research New Century conducted, the new album released by Huaxiang Entertainment had reached a total of 100 million yuan in sales, plus with them continuously producing 2 heavyweight singers. As the boss of Huaxiang Entertainment, Zhang Xiaohua's ability was evident. "Dad, can we at least give Zhang Xiaohua a little lesson?" Chao Feifei frowned and asked. Gently patting his daughter's crisp shoulders, Chao Dequan said with a smile, "Just let the kid be proud for a few days. He has recently made such a big move, and it is estimated that his ability and energy have been worn out. As long as there is a slight drop in quality in his new releases, we can take advantage of the power of the media to drown the little beast to death." After listening to this, Chao Feifei finally stretched her eyebrows and revealed a happy expression. The delicate and pretty face slowly showed a smile and released a poisonous laugh. Yes, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't omnipotent. He recently released many popular songs. His energy and ability were limited. Chao Feifei really didn't believe that he could continue the streak of classics. The faster a person climbs, the faster they fall, and the easier they could be killed. In the eyes of Chao Feifei, Zhang Xiaohua had climbed to a high point. Therefore, as long as Zhang Xiaohua's following works were not satisfactory, then they could use their connections to smash him until he fell to the bottom. Chapter 88, Dividends. 2 weeks later, as Ling Ming became more and more popular, Zhang Xiaohua decided to pursue the trend and began the release of the second album. The second album was named Unlimited Sister Power, as the sequel to Sisters. The price of the album was doubled just like according to the plan. Since Ling Ming's first album received rave reviews, they were saved a lot of trouble when releasing the second album. At least, there was no need to worry about getting her name out, but the necessary propaganda still had to be done. 3 days ago, Zhang Xiaohua had already let Yuan Datong put out a message in the media, saying that Ling Ming's new album would be officially released on September 1st. Emma and Xiaohai were not idle. They had reapplied their skills, continuing to post on the internet. Together with the help of Sparrow Records, the news that Ling Ming was about to release her second album had been heard by countless fans. September 1st. At 7 o'clock this morning, With Zhang Xiaohua's order, 10 large trucks carrying goods started leaving from the Sparrow Company, and then divided into 3 routes to transport the records to various sales points. Since Su Fengnian had not returned yet, their new sales network was not yet in operation. So this time the main sales outposts were still in the capital and the several small towns around it. However, it did not matter. Zhang Xiaohua's main intention was to use these 2 albums to skyrocket Minger's fame to the peak, in order to profit on her popularity for next month's concert. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the new album officially entered the sales stage. The crowds at the sales points were no worse than the first album. Though the price was twice as expensive as the first album, it was still within the fans' scope of acceptance. The albums were hot, and many were flying off the shelves. In order to ensure the sales of the album and their rights and interests, Zhang Xiaohua also went to the Copyright Bureau and the Cultural Bureau in person, asking the 2 departments to issue a statement to the major websites. The content was, without the permission of Huaxiang Entertainment, under no circumstances could anyone upload Ling Ming's songs to the internet or burn it into a CD. Otherwise, Huaxiang Entertainment would file a lawsuit against the website responsible together with the Copyright Bureau and the Cultural Bureau, who would then investigate the criminal responsibility of the uploader. This was also something that Zhang Xiaohua had recently realized. The number of internet users in Huaxiao had reached 772 million. If someone uploaded the songs on Ling Ming's new album to the internet, it would definitely be madly reprinted. Who would spend money to buy the album then? The reason why his world's record industry had fallen was because of the rise of the internet. Zhang Xiaohua was not the kind to let money slip through his fingers. It was imperative to prevent it from being uploaded online. Fortunately, in order to support the entertainment market, the government was fully promoting the culture, and Zhang Xiaohua was a person who had made an outstanding contribution to the entertainment industry. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua's request was quickly accepted by the relevant departments. In addition, people were very self-conscious, and fans loved nothing more than to support their idols by buying their genuine records. Therefore, this statement from the bureaus increased the public's attention on buying genuine records. Only through this could they hear Ling Ming's latest songs. Nowadays, Huaxiang Entertainment had started to produce 2 albums in succession, and the sales volume was so hot that it naturally attracted the envy of many colleagues. However, even if the major music companies hated Zhang Xiaohua, they also admired him at the same time, thinking that he not only had talent, but also a certain business-oriented mindset. For example, the use of government departments to issue copyright notices was something that music companies never thought of. It not only increased the authority and shock, but also guaranteed the sales of the album, fully protecting the rights and interests of the parties. It could be described as a magic trick of 3 arrows. They all guaranteed the copyrights of their products, but getting a public statement was a better deterrence. Naturally, where there was money to be made, people were willing to be ruthless. Undermining the competition was a major part of that. Encouraging some piracy sites to attack their competitors was part of the game. Now, thanks to Zhang Xiaohua, many music companies were doing the same. In the midst of it, a new entertainment culture order was formed on the internet, and Zhang Xiaohua had gained a certain influence in the industry. Naturally, this deterrence effect would fade as more companies followed suit. In just 3 days, Ling Ming's latest album was sold out, bringing great benefits to Huaxiang Entertainment. Together with the previous album, the total sales had reached a total of 300 million, bringing a lot of money into their bank account. Thursday, Huaxiang Entertainment. They were all gathered together, waiting for the results. Of course, Zhou Yi was indispensable. Under his leadership, Sparrow Records had risen to a new level, so he deserved his part for his meritorious deeds. Zhang Xiaohua was sitting on the main chair behind the desk, looking at the computer screen displaying a bunch of numbers from the company account. Zhang Xiaohua was just as excited as when he got his first bucket of gold. Such a satisfying feeling. This time, the Sparrow Company had invested a lot of manpower and resources. According to the previous agreement, the Sparrow Company would receive 15 million yuan, including production costs, but Zhang Xiaohua also had a 30% stake in Sparrow Records. Therefore, the total income for Sparrow Records was 10.5 million yuan. Putting 10.5 million yuan into the account of the Sparrow Company, Zhang Xiaohua looked up at Zhou Yi and said, "You deserve the money, I just transferred it into your company account. Please check. Zhou Yi hurriedly checked the account and saw that 10.5 million had already been received. Zhou Yi was so happy this meant that the villagers in the village finally had some income. Under the excitement, Zhou Yi's eyes could not help but get wet. Yuan Dadong was feeling gratified. Helping those who needed help was more fun than sitting on a huge sum of money. After deducting the dividends from the Sparrow Company, there are currently 289.50 million yuan left. According to the previously set profit ratio, Emma, Xiaohua, Haozi, Jimmy and Jack each accounted for 1% of the total revenue. This meant that each person would get about 2.8 million plus in dividends. Yuan Datong accounted for 5% of the total revenue, which was more than 14.4 million yuan in profit. But because of Zhu Yunkai interference last time, Zhang Xiaohua as a result promised to double what he owed the team, so they each received an extra 2 million. They had all fully become millionaires in their own rights. Zhang Xiaohua smiled at everyone. I have transferred all your dividends to your accounts. Check it out. Everyone took out their mobile phones, but after seeing the amount in the account, everyone's performance was neither excited nor happy. They all seemed confused. This amount was far higher than their normal income. Boss, you seem to have made a mistake and gave me an extra 2 million. Emma put the screen of the phone towards Zhang Xiaohua. Me too. Well, mine too. Xiaohai and the rest spoke, and their faces were filled with honesty. Did you make a mistake? I also have extra cash. Yuan Datong was also confused. He knew Zhang Xiaohua. Usually, this kid was more stingy than anyone else, basically a professional accountant, so he should not have made such a mistake. Zhang Xiaohua smiled slightly and said with gratitude, Don't you forget, when Zhu Yunkai came after me, you helped me get the money. I said that in the future I would double the money. So, this is what you deserve. By the way, congratulations, from now on, you are officially millionaires again. Chapter 89, Business Empire. After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's words, they suddenly cheered and jumped up, bursting into tears. With this money, whether it was their personal life issues or family issues, they could substantially resolve it all. They would no longer have to worry about money. Boss, thank you, I love you. Emma's beautiful eyes sparkled with crystal-clear tears. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand. In his opinion, without the help of these people, he wouldn't have such achievements today. This was also the reason why Zhang Xiaohua had implemented the shareholding system. He wanted to let these people know that the company wasn't just his own, that it belonged to everyone, and only then would there be cohesiveness, motivating everyone to go all out and put all their strength into their work. The result was obvious. Everyone was doing their best to do things for the company, living up to Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. At this time, Su Fingyan also happened to arrive back. When he first entered the door, he strode to the water dispenser and downed 3 cups of water. Satisfied, he went to Zhang Xiaohua and said with exultation, I have already talked with the dealers in the field. They are happy to help us provide sales. This time I ran to 8 cities and won 300 sales points. This is the distribution map of the sales points. I have marked them. You can take a look. Su Fingyan took out a distribution map from the briefcase and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. Looking at the dense red dots on the map, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel happy. This meant that the company had already occupied 20% of the national market, and in the future, he could increase the production and distribution network. Looking up at Su Fingyan again, he saw that manager Su looked thinner, and his face was yellow and languid. He was covered in dust. At first glance, he knew that he had suffered on his journey. Unconsciously, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little more grateful as looked at Su Fingyan's eyes. But he was even more grateful to Chao De Quan, the old bastard who unexpectedly swept Su Fingyan out of the house. Not to mention anything else, just Su Fingyan's relationships in the industry alone was already a massive fortune. This point has been fully confirmed at this moment. Zhang Xiaohua invested money in Ling Ming's music video some time ago, so the company had no extra money at all. Therefore, since Su Fingyan came to the company, Zhang Xiaohua hadn't yet paid him. Now that the company had come into money, Zhang Xiaohua naturally would not continue to delay the payment. Sliding the mouse and typing on the keyboard, he soon transferred 350,000 yuan to Su Fingyan's account. In a short while, Su Fingyan's mobile phone sounded a ringtone indicating a new text message. When he opened the message, he saw a notification from his bank saying that his account had just been transferred 350,000 yuan. Su Fengyan's monthly salary was meant to be 100,000. So far, he had been working for the company for 3 months, so it is reasonable to get 300,000 salary. What was the 50,000 yuan for? You have made a great effort for the company, helping the company to get so many business opportunities. So I transferred you a bonus of 50,000 yuan. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Su Fengyan really made a great contribution this time and successfully opened up the market, greatly improving the company's business scope. Therefore, it was no exaggeration to give him a bonus of 50,000 yuan. Since it was the company's own bonus, Su Fengyan accepted the money. Now he could guarantee his family's living standards and off his son's tuition fee. For this reason, Su Fengyan was also grateful to Zhang Xiaohua. After that, Zhang Xiaohua transferred 4 million yuan of dividends to Ling Ming's account. As for the remaining money, a total of 245,950,000, it belonged to Zhang Xiaohua's private property, and from this moment, Zhang Xiaohua has truly become a wealthy. But in Zhang Xiaohua's heart, this was just the beginning. The peak was still far away. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and decided to take out 100 million yuan as operating capital of the company. The remaining money was temporarily transferred to his account. The company's bank was called Huaxia's Merchants Bank. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's account reaching nearly 200 million, the staff at Merchants Bank immediately included Zhang Xiaohua as a super VIP customer, and the account name opened in the name of Huaxiang Entertainment had also been included in the ranks of key customers. The following task was to prepare for Ling Ming's concert on October 1st. However, before this, Zhang Xiaohua believed that there was one more thing that needed to be done before preparing for the concert. Speaking of it, generally when a person came into so much money, there were only 2 kinds of results. Either be a miser, keeping the money in the bank and earn more benefits of it, or squander it buying a car, buying a house to play with a woman. But Zhang Xiaohua was not a miser, although he also wanted to enjoy the money, but this wasn't the time. However, there are some things that had to be done. Looking at Zhou Yi, Zhang Xiaohua seriously asked, if you needed to build a school in Sparrow Village, how much would it cost? Zhou Yi first stunned, but replied truthfully, there is more than 1,000 children in the village. According to this number, and the minimum building standards, if a school was built, it would cost at least 3 million yuan. There are no schools in the surrounding area around the village. Also, there are 4 other villagers with no schools nearby as well. Zhang Xiaohua smiled slightly and said decisively, don't follow the minimum standards. Build it according to the highest standards. If someone has to suffer, it can't be the children. I will give you 20 million yuan. First, build the school large enough to accommodate the children from the village. Then use the leftover for other schools in the other villages. You go back to the local government and apply for a school license, and then recruit some teachers. Don't delay the time. You must hurry. The children can't afford it. Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Xiaohua, but at this moment, in the eyes of everyone, Zhang Xiaohua was extremely eye-catching, and no star could match him. To pursue others' interests and help those children gain an education was the type of noble idea we are all raised on. But how many people in the world would actually do so at the cost of millions? Thank you. Zhou Yi was in tears. Yuan Datong was also greatly moved. Zhang Xiaohua gave them too many surprises, but so far, this surprise was the most moving. However, in Zhang Xiaohua's heart, he thought that he had only done one thing he should do and nothing more. No matter how much suffering there was in the world, children mustn't be allowed to suffer the same fate. They were the future leaders of mankind. Since ancient times, these 2 sentences had become famous and could not be ignored by anyone. Of course, except those corrupt animals. Seeing Zhou Yi's wood-like movement, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, what are you doing? Don't you have things to do? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Yuan Datong and continued, you shouldn't be idle either. Head to the Education Bureau, Cultural Bureau, the Land Bureau, and get the necessary licenses. The most important thing is to find a few construction contractors, choose the land, lay the foundation, and start. Zhou Yi, if you needs us to do something, just tell us. Xiaohai and Co echoed. Zhou Yi wiped his wet eyes. Building a school for the children had always been his wish, but because of his limited finances, this wish hadn't been achieved. Today, His wish. No, it should be said that the wishes of everyone in the village and the surrounding villages had been realized here. And Zhang Xiaohua's actions. This grace. Zhou Yi really didn't know how to repay him for it. Zhou Yi arranged tasks for Yuan Datong and Co. Soon, everyone scattered, some to contact the builders, some to the Cultural Bureau, some to the Education Bureau, some to the Land Bureau. At this time, only Zhang Xiaohua and Su Fengyan stayed at the company. Su Fengyan was so tired recently that he had no extra strength to run around, so Zhang Xiaohua made him stay behind. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua looked around at the environment. Inadvertently, he smiled a self-deprecating smile. He said to Su Fengyan, "Uncle Su, you are a business manager, but you're here drained out. You have been wronged." Su Fengyan's spirit was shaken and he waved his hand. The company is still in the development stage. Hardships in the early stage are normal. Besides, running the business often involves running around outside. The company did experience difficulties in the earlier stages, but it is different now. You should take a good rest in these 2 days, and then you will have to trouble me to find a good office building. It's time to move out. Su Fengyan smiled and nodded. If the company wanted to have better development, the facade was also important. It was like a person's face. If your face was always dirty, who would befriend you and talk business? Now that the company was on the right track, staying in this place would really hurt the company's image. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua at the moment, Manager Su was sure that he had not followed the wrong person. In front of this young man, nothing seemed impossible. Sooner or later, he would be like a carp leaping over a dragon's gate, creating a business empire. Chapter 90. Hinting. After a busy day, everyone had completed their tasks. Zhou Yi personally went to the local government bureau and got the school approved. Someone investing in a poor village was unusual, but more than welcome. No local officials would refuse it unless they were fools. Yuan Datong, after running around and consulting several construction contractors, had settled on a relatively affordable and well-recognized contractor and introduced him to Zhang Xiaohua. The contractor negotiated the price with Zhang Xiaohua at Huaxiang Entertainment in the afternoon. After both parties felt satisfied, they signed an agreement and the deposit was paid. At present, the contractor had already sent people to the building site and they planned to start the construction work soon. At 7 p.m., Xinglong Hotel. Tonight, Yuan Datong took it upon himself to treat the guests. He intended to wash the dust off Su Fengyan and gather everyone together for some fun. At this point, everyone had already taken a seat. Yuan Datong wasn't stingy. He just earned 15.2 million today, so covering a meal was like a drizzle for him. After the wine and food were served, everyone looked at Zhang Xiaohua and habitually waited for him to take the lead. Zhang Xiaohua also habitually picked up the glass, but before he could open his mouth, Zhou Yi suddenly stood up and held a glass up. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with gratitude and excitedly said, "Boss Zhang, I represent all the villagers in the village. We all pay tribute to you. Your great deeds we shall remember for generations to come." After the speech, Zhou Yi raised his neck and downed the full glass of alcohol. The pungent alcohol made him scrunch up his face. Zhang Xiaohua smiled slightly and quickly drained up the glass of wine, and then smiled. "No need to be so polite. Not to mention that these things are within my ability. Helping the next generation is the least I can do. Say hello to the villagers for me." Zhou Yi nodded and said with enthusiasm, "When the folks heard that you were going to build a school for the children, they declared you as their benefactor. The folks also want me to tell you that if you ever need anything, just say the word, and they will be there immediately." Zhang Xiaohua quickly waved his hand, signaling it was nothing major. "Boss, you also have our respect." Emma stood up looking at Zhang Xiaohua and gave a toast to him. Emma was heartbroken seeing the conditions of the children last time. She wanted nothing more than help out those children. Unfortunately, her ability was too small at that time. Now, her wish was fulfilled by Zhang Xiaohua. "Boss, we also respect you." Xiaohai and Co. toasted him as well. There was no press conference, no publicity, no hesitation in the eyes of the poor villagers. Zhang Xiaohua was definitely worthy of being called a noble person and worthy of respect. There were many stars who donated 200 kilograms of rice to the disaster areas and held press conferences, for fear that others wouldn't know that they had done good deeds. Why do I feel that this meal has become a drinking contest? Are you guys just trying to get me drunk? Zhang Xiaohua screamed. What he couldn't stand the most was this kind of atmosphere. He was still unfamiliar with being the main character of the show. Look at General Manager Yuan, always so calm now. Before, you were so easily excited by everything. Zhang Xiaohua praised Yuan Datong. Unexpectedly, just as his voice fell, Yuan Datong suddenly stood up facing Zhang Xiaohua and holding a glass of wine, saying in a serious tone, "Xiaohua, good. I did not misread you. You have indeed changed. No longer the Zhang Xiaohua who was selfish and an utter failure. I respect you with this glass of wine." After finishing, he downed his wine. Zhang Xiaohua sneered at this. He just praised this kid, and he came back with this, so crude. Zhang Xiaohua could only return a cup of his own at his toast. At this time, Su Fengyan also picked up a glass of wine, but his goal was not Zhang Xiaohua. He looked at Zhou Yi, who was opposite to him, and smiled. Now Sparrow Records is almost on the track due to the leadership of Huaxiang Entertainment. Today, Boss Zhang has spared no expense, spending tens of millions of dollars to complete the wish of the village and created a foundation for the future of your company. So I congratulate Zhou Yi. He leaned back his neck and drank up the wine in the glass. But his words put everyone in an awkward position. It seemed that he was deliberately saying that Zhou Yi's and Sparrow Records' achievements were all given to them by Huaxiang Entertainment and Zhang Xiaohua. Zhou Yi was not a fool. Naturally, he also heard the meaning behind Su Fengyan words. However, Zhou Yi also knew there was a great deal of truth behind what Su Fengyan said. Zhou Yi couldn't deny that if there was no Zhang Xiaohua and Huaxiang Entertainment, then Sparrow Records would not have such achievements today. Not wishing to cause a scene either, Zhou Yi nodded to Su Fengyan and drank, acknowledging his toast. The others stared at Su Fengyan with doubts. Chapter 91, Up Front. Su Fengyan refilled his glass of wine and then downed it again. The reddish face gradually revealed the expression of an old tycoon. Yuan Datong's heart was filled with distaste. In everyone's mind, Su Fengyan was a veteran with rich experience and a respectable elder. But Su Fengyan's words today just broke this image in everyone's mind. At this time, in their eyes, he became an arrogant old fox. Zhou Yi and Sparrow Records had indeed benefited a lot from Huaxiang Entertainment, but the same could be said about the other side. The way Su Fengyan put it seemed to show that they hadn't contributed to the company at all. The rest of the group viewed Zhou Yi as a fellow brother in arms, so seeing him seemingly being looked down on made them feel slight frustration. At this time, only Zhang Xiaohua bowed his head, as if nothing had happened. He had seen through Su Fengyan's mind and understood what he was trying to do. Su Fengyan poured out another cup of white wine before turning his eyes back to Zhou Yi, who was opposite to him. He seriously asked, "May I know what's your impression of our boss Zhang? What do you think of his leadership?" Zhou Yi answered in truth. "There is nothing to say. Regardless of his courage or leadership, including business insights, I am convinced that he is a genius in his own right." Su Fengyan smiled at his answer and asked, "So dare I ask, Zhou Yi, what were the earnings of Sparrow Records before you met us?" Zhou Yi suddenly reddened up and lowered his head. At the same time, Yuan Datong felt like Su Fengyan's words were getting more and more excessive. This was obviously an euphemistic blow to Zhou Yi's self-respect. Everyone had been to the Sparrow. They knew the situation there very well. The equipment was worn out, the employees were ragged, and the situation overall was quite poor. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua recently gave Sparrow consecutive business opportunities, so they made lots of money. The situation had improved due to this. Those were just normal business dealings between the two companies, but Su Fengyan was distorting this meaning, as if to say that the situation of Sparrow being improved was due to them relying on the charity of Huaxiang Entertainment. Although Zhou Yi wasn't a person of Huaxiang Entertainment, Yuan Datong had already regarded him as a fellow brother. Su Fengyan's continuous digging comments at Zhou Yi was aggravating Yuan Datong. Seeing Yuan Datong's face slowly transforming towards anger, seeing him on the urge of an outburst, Zhang Xiaohua slyly kicked Yuan Datong's foot. Turning to look at Zhang Xiaohua next to him, Yuan Datong's heart is full of doubts. But seeing Zhang Xiaohua shaking his head vigorously, the meaning was obvious. He wanted Yuan Datong not to interrupt. Yuan Datong was getting more and more confused in his heart, but since Zhang Xiaohua indicated him not to speak up, he could only wait and see. Su Fengyan asked Zhou Yi, If I said that Sparrow Records should be managed by Boss Zhang, what would be your thoughts on it? The whole table was dead silent. So this was his intention, to merge Sparrow and Huaxiang. Indeed, this was Su Fengyan's purpose and of course Zhang Xiaohua's wish as well, but Zhang Xiaohua didn't want it this way. The plan was to first acquire the company and then officially change their name to Huaxiang Records. Zhang Xiaohua had insufficient funds before leaving him unable to buy out Sparrow Records in one breath. Also, as time had progressed, he had formed a friendship with Zhou Yi, leaving him feeling awkward about broaching the topic. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to work step by step, swallowing Sparrow Records little by little so they could gradually shift towards this new relationship, but he didn't expect that Su Fengyan would actually bring this up with Zhou Yi so abruptly. In any case, seeing the situation, Zhang Xiaohua decided to keep pushing the boat forward. With Zhang Xiaohua's financial resources today, as long as Zhou Yi nodded, Zhang Xiaohua could buy the company and make it his own in minutes. In fact, Su Fengyan understood Zhang Xiaohua's mind very early, and also knew that Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't be good at explaining the situation to Zhou Yi due to his emotional entanglement in the situation, so Su Fengyan took it upon himself to act as the middleman and villain of the situation. In this case, even if the suggestion was rejected, the villain would be Su Fengyan, having nothing to do with Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua understood Su Fengyan's good intentions. Although Zhou Yi was honest, he wasn't a fool. He understood the implications of the suggestion. Zhang Xiaohua was indeed a natural talent, especially his leadership ability. He had even donated so much money to help the children from the village. Such a good person was indeed rare. But to hand the company over to him for management, he wasn't sure of how he felt about this. He did believe that under Zhang Xiaohua full control, Sparrow Records could improve vastly. But this was a company he had built with his own hands. To hand it over to someone else just felt wrong. Zhou Yi became lost in his thoughts. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly smiled. "Manager Su, you've drank too much. Zhou Yi and I are not only partners, we are also brothers. Since Sparrow Records is Zhou Yi's, after all his hard work, how can I just jump in and buy his baby? This is asking him to sell his child to me. Who would be willing?" Su Fengyan, seeing Zhang Xiaohua move, replied to keep the play going. Since he raised a white flag, he could only cooperate with him and continue to show a black flag. He said, "Boss, this is not appropriate. Brotherhood belongs to brotherhood and business to business. As long as the company can grow and let the employees live a good life, what is wrong with taking over? What is the difference between Sparrow Records and Huaxiang Records? The difference only lies in who can better lead the company to make money. Let the company expand to the peak." Having said that, Su Fengyan took another look at the crowd and asked, "Aren't I right?" Yuan Datong and Co looked at each other. Although they were a little embarrassed for Zhou Yi, Zhang Xiaohua was obviously the stronger candidate than Zhou Yi. On ability, Zhou Yi just couldn't compare with Zhang Xiaohua. In a few short months, Zhang Xiaohua earned 300 million yuan. Not only that, he also led everyone to make a massive profit. So the collective nodded. Su Fengyan's words were endorsed. Su Fengyan struck the iron whilst it was hot. "Zhou Yi, I think you should be very clear in your heart who can really lead everyone. Now, as long as you nod, a new large-scale and powerful record company can be born. Of course, you won't lose anything. You would stay in Huaxiang Records and become the head of record production department. After all, there are still many people in the factory who need management. If you like my manager's position, I can even give that to you." Unexpectedly, at this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly patted the table. "I just said that Zhou Yi is my brother, and Sparrow Records belongs to him. If Zhou Yi is willing to sell, that's his business, and that is fine. But if anyone dares force Zhou Yi to sell the company to me, be ready to face my retaliation." When Zhang Xiaohua said this, Zhou Yi was immediately touched. After careful consideration, Zhou Yi also made a decision. He didn't hesitate any longer and quickly said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Brother Zhang, don't be angry. I think Manager Su is right. Brother, you are a rare talent. If I hand over the company to you, I believe that the company will definitely be in the right hands. If you have no issue, I am willing to take off the signboard of Sparrow Records and hang up the words Huaxiang Records on the company's door." Zhang Xiaohua seemed a little embarrassed at this moment, but his heart was refreshed. He smiled and said, "This Sparrow Records was built by your hands. You make me very embarrassed. Does Brother Zhang look down on me and down on the villagers of Sparrow? I believe that only Brother Zhang can fulfill my long-cherished wish to let those folks live a prosperous life. As long as you can promise to keep everyone in the company, it is yours. Zhang Xiaohua put on a face as if in a dilemma. Seeing this, Zhou Yi became anxious. We can discuss the official contract later. Okay, I am in. Zhang Xiaohua immediately looked up, as if accepting a solemn task. Yuan Datong felt hesitation. In fact, he knew that Zhang Xiaohua had planned this idea way ahead of time. Today, he clearly got his wish, but he still showed such a difficult look. In the end, making Zhou Yi feel as if he was the one being given a favor. Ugh. Yuan Datong silently sighed in his heart. He couldn't help feeling disappointed in the way Zhang Xiaohua and Su Fengyan had played Zhou Yi, but he forced his emotions down and stayed silent. Chapter 92. Welcome. The next morning, with the assistance of Su Fengyan, Zhang Xiaohua completed the contract for the acquisition of the Sparrow Company. Zhang Xiaohua didn't like to drag out his tasks. He had only one principle: to do things fast and efficiently. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaohua drove along with Su Fengyan to the Sparrow Company. Zhang Xiaohua's acquisition of the Sparrow Company meant that the staff of the Sparrow Company would become people of Huaxiang Entertainment from now on. As the boss, Zhang Xiaohua had to personally go to Sparrow Records to swear sovereignty to the employees. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Xiaohua arrived with Su Fengyan at the village. But Zhang Xiaohua couldn't even see a figure. The villagers seemed to have disappeared. Driving up to the company building, Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw that the doorway was already crowded with people. Seeing him arrive, they set off a group of firecrackers. The atmosphere exploded into a festive scene. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. It's no wonder that they didn't see anyone along the way. There seemed to be around 3,000 people present. They were all here just to welcome them. Zhang Xiaohua remembered that when he came last time, the total number of villagers in the village was no more than 2,300 people. Now, the team had become so strong. As the car slowly approached, the villagers gradually dispersed around, opening a way for Zhang Xiaohua, and gave him a warm applause. At the doors of Sparrow Records, Zhang Xiaohua stopped the car, and Zhou Yi helped open the door. Then, he stepped back 2 steps and applauded. He said, "Welcome, Boss Zhang." Zhang Xiaohua swayed his hand in moderation. These folks were always so polite. Zhang Xiaohua felt a little embarrassed. He thought that he was not the only one who was dedicated to putting up a facade. These folks seemed so joyful every time he saw them. Zhang Xiaohua first waved his hand with the folks and thanked them. Then he took 2 steps and asked Zhou Yi, "How come there are so many more people today?" Zhou Yi smiled and explained, "It's cause the announcement of you building a school for all the poor villages nearby went out yesterday. Naturally, the villagers are full of gratitude to Boss Zhang. Today, when they heard that you were coming, the villagers in the nearby villages also came to welcome you and express their gratitude. Oh, I built the school for the children, not for admiration. Thanks to them, now I feel a little embarrassed. Let everyone disperse, don't mind me," he said with a smile. "Brother Zhang is too modest." Zhou Yi said seriously, "We are just a bunch of remote villages, and there are very few resources worth developing around here, so we have never been given attention by the government. Look at all these people here. Many haven't been to school since their ancestors moved here. Now, due to your blessing, the children of this generation can finally learn. For these folks, Brother Zhang is undoubtedly everyone's benefactor." Zhang Xiaohua smiled helplessly and was about to say something. But at this moment, a white-haired old lady suddenly rushed out of the crowd, holding Zhang Xiaohua's hand tightly and holding a basket of corn on her arm. In the turbid eyes, tears were swaying, gratefully staring at Zhang Xiaohua as she trembled. "You're a great man. This old lady isn't good with words, but I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thanks to you, my grandson will be able to go to school. We haven't got much, but please take this corn from our farm." Zhang Xiaohua was really flattered this time. He quickly returned a basket of corn to the grandmother. He smiled and said, "Grandma, I just did what I had to do. It's really no big deal. You should never be so polite. Keep the corns for yourself." The old lady was even more anxious. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua rejecting the corn, she explained in a hurry, "The corn is super fresh straight of the stalk, not even peeled yet. You can take it home, rest assured." Zhang Xiaohua was helpless. Zhang Xiaohua took the basket full of corn and used the sleeves of his shirt to gently help the old lady to wipe away the tears in her eyes. She smiled and said, "Well, I have said my piece. I need to hurry back and cook lunch." But she still held on to Zhang Xiaohua's hand tightly. It was as if she had just reunited with her long-lost grandson. Her line of sight unwilling to move away from Zhang Xiaohua's face for a moment. Zhang Xiaohua also continued to hold on to the grandmother, always smiling, looking innocent. Here, Zhang Xiaohua saw the simplicity and honesty of these people and felt inexplicable warmth. It was as if these folks were his relatives. Zhang Xiaohua always felt a sense of security from his heart when he was here. At this time, the villagers flocked and Zhang Xiaohua was surrounded in a moment. Everyone had a basket in their hands, filled with eggs, flour, rice, fruits, and other foods, and pleaded with Zhang Xiaohua to accept it. For these villagers, this was the only way they could express their gratitude to Zhang Xiaohua. Since it was the mind of the villagers, Zhang Xiaohua could only greet them one by one. Zhou Yi and several villagers helped Zhang Xiaohua put the things on a big truck, and finally, when it became full, their car was brought up, ready to help Zhang Xiaohua transport back all the items. Looking at the cars full of food, Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "Children, come give Boss Zhang a hug." It was unknown who shouted it out, but suddenly the children rushed forward and hugged Zhang Xiaohua, swarming him. Zhang Xiaohua was freed after a while. He then took a long breath and raised his voice. "You really don't have to be so polite. In fact, it should be me saying thank you. I'll be counting on everyone's help in the future to help develop the company. Building the school is only the first step. I hope to continue investing in the villages and expanding the scale of the company. If you really want to thank me, then work hard. I can't guarantee that everyone will become extremely wealthy, but I'm still confident that 10 years from now you'll all be enjoying life comfortably." Chapter 93, finalized. Zhang Xiaohua's words weren't generous, but they succeeded in inspiring the villagers. In particular, the last few words made them feel hope. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone in the scene, Zhang Xiaohua was the leader who could lead them to make a fortune. After a brief silence, the villagers again burst into loud applause, and it did not stop for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua was the hero who brought them all together. For a beautiful goal, they were willing to work harder. "We should talk about the acquisition as soon as possible," Su Fengyan reminded them, edging in on the scene. Zhou Yi nodded and then loudly said to the villagers, "Okay, everyone, I have things I need to discuss with Boss Zhang. In the future, Boss Zhang will be coming to visit more often. There will be plenty of opportunities for everyone to meet. Now, everyone scatter. Let's go." The villagers waved goodbye to Zhang Xiaohua before reluctantly dispersing. The small village was gradually restored to its original tranquility. "Boss Zhang, Manager Su, please come with me." Zhou Yi led them into his office. Inside was a room full of people. Zhou Yi gave a brief introduction to Zhang Xiaohua. Those inside were the heads of the business department, the heads of the film crew, the heads of the post-production department, and the heads of the marketing department. These people were also Zhou Yi's university classmates and, of course, this company's fellow shareholders. Zhou Yi had already explained the situation to them and got a consensus. Everyone was willing to hand the company over to Zhang Xiaohua. After all, Zhang Xiaohua's ability was known to everyone. There was no reason for rejection. Zhang Xiaohua had also promised Zhou Yi before that after his acquisition, these people would continue to work here and their respective positions would remain unchanged. The only change would be in the remuneration system. Instead of dividends, they would receive a fixed salary for their work. Su Fengyan took out the acquisition contract from the briefcase and let everyone have a look. Everyone looked at it seriously and found that the articles were clearly written and there were no hidden small prints. It seemed reasonable, so no objections were raised. After reaching a consensus, Zhou Yi took the lead in signing his name on the contract, and then the others took up the pen. The company was officially sold to Zhang Xiaohua. From now on, they were employees of Huaxiang Entertainment. Zhang Xiaohua bought the record company in all aspects, including intellectual property rights, for only 12 million yuan. In order to promote the entertainment culture, the government was extremely supportive of young people getting involved in the entertainment market, especially for college students who wanted to get involved in the entertainment market after graduation. the government opened up a loan program for various entertainment projects. Zhou Yi and the group of students present at the scene originally borrowed money from the bank for this purpose and then opened up Sparrow, but the results were unexpectedly poor. It was not until the cooperation with Huaxiang Entertainment that the situation had improved, but they still hadn't managed to pay off all of the bank loan. Now that they had sold the company to Zhang Xiaohua naturally had to help cover these debts, but for today's Zhang Xiaohua, such a small loan wasn't worth mentioning. From now on, they didn't have to worry about this issue. They would be receiving a salary every month, plus commissions and bonuses, so in their view, they would have less stress and more benefits. After signing the contract, Zhang Xiaohua, as the boss, announced that Sparrow Records would officially change its name to Huaxiang Records and made some work arrangements. Zhou Yi was appointed as the director of the factory, in charge of all the work here. The other positions remained unchanged. Only the marketing department and business department were divided between Su Fengyan's men. A total of 15 people, led by Su Fengyan, would be responsible for the business side of the operations and training the others. Nowadays, Huaxiang's sales network had been greatly expanded. There were more than 300 sales points across the country, so the record production capability had to be increased again. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua decided to spend 50 million yuan to expand the factory and update various equipments once again. In particular, the warehouse had to be rebuilt. There was too much risk of a collapse for his liking. Finally, Zhang Xiaohua decided to recruit another 1,000 employees. Otherwise, even if there was new equipment, they still wouldn't be able to reach the production volume needed. Zhou Yi, this matter will be handed over to you. There are quite a few villages nearby. Just recruit people from those villages, then get your people to train them. Try get them adapted to work as soon as possible. Is there any problem? Please rest assured, boss. I will get it done as soon as possible. Zhang Xiaohua nodded with satisfaction, and then reminded, the stuff I requested from you needs to be completed as soon as possible. At the very least, before October 1st, all the equipment should be in place. Zhou Yi slumped slightly in this moment. His momentum just disappeared. He needed to recruit staff and train them, while also being responsible for the preparation of the concert equipment and stage construction. Zhang Xiaohua also understood Zhou Yi's difficulties, but there was no other way. At present, they had a shortage of human resources. For the time being, he could only shift the workload onto Zhou Yi, stretched his hand, and patted Zhou Yi's shoulder. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "You've been working hard recently. If you feel that the burden is too much, then don't hire any staff for the time being. First, concentrate on getting the equipment for the concert ready. If you are short of money, tell me." Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaohua also seriously assured, "I will set up a human resources department as soon as possible to recruit more talents and help ease your workload. But for now, just try your best." "Okay, I will get it done as soon as possible." "Good." Zhang Xiaohua nodded with relief. He always believed in Zhou Yi's ability to do things. As long as he said yes, there was no problem. In this way, he could concentrate on other things. "Manager Su, I gave you a task before we came. How is it going?" Zhang Xiaohua turned his attention to Su Fengyan and asked, "I have already chosen a place. When we go back, I can take you to see it." Su Fengyan replied. Now, Su Fengyan was also busy. Recently, he wasn't only busy cultivating the people under his command, but also communicating with advertising companies about Ling Ming's concert. Yesterday, he just came back from a business trip, but before he could even catch some rest, he had to help Zhang Xiaohua look for an office building. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the time. Since arrangements were already made, he announced his departure. Under the escort of the senior executives, Zhang Xiaohua and Su Fengyan walked to the door. Reaching the door, they found a signboard being put up. The original signboard of Sparrow Records had disappeared, being instead replaced by another one, the signboard of Huaxiang Records. The brand new plaque glittered under the sunlight, making the large font stand out more. Zhang Xiaohua and Su Fengyan exchanged glances. Their hearts could not help but stir up their blood, because this meant that the scale of the company had expanded and that their recent hard work had not been in vain. Looking around at the big truck full of all kinds of food, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel moved, but they didn't really lack food and drink. It felt wrong to accept their gifts, especially when the villagers weren't exactly well off. It won't be easy to return these things to the villagers, but I feel that it is necessary. The villagers owe me nothing. Boss, this is their wish. It's the only way they have for showing their gratitude. Fine, but please stop them in the future. I know your workload is intense, but just try your best, and the company won't treat you badly. Well, that's all I got to say, see ya. Zhang Xiaohua said. He got into the car full of food, while Su Fengnian hopped onto the truck they were lent. Under the eyes of everyone, they drove off toward the city. On the way, watching Zhang Xiaohua disappear into the distance, Su Fengnian felt very gratified. He couldn't believe the change that had occurred these past few months. Huaxiang's dark horse entrance into the music scene. A bunch of young, enthusiastic kids in a run-down studio creating superstars, songs, and taking the country by storm. Truly a bunch of young heroes. Old Zhang, you truly have a good son. Su Fengnian sighed in his heart, and felt his body full of vitality, as if he had returned to his youth. He only wanted to ignore everything and rush into his work. All of this came from the young man in front of him, a man destined to become a business tycoon. Chapter 94. Selecting a new building. They drove back to the city, and under Su Fengnian's guidance, Zhang Xiaohua parked his car in front of a large office gate in the downtown commercial area. When he opened the door and got out of the car, Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the high-rise office building in front of him. Compared to the magnificent and towering skyscrapers around, the office building wasn't very eye-catching, but it was good precisely because of this. The surrounding skyscrapers made the location even more unique. Along the street, there was a bus stop 100 meters to the south and a subway station 100 meters to the north. The location was very convenient. Su Fengnian had chosen this to become the new home of the company. Not bad. Just by the road section it is worth at least 10 million. Zhang Xiaohua can't help but admire Su Fengnian's ability. Zhang Xiaohua believed that this building still had a lot of room for appreciation, but because it was buried by the surrounding luxury buildings around it became very inconspicuous, so the price should be cheaper. I have already negotiated the price with the intermediary. Let's go and look inside first. If you are satisfied, we can buy it. After this, Su Fengnian took the lead in front, and Zhang Xiaohua followed. The two took the elevator to the 8th floor. Just out of the elevator, Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw that there were more than 1,000 square meters in front of the boundary, and it looked very bright. The outside walls were filled with windows all over them to increase the light input. However, because there were high-rise buildings everywhere, some of the sunlight was blocked. Because of this, the light here wasn't too glaring, giving the place a comfortable feeling. It was just right. There is a total of 1,500 square meters, multiple offices, a conference room, and a reception room. But after all, it is in the city center, so it is a bit noisy, not suitable for building a recording studio here. Su Fengnian explained to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua wandered around for a while. It wasn't difficult to see that the layout here was completely designed in accordance with the Hong Kong style. The elevator was by the reception desk, followed by the offices which looked to be large enough to accommodate multiple people. Every office was separated by 5 meters. Some were small and others larger, but each one was well decorated and complete with heating and cooling equipment. There were also 2 bathrooms. Zhang Xiaohua nodded with satisfaction while looking around and asked Su Fengnian, "What is the price? If it is rented, it will cost 50,000 per month. If you want to buy it outright, it will cost 15 million yuan. Su Fengnian answered, "Oh, not too expensive, buy it directly." Zhang Xiaohua decided with no hesitation, obviously very satisfied with this place. The only downside was that it was a bit noisy here, so they couldn't build a studio here. As for the recording studio, they could temporarily keep it at the old house. It was sparsely populated and relatively quiet, which was very suitable for recording songs. From now on, the head office of Huaxiang Entertainment would be located here, but for Zhang Xiaohua this was only a temporary office. His ultimate goal was still the New Century building. I will contact the intermediary tomorrow and sign a purchase contract with them as soon as possible, said Su Fengnian, very pleased with Zhang Xiaohua's decision. There was a lot of room for appreciation on the building. In 2 or 3 years the price could increase by 4 to 5 times. Who are the other businesses in the building? Zhang Xiaohua asked. I only know about 2 of the companies. The floor above belongs to a clothing company. I heard that the boss is a woman about 40 years old. The brand is quite popular. The floor below belonged to a brokerage company. I heard that it was a partnership of several young people. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. For an entertainment company, things like clothing were essential. Now upstairs, there was a ready-made clothing company. If the other party was willing, they could cooperate with them. It was also necessary to find cooperation with a brokerage company. In the future, each of the company's stars would need to be assigned a broker so that they wouldn't have to worry about everything, otherwise they would be exhausted. With everyone being neighbors, it would be very convenient for cooperation. Uncle Sue, contact the agent as soon as possible and buy it for me. Okay, I will do it as soon as possible. Let's go back and give them a big surprise. When the guys find out that they now have their own offices, they will be over the moon. Oh, it seems that General Manager Yuan is going to be treating us again tonight. Of course, the two men went to the downstairs with a smile and walked straight to the studio. Zhang Xiaohua had just finished parking the car at the door of the company when Yuan Datong and Co. rushed over. How is it? Have you signed the contract with Sparrow? Su Fingyan went up to everyone and said with a smile, we not only have our own record company now, but you will all soon have your own offices. Our own office? They questioned, looking puzzled. However, having their own offices had always been a long-cherished wish. If this wish could be realized, they would be happy for 3 days and 3 nights. Su Fingyan looked at Zhang Xiaohua, and Zhang Xiaohua nodded to him, indicating that he could continue to speak. Su Fingyan smiled and said to everyone, yes, our boss Zhang Da has decided to spend 15 million yuan to buy one of the office floors near the town center. If there is no accident, I will arrange the transaction tomorrow, then we can move in soon. Finally, an air-conditioned office. After a moment, Emma blinked and asked anxiously, really? Do we really have our own office? And there is air conditioning? True to the last degree. Su Fingyan gave a definite answer. After a short silence, Emma suddenly cheered, jumping about like a child who had just received candy. The rest soon joined in with her celebration. Only Yuan Datong was silent and seemed to be dejected. Slowly turning around, looking at the old ragged house in front of him, Yuan Datong's gaze gradually revealed disappointment. This house is not only his office, but also his home. It was full of his memories, his emotions. He had weathered through many hardships here, but now to leave it so suddenly. Yuan Datong, feeling alone in his sadness, suddenly felt a pat on his shoulder. Looking around, he saw Su Fingyan smiling. The scale of the company is getting bigger and bigger. There will be more and more people in the future, so moving is imperative. The next few steps in the future will involve hiring hundreds of new staff. This house is just too small. Yuan Datong nodded. He understood Su Fingyan's words, but he still had a look of sorrow, and obviously could not let it go. Zhang Xiaohua's playful voice interrupted his silent reflection. Kid, why are you ruining the atmosphere? Geez, chill out for a second. What's with the look of sorrow? It's not like we are selling the place. Su Fingyan smiled and added, yes, we decided that this will become the company's dedicated recording studio, so it is still part of our company, just not the main office. Yuan Datong stared blankly for a while, then looked at Su Fingyan and Zhang Xiaohua. Suddenly, he sent a backhand shot, hitting the middle of Zhang Xiaohua's crotch. F********, ing bastard, why didn't you say that earlier? You bastard. Zhang Xiaohua squatted with his hands on his knees, squatting on the ground, his face full of painful expressions. Chapter 95, Moving In. On the second day, under the introduction of Su Fingyan, Zhang Xiaohua and the intermediary in charge of the building completed the transaction. After that, Zhang Xiaohua found a company to decorate the place, and then purchased 50 desks, 50 high-end computers, and added various office equipment. At present, everything was in place. The rest of the staff was just waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to lead them to settle in the new building. Monday, 8 a.m. Under the leadership of Zhang Xiaohua, Yuan Datong and Co. moved into the new building. Looking at the simple but unconventional decoration, the spacious and comfortable office environment, and the new equipment, everyone was over the moon. Now they seemed more like a real company. The most important thing was that, from now on, everyone had their own office. Zhang Xiaohua, as the boss, naturally claimed the largest office. He had already decorated it, getting a customized curved ebony desk and a massage chair, which could be adjusted into a bed. The office was already installed with an air conditioning and humidifier. The street view was like something straight of a postcard. Well, hurry up and pick an office. There is still a lot of things to do. When Zhang Xiaohua said this, the group darted off looking through the offices to pick one out. At this time, a middle-aged woman about 40 years old walked in, followed by two young, beautiful girls. One of them was holding a flower basket in her arms. "Oh, hello there." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and greeted them. "Hello, we just came to say hello. We are from the floor above. The name is Hao Jia." The middle-aged woman said to Zhang Xiaohua and smiled. "I didn't expect that the company moving in would actually be Huaxiang Entertainment. Can you help me ask Miss Ling for her signature? My kids love her music." "You're too polite. I will get her to sign an album and send it up later. I hope you can help take care of us. After all, we are new to the building, so we are going to have to rely on you," Zhang Xiaohua said with graciousness. Young, promising yet not arrogant. Good, truly a rare talent. Hao Jia appreciatively looked at Zhang Xiaohua. "I am in the clothing business. Since we are neighbors, in the future you can just call me Sister Hao. If you need any help, just come up and ask. We will definitely help out if we can. I bought some flowers as a little welcoming gift." She waved her hand, and the beautiful girl behind her placed the flower basket on the reception desk beside Zhang Xiaohua. "Sister Hao is a predecessor. It should be me coming to pay you a visit. If you're willing, I would like to treat you to a meal." Zhang Xiaohua already had a general understanding of this sister. She had started her business from scratch from a humble weaving business. She had gradually built up her own brand, Ashima Dresses. Now, she was worth millions. She was a celebrity in the industry, a recognized woman who was known as kind and respectable. The current Zhang Xiaohua had become a well-known figure in the business world as one of the great minds of the younger generation. Hao Jia was also a businessman, so she naturally had heard about Zhang Xiaohua, or at least she knew about Huaxiang Entertainment. "Of course, as long as you're treating haha." After make some more generic conversation for a while, Hao Jia took her leave. He wanted to set up a clothing department and later design clothes for the company's stars, then eventually start off a fashion line in the name of the stars. A while after Hao Jia left, several young people entered from the elevator. 3 men and 3 women, each holding a flower basket in their hands. "Hello. Hello, Brother Zhang. We are from the company downstairs, Daxia Brokerage. My name is Su Hui. I am the general manager of the company. When we heard that Huaxiang Entertainment moved here, we could not believe it, so we rushed up to see the truth." Zhang Xiaohua had researched the company after hearing about them from manager Su. They were a relatively new company, so they didn't have much of a reputation in the industry. "In order to congratulate your company on the move, we brought flowers." After that, Su Hui and his people walked up and handed over the flower basket in their hands to Zhang Xiaohua, who placed it on the reception desk. "I'm just curious, what type of brokerage company are you?" Zhang Xiaohua asked. "Oh, our company is involved in a lot of business. We do company acquisitions and mergers. We also do work in entertainment scene as well. For example, we can do investment analysis, act as a third-party intermediary, provide star recommendations, etc., Su Hui answered. It was rare to have such a good opportunity to promote the company. If Huaxiang joined them as a client, it would be a massive win. I think we might have an opportunity to cooperate in the future. After all, a brokerage company and an entertainment company are basically interlocked," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. If there is anything we can help you with in the future, please do ask. We promise not to disappoint." Su Hui was ecstatic and hurriedly took out a business card and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. "It's only natural to help each other. I hope we can cooperate in the future." Zhang Xiaohua also took out a business card and exchanged it with Su Hui. "Thank you, Boss Zhang. Then we shall take our leave." "Thank you for your flower baskets," replied Zhang Xiaohua, leading them out. Although Zhang Xiaohua had a lot of classic songs, someone had to sing them. Finding the perfect singer often gave Zhang Xiaohua a headache. Even after all this time, he had only found 2 singers. One was Wang Jingwen, and the other was Ling Ming, which showed how hard finding the ideal singer was. In the future, this Daxia brokerage could help them scout singers. It would be so much more convenient. He was lost in his thoughts when yet another group of people entered. They were different from the previous 2 people. This time, these people walked in an imposing manner. All of them were dressed in black suits, wearing sunglasses. "Hello there you are?" Zhang Xiaohua asked weakly. After this question, a middle-aged man strode in front of the group and extended his hand to Zhang Xiaohua. "Hello, Boss Zhang. We are from the 6th floor Hurricane Security. I am the boss of the company, Xiong Zhuang." Zhang Xiaohua released a sigh of relief. When he learned that the other party was a security company, Zhang Xiaohua immediately returned to normalcy and stood tall. Oh, sorry, I didn't know Brother Xiong would be coming too. Visit, is there something wrong? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Xiong Zhuang's. The guy was built majestically. He had sword-like eyebrows, and he looked stalwart, as if born to be a bodyguard. I heard that your company just moved in, so I led some of the staff to come say hello. In addition, you want to provide us security? Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have seen the mind of Xiong Zhuang and helped him out. Xiong Zhuang nodded and suddenly smiled, but it was such an ugly smile that it almost scared off Zhang Xiaohua. Our company has a total of 300 people, all of whom are military veterans. We can provide various security services, including personal security, venue security services, public security services, etc. We have extensive combat experience, and our prices are low. So, if your company needs security services, we can take full responsibility for it 24 hours a day. Ling Ming's concert at Tianhe Gymnasium was on October 1st. At that time, security would certainly be needed. This was perfect timing. Brother Xiong, you have come at just the right time. On October 1st, our company is holding a concert at Tianhe Stadium. For security, it seems we will truly have to trouble you to take care of it. As for the specifics, Manager Su will talk you through them. Please come with me, Boss Xiong. Let's go to my office to talk. Su Fengyin made a petition to Xiong Zhuang, and they went into his office. In just 10 minutes, Su Fengyin signed a contract with Hurricane Security. A total of 301 security guards, including Xiong Zhuang. The price was 2,000 yuan per hour for each person for being responsible for Ling Ming's personal safety and maintaining the order of the scene until the end of the concert. For this price, Xiong Zhuang was very satisfied, but he was more concerned about a long-term cooperation with Huaxiang Entertainment. For Xiong Zhuang and the entire Hurricane Security, they were a fat meat pie that fell from the sky. After the bearded Xiong Zhuang was sent away, Zhang Xiaohua gave a thumbs up to Su Fengyin and smiled. Oh, Manager Su, with so little money, you actually made the other party leave with wide smiles. Truly a fox, old but still cunning. If they do a good job, we can work with them for a long time. The personal safety of a star can't be ignored. After all, if the fans go crazy, it will be too dangerous. After listening to Su Fengyin's words, Zhang Xiaohua nodded and expressed his approval. But now the top priority was to recruit more talents first. At present, Zhang Xiaohua felt that manpower was seriously inadequate. A real company needed to have specific department in charge of certain jobs, such as the finance department, personnel department, propaganda department, and other major departments. They all had to be established, otherwise the company would become a mess as it grew bigger. Gather everyone for a meeting, said Zhang Xiaohua as he walked toward the conference room. Su Fengyin went to call Yuan, Datong, and Co. to gather in the conference room. Due to the lack of people, the large conference room inevitably felt empty. Zhang Xiaohua took the lead to say, I have already asked Zhou Yi to organize all kinds of equipment needed for the Mingers concert. I am going to go back to the TSD troupe to pick up 10 dancers. I want 5 men and 5 women. Sure, Yuan will lead the team to choreograph a dance and then rehearse it. As for Emma, Xiaohai, Haozi, Jimmy, and Jack, you can't be idle. You will be responsible for the live soundtrack. The arrangements for those songs were all created by you, so you should have no problem. I will arrange the rehearsal for the concert at the end of the month, and you have to be prepared. We know. You can rest assured. Several people responded in unison, showing confidence. Zhang Xiaohua nodded with satisfaction and turned to Su Fengyin. Manager Su, after the meeting, can you start 2 recruitment drives? I want to expand the manpower. First, recruit a human resources manager, then slowly keep recruiting employees to build a HR department, so it will be easier to manage all the employees. In addition, recruit a financial manager. The company's expenses and income must be properly accounted for in the future. Call me before you start the interviews. I want to personally interview them, including the business department headed by Manager Su and the music creation department, as well as the personnel department and the finance department. The company currently has 4 departments. After saying this, Zhang Xiaohua was about to announce the end of the meeting, but he saw Emma slowly raise her small hand. She corrected. Boss, there are 4 departments, not 5. There is also the administrative department. Everyone here is a member of the administrative department. I hope that everyone can supervise over the company actively in the future. Only in this way can the company develop stably according to our vision. Okay, everyone, get busy now, scatter, replied Zhang Xiaohua whilst getting up and heading to his office. I feel like the boss seems to have changed all of a sudden. He seems more strict and serious, Emma said with a blank face. As the boss, he has to portray a more serious attitude and set rules. This is something that can't be avoided. If the rules and everyone's roles aren't clearly set out, the company will lose its core. He is doing it for the company. Outside the company, he is still the Zhang Xiaohua you all know and crack jokes with. Su Fengyan smiled and reminded Cutting of Emma's comment. Chapter 96, Interviews 1. The recruitment notice was only sent out for 2 days. On the third day, a total of 20 people came to Huaxiang Entertainment for the interviews. 10 of them were here for the role of HR department manager, while the other 10 for the role as finance manager. They were currently in the reception room, waiting to be called in. These positions they were hiring for were vital to the company. In particular, the finance manager who would become one of the backbones of the entire company. Under normal circumstances, the company hired talents based on their qualifications and eloquence in an interview room. However, Zhang Xiaohua decided to try a different interview method, which was definitely original to say the least. In the conference room, Zhang Xiaohua and Su Fengyan had already read the information on all the candidates. Qualification-wise, they all naturally met the requirements. However, in Zhang Xiaohua's view, it was far from enough to have a good academic qualification, so he decided to play a small trick for today's interviews. Emma went into the reception room and said to the interviewees, "If you came for the HR manager interview, please follow me into the conference room. Our boss will meet you all personally. Before that, please also hand over your mobile phones." The applicants all fell into confusion. Handing over their phones was odd, but not too much of an issue. But still, how come the interviews weren't one by one? Were they going to have a group interview? With no other choice, since it was the boss's instructions, the candidates handed over their phones and entered the conference room. Su Fengyan stood up. "Welcome to the company. I will be your interviewer. The person beside me is the boss of the company, Zhang Xiaohua. I hope that you all try your best today. We will decide at our own discretion who shall get the job. We hope to find a colleague amongst one of you. Well then, please take a seat." They all took a seat around the conference table, only to find that they had a plastic square plate in front of them. The plate was full of small beads, with a thin line of thread. Zhang Xiaohua nodded to Su Fengyan. Su Fengyan took a look at the candidates present and said, "You are to string those beads together. You will have 5 minutes in total. When the time is up, whoever has the most beads straying will become the new HR manager." A look of confusion appeared once again on the candidates' faces. They couldn't figure out how this helped them choose a HR manager. However, since those were the rules set out by the company, they could only choose to accept it. The competition hadn't even begun, and the smell of gunpowder had already filled the entire conference room. Su Fengyan looked at his watch and immediately said, "Please start." Suddenly, all the candidates buried their heads and began to concentrate. The scene was comparable to the examination halls during the college entrance exams. 2 minutes later, an old man holding a kettle of cold water appeared, seemingly to deliver water to everyone. Unexpectedly, when the old man had just entered the conference room, he fell to the ground, the kettle in his hand shattering as it hit the floor, causing a massive crash, startling everyone. All gazes flickered over to him. The candidates turned their gazes back to the beads after, ignoring the old man on the ground. After all, Su Fengyan had already explained that whoever completed the most beating would get the position. For these candidates, this position was obviously more important than some old man falling. Their indifference at this moment fully proved this point. Looking at the indifferent faces in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was covered with ice and chilled. As the HR managers, how could they be so indifferent to others? Under his anger, Zhang Xiaohua stood up, about to head over to the old man. It was just at this time that a young man, who looked to be in his late 20s, glanced up from his beads. He looked over at the old man on the floor, looked at his beads again, then put down the beads in his hands and went to the old man in a hurry. He leaned forward trying to help the old man, and found that the old man was still groaning faintly in pain. He reached into his pocket to call an ambulance, but remembered that his mobile phone had already been collected from him. The young man then carefully picked up the old man and placed him into his seat. Boss, quickly call an ambulance. I think he had a heat stroke. I will carry him. There is no need. You are now the official HR manager of the company. The rest of you can go back. Fubo, no need to keep acting. You can head back for now. Zhang Xiaohua interrupted and said. The old man slowly got out the seat, bowed to the young man, and walked out. Seeing this scene, the other candidates directly froze up. In fact, the old man was a security guard for the building. Everyone called him Fubo. Today, Zhang Xiaohua specially invited him to help them play out this scene, to see the characters of the candidates. You should know that these people were applying for the position of Human Resources Department head. In the future, they would be managing all the employees of the company and being responsible for many important issues. Therefore, they would need more than a good diploma. They would need to be good with people, etc. If they had hired these indifferent people to the job, the company would slowly become filled with more and more cold-hearted people in the future. In fact, this move was from a movie from Zhang Xiaohua's former world. This isn't fair. You said whoever made the most beads would get the position. Now that the time's up, I have the most beads, so the position should be mine. One candidate stood up tall, holding a long series of beads in his hand. So what? You can string beads together. Well done, so can everyone else. Manager Su, please lead out the guests. Although they weren't convinced, since the boss of the company had already made his decision, then others knew that their demands were useless. They could only leave. Su Fengyan led them out. Still, some of the candidates who were swept out naturally continued to complain loudly. In the conference room, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the young man. Though he was young, he looked steady and his image and attitude seemed good. He asked, "What is your name?" "My name is Qiuzhe." The young man answered honestly. There were so many people who ignored the old man due to fear of missing out on the job. "Weren't you afraid?" Zhang Xiaohua asked with interest. "Hey, I didn't plan to act. I planned to wait for someone else to take care of it, but no one came forward to help, and he seemed to be in serious pain, so I couldn't sit still any longer. I didn't expect that it was a test." Qiuzhe said truthfully. Su Fengyan came in at this moment and handed over a copy of his information to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua looked at it. The information showed. Name, Qiuzhe. Age, 27 years old. University, graduated from Tianjin University of Technology. Qualifications, Business Administration, Master's degree. Experience, has 5 years of experience. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought about it for a moment and suddenly laughed. Well, congratulations, I am now officially hiring you as the HR manager of the company, with a monthly salary of 36,000 yuan, not including bonuses. Now, I will give you 2 days to familiarize yourself with the company. After that, I want you to recruit at least 30 employees who meet the requirements set by the company within 2 weeks. Is there any problem? None at all. Where's my office? Qiuzhe asked. The task was very heavy. He couldn't wait to start work. Zhang Xiaohua and Su Fengyan smiled. They called Emma in and introduced. This is Qiuzhe, our newly appointed HR manager who will be responsible for human resources management in the future. You should take Manager Qiu out and introduce him to everyone, and then arrange an office for him. Emma nodded and turned to Qiuzhe smiling. Hello, Mr. Qiu. My name is Emma. Please come with me. I will introduce you to the rest of the team first. Thank you, Miss Emma. Thank you, boss and Manager Su. I will work hard. Qiuzhe smiled and assured. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and immediately said to Su Fengyan, call in the people who applied for the finance manager role. Get Fu Bo to prepare as well. Chapter 97. Interviews 2. A short while later, Su Fengyan brought in the 10 remaining candidates. These people had applied to become the finance department manager and hold the economic lifeline of the whole company in their hands. At this point, all the candidates were already in their places. But this time, in front of them, was a book and a calculator. What is in front of you are all the accounts since the establishment of the company. The next thing you need to do is to use the calculator to calculate the total amount of expenses and income of the company. The time limit is half an hour. Whoever can calculate it first and accurately will get the job. After giving a brief explanation of the situation, Su Fengyan looked at his time and said, get started. The applicants became immersed in their work. Everyone's performance was extremely focused and serious. The The constant tapping of calculators filled the room. 10 minutes later, Fu Bo walked in again, holding another kettle in his hand. He then stumbled and fell again. The loud bang once again gained everyone's attention. Although these candidates hadn't been present for the previous interview, they had naturally picked up clues from the complaints of the first wave of interviewees as they left. The reason why the previous batch of people failed in the interview was because they were indifferent. Learning their lessons from the others, 9 of the candidates sprang from their seats at the same time and rushed to surround Fu Bo. At this moment, only a young girl was sitting in her seat, still paying attention to her accounts as if nothing had happened. She meticulously went through her numbers and stayed indifferent to the commotion. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and asked the girl softly, "Why didn't you move to help the old man? Isn't a life more important than some work?" "No, if there is no job, my family and I will starve to death. Besides, there are so many people over there helping anyways. One less won't make a difference. If the old man really fainted because of his poor health, he would be fine. But if I messed up the accounts due to being distracted, it could cause the company to lose millions." The girl answered Zhang Xiaohua's question while she continued to bury her head in the accounts. "Lead the others out." When Zhang Xiaohua paused, he immediately reached out to the young girl and smiled at Su Fengyan besides her. Su Fengyan nodded, and at the same time cast a congratulatory look at the girl. All the other candidates jumped up in protest. "What the hell? Last time you failed the other candidates for not helping. We all helped this time, and she gets the job for doing nothing." Zhang Xiaohua snorted and said, "You knew that he was pretending, yet you still ditched your work to join in the fun. You knew the facts, yet you choose to be deceived." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the young girl and smiled. "Didn't you hear the lady's words? The financial accounts of the company must be treated with utmost care, because once there is the slightest of mistakes, the entire company will be affected. If you don't understand this basic truth, why should I hire you? What I want is people who put this point above everything else. That's your job. Nothing else should matter." After being repeatedly rebuked by Zhang Xiaohua, several of the applicants were red-faced and silently bowed their heads without words. After sending away the other 9 candidates, Su Fengyan gave a copy of the girl's information to Zhang Xiaohua. Name: Mijia. Age: 26 years old. University: Tianjin City School of Economics. Work experience: starting today. Duh. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. He looked up at the girl and asked, "Are you called Mijia?" "Yes," replied the girl. Coupled with her cold face and black professional women's suit, she gave people a feeling of coldness, as if made of ice. "Since your work experience on the resume says, starting today, can I understand that you were confident in getting the job even before the interview? If you don't even have the confidence to succeed, why even bother coming? Since I'm here, why shouldn't I have a little confidence in myself?" Mijia said calmly, leaving Zhang Xiaohua speechless. After a moment of bitter laughter, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and went to Mijia. He said seriously, "The monthly salary is 38,000 yuan, excluding bonuses. After a while, Manager Su will take you to your office. Within 3 days, I want you to do a run-through of the company's accounts. Remember, don't cut corners. I will try my best, please rest assured, boss." O'clock. Monday. Under the arrangement of Zhang Xiaohua, the company had been proceeding in an orderly manner. Although time was a bit tight, everyone was working in their own duties. After half a month, the head office staff had reached 50 people divided into 8 departments, namely the Business Department, Finance Department, Human Resources Department, IT Department, Public Relations Department, Advertising Department, Music Department, and the Administration Department, and the heads of all the departments were under the control of Zhang Xiaohua. In the conference room, the supervisors of all the departments were present. At the request of Zhang Xiaohua, everyone had put their energy into Ling Ming's concert, which was the theme of today's meeting. "Emma, how is preparing the materials for advertising?" Zhang Xiaohua asked. "All ready. You can begin the advertising stage." Emma answered seriously. She was now the supervisor of the advertising department and the public relations department. Because of the sufficient staff, she wasn't too hard-worked, but she had obviously matured a lot. Zhang Xiaohua nodded with satisfaction and turned to Yuan Datong. "How are the rehearsals going? Are the dancers decided?" As the company's general manager and music director, Yuan Datong naturally took on a heavy burden. "The rehearsals are going smoothly. After all, Ming'er and the troupe have cooperated before, so it is very tacit. I have already decided the dancers. Everything is in place. Zhang Xiaohua nodded, then looked at Xiaohai and the several people and asked seriously, "How about you? How are the rehearsals going?" "We have already rehearsed with Ming'er. We are prepared," Xiaohai said with a smile. This time he, Haozi, Jimmy and Jack were responsible for the concert soundtrack. Zhang Xiaohua also smiled slightly and expressed his firm belief. Then he asked Su Fengyan, "Manager Su, are there any companies willing to sponsorship the concert?" Su Fengyan looked at the notebook and said, "There are a total of 18 companies willing to provide sponsorship. But after my screening, I only kept 3. The other 15 are too small. They didn't offer much. They just wanted to use Miss Ling's reputation." "Well done. Later just ignore those type of companies directly." Zhang Xiaohua took a sip of water and continued to ask, "What are the 3 companies called? How much are they willing to pay, and what are the requirements?" Chapter 98. Advertisers. 1 is an energy drink company. They are willing to sponsor 10 million for the concert. Their request is that billboards of their products must appear on the stage side during the concert, and Miss Ling has to advertise it for them. The other is a phone manufacturer. They are willing to sponsor 5 million. They want the ringtone copyright of all the songs by Miss Ling. The final one is Huaxia Central Television. They are willing to sponsor 70 million yuan in return for the live broadcasting rights of the concert. In fact, the so-called sponsorship fee was just an eloquent term for receiving bribes. The sponsors just slipped money into the organizer's pocket, provided that the organizer could satisfy the sponsor's demand. Many transactions were carried out in the name of sponsorship. If the transaction was carried out in the name of sponsorship, it would allow the company to write it off as a tax deduction. It would allow the expenses to be deductible because they were considered part of the cost of doing business. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Tell the drink company, we are up for their offer, but they will need to add 5 million more to the deal." Su Fengyan nodded and said, "I think there should be no problem. I will negotiate with their spokesman." Zhang Xiaohua continued, "Tell the phone company that there are still many companies that are willing to buy the ringtone copyright of Ling Ming's songs and ask them for 3 million more. Otherwise, we will sell to other companies." "But there is no other company," Emma whispered. Su Fengyan smiled and explained, "This is called virtual competition. We can create hypothetical companies in order to increase competitiveness and force the other party to increase the price. Although it's a bit risky if we push too hard or get caught out, it has a great effect if managed well." Emma, hearing his words, turned bright red from embarrassment and playfully stuck out her tongue. "As for Huaxia Central Television, this will be more troublesome. I'm going to have to rely on you to subtly reject their offer. Try to leave things on good terms." Zhang Xiaohua said. He had heard of this HCTV. It was currently the most popular TV station in the country, so he couldn't afford to offend them. "Why?" Su Fengyan was puzzled. HCTV's offer was more than good, 70 million yuan just to buy the live broadcast rights of a concert. If the fans can watch the concert at home for free, then who will buy the CD? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. "You want to sell the recording of the concert?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "With the popularity of Ming'er, this concert is definitely a must-see event. Tickets will probably be sold out the instant they go up. That leaves lots of people who aren't able to see the concert. It's a large market just waiting for us to exploit." Su Fengyan made a bitter face, but HCTV offer shows their sincerity. They want to cooperate with us. The station is too influential. If we refuse them, they will definitely feel some way about it, and if they take a negative stance against us, it is going to be bad for the company. Zhang Xiaohua smiled disapprovingly. "Don't we have a promotional video of the concert? Just give them that video for free. Let them broadcast that. It's a little evasive, but just try your best to smooth things over with them." "This method should work," said Mijia. "I'll go to the station in person when I have time. I have a little bit of friendship with the director of the station. Since we are giving them the video free of charge, it should help smooth things over." Su Fengyan sighed. Zhang Xiaohua then turned to look at the newly appointed HR manager Qiu Zhe and asked, "I asked you to send some staff to help the Zhou a few days ago. How is the matter going?" Qiu Zhe said calmly, "I have sent 7 people over to Zhou, all of whom are high school teachers in various fields. Also, he said to report back that he has completed the tasks you assigned him." Zhang Xiaohua nodded with satisfaction and his face relaxed. "Everyone has. Worked hard recently. I hope that everyone will continue to work harder. As long as you regard the company as your own home, I will treat you like family. In order to improve the morale, Zhang Xiaohua spoke up to provide encouragement. Zhang Xiaohua smiled lightly and continued the meeting. Manager Su, I'll have to trouble you to send someone to talk to the person in charge of the Tianhe Stadium to discuss renting the entire stadium from tomorrow until the 3rd of next month. Then alert Zhou Yi afterwards so they can start to put the stage together in there. No problem. I will get someone on it as soon as possible. Su Fengyan responded quickly. Manager me, how much did the company spend this month? Zhang Xiaohua asked. Since the sales of Ling Ming's second album finished, the company had no source of income this past month. Money had only flowed out. Mi Jia opened her document and read out. Building a school, acquiring Sparrow Records plus the purchase of various equipment and building materials for the concert, as well as the various equipment needed for the office, and then counting the plans to rebuild the record factory. The total expenditure of the company is 97.5 million yuan. The income is 0 yuan. All more than I expected. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and smiled. Fortunately, in order to promote the entertainment culture, the state had stipulated that newly opened entertainment companies wouldn't have to pay taxes for the first 3 years, otherwise, they would be in trouble. Manager me, how much revenue would the company bring in if all the tickets for the concert were sold out and you added the sponsorship fee of the drink company, the copyright fee to buy the ringtones, and the sales of the concert recording? In order to calm the hearts of the employees, Zhang Xiaohua asked Mi Jia to make a small calculation. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua was very clear about this income situation. He had already calculated the accounts thoroughly, but if the financial manager said it, it would be more powerful. Mi Jia immediately took out the calculator and concentrated. A few moments later, she reported, if all the tickets are sold at the price previously set by boss, the income from the sales will be 35 million. Adding that to the sponsorship from the phone and energy drink companies, it goes up to 58 million. As for the concert recordings, if we assume that 1 million copies will be sold out at the unitary price of 100 yuan, the total revenue of the company will be approximately 158 million yuan. 150 million yuan, barely okay. Zhang Xiaohua intentionally repeated the number and then laughed. Well, that's all for today's meeting. You have all been doing great so far. Keep it up. Ling Ming's concert is imminent. I don't want any mistakes. Okay, disperse. Show off. Watching Zhang Xiaohua walk off to his office, Yuan Datong muttered. Showing off is needed sometimes. Su Fengyan laughed. What do you mean? Emma asked. Su Fengyan pointed at the accounts sheet on the table and explained in a preaching tone. The higher the company's income, the better off the company is. The wealthier the company, the better employee welfare is, and this is an important source of motivation for the employees. With the proper motivation, they will work harder to create a brighter future for the company, so they can gain more benefits themselves. So if the boss doesn't show off how much the company is making, it will leave the employees in doubt, stuck up on the losses and unaware of the gains. They will start worrying for the future, and worried employees tend to get less work done. Chapter 99, Preparations. The next day, Su Fengyan sent someone to Tianhe Stadium early in the morning to discuss the price. They settled on 1,500 yuan per day. Recently, there were no sports events and the stadium was just abandoned, so they gave it out to Huaxiang Entertainment for a period of 15 days. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaohua went to the field to inspect the stadium and selected the location for the construction of the stage. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Zhang Xiaohua held a meeting. Emma informed Zhou Yi to bring all the equipment and manpower to Tianhe Stadium and set up the stage. I will also be responsible for guiding the work. I want you to focus on helping out in the rehearsals, so hand the propaganda work to someone else. Zhang Xiaohua said. Okay, replied Emma. Zhang Xiaohua served as the on-site director, equivalent to the general director of the concert. Manager Su, how did it go with HCTV station? Zhang Xiaohua asked. Well, considering everything, it went pretty well. Since we refused them, naturally they were a bit dissatisfied. But since everyone is in the business field and only looking out for their own interests, they accepted our decision. They decided to give our promotional videos a prime-time slot in the afternoon and evening. This will not only help us promote, but also help them draw in a few more views, I guess. Su Fengyan replied. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and turned to Qiuze. There are no more projects for your department for now. So can you assist the advertising department temporarily? Spread news of the concert. Qiuze nodded solemnly. Zhang Xiaohua continued. We are still 2 weeks away from the concert. In order to build up competition and let people prepare, I plan to sell the tickets only 3 days before the concert. Manager Su, what do you think? Su Fingyan thought for a moment and said, with the popularity of Miss Ling, it is completely feasible to sell out all the tickets in time. There is no need to worry about sales. How do you plan to sell the tickets? Zhang Xiaohua smiled slightly. In addition to opening 2 ticket offices at the entrance of Tianhe Stadium, I also want to make deals with those online ticket sites, so we will need to broker a deal with them. When Su Fingyan heard this, he looked up and smiled at Zhang Xiaohua, who did the same back. The others were lost in confusion at their glances. When we finish the meeting, I will go down and talk to Su Hui about them brokering the deal for us, said Su Fingyan. Zhang Xiaohua nodded, looked at Mi Jia, and told her, I need you to go find Hao Jia and ask her to send someone to measure Ming'er's size, and ask her to create some custom dresses. We need several sets of costumes for concerts, and the clothes must be produced within 2 weeks. Mi Jia nodded and asked, what price should we give in terms of cost? Zhang Xiaohua and Su Fingyan looked at each other, and both of them laughed. Mi Jia's face was filled with confusion at their laughter. Su Fingyan saw her confusion and began to explain. Manager Mi, what is Ling Ming's current position in the music scene? Mi Jia replied in confusion. Miss Ming is currently the hottest star in the scene. Su Fingyan nodded and asked, so let's say such a popular star asked to wear your brand of clothes for her concert. Would you charge her? Mi Jia, understanding the situation, blushed. Oh, I see, letting Ling Ming wear the clothes designed by Hao Jia is equal to her advertising the clothes for Hao Jia. A win-win situation, said Emma. I understand. I will go see Hao Jia as soon as possible and explain the situation, said Mi Jia. Oi, big head. I want you to hold a press conference tomorrow. Talk about the details of the concert, so we can get the word out faster. Yuan Datong glared at Zhang Xiaohua. Boss Zhang, can you please call me by my proper title, General Manager Yuan? Give me some face, okay? Yuan Datong squinted at Zhang Xiaohua, his face filled with resentment. Titles can wait for later. Remember, big head. Things that the boss hands over to you should be done as soon as possible, but also done well. I want you to use that big head of yours and go prepare properly for the press meeting tomorrow, said Zhang Xiaohua while smirking. The originally serious atmosphere changed instantly. Yuan Datong glared daggers at Zhang Xiaohua. He was starting to regret not wearing slippers. Ignoring Yuan Datong's death glare, Zhang Xiaohua stated to wrap up the meeting. Everyone has worked hard. I will give out bonuses at the end of the month. In addition, I will stay at Tianhe Stadium for a few days. There is still a lot of work to be done. The company's affairs will be left to Manager Su for the time being, while I'm absent. Manager Su will report to me if anything major happens. That's all for today. Meeting adjourned. Chapter 100. Rehearsal. In order to build the concert stage, Zhou Yi brought more than 500 people over. With the guidance of Zhang Xiaohua, the stage was completed in just 3 days. The total area of the stage was 60 yards, occupying half of the football field, forming a square. Each corner had an extension into the audience, so that Ling Ming could interact with them. Looking at it from above, the stage looked somewhat like a turtle. There was a lift in the middle of the stage, and there was an open space below the stage. There were 2 temporary rooms for dressing and makeup. In order to take care of the audience in the back row, a 72 feet high by 160 feet wide LED high-definition jumbotron hung up above the stage. The screen would be synchronized with the scene on the stage to allow the audience in the back to clearly see the grand occasion. Around the stage, there was a total of 20,000 seats. The energy drink company had provided the sponsorship fee of 15 million. So as the organizer, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't stingy. The area beside the stage was covered with their energy drink posters and billboards. There was also a large poster with Ling Ming drinking the drink. Ashima Dresses had produced 5 sets of clothing for Ling Ming, plus 3 sets for the TSD troupe, free of charge. It was rare to have the opportunity to cooperate with Huaxiang Entertainment. Therefore, Daxia Brokerage also did its best to help out Huaxiang Entertainment open 10 ticket sales channels, some located in the downtown areas and some on online ticket sites. Zhang Xiaohua had promised to cut them into the action. giving them 0.5% of the total ticket revenue for their labor. The advertising was also being carried out in an overwhelming manner. Newspapers, news websites, and the TV were filled with reports about Ling Ming's upcoming concert every day. For the public, it was a new concept for a concert to be held at stadium instead of a theater. September 28th. There were still 3 days until the concert. The tickets were all sold out. There had been a total of 20,000 tickets up for grabs. The price varied from 2,000 yuan in the front row to 1,000 yuan in the middle row. The last row was slightly cheaper. A seat was priced at only 500 yuan. Many foreign fans had come over to cheer on Ling Ming. The degree of enthusiasm was comparable to that of the Beijing Pop Festival. However, at the same time, many people questioned the concert. They criticized having a concert in a stadium. Rumors had emerged that Huaxiang Entertainment was just attempting to swindle fans. Even the so-called experts and analysts online moved out trying to dissuade fans from getting tickets. In this regard, Huaxiang Entertainment made a decisive counterattack, issuing a solemn statement. If the concert didn't reach the ideal standards of the fans, Huaxiang Entertainment would refund their money. The statement gave the fans a reassurance to buy the tickets, resolving the issue. Zhang Xiaohua had inklings that New Century had their hands in those rumors. All the domestic entertainment companies, media, general public, fans, netizens, and singers were all focused on Ling Ming's concert. Many reporters couldn't help but be curious. They wanted to go to the concert site to do some reporting in advance. The results were that they were all blocked off immediately by the security guards. This time, Xiong Zhuang personally led the team, and all the staff from Hurricane Security came out in full force. They took shifts to guard and patrol outside the stadium to keep the reporters out. This was all arranged by Zhang Xiaohua. The purpose was to keep up the mystery surrounding the concert. September 29th, 8 a.m. Under the escort of several security guards, Ling Ming entered Tianhe Gymnasium for the first time. TSD Troupe and Yuan Datong's group arrived afterwards, followed by all the technical staff. When everyone had gathered, the first rehearsal officially began. Under the careful guidance of Zhang Xiaohua, the rehearsal was carried out smoothly. But thinking about how they would have to perform in front of 20,000 people, the members of the TSD troupe were inevitably nervous. In this regard, Zhang Xiaohua had no way to help, because tension was inevitable. They could only adapt, but this was one of the main purposes of the rehearsal. It was nearly noon, during a break. All the members of the TSD troupe had gathered together. They had a box of lunch in their hands, but no one was eating. They were talking in small voices, their faces covered with anxiety. I can't believe we're really going to perform in front of 20,000 people. Yeah, I am so afraid of making a mistake. My hands are completely full of sweat. When I think about it, all those spectators staring at us on stage, my legs begin to feel weak. As everyone chatted, they saw Ling Ming coming over. I just came over to remind everyone to try keep calm. I just watched over the rehearsal tapes so far, and there were a few mistakes we made cause of our nerves. But we need to calm them down and perfect this. We used to be street performers after all. I believe we can get over this. After all, if we weren't afraid to perform on the streets, how can we be afraid now? Yeah, we weren't afraid to perform on the streets before. Now we have such a big stage. We should be proud. What are we afraid for? Yes, even if we don't think about it for ourselves, this is Little Ming's first concert. We must not mess up. Ling Ming simply said a few words, but she had awakened everyone's battle spirit in an instant. The color of tension that had appeared on everyone's face gradually disappeared. Instead, it was full of self-confidence. Looking at Ling Ming, Zhang Xiaohua felt proud. She had developed so much over the past few months, becoming more confident in herself and adapting into a true star. No longer the extremely shy girl from the countryside, she had now become a real superstar. After lunch, under the leadership of Ling Ming, all the members of TSD entered the second rehearsal run full of spirit. Yuan Datong, Emma, Xiaohai, Haozi, Jimmy, and Jack also each did their part, and they took care of the music side, ensuring the live music performance was as smooth as water. After 2 hours, the rehearsal process had become surprisingly smooth, with no mistakes. Zhang Xiaohua was not idle. Holding a notepad in his hand, he kept walking around the stage. After pacing up and down for a while, Zhang Xiaohua convened the film crew and discussed with them where to set up the cameras. He planned to make a behind-the-scenes documentary on the concert alongside the recording of the concert live to sell as a pack. He had everything planned out already. But in the end, it would all depend on how well the concert went. Chapter 101. The Concert 1. October 1st, National Day. 7:30 in the evening. The Tianhe Stadium was already crowded with people. The queue extended all the way around the block, causing serious traffic congestion along the road to the stadium. Inadvertently, the relevant departments had to send people to maintain order, so the police was dispatched to stand by at the scene in case of any accidents. Tens of thousands of fans were holding tickets. Some were also holding light sticks in their hands, and others were holding up posters of Ling Ming, all waiting to enter. The issue was in the fans who didn't have tickets but came to squat outside the gymnasium, hoping to see Ling Ming entering. Some stood outside trying to buy tickets secondhand. They even offered triple the original price to buy the tickets, but unfortunately no one was willing to sell. This concert was one of the grandest events of the year after all. There were also many music companies who held a learning attitude and organized a group to come watch the concert. Some of them were contemporary singers, but many were musicians who wanted to get a chance to hear Ling Ming's music live. The security personnel of Hurricane Security was in the scene already. There were security guards placed every 2 meters around the stage, standing on the sidelines. Photographers, lighting engineers, and sound engineers were all ready. Zhang Xiaohua walked around just inspecting the scene and making a final checkup. Ling Ming arrived 3 hours in advance, and now she was getting her makeup done. In order to start off the concert on a high note, Ling Ming's first song was Standing By. Therefore, Ling Ming was dressed very casually. On her upper body, she wore a leather black vest with a half-sleeve black t-shirt inside. Her legs were covered by black leather pants, and her hair was tied up with a shawl. She looked extremely heroic. By 8 o'clock in the evening, the Tianhe Stadium was packed. At this time, everyone focused on the large stage in the middle of the stadium. This was the first time they had seen such a large stage. The layout was reasonable. No matter which angle you were at, the stage could be seen. Even if the audience in the back row couldn't see clearly, they could watch through the LED display above. Looking at the ultra-luxury stage and the massive crowd, many of the musicians who came to the scene were stunned. Those singers wearing hats and masks were even more envious and hateful. They felt an itch to be in such a stage, performing for such a large crowd. Everyone, get in postilion. Minger will appear in 5 minutes. Turn off all the lights on the stage. In the monitoring room, Zhang Xiaohua said through the wireless walkie-talkie. In an instant, the entire stadium became dark before turning into a fluorescent ocean of countless glow sticks which were swaying in the air. Thousands of fans were screaming and calling the same name. Ling Ming, Ling Ming, Ling Ming, Ling Ming. The fans outside the stadium, hearing the chants, also started to chant. All department report in. The band is ready. The photography team is ready. The lighting team is ready. Audio team is ready. The security team is in place. Dancers team is ready. The special effects team is ready. Ling Ming is already in the lift up to the stage. Okay, let's get started. With the announcement of Zhang Xiaohua, the concert officially began. The instrumental started, but the light still stayed off. Hearing the instrumental, the audience quietened down. The 20,000 fans held their breath and calmed down, concentrating their attention on the stage. They hoped for the lights to turn on as soon as possible, so that Ling Ming could be seen. Manifestation on the horizon. The battle has begun. Angels fighting angels. Suddenly, the whole scene lit up like a rising sun as Ling Ming slowly rose up to the center of the stage. Under the hands of Xiaohai, the sound of the electronic guitar rang softly, the volume gradually growing. Then came the thumping of the drums resounding from Jack, soon followed by Yuan Datong and the rest who jumped in with their instruments, interweaving a familiar melody. The crowd jumped up from the seats screaming. The rolling castle peak 100 miles long. Green mountains piercing through the cloud. Rolling castle peak 100 miles long. She stands at the top waiting for the final battle. Green hills high piercing through the clouds. There stands a brave woman waiting. This was the place he used to stand. Standing at the top, she prepared to defeat her past lover. Ling Ming sang along with the music, instantly sending the audience into a frenzy. The TSD dancers danced in a traditional Chinese fashion, dressed as warriors. They swayed around Ling Ming, who was lifted up onto a platform, like an army protecting its general, before splitting up and making a path for her. Ling Ming swung her long flowing hair in the wind, twirling towards another dancer. She caught a prop spear and began her choreography while singing. Swaying her waist lightly, she radiated the aura of a warrior. The male audience on the scene was entranced, falling into dreams of getting on the stage. Even if they died at Ling Ming's feet, they would be willingly. The fans began chanting and dancing along with the songs. They were desperately waving the light sticks in their hands, shouting in unison. They had successfully opened the concert with a bang, overturning the crowd. As the song came to an end, Ling Ming raised her voice. She actually picked up a high pitch and danced with the music in a humming manner. The band immediately changed the melody and fully cooperated with Ling Ming in harmony. At this moment, the whole stadium had become an ocean of dancing fans. The sound of screams were endless. The final battle at the foot of Qingqing. Heroes once in love fighting to claim the world. Our story was always full of battles. Oh, how we used to love each other. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, oh, oh. At the end of the song, the special effects team immediately detonated the fireworks around the stage, causing screams of hysteria from the fans. Chapter 102. The Concert 2. The bright explosions of light filled the night sky. Ling Ming lowered herself off the platform and back on the stage. The TSD dancers dispersed around her to go change their clothes. Stage crew members in black appeared and cleared the stage in record time. Ling Ming wiped off the sweat on her forehead, then stepped forward. Holding the microphone, she raised her voice, screaming at the audience of 20,000 people. Hello everyone, I am Ling Ming. Thank you all for coming to my first ever concert. It's a pleasure to meet you all for the first time. How is everyone doing tonight? Amazing. Ling Ming, I love you. She received a chorus of excited shouts back in reply to her question. Well, since everyone is so excited tonight, let's smash this out the park. Moments later, the next song is called Feelings. Ling Ming's first interaction with the audience went perfectly. The purpose was to delay for a little bit of time so that the dancers could change their clothes. However, it was deceptive to say that Ling Ming wasn't nervous at all. After all, there were 20,000 spectators at the scene, but when she began to perform and speak and saw the fans so enthusiastic, she began to get into her element. She had to learn not just to be a singer, but also a performer. She had to learn the ability to adapt. Through the stage extensions, Ling Ming slowly went to the edge of the stage, only about 5 meters away from the audience in the front row. Seeing their idol right in front of themselves, the fans in the front row lost the plot. Dozens of fans rushed forward in the direction of the stage. Many fans had brought in flowers. Carrying them, they screamed Ling Ming's name and rushed forward, hoping to get closer to their idol. Upon seeing this, about 15 security guards immediately surrounded them and formed a wall in front of Ling Ming, blocking the fans who swarmed. The other security guards took the flowers of the fans and handed some to Ling Ming. Ling Ming wanted to shake hands with these enthusiastic fans to express her gratitude to them, but Zhang Xiaohua had expressly warned her not to do so. In desperation, Ling Ming could only wave to the fans and thank them for their love with a smile. When the dancers were ready, the music sounded once again, making the atmosphere feel alive again. Looking around, there wasn't a fan sitting down in the audience. They all stood up and followed Ling Ming's singing and dancing. In order to live up to their expectations, Ling Ming fully committed to her performance. Although autumn had just arrived, the fans were full-on sweating from dancing, but they continued to dance without a care. An hour later, as the music of the current song slowly faded away, the lights slowly dimmed and Ling Ming disappeared of the stage. However, when the spotlight was turned on, Ling Ming reappeared in the center of the stage with a long black skirt and a clean, delicate face devoid of any makeup. She stood quietly on the stage, her hands tightly gripping the microphone, and her eyes closed as if in prayer. The audience quietened down. The originally hot atmosphere cooled down instantly. Everyone quietly watched Ling Ming, looking forward to her next song. After a short while, Ling Ming slowly opened her eyes and gently opened her lips. She said softly, "The next song is what brought me to my fame. But what you all don't know is that the first person to sing this song wasn't me, but a boy. I will be forever grateful to him for allowing me to sing this song. Tonight, I want to dedicate this song to him. Because, without him, I wouldn't be who I am today. Having said that, Ling Ming slowly turned to look. Backstage, she locked her eyes on Zhang Xiaohua and smiled. Thank you for everything you have done for me. This has been one of the greatest days of my life. This one is for you. Under the performance of the live band, the soft and beautiful music sounded. It's raining outside, and my heart is bleeding. Loving you for so long wasn't easy. We have to end things. No more relationship struggles. No more thoughts about love. Reluctant and desperately to find excuses. We can't force this to continue. But my heart is still in pain. When it comes to separating our things, tomorrow it won't even matter. Your clothes are still at mine. When you have the time, take them back. When Ling Ming sang Up to Here, all the fans on the scene couldn't help but open their mouths. With the soft and soothing music, they sang loudly. Can I hold you, my lover? Let me cry on your shoulder. If we are going to separate today, let me burst into tears. Can I hold you, baby? Let me call your name one last time. You must feel the same. I will leave with a smile. You must feel the same. I must smile and laugh one last time. The scene exploded with emotion. Their voices seemed to resound throughout the city, and even God seemed to be moving. The sky that was originally clear of clouds and filled with moonlight and stars suddenly fell into the shadows. Thick black clouds formed layer after layer, and the next moment there came a calm drizzle from the sky, complementing the lyrics of the song, To the Last T. As the rain fell, gradually soaking the clothes of the fans, all the couples on the scene took each other's hands and faced their beloved ones. They sang as if to each other and confided their heart's emotions. Back on the stage, Ling Ming looked in the direction of Zhang Xiaohua as she stood in the rain. On the backstage section, Zhang Xiaohua listened to her singing quietly. Listening to the familiar melody, Zhang Xiaohua was also lost in his emotions. Can I Hold You was one of his favorite songs. To hear it now in another world brought him a deep sense of security. In this strange world, Ling Ming had once again let him feel long-lost emotions, thoughts of his hometown. The nostalgia from memories of his old world and his regrets from his past life hit him like a truck. Full of clashing emotions, he began to tear up uncontrollably. Zhang Xiaohua slowly raised a fist and then gave a thumbs up to express his recognition and gratitude to Ling Ming. Ling Ming's face showed a satisfied expression. She flashed a smile at him. Then she turned back to the audience, holding the microphone in one hand to sing and waving with the other, leading the crowd to sway and sing this immortal song. The fans responded enthusiastically, raising their hands and swaying in the air rhythmically. Although this was a slow lyrical song, it had successfully brought the atmosphere to another high point, making people unwilling to break out there. Trance. Yuan Datong ended the song with a guitar solo. At this point, the concert was nearing its end, but the audience was still buzzing for more. No one had left early, and almost no one went to the toilet in fear of missing a wonderful scene. Let's give an applause to all the staff who participated in making this concert possible. First of all, please let me introduce the main guitarist, Yuan Datong. Hearing his name, Yuan Datong walked toward the extension with his guitar, then bowed to the audience. Let us give the applause to another guitarist, Xiaohai, and the bassist, Jimmy. The drummer who livened up the scene, Jack. The crowd cheered at the top of their lungs to thank the band. With the movement of the spotlight, Ling Ming walked up to Emma. The two women first embraced each other into a warm hug, followed by Ling Ming grandly introducing her. Let us welcome the beautiful keyboard player, Emma. Let me hear your screams. Let me see your enthusiasm. The crowd, incited by Ling Ming, strained their voices cheering for Emma. In this warm atmosphere, Emma just waved and greeted the audience at the scene, and then continued to operate the keyboard and played a melody that no one had ever heard. Ling Ming, facing the audience, said loudly, "The next song is called Kongding Love Song. This one is for all of you out there in the audience and to the TSD troupe. Thank you for everything you have done for me so far." In the cooperation with Yuan Datong and Xiaohai, the cheerful music once again detonated the scene, and Ling Ming also sang along. Although no one had ever heard of this song, it was enough to make people energized and active just from hearing the pleasant melody. In order to express her gratitude, Ling Ming once again walked to the edge of the stage, and the members of the TSD dancers followed closely. 10 security guards stepped forward under the stage and strictly protected Ling Ming. High upon the mountainside floats a cloud so white. There lies Kongding town, bathed in silver moonlight. Moonlight shines bright over Kongding town. Lovely maid with a sweet smile, Li the woodcutter's daughter. Zhang the blacksmith's eldest son came to court her in moonlight. Moonlight shines bright, a courtship in moonlight. First, he has fallen in love because she is talented and good-looking. Second, he has fallen in love because she can take care of the family. The crescent moon can take care of the family. Lovely maidens of the world, I cannot but love you. Gentlemen of the world, they cannot but woo you. Moonlight shines bright, they cannot but woo you. Ling Ming sang as she walked. Wherever she passed, she always smiled and waved to the fans under the stage, causing screams and screams, pushing the atmosphere to an unprecedented peak. Because Kongding love song's lyrics were cheerful and straightforward, the lyrics were easy to remember. Basically, everyone joined in singing after hearing it. Twice, under the leadership of Ling Ming, the 20,000 spectators at the scene once again started a chorus. The happy song swept through the surrounding area. Even the dark clouds were dispelled by the song. The rain stopped, and the moonlight and stars came out even denser than before. The concert was also coming to an end in this pleasant atmosphere. At the same time, in a corner of the last row, a pair of wet eyes were taking in the scene, watching everything in the moment. The owner of the eyes was none other than Wang Jingwen. At this time, she was crying, her heart full of regret. This very scene could have belonged to her. Wang Jingwen wallowed in regrets. Hearing the cheers around her was just like a sharp thorn smashing into her heart. The only thing that had kept her stable over these past few weeks was her family. They needed her. She was the only pillar of support they had, so she struggled through her depression. Chapter 103, Celebration Banquet. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Ling Ming and all the staff members gave a deep bow to the audience at the scene. While expressing their gratitude, they also announced that the concert was officially over. Faced with the empty stage, the fans did not want to leave the scene and began shouting Ling Ming's name. Their voices resounded around the stadium. Listening to the fans' calls, Ling Ming was moved to tears. She wanted to return to the scene and continue to sing for her fans. Unfortunately, she had already sang all her songs and could only say goodbye to the stage. Outside the stadium, tens of thousands of fans blocked the exit, hoping to catch a glimpse of Ling Ming when she came out, even if it was brief. But at the same time, Ling Ming had already exited the stadium using the special passage. There were bodyguards accompanying her car in front and behind, forming a long fleet. Even if they were discovered by fans or reporters, they wouldn't know which car Ling Ming was in. Zhang Xiaohua and the various staff members had also left, and only Zhou Yi stayed behind, taking over responsibility for bringing people to gather there up the equipment. Half an hour later, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the Xinglong Hotel by car. The rest of the group arrived one after another. Ling Ming was also led to the large banquet hall under the escort of more than a dozen bodyguards. The concert was so successful that it had brought in millions of yuan to the company. As a boss, Zhang Xiaohua naturally couldn't be stingy. A celebration feast had to be hosted. This morning, Zhang Xiaohua asked everyone to meet at Xinglong Hotel. He had considered holding the celebration party at Star Hotel, but Zhang Xiaohua was very disgusted with the hotel, so he decided not visit there again till he could buy the place. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua, the hotel owner, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, rushed out to greet him. She excitedly shook hands with Zhang Xiaohua, spouting compliments at him. Zhang Xiaohua had long said that he wanted to be served the best wine and the best dishes tonight. For Xinglong Hotel, this was big business. The fact that Ling Ming would personally be visiting their hotel today was massive news. If this news was passed, it wouldn't be long before their hotel was finally upgraded to a 4-star hotel. Zhang Xiaohua was the biggest customer since the opening of the hotel. The hotel owner had already given her orders to the staff a few hours before. All of you must give your all tonight. Whoever dares be neglectful and upset the VIPs tonight, your bonuses will be deducted. The waiters immediately put on intoxicating smiles on their faces and acted with the fullest enthusiasm upon seeing Zhang Xiaohua's arrival. At this time, The largest banquet hall on the third floor was already full of gathering guests, all of whom were from Hwaseong Entertainment and the staff responsible for the concert, which added up to more than 100 people. Including Zhou Yi's group, who would join later, there would be slightly over 200 people. After 10 minutes, the food and wine were brought out, but no one moved their chopsticks. All eyes were concentrated on Zhang Xiaohua's body, waiting for him to speak. Zhang Xiaohua took up a glass of champagne and slowly walked onto the stage. He said into the microphone, "Some say the most precious thing in the world is money. I used to agree with this statement. But today my eyes were truly open. The most precious thing in this world isn't money, but talent." Zhang Xiaohua's words ended here, and the audience immediately burst into applause. They clearly agreed with his statement. "Boss, what about those talented but still broke?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled at the comment. "They haven't learned how to exploit their talents yet. In fact, both talent and money are closely related, but I prefer the former because the former led me to where I'm today. The former allowed me to earn millions. Of course, this is only my personal opinion. Anyway, we are here today, so I can thank everyone here." Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes fell on Yuan Datong, followed by Emma, Xiaohai, Jack, Jimmy, and Su Fengye. Then, he immediately lifted his glass high. Yuan Datong also raised his glass to Zhang Xiaohua. Everyone's eyes contained gratitude. Zhang Xiaohua had given them too many surprises. Without Zhang Xiaohua, there would be no Hwaseong Entertainment today. This celebration feast belongs to everyone. So today, I only have one request. Everyone, eat and drink your fill. Hundreds of people cheered in unison, and everyone began to eat. They talked freely, laughing. The atmosphere was quite good. Only Ling Ming was silent, sitting on her seat and looking languid. She hoped to get Zhang Xiaohua's approval, but when Zhang Xiaohua gave his speech, she found that Zhang Xiaohua's eyes looked over everyone except her, which made her feel lost and depressed. Ling Ming suddenly felt that her left shoulder was being tapped. Looking around, she saw Zhang Xiaohua sitting side by side with her. "Today you were perfect. But don't be too proud. Continue to work hard in the future. I am very optimistic about you." After that, Zhang Xiaohua refilled a glass of wine, then gently touched Ling Ming's wine glass and drank. Ling Ming smiled awkwardly. Zhang Xiaohua was like a warm sun, instantly illuminating her whole world. "Thank you, boss. I will continue to work hard." The Ling Ming at this moment was no longer the national star. She had always felt like a little girl in front of Zhang Xiaohua, and tonight was no exception. In her heart, he was the real king of stars. The banquet was carried out in a beautiful atmosphere. Everyone drank the wine and closed the door, singing into the middle of the night. The banquet continued. Chapter 104, Dealings. The next day, Ling Ming's concert became the headline story of all the major newspapers. The news of the concert's great success spread throughout the country overnight, and the fans who went to the scene still had the aftertaste left in their minds. They were all looking forward to Ling Ming's next concert. Undoubtedly, Ling Ming broke the precedent and successfully held a concert at a stadium, greatly promoting the modern music culture and bringing back attention onto Hwaseong Entertainment market. Meanwhile, in Hwaseong Records, Zhou Yi led the technical department and the post-production team to actively burn CDs of the concert. The output was 2 million copies. Zhang Xiaohua had made only one request of them, which was to release the records into the market as soon as possible. Emma led the advertising department to monitor the internet. As long as someone uploaded a live video of Ling Ming's concert online, Emma would negotiate with the video website and get it deleted to ensure the concert recordings would have a good volume of sales. At 9 o'clock in the morning, representatives of a number of companies and advertisers flocked to Hwaseong Entertainment. At present, the guest room was full of people, all of which were looking for Zhang Xiaohua to negotiate advertising deals with Ling Ming. Ling Ming had just finished the concert, and she had been busy rehearsing for the energy drink endorsement. Since she had exhausted herself recently, Zhang Xiaohua hadn't arranged anything else for her and had instead allowed Ling Ming to take a break and relax. In his office, Zhang Xiaohua was looking through the information on those companies. He screened out more than 20 of them. There were many small companies with no credit to their names and little potential to make money, so it was a waste of time to negotiate with them. Quoto.com. Zhang Xiaohua was immediately attracted. Now, in this internet age, Quodo had established itself as a network giant. As the most powerful and large-scale video website, it had more than enough power to cooperate with Hwaseong Entertainment. Today I'll only talk with representatives of Quodo.com. As for the other companies, delay our meetings till later. Zhang Xiaohua said to Su Fengyan. Okay, I'll lead them out. After that, Su Fengyan was about to leave, but he heard Zhang Xiaohua say, No, let them wait outside. Su Fengyan didn't understand. Since he didn't intend to cooperate with those companies, why make them wait? Not waiting for Su Fengyan to ask, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Although we don't want to cooperate with them, we need them to show Quodo that they have competition. Although most of the people outside were representatives of small companies, as long as they were here, they would form the illusion of a fierce competition. As a result, Quodo would offer better conditions to compete against everyone. Su Fengyan smiled. Understood, I'll call up the representative from Quoduo. Actually, call up the other companies. I'll discuss terms with them first. Leave Quoduo for last. Let him sweat a bit. Zhang Xiaohua smirked. He had been watching a lot of commercial war films and finally realized the truth. Instead of wasting his saliva, it was better to use the existing conditions to attack the other party's psychology. The best time to talk business was when the other party was anxious. You would get twice the result with half the effort. In the next 2 hours, Zhang Xiaohua met with representatives of 5 companies. The more time passed, the more anxious the representative of Quoduo became. He was fearful of one of his peers taking the lead and finalizing a deal with Hwaseong Entertainment. It wasn't until 11:30 a.m. that Su Fengyan slowly came into the reception room and called for the Quoduo representative. Are you the editor-in-chief of Quoduo? Zhu Xianyang nodded quickly. Follow me. The boss is ready to meet you. Please come with me. As the editor-in-chief of the largest video website in Huaxia, Zhu Xianyang had some status in the industry. The bosses of other companies usually received and treated him like a VIP. When had he ever been ignored? He never imagined that today he would be ignored by this emerging entertainment company. It was impossible to say that Zhu Xianyang wasn't frustrated, but he knew the importance of this deal to the company. There were millions to be potentially earned. No one in this world would be willing to pass on this much money. When he entered Zhang Xiaohua's office, Zhu Xianyang couldn't help but glimpse around the room. He knew that the boss of Hwaseong Entertainment was a young man, but he did not expect that he was actually this young. However, his attitude seemed even more arrogant than all the bosses he had met. He didn't even stand up to greet him, deeply hurting Zhu Xianyang's self-respect. Mr. Zhu, sorry for the delay. We had so many companies coming to talk about cooperation today, so I have been busy all day, making Mr. Zhu wait for so long. Take a seat, please. After Zhu Xianyang sat down, Zhang Xiaohua continued to immerse himself in the cooperation letters submitted by the other companies. He was reading a letter from a video website called Vimeo.net, which was a video site second only to Quoduo. The conditions seemed to satisfy Zhang Xiaohua. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua was nothing more than deliberately pretending for Zhu Xianyang. Originally, Zhu Xianyang planned to wait for him to finish. But when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's letter from Vimeo.net, Zhu Xianyang couldn't wait any longer and quickly took out a letter of intent from his briefcase. Since Boss Zhang is so busy, I will make this short. This time, I came to buy the exclusive broadcast rights to Miss Ling's concert. In addition, we have a music zone on our website, so we also want to buy Miss Ling's online copyrights. We plan to put the songs and the music videos in the music zone for netizens to download and listen to. This is the letter of intent. Please take a look. Hearing his words, Zhang Xiaohua reluctantly removed his gaze from the current letter of intent and then took the letter of intent from Zhu Xianyang's hand. The result was that he looked at him and shook his head. Although Quoduo's price was good, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't looking for a one-time buyout of the copyrights. What he wanted was a long-term cooperation with Quoduo. Only in this way, Hwaseong Entertainment could take the opportunity to fully enter the internet market in the future. Zhang Xiaohua knew better than anyone else that selling the record alone wasn't a long-term solution. After all, producing records required a lot of manpower, material resources, and production was limited. But the internet was different. Just putting up a music video or song on the internet would allow fans to download the music unlimitedly. Zhang Xiaohua remembered that at the beginning of Can I Hold You? Quoduo placed a 2-minute ad in the video, showing how much profits there was to be made. Zhang Xiaohua wanted a piece of the action. Zhang Xiaohua threw the letter of intent provided by Zhu Xiangyang on the desk and regarded it as useless. He immediately locked his eyes on the letter of intent of VimeoNet and called Su Fengyan in. Manager Su, first ask the representatives of VimeoNet to wait a moment and remember to help me entertain them. When I make time, we can negotiate terms with them. The representative VimeoNet already said that they will wait for you to make a decision. As far as I can see, the conditions given by VimeoNet are decent and they seem very sincere. I have been doing business for so many years and they seem very promising. You should make a decision as soon as possible. I do feel pretty good about the deal. I believe that if we can cooperate with the VimeoNet, both sides will definitely get a lot of benefits. They provide the platform, we provide goods. Zhang Xiaohua said in a cooperative manner. His face was full of excitement, and he seemed to be eager to cooperate with the VimeoNet. The biggest benefit for the video websites was the advertisers, but the premise was that the website received a certain amount of traffic. Zhang Xiaohua was confident that with the popularity of Ling Ming, she could attract countless views and traffic in an instant, attracting a large number of advertisers. In other words, if Zhang Xiaohua cooperated with VimeoNet, it would pose a threat to Quoduo. Even if it was impossible for them to grab all the customers from Quoduo, it would certainly take a hit. However, that was a last-ditch resort. Zhang Xiaohua still hoped to cooperate with Quoduo because according to the survey, 70% of the netizens used Quoduo to watch video and download music. Chapter 105, Consensus. Zhu Xiangyang was so caught off guard by their conversation. He rapidly interrupted and asked, "What conditions does Boss Zhang have for us?" "Whatever conditions you have, we can discuss them." Zhang Xiaohua and Su Fengyan looked at each other and showed a sneer at the same time. "Since Mr. Zhu is so sincere, I can't help but give you face. You can also host the video of the concert and Ling Ming's songs on your website. I only have one condition. We get half of all the revenue. You provide the platform, we provide copyright. Mutual benefit, no one suffers. I wonder what do you think, Mr. Zhu?" This, Zhu Xiangyang fell into hesitation. According to Zhang Xiaohua's statement, neither would suffer. The only thing that made Zhu Xiangyang somewhat hesitant was the division of revenue. You should know that if Quoduo acquired the rights to broadcast Ling Ming's concert and the online copyright to the songs, then all the gains in the future would belong to Quoduo. But if they let Huaxiang Entertainment in, this would mean giving up half the profits. If they refused Huaxiang Entertainment, then Quoduo Network would receive nothing though, and in the event that Huaxiang Entertainment cooperated with VimeoNet, it would be even more troublesome. Not to mention anything else. With the exclusive rights for broadcasting Ling Ming's concert, they would be able to suck in half of the online traffic and advertisers in the short term. At that time, even if VimeoNet couldn't sit on the same level as Quoduo, it would hurt Quoduo badly. Seeing Zhu Xiangyang hesitating, Su Fengyan deliberately said, "Boss, the representative of VimeoNet are still waiting for your reply. Remember they are offering 4 to 6. Them as 4 and us as 6. This is a rare opportunity." Zhang Xiaohua also pretended to be attracted to the offer. "I am sorry, Editor Zhu. You can see I have other customers to entertain. We can discuss future cooperation later in the future." As soon as he finished, Zhang Xiaohua said to Su Fengyan, "Manager Su, please go to Xinglong Hotel to help me book a room. Today, I will have lunch with the representative from VimeoNet." Okay. Su Fengyan was about to go out, but Zhu Xiangyang suddenly interrupted. "Wait. Why, what else does Zhu Xiangyang need?" Zhang Xiaohua's heart was racing, but his face was calm. "I asked Boss Zhang to give me some time. Let me ask the board of directors. You know that I am only a representative. I don't have the rights to make such major changes to the deal." So, Zhu Xiangyang seemed to be a little overwhelmed. Zhang Xiaohua glanced at the time and showed a trace of frustration. He reluctantly said, "Well, I can give Mr. Zhu 5 minutes. In addition, I would like to remind Mr. Zhu that our company will not only have Ling Ming as a star in the future, our company will have countless stars like Ling Ming." Zhu Xiangyang kept on nodding. He was convinced of the strength of this company. First Wang Jingwen, then Ling Ming. In such a short period of time, this company had continuously created 2 superstars, so it was imaginable that the company's development potential was great. "Boss Zhang, please wait while I call my boss." After apologizing to Zhang Xiaohua, Zhu Xiangyang took out his mobile phone and walked out of the office. Zhang Xiaohua and Su Fengyan looked at each other with a glance, and the two men showed a treacherous smile. As long as Zhu Xiangyang could convince the shareholders of the Quoduo network, they would be set. Everyone in the industry knew that Zhu Xiangyang represented Quoduo network and had a close relationship with the shareholders. It could be said that Zhu Xiangyang was basically one of the founders of Quoduo, so as long as he spoke up for the deal, it should be good. 5 minutes later, Zhu Xiangyang returned with a smile and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Quoduo would be proud to be a partner with your company. Everything can be settled according to what Boss Zhang said earlier. Your company provides copyright. We provide the platform, and all the benefits will be half and half." Since everyone was going to be partners in the future, Zhang Xiaohua didn't continue his act. He stood up and gave a friendly handshake to Zhu Xiangyang. He said with a smile, "I am very happy to cooperate with the top video portal in Huaxia. I hope we can have a happy cooperation." They both clasped hands and smiled. Zhu Xiangyang then said, "I also hope that your company will continue to develop. If it is like Zhang Boss said, in the future your company will have countless stars like Miss Ling, and Quoduo would love to be part of that." "Oh, this is a must." Zhang Xiaohua and Zhu Xiangyang reached a consensus and turned to Su Fengyan. "Manager Su, trouble you to call Xinglong Hotel. Let them prepare their best room. Today, I want to treat Mr. Zhu." "Boss Zhang is too polite," Zhu Xiangyang said, and in his face appeared a playful expression. "Right, Boss Zhang. Weren't you going to treat the Vimeo at noon today? I don't want to delay your valuable time." When it came to Vimeo Net, Zhang Xiaohua felt pity. This time, Vimeo Net really showed their sincerity. They had prepared 3 different letters of intent to provide the best conditions. Their representatives were still waiting in the reception room. Without them to use as a threat against Quoduo, the deal wouldn't have gone through so easily. However, Zhang Xiaohua believed that there would be some opportunities for cooperation with the Vimeo Net in the future. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Manager Su, help me to entertain the representative from Vimeo Net, according to the VIP standard. By the way, tell them we may have the opportunity to cooperate in the future, and I apologize to them on my behalf." First, he wanted to apologize to Vimeo Net and euphemistically warn Quoduo that, if they displeased him, they could always switch to cooperating with Vimeo Net. Zhu Xiangyang put away the sly expression and then revealed a forced smile. As the saying goes, there are no eternal friends in the world, only eternal interests. Chapter 106, Shattered Teeth. The afternoon of the next day, Quoduo held a press conference at Xinglong Hotel and shared the news about them partnering up with Huaxiang Entertainment to add some popularity and influence to the website. Originally, the media didn't have much interest in the press conference initiated by Quoduo. The commercial cooperation between the companies had nothing to do with the media outlets. But hearing that Ling Ming would also be attending this conference, more than 40 media outlets attended. There were hundreds of reporters. The whole banquet hall was full of people. The reason why Zhang Xiaohua let Ling Ming attend this conference was to use her fame to help Quoduo gain momentum and let them witness the power of Huaxiang Entertainment. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua and Ling Ming appeared, the reporters were like wolves seeking blood. They held up their cameras and screamed. Their flashes were like flashes of lightning, and the shots were all directed at Ling Ming. Obviously, she was today's focus. The reporters rushed forward. If it wasn't for the security guards who were protecting the car, the reporters probably would have squeezed Ling Ming to death. Zhang Xiaohua retreated to the side. No one was paying attention to him anyway, so it was enough to have Ling Ming supporting the scene. Originally, Zhang Xiaohua did not intend to be present. This kind of thing was generally handled by Yuan Datong. But since the higher-ups of Quoduo Net all came out, he had to show up as well. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua being left out by the media, Ling Ming was upset in her heart and took the initiative to head up to Zhang Xiaohua. She gently walked up and leaned against him, and instantly there were countless flashes. Zhang Xiaohua finally entered the lens and became the focus of the media. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Though he didn't want to be in the limelight, he was sure Minger's gimmick just now had landed him pretty much on the front covers. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua knew that she did it while trying to help, but she just didn't understand the media enough yet. Zhang Xiaohua felt a little touched by the gesture. After everyone settled down in their seats, the conference began. First up was an entertainment reporter who asked, "I would like to ask Miss Ling, Your recent concert was a major success, breaking many records, and set a new standard for concerts to come. Do you have anything to say about this? How does it feel? Ling Ming smiled and turned to Zhang Xiaohua, modestly saying, all this credit shouldn't be going to me, but to the boss of our company. The songs were written by him. The location of the concert was his choice, and even the stage was designed by him. I'm just a small part of this success. So, Miss Ling, with your current status and fame, are you seeking a better company, like Wang Jingwen? A reporter from the 8 Diagrams newspaper asked. Their topics never swayed from gossip and half-truths. Damn it, is this kid looking for a slap in the face? Zhang Xiaohua muttered in his heart, sighing at the gossip reporter. As long as he said a word, 10 security guards in a moment's time would escort the reporter out. But Zhang Xiaohua really wanted to hear what Ling Ming would say. Ling Ming smiled and asked the gossip reporter, where is this better company you speak of? The gossip reporter's face showed a sly smile. For example, New Century Entertainment, they would probably be over the moon to receive Miss Ling. Ling Ming had matured. Over the past few months, getting used to interacting with reporters and fans, so she calmly answered, do you want me to end up like Wang Jingwen, ruined in the hands of New Century Entertainment? Ling Ming put on a serious expression and said to all the reporters present, Wang Jingwen was my predecessor. I used to follow her example. On such an occasion, I shouldn't be say anything about her. But the truth is that leaving Huaxiang Entertainment and going to the New Century Entertainment was the biggest mistake Wang Jingwen made in her life. If not, the protagonist of the concert wouldn't have been me, but her. What about the other big companies like Rock Records, Huaxing, and Universal? With your current fame and status, any company would be willing to welcome you with open arms. The gossip reporter continued without a care. It was clear that Ling Ming didn't want to leave Huaxiang Entertainment, but this gossip reporter didn't seem to accept this, which was starting to annoy Zhang Xiaohua. This kid, I wonder how much New Century is paying him. Zhang Xiaohua snorted, whispering to Xiong Zhuang. I wish someone would just slap some sense into him. Xiong Zhuang nodded his head and even looked over to the gossip reporter like a lion staring at its prey. Seeing that Xiong Zhuang wanted to make a move, Zhang Xiaohua was on the verge of sweating cold and quickly explained, I was joking with you. Geez, can you please not take it so seriously? Xiong Zhuang was a man of friendship who valued brotherhood more than anything. Hurricane Security had been facing the risk of bankruptcy. But then Zhang Xiaohua stepped in, giving work for the company and allowing Xiong Zhuang and his brothers to earn money to support their families. Therefore, in Xiong Zhuang's heart, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't simply his employer. He saw him as his benefactor. Boss Zhang can rest assured that I will keep things clean and simple. He won't even know what hit him. Xiong Zhuang promised as a guarantee, his pair of fierce eyes still staring at the gossip reporter. Forget it. Just focus on taking care of Ming'er. Zhang Xiaohua said. He was just bored and joking about. He didn't expect to be taken so seriously. Xiong Zhuang's nodded, but his pair of sharp razor-like eyes remained unbiased, locked onto the gossip reporter. Hearing the reporter's comeback, Ling Ming rolled her eyes and didn't answer back to the gossip reporter. The more you paid attention to such a person, the more he relished in it. The best way was to completely ignore him. Ling Ming politely reminded the reporters on the scene. I am sorry, everyone. Today's press conference is about the cooperation between Quo Duo and Huaxiang Entertainment. I am only here in a supporting role, so please direct your questions at them instead. Show respect for your own profession and respect for us. Thank you. Acknowledging how inappropriate their behavior had been, they have turned their questions to the theme of the press conference. Boss Zhang, everyone knows that you are one of the youngest and most talented musician in the industry and have brought us many classic songs. What I want to ask is, when you create music, where does the inspiration come from? Asked a reporter with a polite attitude. From another world. Without any precautions, Zhang Xiaohua replied to the reporter's question. Everyone was stunned, looking at Zhang Xiaohua in confusion. He smiled and explained, I mean, every musician has a world of their own. In the other world, you can create anything you want. As long as you close your eyes and seriously think about what you lack in this world, then in another world, you can arbitrarily create what you lack. I gain my inspiration like this. Excuse me, Boss Zhang. Many have crowned you as the future leader of the Huaxian music scene. If you had to compare yourself to something, then what do you think symbolizes you best? Another reporter asked aloud. Well, let's say, if the current Huaxiao music scene is dark, then I see myself something alike to a candle burning to bring a bright light to the Huaxian music scene. After a brief silence, a sudden thunderous applause broke out on the scene. Many reporters felt admiration towards Zhang Xiaohua's spirit, willing to become a candle at the expense of burning his life to illuminate the entire Huaxian music scene. Such spirit, such musicians deserved everyone's respect. Looking at the moving expressions before him, Zhang Xiaohua smiled wryly in his heart. He just talked casually. Why were they so hyped up for? In fact, not only for myself, but also for the entertainment culture, as the largest video website in Huaxia. Quoduo has made great contributions. Now the president and editor-in-chief of Quoduo are here, so feel free to direct the rest of your questions to them. Zhang Xiaohua successfully transferred the attention of reporters to the Quoduo. After all, this press conference was initiated by Quoduo. He didn't want to grab the limelight from them too much. Seeing that there was no room for him to intervene here and bring the focus back onto his topic, the gossip reporter from before gathered his things and turned to leave. Xiong Zhuang turned and nodded to two people, who quietly followed from behind. Just exiting out of the doors of the banquet hall, the gossip reporter suddenly felt that both his arms were tightly grasped and he was lifted off the ground. The gossip reporter felt a rush of wind, and then he heard his lace glasses smash. In the confusion, the gossip reporter couldn't see the other side's appearance as his head was held in place. Only a moment later, the gossip reporter was already swollen and bruised. His teeth were broken, and he was motionless on the ground. The weak body twitched from time to time, and a lot of blood overflowed from his mouth. You, drag him to the toilet. You, clean up the blood here. Move fast, don't be discovered. Xiong Zhuang wiped the blood on his fist with a paper towel and told the two men. After that, as if nothing had happened, he walked into the banquet hall quietly and reappeared behind Zhang Xiaohua. Chapter 107, Acquired. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the press conference ended in a harmonious atmosphere. During this period, Zhang Xiaohua signed the agreement on behalf of Huaxiang Entertainment and officially became partners with Quoduo. At the end of the conference, Ling Ming was escorted by security guards. The reporters and the people of Quoduo dispersed one after another. Only Xiong Zhuang stayed behind Zhang Xiaohua as his bodyguard. Zhang Xiaohua stood up, stretched out, and yawned. After sitting for so long, his buttocks were sore. This press conference was boring as hell. Next time he sure as hell wasn't going to attend any press conference. Inadvertently seeing Xiong Zhuangzhen standing behind him, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Why didn't you leave? Weren't you meant to be responsible for Minger's safety?" Xiong Zhuang said with a smile, "I have sent people to send Miss Ling back home. She asked me to stay back and escort you back." Zhang Xiaohua understood the temper of Xiong Zhuang. He was rigid and very loyal. To this end, Zhang Xiaohua was willingly to call him a brother. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He wanted to reprimand Xiong Zhuang, but he reconsidered it. Xiong Zhuang was a loyal fellow. He had been discussing the idea of purchasing Hurricane Security with Su Fengyan for a while now. The company acquiring fixers would definitely come in use as well later. Moreover, there were still many things that couldn't be done without Xiong Zhuang. With such a brother covering for him, those kidnappers and punks were simply nothing. Thinking this way, Zhang Xiaohua smiled, raised his hand and patted Xiong Zhuang on his shoulders. "Do you have any interest in joining Huaxiang Entertainment?" Xiong Zhuang asked confusedly. "What does Boss Zhang mean?" Zhang Xiaohua frankly said, "I want to buy your company. As long as you are willing, from now on, you will become the security manager of Huaxiang Entertainment. I will arrange an office for you at the company. As for the others, you can still keep the office in Longting Building, and I will pay the rent for it. They will get a monthly salary of 18,000 yuan. As for you, the monthly salary is going to be 28,000 yuan, and bonuses will be added." Xiong Zhuang looked taken aback. However, the next second, he grinned and revealed 2 rows of white big incisors, a smile more ugly than crying, making Zhang Xiaohua grimace. "Boss Zhang, you really mean it?" Under the excitement of Xiong Zhuang, he couldn't help but raise his hand and pat Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder, completely shaking up Zhang Xiaohua's body. "Anyway, your company's business isn't currently good. It is better to join my company. Besides, we are brothers. We must share our blessings and difficulties," said. Zhang Xiaohua. Xiong Zhuang understood the strength of Huaxiang Entertainment. The future of this company was limitless. If he could become a member of Huaxiang Entertainment, then all the brothers would receive an iron rice bowl, no longer having to worry about the future. One thought of this and Xiong Zhuang made up his mind. I'm in. And just like that, he had acquired a fixer for the company. Welcome to the team. The people under you will all be declared security guards of the company. I'll have to trouble you to go back and change Hurricane Security's logo to Huaxiang Security. No problem. Boss Zhang can rest assured. I will get on it when I get back. Xiong Zhuang readily agreed. In Zhang Xiaohua's view, as long as this guy was here in the future, then his own personal safety was going to be guaranteed. After all, he was already a millionaire. It was difficult to ensure that no one would make a move for him. After all, kidnappers had done so before. Come back to the company with me. I want to announce the acquisition to the others and arrange an office for you, said Zhang Xiaohua. Chapter 108, Cover-Up. Arriving back at the company, Zhang Xiaohua announced the acquisition of Hurricane Security. Emma arranged an office for Xiong Zhuang, officially placing him as the manager of the security department, with a monthly salary of 44,000 yuan. The other security staff would receive a monthly salary of 35,000 yuan. After that, Xiong Zhuang personally went to the Trade and Industry Bureau, changed the company's name to Huaxiang Security, and announced the deal to his employees. Their office was still on the 6th floor of the Longting building. All that was left now was Daxia brokerage downstairs and Ashima dresses upstairs. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for Zhang Xiaohua to annex the other companies. With the security department established, Huaxiang Entertainment was now composed of 9 departments. Looking at the company's growing strength, Zhang Xiaohua was very happy, so he decided to treat everyone to dinner. Usually he would take everyone out to a major hotel, but he wanted to change things up tonight. Unfortunately, there was no KTV in this world, which was a bit disappointing, but there were still a lot of quality bars out there. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, conference room. At the end of the regular meeting, Zhang Xiaohua said to the senior officials present, "This afternoon, you can all get off work early. Let's go out and relax." Great. Although at the top, they were after all a group of young people who were hot-blooded. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Xiaohua led the group to the Rose Bar. All of the company's top management was here, with only Xiong Zhuang being absent. As a top-tier bar in Tianjin City, Rose Bar was home to many wealthy clients, a place for the rich second generation to play. Zhang Xiaohua had gained nearly 200 million yuan in assets, and all of this was due to the people around him. He was determined to give good rewards to everyone. When he learned that all the people in front of him were from Huaxiang Entertainment, and even the boss was here, the bar manager smiled and personally welcomed them. They prepared a VIP box for them, including a jukebox, game console, and independent cinema stereo. After such a reception, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't allow himself to be seen as lesser. So in order to make a good impression here, Zhang Xiaohua directly gave the bar manager a tip of 1,000 yuan. Zhang Xiaohua called for 2 bottles of top-quality red wine, followed by 24 beer cans and 10 fruit bowls, plus 2 boxes of Cuban cigars. Su Fingyan was not used to drinking wine, so Zhang Xiaohua ordered the bar manager to open a bottle of Maotai for him, priced at around 15,000 yuan, which made Su Fingyan flattered. However, in Zhang Xiaohua's heart, he knew that Su Fingyan fully deserved the bottle. Everyone had witnessed it. Su Fingyan had done a lot for the company and made a lot of contributions. How could this be compared to a bottle of Maotai? At this time, looking at the bottle of valuable Maotai in front of him, Su Fingyan's eyes began to become reddish. He had fought for New Century for years, burning up his youth and time. But when had he ever received such a luxury? Especially after Chao Dequan became in charge of New Century, the Chao father and daughter completely disregarded Su Fingyan as a person. In the end, he was also swept out by Chao Dequan. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua next to him, Su Fingyan felt very gratified. Zhang Xiaohua personally poured a glass of wine for Su Fingyan and immediately took the lead to raise a cup. Let's all pay our respects to Su Fingyan. Thanks to Su Fingyan's contributions to the company, we have benefited a lot. They all raised a glass to Su Fingyan, showing their respect as the younger generation. Su Fingyan wiped his wet eyes and picked up his glass. Looking at the young faces in front of him, Su Fingyan felt deeply embarrassed, but even more so, he felt happy. He decided to give his all to teaching his knowledge to these young people, so that they could do their best to help Zhang Xiaohua achieve greatness. Thinking this way, Su Fengnian smiled, and he sipped the whole cup of Maodai. Zhang Xiaohua refilled the wine glass and immediately looked over to Yuan Datong. He smiled and said, "I would like to thank you with this glass of wine. Without your confidence and belief in me, the company wouldn't have reached this stage. Without you, I probably wouldn't even be alive. For a long time, you have fought alongside me, and I hope we can continue to do so and reach the top together." Everyone toasted to Yuan Datong, who toasted back while tearing up. Emma then stood up and toasted. "This one goes out to you, boss. You let us hear from nothing. Now I feel that my life is fulfilling. This is a life I couldn't even dream of before. And the person who changed my life is you. Boss, I respect you." Afterwards, Zhang Xiaohua was toasted to one by one. He was drowned in alcohol. Yuan Datong said, "We are all millionaires now. When Andy gets back from her holiday, we should take the chance to travel around the world, and you can also take the chance to finally move out." After Yuan Datong's comment, Zhang Xiaohua's mood fell slightly. So far, his mother and Lu Yin had been out for more than 3 months. This was more than enough time for them to travel around the world. It stood to reason that they should have returned, but every time he brought it up, they delayed their return. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua suddenly looking down, Yuan Datong quickly lost his smile. "Hey, I was joking. We are brothers. You can stay with me however long you want to. Anyway, I don't think I could get used to the place without you. I've become too accustomed to your tormenting. Yes, boss, if you want to eat home cooking, you can come to my house. Thanks to you, my family successfully built the house. My parents really want to meet you to say thank you," Emma said with a smile. "Oh, meeting the parents already?" Zhang Xiaohua smirked at Emma, only to receive a gaze of contempt from the rest of the table. Chapter 109, Another Gem. After a few glasses of wine, Zhang Xiaohua attempted to calm his emotions. After all, his mother and Lu Yin weren't children. They knew how to take care of themselves. In this way, Zhang Xiaohua continued to down alcohol. Under the influence of the drink, his mood gradually improved. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's mood getting better, everyone was happy, chatting and joking about. Even the guests outside could hear their laughter. In the midst of the bantering, suddenly a song came from the outside. This voice sounds so similar. Zhang Xiaohua quickly got up and ran out of the door and immediately fixed his eyes. He saw a man in a white shirt singing on the opposite side of the stage. The man was about 27 years old. Holding an acoustic guitar in his arms and sitting on a round stool, he closed his eyes slightly and sang. The man's voice was very unique. As if his throat had been opened by a knife, his voice was hoarse and low, almost to the point of breaking. It gave people the feeling of being out of breath, and listening to it gave people goosebumps. Who the hell let him on the stage? The guests under the stage were screaming. They all complained that the man's voice was too ugly. Yuan Datong and Co. also followed him out. Even though they were professional musicians, they were unable to adapt. Emma covered her small ears and frowned. It's really hard to hear. How can such a high-level bar have such a low-level resident singer? Yeah, this is so bad. Yuan Datong also complained for a while. This was the first time they heard such an unpleasant voice. They couldn't stand it. Seeing that the man had caused public outrage, the bar manager rushed to the stage to stop the man. The man stopped his singing unwillingly, then looked up and glanced at the guests, his face full of disappointment. Helplessly shaking his head, the man walked off the stage. "Emma, go call the person who just sang up to see me. Say the boss of Huaxiang Entertainment would like to invite him for a drink." Zhang Xiaohua told Emma next to him. Emma blinked and her eyebrows wrinkled. Uncertain, she asked, "Boss, you want to invite him up?" Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of enthusiasm. "Yes, such a good seedling. Only a fool would let him go." "What?" Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. "Boss, have you drunk too much? This guy's voice is too problematic. It's not suitable for being a singer at all." The only reason Emma could think of for his decision was that Zhang Xiaohua had drunk too much, causing problems with his hearing. The others also madly nodded, fully agreeing with Emma. "Hurry up and call him up before he leaves. Trust me, he has potential." Zhang Xiaohua turned and returned to the VIP room with a massive smile hanging on his face. "Go call him, just believe in Xiaohua's vision." Su Fengnian sighed and ordered the unmoving Emma. Emma was helpless and moved to call the singer upstairs to their room. Emma quickly found the man who just sang. Perhaps it was because the man was a little embarrassed and frustrated at being shooed off the stage, but when Emma approached him, he gave her a wretched look. Calming her emotions, Emma carried out her task. "Our boss wants to see you. Come with me." With cold disdain, the man replied. "Who the hell do you think you are? If your boss wants to see me, he can come to me." Emma crossed her arms and squinted at the man. But looking at the man's dressing style, Emma saw her former self in him. She remembered how, before meeting Zhang Xiaohua, she, Yuan Datong, and the rest were all used to wearing jeans full of rips everywhere. They were covered with all kinds of cheap jewelry. Thinking back to those times, Emma took 2 steps back and said in a gentler tone, "Our boss wants you to come up the VIP rooms to drink with him. Could you please follow me?" "If he wants to see me, ask your boss to come here," the man replied. "He can keep his stinking second-generation money. I still have my pride. I won't be humiliated." Emma was shocked at his outburst, feeling a little sympathetic for the man. Emma said seriously, "Our boss is Zhang Xiaohua of Huaxiang Entertainment. He just wants to invite you to have a drink and asked me to come over to you. If you don't want to come, then I will pass on the message." Huaxiang Entertainment, Zhang Xiaohua. The man was shocked. His tough attitude crumbled instantly. His voice trembled as he asked, "The Zhang Xiaohua who wrote songs for Wang Jingwen and Ling Ming?" Emma smiled smugly. Zhang Xiaohua and Huaxiang Entertainment were worth pure gold. Such a good opportunity, he couldn't miss it. Zhang Xiaohua was the role model for musicians all over Huaxia. Many singers dreamed of meeting him. "Come with me," Emma said, and lead the man up. Chapter 110, Yang Kuan. Emma brought the man into their VIP box. Zhang Xiaohua was sitting on the sofa with his legs up, holding a glass of red wine in his hand. The man had extraordinary looks, but he seemed awkward in his movements. Zhang Xiaohua smiled at him as he entered. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, the man's face lit up in excitement. He wordlessly stared in awe at Zhang Xiaohua, and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. Looking around, he saw the rest of the group. For them to be able to drink with Zhang Xiaohua, obviously these people were the elite of Huaxiang Entertainment. "What is your name?" Zhang Xiaohua took the lead and asked the man. "My name is Yang Kuan. I am 28 years old. My hometown is in Inner Mongolia. I just came to this bar yesterday to become a resident singer." Yang Kuan. Hearing this name, Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "What a good name. May I ask what Boss Zhang needs me for?" asked Yang Kuan. His voice was almost inaudible. "Would you be interested in joining us in Huaxiang Entertainment and becoming a sign singer of our company?" When Zhang Xiaohua said this, Yuan Datong couldn't sit still any longer. He hurriedly interrupted. "Boss, you have to think clearly. This person's voice is problematic, even if you can write songs for him. It's too unique. Many people won't be able to stand his voice. Yeah, this person's voice is hoarse and uncharacteristic. He can't go up to those high pitches. It always sounds nondescript. When he sang, the reaction of the guests under the stage is the best proof. Xiaohua, you have to seriously think about it." Yuan Datong actively advised. To everyone's bitterness, Zhang Xiaohua simply ignored them. He just looked directly at Yang Kuan, waiting for his answer. As long as he agreed, Zhang Xiaohua was ready to sign him. Originally, he had nothing in his hometown when he reached of age. He decided to come out to the city in hopes of becoming a singer and making a name for himself, so he could later return home in glory. In the past few days, he had also gone to many music companies to recommend himself, but no company was willing to sign him, describing his voice as too hoarse and unsuitable for a singer. All of this was too sudden for Yang Kuan. It felt like he was in a dream. "Our boss asked you a question. Hurry up with this so we can get back to our meal." Su Fingyan's serious voice suddenly sounded. He knew that Zhang Xiaohua's mind was made up, so he wanted to help Zhang Xiaohua set up a prestige, or at least remind Yang Kuan of where he is and who he is facing right now. Yang Kuan hurriedly nodded and said with excitement, "I am willing, more than willing. I will cherish this chance. I promise I won't let down the company." Zhang Xiaohua smiled slightly and said, "Report to the company tomorrow morning." "Thank you, Boss Zhang. Thank you so much," said Yang Kuan. Then he said his goodbyes and left. Yang Kuan left overjoyed, heading straight to the bar. "Bartender, a bottle of XO please." Seeing the bartender ignoring him, Yang Kuan was about to show off, But the bar manager suddenly came over and shouted at Yang Kuan. What the hell are you still doing here? Hurry up and leave. Don't come back here again. Yang Kuan didn't care about him. He just smiled and leaned comfortably back into his seat. Facing the bar manager, he smugly said, To tell you the truth, I don't plan to become a singer here anyway. I've just been signed by Hwaseong Entertainment. Upon hearing this, the bar manager smiled and the bartender laughed. What was Hwaseong Entertainment? It was the place where superstars were made. Less nonsense. Hurry up and clean up your things, then roll out of here for me, said the bar manager. Well, I didn't want to stay here anyway. After a sigh of relief, Yang Kuan walked out. Notify Wang Jingwen and tell her to hurry up. The bar manager told a waiter. Emma, prepare a contract book for tomorrow morning. When Yang Kuan arrives, get him to sign it directly. But remember to change the contract cancellation fee from 15 million yuan to 50 million yuan, said Zhang Xiaohua. The richer people got, the easier it was for their morals to be eroded at. Therefore, contingencies had to be put in place. Plus, he didn't know that kid's character well enough to put too much trust in him. Boss, do you really want to sign that Yang Kuan? It's not just his voice, I also feel that his character isn't that great. He seems like a Wang Jingwen type to me. I don't feel at ease with this, said Emma. What I want is money. The company needs money. As long as he can help us make money, everything else can be dealt with, Zhang Xiaohua said without a care. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua's mind has been decided, they gave up. Suddenly, there came song from outside. The song not only attracted Zhang Xiaohua, but also attracted everyone's attention, including the guests outside. The audience fell silent, listening quietly. We slowly become drunk as the night deepens. At this moment we are so close to each other. My thoughts appear to be shaken. Contradictions grow deeper. My trembling lips waits for your kiss that never came. I am but a heartbroken woman. Chapter 111. Conflict. Wang Jingwen. How could she be here? Yuan Datong and Emma rushed out. Sure enough, Wang Jingwen was currently singing on the stage. In the box, listening to the immortal song from outside, Zhang Xiaohua's fingers also involuntarily followed the soft music. She was such a good singer, it was a pity. Although Wang Jingwen was a traitor, her brilliance couldn't be denied. At the end of the song, Wang Jingwen slowly stepped forward and bowed to the guests below the stage. Oi Jingwen, come accompany this grandfather for a drink. Ignore him. I can buy you for the night. How about $10,000? Ha ha. Ha ha. Laughter erupted from the audience. Speaking of it, all the people who could eat here were wealthy and powerful. Among them, most were rich second-generation grandsons. On the surface, these people were coming to drink, but in fact, they were looking for excitement. Their goal was to pick up some women to enjoy the night with. Although Wang Jingwen had recently fallen off her pedestal as a star, she was still beautiful and had a great body. Naturally, she became the target of many of the guests here. Back off, you fucking dogs. This granddaddy has had his eyes on this girl for months. The voice behind the shout sounded faintly familiar. Looking around, Yuan Datong located the voice. It was Ling Feng. Wang Jingwen felt overwhelmed and was about to leave. But the bodyguards behind him stepped forward. Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, the bar manager and security guards not only didn't step forward to intervene, they actually slipped away instead. If you changed the person causing trouble, they would have been the first to step forward. But the grandson of the Jinshin group now that was a boulder, they just weren't willing to impede. With the political strength and wealth of the group, the bar could be razed to the ground in minutes. And Wang Jingwen was just a small star. They were fully ready to abandon her. Under Ling Feng's anger, he poured a glass of wine and pushed it over to Wang Jingwen. Ling Feng was obviously drunk, his words were slurred, and his actions sloppy. His line of sight was locked on the two jade peaks on the chest of Wang Jingwen, like a hungry wolf seeing the appearance of prey, seemingly wanting to tear Wang Jingwen's clothes. Wang Jingwen knew that Ling Feng wasn't to be irritated. In the face of Ling Feng's unbridled insults and harassment, even though Wang Jingwen was filled with grievances and resentment, she could only try to hold in her anger and tears. Rumors had circulated around Ling Feng enjoying BDSM. It was said that many women who went to bed with him came out with bruises and scratches. It was said that the last time Ling Feng took a girl from here, the girl was sent to the hospital later that night. The doctors had to remove a huge golf ball from the girl's lower half. causing bleeding and leading to the girl nearly losing her fertility. If it came to it, Wang Jingwen was ready to fight. Wang Jingwen had already repeatedly rejected Ling Feng's approaches, but this didn't seem to affect his interest in Wang Jingwen, greatly stimulating his sexual interest instead. Ling Feng then took out a golden card from his pocket and threw it at Wang Jingwen's feet. He laughed and said, "There is 500,000 yuan in the card. As long as you comfort this young master tonight, it's yours." Wang Jingwen wanted to pick up the golden card at her feet, but when she thought about the means by which he tortured women, she shuddered. Moreover, he had obviously drank too much tonight. With the stimulation of alcohol, who the hell knew what he would do? Chapter 112, Reckless. Watching from the door of the VIP box, Yuan Datong and the rest watched the show with great interest. In the private room, Zhang Xiaohua was drinking. His face was red. His eyes were glazed, showing that he was drunk through and through. Struggling to stand up, he walked towards the door, but suddenly felt dizzy. Su Fingyan turned and rushed up to help him, stabilizing Zhang Xiaohua's figure and helping him slowly walk out of the private room. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua already drunk, Yuan Datong and Xiaohai stopped watching the scene and moved. They hurriedly helped Zhang Xiaohua up, grabbing both his left and right arms. They walked downstairs, heading for the exit. On their way past the bar, Wang Jingwen suddenly blinked as if seeing her savior. She subconsciously shouted, "Boss!" Following Wang Jingwen's gaze, Ling Feng turned around and saw Zhang Xiaohua. Instantly, his attention was concentrated on Zhang Xiaohua. "Fuck, stop him!" Ling Feng reached out and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. Under one command, his bodyguards immediately rushed over, blocking the road in front of Zhang Xiaohua and his entourage. Seeing the situation wasn't good, Emma sneakily took out her phone and quickly dialed Xiong Zhuang. "What are you trying to do?" Su Fingyan glanced at the retinues around him and asked with a deep voice. The bodyguards didn't answer, but they were looking fierce and sinister, obviously waiting for Ling Feng's order. They were all trained by Ling Feng and were usually responsible for the personal safety of Ling Feng. Being mixed in with Ling Feng, they slowly became idle rouges. They were no different from street thugs. But at this moment, in Yuan Datong's heart, the most annoying thing to him wasn't the dogs blocking him nor Ling Feng, but Wang Jingwen. He hadn't seen such a shameless woman before. She was the one who quit and left. She even dared to speak out against the company. Now that she was in trouble, she called for Zhang Xiaohua. She just had to drag others down with her. "You are going to let us go, or I will call the police." Su Fingyan looked at the entourage in front of him and warned. Although Su Fingyan did not know what kind of grievances there was between Zhang Xiaohua and Ling Feng, since the other party showed evil intent, Su Fingyan came forward with a tough attitude. After so many years in the scene, he had seen a lot, so he naturally didn't fear the threats from a few gangsters. However, Zhang Xiaohua was absolutely drunk. He couldn't even stand still stably. If the other party really caused trouble, it would be difficult to ensure that Zhang Xiaohua would be safe and sound. To this end, Su Fingyan could only try to delay time for Xiong Zhuang to arrive. "Report to the police if you want. I'm the king of this city," Ling Feng roared. Walking up to Zhang Xiaohua, Ling Feng showed a dismissive smile. "Do you still remember this young master?" Stupid Zhang Xiaohua, intentionally or unintentionally, burped midway through his sentence straight into Ling Feng's face. His face was still full of a drunken smirk. Duh. Yuan Datong and several people laughed. They really didn't know if this kid really was drunk or just faking it. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's smirk and the laughter around him, Ling Feng lost it. "I heard that you used to like Fei Fei before, but now your woman is nothing more than a toy for me to play with. How do you like the feeling of getting C**************** D by that S********* T? Do you want to know how I play with your woman every day? She gets down on her knees for me every time I see her. If I tell her to her stand, she doesn't dare to lie down. When I get behind her, she raises that pretty little ass of hers for me to enjoy. In fact, I could even make a video and send it to you." Listening to him, a huge and inexplicable rage built up inside Zhang Xiaohua. He felt as if he was losing control of his body. He couldn't explain it. He couldn't care less about Chao Feifei, but it was as if something was tugging away at him. The humiliation of being taunted in front of his friends and employees. The idea of being looked down on and being humiliated still by those richer than him even after being reborn. Then it happened. As if he had blacked out, he was forced to the deepest confines of his mind and his body moved. Getting rid of Yuan Datong and Xiaohai's support, he stepped back 2 steps and leaned back on the bar. Barely stabilized his crumbling body, he grabbed a bottle from under the counter ledge and lunged forward, aiming at Ling Feng's head. Crack! Ling Feng couldn't react in time. He only heard a loud bang in the moment the bottle shattered on his head and saw the glass pieces shooting into the air. The blood-red wine mixed in with his scarlet blood was slowly flowing down his forehead. There was absolute silence. Everyone held their breaths dumbfounded. Ling Feng stood in the same place in shock. After a while, Ling Feng slowly raised his hand and wiped his head, and when he put the blood-stained palm in front of his eyes, he suddenly shook. You hit me? Ling Feng's face was incredulous. His eyes were filled with a mix of shock and fear, looking up at Zhang Xiaohua in front of him. Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of pride, his gaze following the blood as it dripped off Ling Feng. Kill him, roared Ling Feng at his guards who stood there dumbfounded. Seeing them standing there still, he roared again. I said kill him, god damn it. What are you doing? Kill this kid. I will take responsibility. Just as the guards were about to swarm, there came a thunderous shout. Whoever King dares make a move against our boss, I will immediately abolish them. Everyone looked to the sound and saw a large number of people rushing into the bar wildly, at least 30 people. Each one had a tall and muscular frame. They entered the bar and immediately formed an encirclement around Ling Feng's group. Xiong Zhuang walked up to Xiaohua and placed his body in front of Zhang Xiaohua like a mountain. His pair of sharp and sturdy tiger eyes glared at Ling Feng. At the sight of this group, Ling Feng's bodyguards involuntarily moved closer to each other, eventually shrinking into a tight circle. They were absolutely outnumbered. Zhang Xiaohua was already in a state of drunkenness. At this time, when he saw the reinforcements rushing in, he stood taller and said, So, do you want to continue your passionate story about Qiao Feifei? I can give you a mic and you can get on the stage. Ha ha ha. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's smug look, Ling Feng was filled with pure unadulterated hate and anger. He had never been treated like this before, let alone having someone lay a hand on him like tonight. If revenge wasn't enacted, then he wasn't the prince of Jinshin Group. You remember me? This isn't over. Ling Feng screamed. His cold snake-like eyes glared into Zhang Xiaohua. You and that TCH are so similar. She said the exact same thing. Can you change up your pattern, please, for God's sake? But today I am in a good mood, so I will give you 3 seconds to roll out of here before I break your legs. Although his heart was unwilling, the other side had a lot more people. If he continued to make trouble, he would only be asking for it. At Ling Feng's departure, Wang Jingwen was relieved. Originally, she thought that she would be robbed tonight, and she would definitely be killed by Ling Feng. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaohua appeared to save her. Boss, thank you, Wang Jingwen said as she approached Zhang Xiaohua. Not waiting for Wang Jingwen to continue, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly turned his eyes and looked at Wang Jingwen with a disdainful look. His mouth was covered with a cold smile. At this moment, in the eyes of Wang Jingwen, Zhang Xiaohua looked even more terrifying than Ling Feng. Remember, I'm not your goddamn boss. Next time you call me that again, I will have you destroyed. Zhang Xiaohua issued a severe warning to Wang Jingwen. Wang Jingwen stumbled backwards and nodded. Hurry up and leave, Emma said with a sigh. If it weren't for her, so many things could have been avoided. Now Zhang Xiaohua had attacked Ling Feng because of her. The Jinshin Group was bound to retaliate in his defense. Seeing that she had attracted public anger, Wang Jingwen didn't dare to stay longer. She left the bar at the fastest speed, disappearing without a trace. Manager Yuan, send Xiaohua back now, and I will deal with the rest, Su Fengyan said to Yuan Datong. The person who was beaten by Zhang Xiaohua today was the grandson of Jinshin Group. This matter was far from finished. It was time to prepare for all possible scenarios. Yuan Datong also knew that the situation was dire. Grabbing Xiaohua, he forced him out of the bar. Su Fengyan looked at Xiong Zhuang again and sighed. It would seem he would have to use this card earlier than they had planned. I need you to go to the nearby police station and surrender. Xiong Zhuang listened attentively. and he soon understood the meaning of Su Fengyan. He wanted him to help Zhang Xiaohua out and plead guilty in his place. Zhang Xiaohua had just gained some achievements, but the company was still in the development stages, so their reputation was vital. If Zhang Xiaohua was brought to court, let alone indicted, they would take a severe hit. The most important thing is that the Jinxing Group had strong political ties with people who had the ability to turn black into white. Therefore, as long as Xiong Zhuang went to the police station to surrender and claimed that he was the one who wounded Ling Feng, then Zhang Xiaohua would be safe. In the future, even if Jinxing Group asked the relevant departments to pursue Zhang Xiaohua, they would have no grounds. Xiong Zhuang was indifferent. Anyway, he was not a celebrity. He wasn't afraid of eating a lawsuit, nor was he afraid of ruining his reputation. The whole company relied on him. Administrative detention for 15 days is nothing. Even if they push hard, at most it's a few months, said Xiong Zhuang, smiling as he left the bar, heading for a nearby police station. Emma, I'll trouble you to spread rumors online that the security manager of Huaxiang Entertainment and Ling Feng of the Jinxing Group got into a misunderstanding at the Rose Bar tonight, and that Ling Feng was slightly injured. Try to spread the word as much as possible. Su Fengyan told Emma. Why? Emma didn't understand. Wasn't this bound to make them look bad? Don't ask so many questions, okay? Just do what I said. I'll explain later. Su Fengyan said, slightly frustrated. Okay, I will go back and organize the manpower to ensure that this matter will be out tomorrow, Emma said and left. Su Fengyan led the security department's people into the bar manager's office and then forced him to hand over the surveillance videos. At this point, Su Fengyan couldn't help but breathe out a sigh at the thought of what was to come. Chapter 113, Special Services. St. Mary's Private Hospital, High-End Care Unit, 12 a.m. At this time, a doctor was treating Ling Feng's wounds while his lackeys waited outside the door, talking and laughing and attempting to flirt with the nurses passing by. Hearing that Ling Feng was injured and admitted to hospital, Chao Dequan led the family over to the hospital immediately. Seeing that he wasn't in any life-threatening situation, they could finally release a sigh of relief. In fact, the wounds weren't very heavy, just a few cuts. The doctor simply treated him with bandage aid around his head and told him he could be discharged at any moment. However, Ling Feng felt that he was critically injured and demanded to stay. Ling Feng, are you okay? Who did this to you? Don't they know that you're the grandson of Jinxing Group? Chao Feifei looked at Ling Feng with concern and asked softly. Ling Feng, filled with anger, turned his gaze from the ceiling on to Chao Feifei. It was your idiotic ex-lover? Chao Feifei was stunned and kept blinking. What old lover? What was he on about? Ling Feng, what happened in the end? Are you? Chao Feifei stopped talking, but she swallowed back to the words. She wanted to ask if his head was still okay, but with her understanding of Ling Feng, she was afraid of angering Ling Feng even more. Even though her parents were here, she knew he had no boundaries. Ling Feng, what happened? Tell Auntie who attacked you, said Chao Huahua. Go ask your daughter's fiancé. Now all of you get out. I don't want to see you. Your family can keep your fucking star. Ling Feng unscrupulously shouted. In Ling Feng's eyes, Chao Dequan was just a snake trying to climb up the ladder, and Chao Feifei was just his tool. If it wasn't his for grandfather, this family wouldn't even have the qualifications to speak with him, let alone be in the same room as him. However, Ling Qitian loved superstition and believed in Zilong Wang. Ling Feng was helpless. He could only follow his grandpa's arrangements. At least Chao Feifei was beautiful. Chao Feifei asked indefinitely. Was it Zhang Xiaohua who hit you? When he heard the name, Ling Feng's heart was filled with anger. The vein across his face bulged, and he said, How is it that, when you heard the word fiancé, you suddenly thought of him? Ha. Not bad. It seems that you and that waste are still together then. Are you fucking him when I don't pay attention? What is it? I don't satisfy you enough. Chao Feifei turned completely red. Even if she was open-minded and cheerful, she was still a girl. Ling Feng exposing her like this, in front of her parents at that, left her thoroughly embarrassed. However, Chao Feifei didn't hate Ling Feng. She only hated Zhang Xiaohua, because if it wasn't for Zhang Xiaohua, Ling Feng wouldn't be injured. If he wasn't injured, he wouldn't transfer his anger to her. Because Ling Feng was getting too explicit, as elders, Chao Dequan and Chao Huahua could not stay longer. They both left and waited outside. Ling Feng, I heard you're not doing well. I can provide you a special service here. Chow Feifei immediately put on a charming expression, her eyes full of teasing. It could be described as glamorous and smelting. She intentionally or unintentionally placed her arm on Ling Feng's sensitive part. She was wearing a deep-cut V-neck dress and a short skirt today, making the white bust of her looming chest and the pink panties between her legs faintly visible. Ling Feng swallowed his saliva and felt a burning through his body. A lonely man and woman, alone in a room, and in such a special environment. Ling Feng felt the burning in the lower part of his body start to move. In the end, he couldn't hold it. In front of Chow Feifei's face, he quickly untied his trousers and pulled his pants down to his legs, revealing his pillar. He didn't say anything and habitually reached out to force Chow Feifei's small head down. One press, and he accurately entered the cherry blossom mouth of Chow Feifei. The two instantly blended perfectly together. Chapter 114. Pouring oil onto the flames. Under the attack of Chow Feifei's fiery tongue, Ling Feng's face was filled with an intoxicated expression, and he could not help but press Chow Feifei's head down with both his hands. He continued to rise and fall to meet Chow Feifei's movements. Move out the way. There suddenly came a call from outside the ward. The two were shocked and tried to separate, but the door was pushed open. It was Ling Qitian. When he saw what the two were doing, Ling Qitian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, followed by him hurriedly turning his back. Chow Feifei hurriedly stood up and sorted out her messy clothes in a hurry. Ling Feng, stunned, subconsciously covered the lower part of his body with the blanket, but his pants still dangled at the bottom of his feet, leaving his calf still exposed. When they heard Ling Qitian's exclamation, Chow Dequan and Chow Xiaohua rushed into the ward at the same time and instantly realized what had happened. Especially after seeing that at the corner of Chow Feifei's mouth, there was still a drop of white sticky material. Combined with her messy clothes, it was obvious what was going on. Looking at their daughter, Chow Dequan and Chow Xiaohua were disappointed. Their eyes were full of reproach, blaming Chow Feifei for not knowing how to hold back. Chow Feifei's face was full of innocence. Using her body to meet the needs of Ling Feng was her only merit. Chow Feifei really didn't know. What other methods could she use to make Ling Feng happy? In the face of Ling Qitian, Chow Dequan and Chow Xiaohua weren't able to reprimand their daughter. You see, in the end, these two children are still young. Sometimes they don't know time and place and can't distinguish the occasions in which certain actions are inappropriate. They only know how to be intimate. Chow Xiaohua smiled, then took out a handkerchief and quietly helped Chow Feifei wipe the white sticky residue left on the corner of her mouth, giving her death glare whilst doing so. But her face on the outside always showed a false smile. Grandpa, how come you're here? Why didn't you warn me in advance? Ling Feng took the lead and blamed Ling Qitian before he was accused. Although Ling Feng wasn't into doing business, he was still a little filial. Originally, he wasn't planning to tell his grandfather about his injuries not to worry the old man, so he only notified Chow Feifei, and Chow Feifei told her parents. Chow Dequan was an old tycoon. After learning that Ling Feng was injured by Zhang Xiaohua, he informed Ling Qitian at the first opportunity, intending to use Ling Qitian's hand to teach Zhang Xiaohua a lesson. Ling Feng was the only grandson of Ling Qitian. Now that his grandson had been beaten into the hospital, how could Ling Qitian let this matter rest? With Jinxing's power, dealing with Zhang Xiaohua, it was easy. Chow Dequan had suffered multiple losses at Zhang Xiaohua's hand recently. Thanks to Zhang Xiaohua, the sales of New Century Entertainment had fallen dramatically. The monthly sales dropped from 30% to 5%, and the company had taken serious losses. Fortunately, New Century Entertainment wasn't only in the music business. If not, they would be in danger of failing. Originally, Chow Dequan wasn't worried about dealing with Zhang Xiaohua, but now that he had taken hits for his attempt to stop him, he wanted to pass this issue over to Ling Qitian. He believed that as long as Ling Qitian made a move, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't be able to continue. He would be obstructed at every point, and in time, he would be bled dry. For Chow Dequan, this fight was a godsend. Ling Qitian turned around, quickly went to Ling Feng, and carefully looked at him, temporarily ignoring the existence of everyone else. Seeing that his grandson wasn't in any serious danger, Ling Qitian could not help but release a sigh of relief. Probably because of excessive worry, Ling Qitian was truly looking his age at this moment. His face was full of fatigue, and his white hair was even more conspicuous. Learning that the chairman of the Jinxing group had personally visited, several doctors on duty rushed to the ward. In the face of Ling Qitian's presence, all of them were polite and respectful. "How is my grandson? Will there be any long-lasting effects from the head wound?" Ling Qitian asked the doctors. Although he knew that his grandson didn't seem to be seriously injured, he could only feel assured if it was confirmed from the mouth of a professional doctor. "I asked Chairman Ling to please rest assured. Ling Feng is only suffering from a skin injury. We have already treated it. There will be no long-time effects. He can be discharged at any time." A doctor answered truthfully. Ling Qitian nodded grateful. "Sorry for bothering you. You can head back. I will take him home later." After seeing the doctors out, Ling Qitian regained his concern to Ling Feng and asked distressingly, "How are you? Do you feel uncomfortable?" Ling Feng gritted his teeth and said with indignation, "My body is okay, but that mother cur needs to pay." "Don't be rude. No more swearing." Ling Qitian shook his head in disappointment. Not mentioning who hurt Ling Feng, just because of Ling Feng's current attitude, Ling Qitian had to first reprimand him. "How many times have I told you that if you want to be respected, you must first learn to respect others? Look at your language, just swearing and swearing. And this is in front of me. If you were in front of others, I can only imagine how arrogant you are." He knew the character of Ling Feng. He knew he had spoilt this kid too much. But he just couldn't bring himself to be strict with this kid. At this moment, Ling Qitian didn't have to ask Ling Feng to know that this child was causing trouble outside and was beaten because of it. Sometimes it was a good thing to let this child suffer a bit. At least it would teach him a lesson to remember for a long time. Even with money, there is only so much you can get away with before people get fed up with you and retaliate. The injury on his head was proof of this. Seeing Ling Qitian angry, Ling Feng could only close his mouth, but his heart was unconvinced. Thinking back to Zhang Xiaohua's smug look at the bar, Ling Feng felt anger. Chao Dequan rushed to help. Chairman Ling shouldn't be angry at Ling Feng. It is better to hear out the situation first. Maybe someone was specifically targeting Ling Feng and came to deliberately injure him. If this is the case, then Ling Feng isn't at fault and we must seek justice for him. Ling Feng isn't not only your grandson, but my good daughter's future husband. We can't allow this injustice to slip by. After all, his grandson was beaten into the hospital. As a grandfather, Ling Qitian couldn't just stand by. In the end, who actually attacked you? Ling Feng immediately pretended to be pitiful and snorted. It was Zhang Xiaohua, the king bastard. Tonight, he actually brought dozens of thugs to beat me. If you don't believe me, you can ask the people who were there. I have to get revenge. Zhang Xiaohua. Ling Qitian thought for a moment and suddenly remembered Zhang Xiaohua of Huaxiang Entertainment. Zhang Xiaohua had been in the limelight a lot recently. He was a self-made man and worth more than 100 million yuan. He had caused quite a stir in the business circle with his abrupt rise, so even the commercial tycoon had heard a little about Zhang Xiaohua. Why would Zhang Xiaohua hit you? Ling Qitian wasn't an unreasonable person. He wanted to figure out all the detail first before making a move. If it was the other party who caused trouble first and intentionally injured his grandson, then regardless of who the other party was, Ling Qitian would definitely help his grandson seek justice. On the other hand, if this was Ling Feng's fault, well then he better be ready to take a spanking. Ling Feng wasn't a fool. Of course he couldn't say that he was the one to instigate the fight. He could only push the responsibility off to Zhang Xiaohua. So he lied. How would I know why he wanted to hit me? Originally I was just drinking at the Rose Bar. Then Zhang Xiaohua suddenly turned up with a large group of people and hit me with a bottle without saying a word. Speaking of this, Ling Feng looked up at Ling Qitian with frailty and grievance. I'm your grandson. Can you be on my side for once? I want justice. I want that bastard in jail. I want him to pay the price. Ling Qitian fell into contemplation. Seeing him still skeptical, Chao Dequan deliberately jumped in, adding oil to the flames. In fact, I also know this Zhang Xiaohua. He is the son of one of my old friends. Meeting him left me with a strong impression of his character. This Zhang Xiaohua is very rampant and has an awful temper. Last time we met was when he came to the company to cause trouble, demanding more shareholder dividends. He is quite an unreasonable fellow. Shareholder. Ling Qitian looked at Chao Dequan and said, So, this Zhang Xiaohua is man from your company? Yes, at least in my heart. The child is a person of the company. After all, I had a deep friendship with his father. You can't ignore years of friendship. I try to provide help to his family when I can. But the child has gotten too much recently. Now, even my son-in-law has been injured. I can't help him this time. Whatever you want to do with him. I understand, Chairman. You can have your way with him for justice. Even through spouting so much nonsense, Chao Dequan's expression never changed in the slightest. Grandpa, I need justice. I can't swallow this. If you don't want to help me out, I can go to that bastard and settle scores myself. Even if I die, I will have my revenge. When Ling Feng screamed, he quietly looked at Chao Dequan, and both of them smiled lightly. Their thoughts were self-evident. In any case, Ling Qitian understood the personality of his grandson. If he didn't help him, he would definitely go after Zhang Xiaohua himself. In desperation, Ling Qitian could only call the secretary and tell him, Help me to contact Director Gua and say that I want to report a case. My grandson was beaten. They need to detain the people responsible to investigate the facts so justice can be served. Yes, Chairman, I will contact Director Gua. The secretary took out her phone and immediately called the secretary of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. After a while, the secretary said, Chairman, Director Gua said that he already knows about the matter and that the person who injured Ling Feng has already gone to the police station and surrendered. The perpetrator is already being detained. Everyone looked at each other, speechless. After a short silence, Ling Feng suddenly smiled and said with exultation, Haha, it seems this bastard is smart. He knows that he can't fight this young master. So he went to the police and asked for protection. I have to go to the police station and see this for myself. Ling Qitian said with a blank expression, Leave this matter be for the time being. You should take a good night's rest, and tomorrow I will take you down to the station. You are to cooperate with the investigation. Before the case is fully investigated, you shouldn't be too smug. If I find out that you provoked him first, see how I will clean you up. Ling Feng ignored him. His heart was filled with glee. He just wanted to see Zhang Xiaohua in a cell. Chapter 115, Precaution. O'clock the next morning, Shiqiao Street. Zhang Xiaohua slowly opened his eyes and started sitting up. But suddenly, he felt splitting headache come on. Forced to rub his eyes, Zhang Xiaohua inadvertently turned his head, and he could not help but become startled as he saw Yuan Datong across from him, holding his chin in his hand. His eyes bore into Zhang Xiaohua, his face full of an inexplicable smile. Zhang Xiaohua's brows suddenly wrinkled. He faintly felt a chill. Looking down, his face became full of sweat. All his clothes were gone, and only his underwear was left. Zhang Xiaohua subconsciously yanked up his quilt and asked, What did you do to me last night? Yuan Datong smiled and said, You threw up yesterday night. In the living room and on your clothes, so we changed you out of them. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. I am a little hungry. Can you go get me some food? Said Zhang Xiaohua with a sigh. You still have the heart to eat. Yuan Datong said unhappily. Why can't I eat? I am hungry. Zhang Xiaohua asked with a confused look. Do you remember what you did last night? Yuan Datong asked with a deep frown. Zhang Xiaohua turned his eyes and looked at the ceiling for a moment, then shook his head. Do you remember meeting Ling Feng? Yuan Datong reminded. Zhang Xiaohua once again fell into contemplation. He only remembered glimpses of the night before. But what happened specifically he couldn't really say. Yuan Datong sighed deeply and said bitterly, You smashed Ling Feng in the head with a bottle. Now we are waiting for the Jinxing group to retaliate. Zhang Xiaohua was incredulous. Why would I hit him? Who knows what type of illness you were under? That's not important. What we need to do now is get ready to defend for our lives. The Jinxing group will soon be coming to our doors. Yuan Datong said indignantly. However, he wasn't too worried about how the company's business would be affected. What he feared the most was that they would directly retaliate against Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua felt indifferent. He still hadn't fully understood all of what had happened that night. But if what Yuan Datong said was true, then there was no way out for him. Seeing Yuan Datong's uneasy look, Zhang Xiaohua knew that he was worried about him. He couldn't help but feel warm. Seeing his worry, he tried to ease the mood. You are the general manager. So I'm guessing you've already made emergency procedures. Ling Feng wasn't anything to fear. The key was the Jinxing group behind him. With their strength, it would be easy for them to kill this kid. Aren't you afraid? Yuan Datong asked curiously. Today, Zhang Xiaohua's thinking had far exceeded the scope of Yuan Datong's cognition. The former Zhang Xiaohua was an indecisive fellow and an open book to read. But now, Zhang Xiaohua was clearly a hard-hearted man who was impossible to read. All his decisions seemed to be made in the moment. He never seemed to consider the consequences. He was an unpredictable mystery. If I admit fear, will things be solved? Asked Zhang Xiaohua, seeing Yuan Datong's questioning. Looks, Yuan Datong shook his head. This kid was too naive. This wasn't a simple matter that would just go away. Zhang Xiaohua said in the tone of preaching. Being afraid won't help things. Why should I stress myself from worry? Things will go the way they will. It's not like there is anything we can do, is there? Yuan Datong frowned and thought about it. He knew that Zhang Xiaohua's words were reasonable, but he couldn't calm himself. Don't be too much in a hurry to find trouble. Otherwise you will find it. Zhang Xiaohua gave a hippie smile. Yuan Datong nodded, infected by Zhang Xiaohua's optimistic attitude. He finally relaxed slightly, and his originally nervous mood gradually became relieved. As the two continued to converse, they heard footsteps, and then the door opened. It was Emma holding a tray. She was soon followed in by the rest of the group. Boss, I brought you breakfast, and there is a cup of hangover tea. You should eat and drink up quickly, said Emma as she placed it on the nightstand next to the bed. I'll eat it later, said Zhang Xiaohua, giving Su Fengyan a look. Seeing his look, Su Fengyan spoke up. There are a few things I need to discuss with you. He had put in place all the preventive measures he could think of in the moment last night, but they still needed to make future plans. Plus, last night it was without Zhang Xiaohua's permission that he had made some arrangements privately, but since Zhang Xiaohua was the company's leader, he had to report to him. Seeing Su Fengyan getting serious, everyone immediately corrected their attitudes. Chapter 116, Sacrifice. I already had Emma leak news of the incident online last night, and I destroyed the surveillance video from the bar. Currently, the word out is that someone else injured Ling Feng. Su Fengyan reported to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua became confused and asked, Wait, if it wasn't me who injured Ling Feng, then who was it? Su Fengyan gave Zhang Xiaohua a look and said, I had Xiong Zhuang go to the police station and surrender last night. We needed to delay their investigation. I hope you can understand. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He understood Su Fengyan's intentions. With Xiong Zhuang's surrender, the police would be unlikely to investigate further for a while, giving them at least some time. Anyway, the surveillance videos had been destroyed. Without this, just Ling Feng's arguments alone couldn't constitute as evidence. Even if the people around him came out to testify, their words would just be seen as biased and unfair now. With the matter gaining online attention, it would be harder for the Jinxing group to manipulate things. This way, the Jinxing group wouldn't be able to make the situation bigger than it was. This would allow Xiong Zhuang to get away with the minimum sentencing of 15 days detention. One was the security manager of a small company, and the other was the successor of an international business group. If Xiong Zhuang took the fall, it would allow Zhang Xiaohua to stay out of the matter. However, if the Jinxing group was really determined to make trouble, then Xiong Zhuang would definitely suffer big losses. In general, in most cases of assault, the assailant was just detained for 15 days at best and made to pay a fine. But if Ling Feng insisted on pursuing it, then he could face up to 3 months of imprisonment, especially if he faked out an injury, reported it as a grievous wound, and then pressured the judicial department in the name of the Jinxing group. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. He had caused this. He couldn't allow Xiong Zhuang to carry this burden. It wouldn't look good to those inside and outside the company. Plus, it was too risky a play. If he didn't bear this responsibility, how was he meant to gain and retain loyalty and respect? How would he face the brothers under Xiong Zhuang? Deeply sighing, Zhang Xiaohua looked at Su Fengyan and sincerely said, Uncle Su, I know you have my best interests at heart, and I am very grateful to you for thinking about me. However, Xiong Zhuang is not only a member of our company. He is also our friend. I can't just watch him take the blame for me. Boss, you plan to go to the police station to surrender? Emma widened her eyes, horrified. Yuan Datong suddenly spoke up. If you're going to surrender, I will go with you. We'll go too. The rest spoke up in support. Zhang Xiaohua looked at everyone with gratitude and smiled. You are the top executives of the company. Without you, how would the company operate? Zhang Xiaohua picked up his clothes. Your kindness is forever in my heart. But you can rest assured, Ling Feng is not my opponent. If he wants to play with me, he is still too weak. Zhang Xiaohua went out to wash his face and dress up, then ate some breakfast. Looking at the time, Zhang Xiaohua smiled at everyone. You need to get to work. Rest assured, I can take care of it myself. Even if I can't handle it, I believe Su Fengyan will help me. Zhang Xiaohua discreetly flashed a sly smile to Su Fengyan. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua insisting, they gave in. Oh yes, this is the video I took last night. I deleted the rest of the video yesterday. I only retained the part of Ling Feng swearing and spouting abuse. I hope it can be of help. After that, Emma sent the video to Zhang Xiaohua's mobile phone. Thank you. I'm sure it will come to use later. As the rest left, Zhang Xiaohua held back Su Fengyan. Under the eyes of everyone, Zhang Xiaohua drove away. His destination was Shiqiao Police Station. Emma, I'll trouble you to inform the media that there will be a big event going down at Shiqiao Police Station. Tell them to get there as soon as possible and await more info. Also inform the factory director about what happened last night and what just happened now, said Su Fengyan. Tell Zhou. Emma's face was full of doubts, and the others were also confused. How? Was this going to help the situation? It would only cause panic. Su Fengyan didn't explain. He just ordered them to carry out his orders. 20 minutes later, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the nearby police station, just in time to run into Ling Feng and his entourage. Outside the station was a group of people. In addition to Ling Feng and Ling Qitian, Chao Dequan and Chao Huahua were there along with Chao Feifei, of course. Even Director Gua, secretary of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, had come in person. It could be seen how big of face Ling Qitian garnered. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua, Ling Feng was filled with shock, then became infuriated. Gua, what's the **** meaning of this? Why isn't this waste being detained? Why is he here? Ling Feng's eyes sparkled, and his anger was unstoppable. Director Gua was speechless. This case was the responsibility of the Shiqiao police station. He only heard about it. He had no idea of the specifics. He had no idea how to answer. Don't be rude, said Ling Qitian, giving a stare Ling Feng. Then he turned his head to Zhang Xiaohua, carefully looking him over. Ling Qitian had recently read a bit about Zhang Xiaohua in the papers. For such a young fellow who started from scratch to earn hundreds of millions in a few short months, he truly was a promising talent. Looking back at the Ling Feng, Ling Qitian couldn't help but be disappointed. They were both around the same age, but so different in every other way. One knew how to make money, and the other only how to spend it. Chapter 117, Twist. Both sides stared at each other with animosity. Zhang Xiaohua turned his eyes and looked behind him. He saw a row of cars approaching from the distance. He immediately sneered and threw a provocative look to Ling Feng, his face full of mockery. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua flashing him a mocking look, Ling Feng couldn't bear it. He rushed up to Zhang Xiaohua and grabbed him by the collar with both hands and shouted, "Watch what I'll do to you. You haven't got your goons to save you now." At this moment, a convoy of cars arrived. Not even waiting for the doors to open, a bunch of reporters began taking pictures through the windows, and several of them hurriedly jumped out of their cars. With their cameras aimed at Ling Feng and Zhang Xiaohua, they started snapping photos while running towards them. Their camera flashes lit up their faces. Well, there goes the headlines. Jinxing Group's prince sees the law as nothing. Prince Ling openly hits people at the gate of the police station. A tiger grandfather begets a dog son. Huaxiang Entertainment versus Jinxing Group. This was the exact result Zhang Xiaohua wanted. The reason why Zhang Xiaohua came by himself was to play the weak victim in order to win public sympathy. There was nothing the public hated more than rich second generations showing disregard and disdain towards others. Ling Feng was a public hoodlum, and his exploits filled the newspaper every day, thus arousing public anger wouldn't be too difficult. Upon seeing the group of reporters coming, Director Gua turned and ran into the police station. Chao Dequan and the rest saw the situation and slipped away as well. They were reluctant to face the cameras. It wasn't surprising. This was the police station. They couldn't afford to be caught in rumors. Especially Director Gua. He couldn't be seen meddling in an active investigation, even with his connections inside the party. That was just asking to get fired. Zhang Xiaohua didn't take the situation for granted. In the face of Ling Feng's atrocities, he raised his hands in a mock surrender. Watching Zhang Xiaohua, Ling Qitian stayed calm, not shying the slightest away from the camera lenses. His pair of peaceful eyes stared at Zhang Xiaohua. He whispered in his heart, "What a sly young man." A reporter from a metropolitan newspaper took out a recording pen and asked, "Ling Feng, as the future head of the Jinxing Group, you're openly using violence in front of a police station. Does the law not enter your eyes?" Ling Feng was frozen in place. His hands were still holding Zhang Xiaohua's collar, and his face filled with anger. Zhang Xiaohua avoided Ling Feng's gaze and directly locked his eyes with Ling Qitian. Although this old man was reputed as a kind and gentle soul, in the eyes of Zhang Xiaohua, he was definitely a shrewd person. When he matched gazes with him, he knew immediately that the old man had seen through his ploy. His eyes were wizened and seemed to see through him. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly laughed and raised his hand to push off Ling Feng's hands. He told reporters, "Don't misunderstand, my brother and I are good friends. Yesterday we had a misunderstanding, so today I came to the police comrades to mediate the situation. Last time, Ling Feng even spent more than 7 million to invite me to dinner. Wasn't that a show of our everlasting friendship? 7 million for a meal. My goodness, that's enough for me to spend for the rest of my life. This is still big news, just write it down." Zhang Xiaohua looked over and saw Chao Feifei, flashing her a smile. He turned a bit and smiled at the reporters. "Everyone has been treating me greatly recently. Even the general manager of New Century Entertainment hasn't been stingy. Last time she invited out the whole company to eat and spent more than 3 million yuan on us. That's to say the Jinxing Group's prince and princess are generous, spending more than 10 million yuan on us. I feel embarrassed." Upon hearing this, the reporter's attention was completely diverted as they recorded his statement. "Damn idiot. Learn from your grandfather and use your brain for once. Even if you have more money, you will be played with sooner or later. You're just a young master with money. Without your grandfather, you would be fart. The only reason I haven't ended you is because your grandfather is here." Zhang Xiaohua whispered into Ling Feng's ears. After that, he brushed past Ling Feng far away and went straight into the police station. Then several police officers also rushed out and blocked the reporters. Because this matter involved too many big names, and due to the media catching wind of the incident, Director Guo received a call from his superior to deal with the case personally. He was to ensure that justice was served and all parties were left satisfied. Being stiff to deal with the issue, he sighed and called everyone into the senior superintendent's office. Ling Qitian and Ling Feng sat side by side on the conference sofa, but the mood of the two was very different. One was angry and grimacing, and the other calm and observant. The Chao family was standing beside them, but they had fallen into a supporting role. They didn't even have the right to speak, and were only allowed to watch and hear. Opposite to them, Zhang Xiaohua was sitting and leaning into the sofa. "Young man, you are now a large figure in the industry, and your career is on the rise. But today you called so many reporters. Are you not afraid that your career will be affected? Getting in a bar fight isn't a glorious thing. When this gets out, you will take a hit to your reputation." Ling Qitian said to Zhang Xiaohua. As Zhang Xiaohua thought, his tricks didn't escape his savvy eyes. His aim was that once this matter was disclosed by the media, the relevant departments would have to deal with it fairly and impartially. Otherwise, with the influence of Jinxing Group, even if Zhang Xiaohua died here today, all the news on it would be buried. However, Ling Qitian was obviously a smart person. He had to speak straight words with smart people, so Zhang Xiaohua said frankly, "Sorry, I was forced to do so. Look at you and the Jinxing Group. With your money and strength, would I even be able to resist? Just now your grandson even threatened to kill me, so I had to find some witnesses. Director Guo is here. Who would dare to hurt you? Young man, it is okay to do high-profile things, but some things are too high-profile. What's more, today we came just to resolve this issue, not to make trouble. If you are reasonable, we can sort this all out today," said Ling Qitian, looking at Zhang Xiaohua with appreciation. "Since Chairman Ling is such a reasonable person, let's talk then." If possible, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to make things bigger. Moreover, at present, Xiong Zhuang was still in the detention stage. The person from yesterday is Xiong Zhuang. He is the security manager of our company. We are also very good friends. I drank too much last night. Then I had a misunderstanding with Ling Feng, and I accidentally injured him. In order to help me, Xiong Zhuang came forward to take the blame for me. I came here today to admit that this matter has nothing to do with anyone else except me. I hope that Chairman Ling will let me and my friend go. But if you wish to detain anyone, detain me. Misunderstanding. Ling Feng instantly lost his temper, stood up and pointed at the wound on his head and shouted, "You struck me with a F***** bottle. That's a misunderstanding. Okay, let me hit you with a bottle back then." "Shut up. Stop being rude." Ling Qitian shouted at Ling Feng. His chest became tight, and he felt an asthma attack coming on. Ling Feng, calm down. You're angering Grandpa. Chow Feifei hurriedly buttered in and kept stroking Ling Qitian's back to calm him. However, the Ling Feng at this time was like a rabid dog. He hatefully gnashed his teeth, roaring at Chow Feifei. "Why are you backing him? Huh? I dare you to interrupt me again? See how I'll deal with you." When Ling Feng's words came out, not only did Chow Feifei become angry, but even Chow Dequan and Chow Huahua were infuriated. Yet, they had to swallow their voices, fearing to offend Ling Qitian and cause the marriage to be lost. Seeing the dogs biting each other, Zhang Xiaohua was happy and leisurely sitting on the sofa, enjoying the rare drama. "Do you want to kill me from anger?" Ling Qitian looked at Ling Feng with anger. His old face was blue and his chest was violently rising up and down. "I don't care. This waste must give me an account today, or I won't let this go. I'm officially reporting this crime. The one who attacked me was this waste. Director Gua, arrest him immediately. I want this waste locked up today." Chapter 118, Shamed. Seeing that Ling Feng intended to make things bigger, Director Gua looked over to Ling Qitian, waiting for him to make a decision. According to the law, since Zhang Xiaohua had just admitted that he had deliberately wounded Ling Feng and came to surrender, he would have to be detained for at least 15 days, but it could be longer depending on whether Ling Feng decided to pursue charges. However, the higher-ups had long said to de-escalate the situation as much as possible, so both sides were satisfied. Zhang Xiaohua had earned some goodwill from the higher-ups due to his recent contributions. But if Zhang Xiaohua was allowed to get off easy, then Ling Feng would sure as hell lose his **T. Looking at the unreasonable Ling Feng, Ling Qitian kept shaking his head, disappointed with Ling Feng's performance. He was filled with worries. This kid was already so arrogant now. What would happen if he was handed the reins in the future? Relationships were important in the business world, and knowing when to be humble was vital. Considering this situation, they had called over Director Gua seeking his help, yet this kid was being so overbearing, as if he owned the place. Ling Qitian had worked hard in the business world for a lifetime. After going through the storms and schemes, he believed that Zhang Xiaohua was the type of person to only make use of violence as a last resort. "Chairman Ling, how do you want to solve this? If you want to privately reach a settlement, you can discuss it and let me know. If you want to press charges, I can issue a court order now." Director Gua said respectfully to Ling Qitian. The Jinxing Group was a big taxpayer. The people in the central government had to pay respect to this large organization. Though Ling Feng had been rude, Ling Qitian demanded nothing but respect and admiration. He had paid his dues to the country. Ling Qitian looked at Zhang Xiaohua and asked seriously, "Young man, can you tell me why you hit my grandson? I heard that you brought dozens of people to beat up my grandson last night. Is this true?" Zhang Xiaohua's goodwill toward Ling Qitian greatly increased. It seemed this old man wasn't an unreasonable person. Otherwise, he could have easily killed him with his ability. Why would he bother to waste time to question and reason with him? Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak, but took out his phone, opened the video that Emma sent to him, and directed the phone screen to Ling Qitian. Soon, the scene of last night was displayed on the screen, and the sound of Ling Feng's vulgarities followed out. "I heard that you used to like Feifei before, but now your woman is nothing more than a toy for me to play with. How do you like the feeling of getting C******************** D by that S***********? Do you want to know how I play with your woman every day? She gets down on her knees for me every time I see her. If I tell her to her stand, she doesn't dare to lie down. When I get behind her, she raises that pretty little ass of hers for me to enjoy. In fact, I could even make a video and send it to you." Ling Feng's words were passed into everyone's ears, and his arrogant look last night also entered the line of sight of everyone present. After listening to the words from the video, Chao Dequan and Chao Xiaohua faces immediately became red and filled with anger. Their expressions became uglier and uglier. In particular, Chao Feifei's small head immediately became buried in her deep cleavage. She was filled with sorrow. Ling Qitian's face also became red. Bowing his head silently, he sighed over and over again. If the person in the video wasn't his grandson, he would have given Ling Feng 2 slaps across the face. Ling Feng, however, showed absolutely no care. Chao Feifei was nothing but a tool in his eyes. He showed absolutely no trace of shame. Chairman Ling, if someone was humiliating you about your ex-fiancé, what would you do? Said Zhang Xiaohua. Ling Qitian glanced over to Chao Feifei next to him and looked at Zhang Xiaohua on the opposite side. His face was full of doubts. Excuse me, did you say you and Feifei were engaged? Ling Qitian questioned. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and turned to Chao Dequan. He said, I think this question is the most appropriate for Chao Dequan to answer. Ling Qitian turned his eyes and asked Chao Dequan, what is going on? Chao Dequan glanced at Zhang Xiaohua with hatred and immediately put on a smiley face and explained, oh, this is the case. Me and Xiaohua's father were old friends. So when the children were born, they also often played together. We used to joke that they should get married one day. Please rest assured, Chairman Ling. Looking at Chao Dequan's hypocritical old face, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but swear in his mind. Zhang Xiaohua chased after victory and looked at Chao Dequan with a smirk and said sarcastically, Uncle Chao, if I remember correctly, you and my father had arranged a marriage contract. I would consider this more than some joke. Also, if I haven't guessed incorrectly, you and your daughter came to dissolve the marriage contract so you could get your daughter engaged to Ling Feng and to take advantage of Chairman Ling. If you're going to do something, commit to it. There is no need to be embarrassed and lie. Chao Dequan's face turned into a look of embarrassment, but he had already stated that Zhang Xiaohua's father was a good friend, so as an elder, he had to endure, at least in front of Ling Qitian, he had to display the looks of an elder. Although Ling Qitian was dissatisfied with Chao Dequan's practice, he kept silent and ignored the situation as if he hadn't heard Zhang Xiaohua. At this time, Chao Feifei quietly looked up and secretly looked up to Zhang Xiaohua. In fact, when Chao Feifei learned that Zhang Xiaohua had hit Ling Feng, she had felt a little happy. This showed that Zhang Xiaohua obviously still had feelings for her in his heart. At this point, Zhang Xiaohua had already said all that he really wanted to, and he didn't want to continue wasting time. He said to Ling Qitian seriously, Chairman Ling, I know you're a busy man, so I don't want to delay your precious time. I hurt your grandson, I admit it. I am sitting here now, so how do you want to solve this? Chapter 119, Clarification. Now that he knew that Ling Feng wasn't in the right, Ling Qitian wasn't in the mood to pursue this matter anymore. What's more, Ling Feng was only suffering from a skin injury. It was enough to just detain him for a few days to teach him a lesson. Ling Qitian was about to say what he was thinking when Ling Feng suddenly spoke up, pointing his finger at Zhang Xiaohua. If you want to solve this, it's simple. You have 2 options. First, give me 300,000 for damages and then apologize to me publicly. Second choice is you get sent to jail and this young master won't destroy your company. Go ahead, send me to jail then. Just don't regret it later, said Zhang Xiaohua. His face was hung with an indifferent expression. It was too simple for him to blow up this matter if he wanted. The truth of the matter was that no one here could afford to blow it up. If the charges were pursued by Ling Feng and the images of Director Gua standing with Ling Qitian came out well, that was just inviting torment onto themselves. Additionally, if the video of Ling Feng attempting to provoke Zhang Xiaohua came out, they wouldn't be able to sentence him too harshly either. The video would stir rumors about the relationship between Chao Feifei and Zhang Xiaohua, which was just another whirlwind of bad press for New Century, who had just weathered through the Wang Jingwen incident. Ling Qitian sighed helplessly. It seemed that if he didn't give Ling Feng a slap today, he wouldn't give up and realize the situation they were in. Although very helpless, Ling Qitian still made a decision. Facing Zhang Xiaohua's gaze, he said to Director Gua, I asked Director Gua to do things according to law, but we don't wish to pursue charges at this time. Director Gua nodded and accepted Ling Qitian's decision. The so-called law was just to impose administrative detention on Zhang Xiaohua for 15 days plus a fine of 5,000 yuan. In fact, for an ordinary person, the detention and fines were a trivial matter. But this is the entertainment circle after all. For Zhang Xiaohua, this could expand into a bigger deal. Zhang Xiaohua was a public figure whose career was just getting started. If word got out about him at this time, he would instantly lose his image in front of the public. Their competitors would certainly not let this chance to destroy Zhang Xiaohua go. Even if Zhang Xiaohua had the ability to make a comeback, he would be stuck in a slump for a while. Let the person who pleaded guilty for me out first. We can't have innocent people being implicated, Zhang Xiaohua said seriously. Ling Qitian nodded and expressed his support for Zhang Xiaohua's statement. Compensation for the medical expenses can be exempted. We will not pursue it, Ling Qitian said to Director Guo. Director Guo readily agreed, and then called the police to bring Xiong Zhuang over. Boss, how come you're here? Zhang Xiaohua stood up, went to Xiong Zhuang, and gave him a warm hug, patting him on his shoulders. He smiled and said, Brother, you have been wronged. Go back, take a shower, and get a good night's sleep. Leave the rest to me. Everyone is waiting for you at the company. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile to Xiong Zhuang. What about you? Asked Xiong Zhuang seriously. Ling Feng smugly smiled and answered, This waste can't leave. He admitted to hitting me. That's lying to the police. Right? You can charge him for that, can't you? If I didn't hear incorrectly, didn't you say that it was a group of people who attacked you? That was a lie. So do you still want to pursue charges? Said Zhang Xiaohua. You? Ling Feng's face became red. There was no room for rebuttal. Ignoring Zhang Xiaohua, Ling Feng directed his anger to Xiong Zhuang. Do you know who I am? Ling Feng had no other skills, but he had mastered the art of abusing his status. It was enough to make people feel awe. Director Guo, this person obstructed an investigation. I want you to arrest him immediately. I want to sue him till he is ruined. Ling Feng screamed. Enough. Ling Qitian finally couldn't bear it. He screamed. You have lost your face already. Is this not enough? Now you want to embarrass me too. Do you want me to live? Are you trying to drive me mad? Grandpa, shut up. You will go home immediately and stay there. When you recover from your injury, you will go to the company and start working. I won't allow you to destroy the foundation that I worked so hard to create. Seeing Ling Qitian absolutely furious, Ling Feng could only close his mouth and bow his head silently. This was the first time that he had seen his grandpa so angry. Ling Feng's hatred towards Zhang Xiaohua climbed to an all-time high. Destroying Huaxiang Entertainment and Zhang Xiaohua officially became his ultimate goal. At this time, the most happy person was Chao Dequan. As long as Zhang Xiaohua was detained, then New Century could make full use of the power of the media and smear his name completely. As long as Zhang Xiaohua fell, Huaxiang Entertainment would follow suit. As a result, the music section of New Century would be revived. Looking at Chao Dequan's full-fledged old face, Zhang Xiaohua knew what he was thinking and could not help but be nauseated. But even if this old man wanted to play with him, he still didn't have the skills to, at least not for now. Boss, I can stay with you here, so we can be companions, Xiong Zhuang said with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua smiled mysteriously. He didn't say anything. At this time, Director Guo called over 2 policemen. One of them asked Zhang Xiaohua to sign the detention permit, and the other placed Zhang Xiaohua in handcuff too. Prepare to take him to the detention center. Looking at the cold handcuffs worn on Zhang Xiaohua's wrists, Chao Dequan, Chao Feifei, Chao Huahua, and Ling Feng were all happy. But Zhang Xiaohua had on a careless expression. It seemed that everything was in his grasp. The next moment, under the escorting of 2 policemen, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the office building in the police station, followed by Chao Dequan and Ling Feng, whose faces all showed smiles that could not be concealed. Zhang Xiaohua was led towards the gates of the detention center. At this time, only Xiong Zhuang and Zhang Xiaohua walked side by side. Xiong Zhuang took off his shirt and used it to cover Zhang Xiaohua's handcuffs in case of cameras nearby. Chapter 120, Commotion. As Zhang Xiaohua was being led towards the detention center, dozens of cars suddenly raced towards the gate of the police station, followed by more than a dozen farm trucks. The fleet stretched for hundreds of meters and drove in a hurry. The gates of the police station were completely blocked. A large number of people rushed out the vehicles and gathered like a tidal wave at the door of the police station. There were men, women, and children, and many people came out holding banners that read, "Release Zhang Xiaohua." The horde seemed to roughly amount to 1,000 plus people. Noticing the scene, passers-by also followed the crowd, making the crowd look even bigger. Several of the news vans that had been waiting outside immediately raised their cameras and ran back towards the police station recording the scene. Boss Zhang is a good person. Boss Zhang is not guilty. We must help Boss to resolve this matter today. Zhou Yi tied a white strip on his forehead and stood in front of the crowd. Yes, let Boss Zhang go. Boss Zhang is a good person. When we didn't have a job, Boss Zhang gave us a job. When our children couldn't go to school, Boss Zhang built us a school for the children. How could such a good person like Boss Zhang break the law unless necessary? All our villages have received the grace of Boss Zhang. Boss has the heart of Bodhisattva. He is a good person who has given us the chance to enjoy a good life. Let him go. 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 Thousands of people shouted and shouted. After learning that Zhang Xiaohua had got into trouble, Zhou Yi informed the villagers. Then word got out and spread into several of the surrounding villages who then followed. Zhou Yi had then rented a batch of trucks and cars and brought the villagers to help Zhang Xiaohua seek justice. At the sight of this crowd, the two police officers who were originally responsible for escorting Zhang Xiaohua immediately took a few steps back. Facing such a scene, Director Guo nearly turned around and punched a wall. He had been an official for dozens of years. He had lived a harmonious life out of the news. Now all this. At the same time, Chao Dequan and the others all stood still like wooden dolls. They were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. Even Ling Qitian, who was used to the big winds and waves, was shocked by the situation. At this time, dozens of children rushed up to the police station and then surrounded Zhang Xiaohua as if guarding him. Several children were kneeling in front of several policemen and kept yelling at them, asking them to release Zhang Xiaohua. Looking at the children's innocent eyes, several policemen couldn't bear it, but they couldn't stop. Zhang Xiaohua was also moved. Although this scene was within his expectations, he didn't expect that he had captivated so many people and that they would be willing to come to his defense. Zhou Yi's eyes turned, and he saw Chao Dequan and his group. Pointing at Chao Dequan and his party, he shouted to the people behind him, "They are the people trying to arrest Boss Zhang. Get them." Dipping back into the crowd, Zhou Yi's hand picked up a rotten egg and threw it near Chao Dequan's party. Quickly, the crowd followed suit, throwing rotten eggs and rotten fruits. As things started to be thrown, Director Guo and his party could only return to the office building. Rotten fruits and eggs were still flying all over the sky. Soon, the police station became a garbage dump. Zhang Xiaohua leisurely leaned on the back door of a police car, with a smile on his face. No one had their attention on him any longer. In the office building, Chao Dequan was awkwardly cleaning up the smudges on his body, but no matter how much he attempted to clean it, it was still stained. Director Guo was filled with anxiety and fury at the same time. This matter was obviously getting out of hand. It was only a matter of time before news reached the city hall. He was bound to be removed from office. When this was resolved, they would definitely be looking for a scapegoat to soothe public anger, and he had just served his head up on a platter by getting involved in this matter. Director Guo regretted getting involved so much. There were still several media outlets outside doing live broadcasts. If this continued to develop, the situation would be out of control at any time. Ling Feng was filled with anxiety as well. His legs were uncontrollably trembling. He was filled with fear that he would be killed by these people. You must know that there were thousands of people outside. Even if Ling Feng was really killed, they would not necessarily find the murderer. Under fear, Ling Feng said hurriedly to Director Guo, "Director Guo, quickly call the troops to suppress the crowd outside and have people protect me out of here. How much money do you want?" Slap. A crisp sound lingered around the room. Ling Qitian slapped Ling Feng across the face. Everyone was completely startled at the place. "Do you really want to make things go out of control? Do you know who's outside? They are all unarmed people. Now you're trying to bribe an official and send troops onto civilians. Who the hell do you think you are? I have been way too lenient with you. Now you truly believe you can command thunder and rain. Even if they don't kill you off, I will kill you myself." Ling Qitian's heart felt like it had been pulled out. He hated his negligence for how he had spoiled Ling Feng. Now this kid had reached the point of lawlessness and brought calamity upon them. But since things had reached this point, they had to quickly come up with a solution. If not, the entire Jinxing group would be affected. As the guardian of Ling Feng and the head of the Jinxing group, in case the interests of the group were damaged and the shareholders were to lose money, Ling Qitian would be blamed. Chapter 121, Compromise. The more time passed, the more numerous were the reportages that got out about the scene. Soon, Director Guo's phone was ringing in succession. The city council was at his throat demanding Director Guo to solve this matter as soon as possible or he would be replaced for someone who could. If this continued, the Jinxing group would also be seriously affected. After all, this matter involved the current head of the group and the future successor. Ling Qitian's phone was also blowing up. All of them are calls from the Jinxing group shareholders. Since this incident was caused by him, Ling Feng could probably take responsibility and resolve it. Perhaps, if only he walked out to Zhang Xiaohua, apologized and admitted his mistake, Zhang Xiaohua may have taken the initiative to calm the crowd outside. However, seeing the people outside so excited, Ling Feng was already thanking Buddha for the fact that they didn't rush in to kill him. Why would he dare to take the initiative to go out and find trouble? Because of the media outside, it wasn't appropriate for Director Guo to show up in this case. Before blowing up like this case was a trivial matter which the ordinary police could handle. So his involvement getting out would only make the situation more complicated. The Chao family had nothing to do with this matter anyway, so they would be of no help. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua already regarded their family as an enemy. If they went out there, it was difficult to know whether Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't just take this as a chance to launch the people's strength and carry out inhuman revenge against them. In the end, everyone focused on Ling Qitian, hoping that he would go out and negotiate with Zhang Xiaohua, settling this matter as soon as possible. Outside the door, Zhang Xiaohua still leaned back on the police car. He was currently bragging with a group of children. Although he still had handcuffs on while waiting for someone to come over to deal with this matter, he had gained the upper hand. Outside the police station, the emotions of the villagers were high. However, under the arrangement of Zhou Yi, no one tried to enter the station. Everyone waited outside the door. In a short while, Ling Qitian, dragging his body, walked out alone. Seeing someone coming out, the folks waiting outside picked up their rotten eggs and aimed at Ling Qitian, but they saw Zhang Xiaohua rushing forward and shielding Ling Qitian. He shook his head and motioned them to stop. The folks put down the eggs in their hands. Turning around, Zhang Xiaohua faced Ling Qitian, but didn't speak. He just smiled, waiting for Ling Qitian to take the initiative. Ling Qitian sighed and looked over at Zhang Xiaohua. Young man, was all this necessary for such a trivial matter? Chairman Ling is right. This isn't a big deal. I really didn't care about it. I came here today to deal with this matter, lest someone get hurt. I just didn't expect things to turn out like this either, said Zhang Xiaohua. Ling Qitian shook his head. He had completely underestimated this child's ability and influence. At such a young age, he could gather thousands of people to protest for him and cause an incident that even forced the city to compromise. Ling Qitian had to admit that this young man was definitely not simple. At this time, in Ling Qitian's heart, if he could choose, he hoped that Ling Feng and Zhang Xiaohua could have become friends, not enemies. Young man, do you think you can give me face and send the people outside back? I will help you negotiate with the police station for your release. Things shouldn't have ever reached this level anyway, Ling Qitian said. Zhang Xiaohua had taken the upper hand, so Ling Qitian was forced to compromise. If this can end with everyone safe and sound, of course, that would be best. Since Chairman Ling is asking, how can I not give face when I am a junior? After this, Zhang Xiaohua raised his hand and rubbed his nose. The handcuffs on the front were revealed in front of Ling Qitian. The meaning was obvious. Ling Qitian didn't delay and summoned a policeman to tell him, hurry up and open the handcuffs. The policeman uncuffed Zhang Xiaohua, who said with a slight smile, so, can I leave? Ling Qitian turned to face Director Guo in the station, who nodded. Turning back to face Zhang Xiaohua, he smiled. Of course. Zhang Xiaohua's face showed a triumphant smile, and he immediately turned around and left like a hero who had triumphed and returned home. The crowd went wild with cheers and shouts. In front of the folks, Zhang Xiaohua first raised his fist into the sky in thanks. He said to Zhou Yi. The villagers rarely come to the city, so this time I'll treat everyone to a meal. Boss, don't be so polite. As long as you are fine, we will head back. Zhou Yi said with a smile. Listen to me and arrange everyone into vehicles. Lead them to follow me. I'll bring everyone to a restaurant. Zhang Xiaohua said resolutely. Since Zhang Xiaohua insisted, Zhou Yi could only follow suit. He turned around and shouted to the folks. Today, Boss Zhang has invited us all to a meal. Everyone get back on the trucks. Let's go eat. The folks burst out with loud cheers, especially the children. After that, Zhang Xiaohua personally invited all the reporters present. They were also busy here for nearly a whole day. Plus, after this, the company would have to deal with these reporters frequently anyway. Zhang Xiaohua naturally couldn't be stingy. He invited them and succeeded in leaving a good impression in the hearts of the reporters. Xiong Zhuang personally acted as a driver for Zhang Xiaohua. He drove the Passat up, opened the door, and waited for Zhang Xiaohua to get on. All right, you two haven't officially met. This is our company's security manager, Xiong Zhuang. He is our company's factory director, Zhou Yi. Zhang Xiaohua introduced them to each other. After Zhou Yi directly entered the back seat, he talked with Xiong Zhuang all the way, getting to know him. In the office building of the police station, Ling Feng saw the villagers leaving. He came out of the office in an instant, swaying out of the building. Looking at Ling Feng, Ling Qitian suddenly felt a burning and tight contractions in his chest, and his sight turned immediately black. Then, his body dropped on the spot. Seeing this, everyone rushed over to Ling Qitian in panic. An ambulance was called immediately. Then he was carried off straight to the hospital. Ling Feng was also full of tears. No matter how arrogant he was, he knew how much his grandfather had done for him and how much he depended on him. If Ling Qitian really died, he really didn't know what he would do in the future. Even with his family control of the Jingsheng group, he still didn't know how to manage the company. All these events left him unprepared and fearful. While Ling Feng's group waited anxiously in hospital, Zhang Xiaohua had already led the crowd to Xinglong Hotel and then decisively booked out all of the banquet halls and called everyone in. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the 3 banquet halls of Xinglong Hotel were completely filled. The best dishes in the hotel and the best wines were all served on the table. The delicacies were delicious and delightful fragrances wafted around the area. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to give a speech, thanking the folks for their help, but seeing everyone jumping straight into eating, he stopped and let them be, just leaving everyone to eat peacefully. Chapter 122. Signing. The next day, Zhang Xiaohua came to the company early. For now, the Ling Feng incident was over. Even if Ling Feng wasn't reconciled, he could do nothing in the short term. The news that Ling Qitian had been admitted to the hospital had already spread. It was said that the Jinxing group had become a mess. As for news on Zhang Xiaohua, his donation for building a school for the village had spread throughout the country. He had been greatly appreciated by the public, and it greatly enhanced his and the company's image. He had also received great attention from the government. Arriving at the company, Zhang Xiaohua held a meeting. In the conference room, the company's top management were all gathered. Yesterday, Zhang Xiaohua had stayed in the police station for nearly a whole day. The company's business was run by Su Fengyan for the meanwhile. Did anything happen while I was gone? Asked Zhang Xiaohua. Su Fengyan's face was filled with joy. Apparently, his heart was delighted with the good news. He reported, "We have officially put Miss Ling's concert specials on Quo Duo yesterday, and all of her songs were placed into the music zone. Quo Duo also took the initiative to open a special section for Miss Ling. So far, the total number of downloads for Miss Ling's songs have surpassed more than 28 million, and the download count of the concert special is at 43 million. As for the income situation, Manager Mi can explain." Mi Jia nodded and opened the account book. The download price of each song is 25 yuan each time. The download price of the concert special is 100 yuan each time. There are currently 30 companies advertising in the section. The adverts have been placed. So far, the total sales amount is 400 million yuan. The agreement was of a 50-50 split, which means our turnover is 200 million yuan. After listening to Mi Jia's report, there was a burst of noise in the conference room. This turnover was enough to inspire people and give them hope for the future of the company. Zhang Xiaohua was expressionless, quietly leaning against the boss chair, his fingers tapping on the table, sinking for a moment. And opening. Tell Quo Duo to raise the price of the concert footage to 200 yuan. Mi Jia frowned. Suddenly doubling the price? I am afraid that it will cause public dissatisfaction. If we really want to raise the price, we can gradually increase it over time. If we insist on a substantial increase, I am afraid Quo Duo won't agree. Improving the price of the product means that the profit will increase. Quo Duo aren't fools. How can they not agree? There is a cooperation between us, so no matter how much money we make, we have to share half with them. Now Minger's concert is only priced at 100 yuan on the internet, while the price of the album is 200 yuan per unit. If the fans can download it online, who will spend an extra 100 yuan to buy a physical record? If no one buys a record, what do we earn? What do the villagers of Sparrow Village eat? When Zhang Xiaohua said this, everyone suddenly realized. Zhang Xiaohua was right. Since it was a cooperation between the two parties, then all the benefits obtained on the internet by Huaxiang Entertainment must be divided equally with Quo Duo. The records, however, fully belong to Huaxiang Entertainment. However, if they wanted to sell the records in parallel, they had to first make the price of the online download equal to the price of the record. Su Fingyan nodded and said, I will personally go and discuss the price with them as soon as possible. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said to Emma, while manager Su and Quo Duo are negotiating, your department should spread up hype on the internet saying that Mingmer's concert special price will be increasing soon. People nowadays love cheap deals. That should increase the number of downloads in the meantime. Did that Yang Kuan sign the contract yesterday? Zhang Xiaohua asked Yuan Datong. Yes, yesterday when we opened the doors, he was outside straight away. Yuan Datong absent-mindedly answered. He still didn't care much about Yang Kuan. Not only Yuan Datong, but the other people had little to no hope for Yang Kuan. Thinking about his voice, that was hoarse and cracked, everyone shuddered. However, Zhang Xiaohua insisted on signing Yang Kuan, and you could imagine how eager Yang Kuan was to sign the contract with Huaxiang Entertainment. Has Yang Kuan come in today? Zhang Xiaohua asked. He didn't leave. Emma answered with a smile. What do you mean? He said that he has no money left, and he has no relatives here, so he has no place to go. After signing the contract yesterday, he has been staying in the company. Manager Su set him up temporarily in the reception room. He is still waiting in that room as we speak. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to Emma, call him over. Emma nodded and then got up and left the meeting room. Soon, she brought Yang Kuan in. Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at him and saw that Yang Kuan was still wearing the clothes of the day before yesterday. Welcome. I heard you officially became a member of the company. I hope that you will perform well in the future. Don't let me down, said Zhang Xiaohua. Yang Kuan hurriedly nodded his head and had a well-thought-out attitude. I also asked boss to rest assured that I will perform well. What Wang Jingwen and Ling Ming can do, I can do as well. Oh, you only need to do what Ling Ming can do. As for the things that Wang Jingwen does, you can just leave them be. Zhang Xiaohua euphemistically warned Yang Kuan. Yang Kuan nodded his head hurriedly and then stayed in the same place like a kitten, waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to make arrangements. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment. He said to Yuan Datong, you should first arrange a place for Yang Kuan to stay. You're both to meet at the studio at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, so we can start recording songs for Yang Kuan. Record songs. Everyone collectively exclaimed, and they all cast doubtful looks on Zhang Xiaohua. But soon everyone was relieved. For Zhang Xiaohua's abnormal music creation ability, they had all learnt to get used to it. From Broken-Hearted Woman to Can I Hold You, and all the other songs created by Zhang Xiaohua during this period, they all seemed effortless. Chapter 123. Indifferent. Xiqiao Alley. At this time, the night was quiet. Yuan Datong was slumbering and Zhang Xiaohua was sitting in front of the computer. He hummed the song Indifferent in his head and seriously wrote Yang Kuan's songs. 2 hours later, according to Zhang Xiaohua's memory and the help of the arranger software, the score of Indifferent was roughly developed. On top of the scores, a series of decimal points and horizontal and vertical lines were drawn around the Arabic numerals. The song samples were written in code. Only a fool didn't learn from previous mistakes. After the completion of the score, Zhang Xiaohua filled in the lyrics under the song. Soon, a new classic was born under his hand. After printing the scores, Zhang Xiaohua carefully checked it. After feeling satisfied with everything, He got up and stretched out, then walked into the guest bedroom in a good mood, took off his clothes, and went to bed. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Emma, Xiaohua, Haozi, Jimmy, and Jack came together, including Yang Kuan. All of them entered into the studio on the second floor. Everyone was full of enthusiasm, looking forward to the song. Only Yuan Datong's spirit was wilting, looking at Zhang Xiaohua from time to time. His face was full of resentment. It was no wonder Yuan Datong was awakened early this morning by this kid who was blasting music at like 5 o'clock in the morning. This kid had a perfectly good villa to go back to, but he stuck around, making his life miserable. Now, Yuan Datong was finally fully understanding the meaning of Su Fengyan's words. Don't bother looking at this kid's image in the company. Once he left the company, he was still the same old shameless Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua took out the music score prepared last night and distributed it to everyone. In that strict tone, he said, "Our company can't just rely on Ling Ming to make money, so we must train more singers as soon as possible. I will give you the morning, make and record the instrumentals for this song. Is there any problem?" They didn't rush to answer, but instead looked over the scores from the beginning to the end. All of their faces gradually brightened, showing obvious excitement. For Yuan Datong, it was the same. His original wilting spirit was instantly shaken. His hands were excited and trembling, and his horrified eyes continued to linger on Zhang Xiaohua. He could not believe that Zhang Xiaohua only used one night to compose the entire song. "I still have something to do. The lyrics are here. Remember, you are all professional musicians. Don't let me down," said Zhang Xiaohua. They nodded and picked up the instruments they were good at and readied themselves. Yuan Datong sat in front of the console in a busy manner. He was responsible for tuning and recording and served as the general conductor of the band. The meticulous appearance made Zhang Xiaohua want to laugh. You try to memorize the lyrics as soon as possible, familiarize yourself with the melody, and wait until the instrumental is made. In the afternoon, you will begin to officially record the song, Zhang Xiaohua said to Yang Kuan. Yang Kuan had been an amateur singer since he was 17 years old. He has been working in various bars for 10 years as a resident singer to make a living. His unique voice had made his life hard, but he did not give up because he still dreamed of becoming a star. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, under the guidance of Zhang Xiaohua, the instrumental for Indifferent had been successfully completed. In fact, the music for this song was very simple, plus Zhang Xiaohua's instructions and Yuan Datong's super high comprehension ability and accomplishment in music. It was easy to make. However, this song was mainly highlighted by the singer's voice, and Yang Kuan's unique voice fitted the music so perfectly. At this point, Yang Kuan had already cooked the lyrics of this song into his brain. After hours of repeated practice, the vocal range of each stage of the song and the middle and low-pitched parts were fully mastered by him. Everyone refused to even eat lunch and decided to make a run through the whole song. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the recording officially started. Yang Kuan stood in the studio booth. He put on headphones, tried the sound, and immediately pointed to Yuan Datong, indicating that he was ready. Emma and Zhang Xiaohua stood side by side, and their energy was concentrated on Yang Kuan's body. Until now, everyone still had doubts about Yang Kuan. The next second, under the operation of Yuan Datong, the music slowly sounded out. After 15 seconds of the music prelude, Yang Kuan immediately entered his state, closed his eyes, and gently swayed his body, slowly singing with the simple and catchy music. No matter who is falling in love with who, no matter who is left in anguish, had feelings of happiness, but they were short-lived. Wrong or right, I can't say absolutely. Right or wrong, I have no regrets. No matter what grievances, forgive the world of all their wrongs. No matter what happens, let it not bother you. Wrong or right, I can't say absolutely. Right or wrong, I have no regrets. No matter what grievances, forgive the world of all their wrongs. No matter what happens, let it not bother you. No matter, not care. Forgive this world, all of its mistakes. No matter, I don't care. I don't care. Together with Yang Kuan's singing, everyone was deeply attracted. The vicissitudes and hoarse pitch of his voice was like a key, which instantly opened up everyone's ears, causing all kinds of emotions to flow out like tides, difficult to suppress. People who haven't experienced bitterness and helplessness couldn't understand this kind of artistic conception, because this was a song for those who had suffered multiple failures before success. It is mixed with entanglement, unwillingness, and powerlessness. And this, everyone present had deeply experienced. Wrong or right, I can't say absolutely. Right or wrong, I have no regrets. What is perfect? Let go of yourself. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Forgive all the things wrong in the world. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Hearing this, Emma couldn't help but cry, because there were countless nights in which she had cried silently. She had put in a lot of hard work, but faced failure over and over again. In the end, she could only force herself to not care, just like the lyrics of this song, facing everything with an indifferent attitude. She always smiled in front of her family. No one could see the pain in her heart, and this song fully explained her mood at that time. It doesn't matter how much sadness and helplessness was hidden in these words. They remembered when they first saw Yang Kuan at the Rose Bar. He had this exact attitude. In the face of the ridicule and embarrassment of the guests, although he was helpless, he didn't care and continued to sing. At this moment, everyone had changed the impression of Yang Kuan. They admitted that although his voice was different, he was unique in a good sense of the word. Chapter 124, Chess Pieces. Due to the preparations made beforehand, Yang Kuan did not make any mistakes during the recording of the song. From beginning to end, in one go, they successfully recorded the song. Taking off his headphones and walking out of the studio, Yang Kuan's face was always filled with a confident expression. He seemed to be waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to openly praise him. He was feeling a little self-satisfied. Zhang Xiaohua admitted that Yang Kuan did have a solid singing foundation. He was a rare talent in music. But at the same time, Zhang Xiaohua could feel that Yang Kuan had already regarded himself as a superstar. Although he did not say it, people's eyes would not lie. His were filled with unbridled arrogance. If he continued to maintain this mentality, then this mentality would harm him sooner or later, just like Wang Jingwen. The performance was okay. But in the future, you have to continue to work hard. Don't be complacent, otherwise I can't help you. Zhang Xiaohua deliberately poured Yang Kuan a bucket of cold water. Now I have to take back what I said before. I admit that your voice is unique. I didn't know how to appreciate it before, sorry. Yuan Datong bowed to Yang Kuan. He sincerely expressed his apologies to Yang Kuan. The others also expressed their apologies to Yang Kuan. In the face of the appreciation from Yuan Datong and the others, Yang Kuan's pride, which had just been annihilated by Zhang Xiaohua, once again burned up. Looking up at Zhang Xiaohua with pride, he seemed to blame Zhang Xiaohua for not knowing how to appreciate him. Zhang Xiaohua was depressed for a while. He threw a glance at Yuan Datong. He intended to use his eyes to communicate with them, but they were all focused on Yang Kuan. They didn't pay attention to Zhang Xiaohua at all. He complained in his mind. Can't these kids be smart? Will they die if they don't commit the same mistakes twice? Wang Jingwen's lesson. Have they already forgotten it? Boss, what are we going to do now? Do you want to shoot a music video for Yang Kuan? Emma asked excitedly. In order to make up for the mistakes she made before, she hoped to help Yang Kuan and make him a superstar. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't only a musician, he was still a businessman. He wouldn't let go of an opportunity to make money. So the music video must be filmed as soon as possible so they could quickly release the song into the market. Seeking speed, Zhang Xiaohua gave out orders. You go and hire out a warehouse, make sure it's spacious. After you find it, inform Zhou Yi and ask him to bring equipment and personnel for filming. I will handle the rest of the arrangements. Roger that. Are your accommodations arranged? Zhang Xiaohua asked casually. Manager Yuan arranged it for me yesterday. It is a 50 square meter public rental house. The place is quite small, but I can still live. Yang Kuan answered truthfully. It's just that his words were vaguely filled with dissatisfaction. Perhaps for him now, the 50 square meter public rental house was below his expectations. Zhang Xiaohua also heard the meaning behind Yang Kuan's words. He was asking for a larger house. It stood to reason that if Yang Kuan could bring in good returns for the company, then the company would reward him. But now his first song wasn't even out yet. It was unknown how much income he would bring into the company. If the company gave him a house at this time, it was just setting up a foundation for others to demand the same in the future. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't willing to agree. Let's wait first. I will write more songs for you. When you really have achievements, the company will not treat you badly. Zhang Xiaohua refused the request made by Yang Kuan, but also gave him a comforting promise. Listening to Zhang Xiaohua say he would write a few more songs for him, Yang Kuan immediately imagined himself in Tianhe Stadium. He was eager to perform in front of 20,000 fans like Ling Ming. He could really become a real superstar. Thinking this way, Yang Kuan quickly changed into a charming smile, and it was difficult for him to conceal his excitement. "Thank you, boss. I will work harder and never let the company down." Zhang Xiaohua smiled in his heart, remembering that Wang Jingwen used to say the same thing, but look what happened in the end. "Okay, go back first. Take a break and wait for the company's notice." "Okay." After that, Yang Kuan left the studio in a great mood. Zhang Xiaohua came downstairs, sat in front of the computer, and began to concentrate on writing songs for Yang Kuan. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Xiaohua still sat in front of the computer and almost wanted to break his head. Finally, he wrote 4 songs for Yang Kuan, namely Empty City, Wrangler, The Day, and Rio de Janeiro. Although the levels of these songs were lower than Indifferent, once combined into an album, it should be no problem. Zhang Xiaohua took a long breath and didn't stop. He also arranged the music videos for all the songs, including scenes, shots, and performances. Of course, the reason why Zhang Xiaohua was working so hard was for his own interests. For him, Yang Kuan was just a pawn in his life. Chapter 125, Filming. 3 days later, Monday, 8 a.m. Zhang Xiaohua held an early meeting in the company to prepare for the tasks of the day. The company had 2 projects. One was to shoot the music videos with Yang Kuan, and the other was to record Ling Ming's energy drink advertisements. At the request of Zhang Xiaohua, the TSD troupe and Ling Ming had began rehearsing 2 days before in order to prepare for shooting the advertisement. Today, Zhou Yi brought over 2 film crews, all of which were currently in the conference room, waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to arrange the tasks. "Big Head, Emma, Xiaohai, Housie, Jimmy, and Jack, you guys are to work on making these 4 songs." Zhang Xiaohua took out the notation of the 4 songs written last night. They were distributed to the group. "Now our company has always relied on Ming'er alone to support the company. It is time to help relieve her of this burden." Zhang Xiaohua glanced at Yuan Datong and said, "I will give the music department a week to complete these songs. I think this should be enough time." "Don't worry, our music department can handle it. Within a week, we promise to complete the task." As the music director, Yuan Datong, on behalf of the entire music department, accepted the task. Zhang Xiaohua nodded with satisfaction and turned to Zhou Yi. "Today I will be personally responsible for shooting Ming'er's advertisement. As for Yang Kuan's music video, you are responsible for it. I have laid out all the scenes, just follow the instructions. Let's take a split action and work together to get all the work done." After that, Zhang Xiaohua gave plans for the Indifferent music video to Zhou Yi. The plan was divided into several shots, several scenes, and the location of the shoots were clearly laid out. The whole music video was quite simple, only 2 scenes, so even without Zhang Xiaohua's on-site guidance, Zhou Yi and the film crew could easily film it. Zhang Xiaohua was very pleased. Now that he had so many capable cadres, the company could flourish. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Emma, help me to ask the TSD troupe to meet me at the business plaza. Also inform Ling Ming to get ready." After speaking to Emma, Zhang Xiaohua told Xiong Zhuang, "Take people to the business plaza and arrange security around it." "Got it." Xiong Zhuang took the lead and then led the entire security department to the business plaza. "Manager Su, how did yesterday's tasks go?" Zhang Xiaohua asked Su Fengyan. "I have already asked the leaders of the Cultural Affairs Bureau to lend us 2 fire trucks." He agreed. "We can call for them when we need." Su Fengyan reported back. Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to use state-owned resources, but the energy drink company was an international brand, and he wished to build his reputation on the international level. He would probably cooperate with this company again in the future. This advertisement had to be filmed well. The scene they had envisioned required a lot of water, so pumps and sprinklers simply wouldn't work in this situation. In desperation, Zhang Xiaohua could only use the fire truck. But in return, Zhang Xiaohua would help the fire station by donating a generous amount for their services. "Okay, everyone, let's get busy. After we are finished, I will invite everyone out to dinner tonight." With Zhang Xiaohua's order, the entire conference room suddenly burst into movement. Everyone left the company in a rush to complete their tasks. Uncle Su, you can come with me. Let's go to the business plaza. Zhang Xiaohua smiled at Su Fengyan. Zhang Xiaohua had slowly grown a sense of dependence on Su Fengyan, and the company had achieved great success through Su Fengyan's help. Su Fengyan smiled and nodded. After that, the two men led the film crew to leave the company. They talked and laughed along the way to the shooting location. An hour later, Zhou Yi led the film crew to an abandoned warehouse located in the suburbs. The environment was pretty good, surrounded by green leaves, birds and flowers. Very quiet, it was a good shooting venue. However, compared to Ling Ming's arrangements, the environment here was simply not worth mentioning, and the whole music video was only a total of 2 scenes anyway. Yang Kuan thought that Zhang Xiaohua would give him a top-level music video, using the best scenes, the best dance troupe, and the best equipment. He didn't want the music video shooting site to be an abandoned warehouse far away from the city. He didn't even have dancers. Apart from the film crew staff, there were only 2 ordinary cameras and spotlights. Even a makeup artist and stylist weren't provided. Looking at the simple environment, Yang Kuan suddenly sighed and asked Zhou Yi, "Why hasn't Boss Zhang come yet?" "Boss Zhang has gone to another shooting scene. It's up to us to get it right here. You can rest assured, we are all professionals," Zhou Yi said with a smile. "Pros my ass," Yang Kuan couldn't help saying in his head. He still asked quietly, "Who is Boss Zhang guiding?" Yang Kuan thought that Zhang Xiaohua would personally come and guide the shooting of the music video, but it was clear that Zhang Xiaohua didn't put this music video in his heart, which made Yang Kuan feel uncomfortable. Ling Ming is shooting an advertisement for an energy drink company today, and it needs a lot of arranging. At present, almost half of the company's people are going to help. Having said that, Zhou Yi patted Yang Kuan's shoulder and encouraged, "You can also cheer up. I believe that as long as you work hard, you will have the same attention as Ling Ming sooner or later. Boss Zhang only chooses true talents. Since he signed you, it means that you have a bright future, okay? Let's get to work now." Although his heart was unwilling, Yang Kuan was helpless. He reassured himself that once his own songs were released, his fame would definitely overshadow Ling Ming, and he would become the pillar of the company. Because Yang Kuan thought that Zhang Xiaohua would arrange makeup artist and stylist for him today, he didn't dress up, and he still came wearing a dirty white shirt and jeans. Fortunately, he brought an electric razor with him. When he saw the film crew was ready, Yang Kuan quickly took out the razor that he carried with him. He was about to shave quickly. Zhou Yi, seeing what he was about to do, hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Don't shave." Yang Kuan was shocked, and his movement stopped. He said, "Aren't we going to start shooting soon?" Zhou Yi suddenly became serious and explained, "Boss Zhang said you don't need to make any changes in clothing or image. What he wants is your natural vicissitudes. This image fits the mood of the song the best, so you don't need to make any changes." In Zhang Xiaohua's view, Yang Kuan's image was already perfect. The deep and hoarse voice and his vicissitudes of life were the most perfect combination. There was no need to change anything. Since this was Zhang Xiaohua's order, Yang Kuan didn't dare to confront him. But if the beard couldn't be shaved, at least his clothes should be changed? "That's fine. I will go to the car and change then." "No need. Your clothes are good. Besides, we haven't prepared clothes for you." When Zhou Yi said this, Yang Kuan almost cried. He had been wearing these clothes for several days now. I thought that Zhang Xiaohua would give him a few sets of clothing. He didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to not even spend money on clothes. "I am so dirty, how can I shoot?" Yang Kuan was crying with a face, a look of anger. "Do not worry. This music video is in black and white. Even if you climb out of the mud, you can't see it," Zhou Yi explained with a laugh. Chapter 126, Luxury Edition. At the business plaza, the entire staff was in full swing, rushing about to get their tasks done. The square was surrounded by onlookers who were attracted by the scene. Even the traffic police was out monitoring the situation. Under the arrangement of Zhang Xiaohua, cameras had been placed in different positions. A camera dolly was set up to let them film the scene more easily. The track for the cameras to move along took more than 2 hours to lay. The track ran for more than 100 meters. Occupying half of the square, 2 fire trucks were on standby. The project wasn't too large, but it was quite luxurious. The makeup artist was getting Ling Ming ready inside the trailer, and the TSD troupe had gathered in the square. All the members were wearing summer clothes. They all looked full of youthful vitality. After the concert at the Tianhe Stadium, the name of the TSD troupe was now widely known and praised by many as the best dance group in Asia. Of course, this was mainly due to the hype from Ling Ming and advertising of Huaxiang Entertainment. Xiong Zhuang led 30 security guards around the square. Now that Ling Ming was even more famous and adored, security had to be tightened, especially in a public place like this. Zhang Xiaohua was sitting in front of the monitor as a director. Everyone was just waiting for Ling Ming to get in place. 10 minutes later, Ling Ming slowly walked down from her film trailer. Since it was nearing autumn, the weather had recently taken a cold turn, but Ling Ming still came out wearing only a cool black sleeveless t-shirt with the energy drink logo across her chest. The black tight-fitting shorts she wore left quite a bit of skin exposed. Seeing Ling Ming appear, the crowd burst into hysterical screams while lifting their phones and snapping photos of her crazily. Some of the more enthusiastic fans desperately attempted to rush forward, eager to get closer to Ling Ming. Fortunately, the security personnel and the traffic police blocked them. Going straight to Zhang Xiaohua, Ling Ming smiled and said, "Boss, I am ready." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Ling Ming from top to bottom and said, "Although it is nearly autumn, we have to give off the cool feeling of summer. In the shooting, the fire trucks will spray water on you. You have to be prepared. We are all clear and we are fully prepared. Please rest assured, boss." Ling Ming smiled and promised. 2 days ago, Zhang Xiaohua gave her and the troupe a heads up. After 2 days of rehearsal and Zhang Xiaohua's explanation, everyone was already familiar with the plot of the advertisement. Her song Feelings was being used as the background music for the advertisement. "Okay, hurry and get ready." "Okay." Ling Ming smiled sweetly. Then trotting along the way, she walked up to the central position of the square and the dancers dispersed either side of her. All the staff members rushed out of the way. In the end, only Ling Ming was left alone to stand in the center of the square. Her hair fluttered in the wind. On her gentle face was hung a smile. Her eyebrows were picturesque, heroic, and graceful all at the same time. "Everyone get to your stations. 3, 2, 1, action." "Here," Zhang Xiaohua shouted, and Ling Ming began to move, with the camera moving along the track to follow her. When Ling Ming stopped, the makeup artist immediately rushed up to spray some water on her face, making her look sweaty and exhausted. A staff member was to throw a bottle of the drink, and Ling Ming was to catch the bottle, then unscrew the cap, take a swig, and pretend that she was suddenly filled with energy. Then, the music would sound and the dancers would rush out from both sides of the square. Each person, holding a bottle in their hands, would then surround Ling Ming and begin singing and dancing with her. At the same time, 2 fire trucks would spray water on them. Finally, everyone would shout, "Reckless, you're not you when you're tired. Reckless gives you courage." Then, the ad would end. The can was thrown across, and Ling Ming leaned forward to catch the bottle, but was too slow to react, and the bottle flew past her onto the floor. Ling Ming stood stupidly in the same place, watching the bottle roll across the floor. She then immediately looked over to Zhang Xiaohua, obviously afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would be angry. Zhang Xiaohua smiled a little and didn't care. He picked up the wireless intercom. "Everyone get back into position." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was not angry, Ling Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With a heavy heart, Ling Ming returned to her position. After the first shot was successfully completed, the staff once again threw a can and Ling Ming rushed to pick it up, but was still a step too slow, causing the second shot to end in failure again. Ling Ming's face was bright red, and she looked up to Zhang Xiaohua, but she saw that Zhang Xiaohua was still smiling. "Take the intercom," to Ling Ming. Zhang Xiaohua handed over a spare walkie-talkie to a staff member and ordered. The staff member trotted over and handed over the intercom to Ling Ming. Ling Ming put the wireless walkie-talkie tightly to her ear. "What do you call somebody with no body and just a nose?" I don't know. What do you call somebody with no body and just a nose?" "Nobody knows." Ling Ming's face became red, and she burst into laughter. "Boss, that joke was so bad." Ling Ming's laughter came over the intercom. "Well, you're still laughing, aren't you?" Zhang Xiaohua countered. "I'm gonna ignore you. Let's get back to filming." After Ling Ming said that, she returned the walkie-talkie to the staff member. Chapter 127. Faith. As the tension in Ling Ming's heart slowly disappeared, she returned to her original position. Ready action. A staff member threw the bottle, and this time Ling Ming stuck out her hands and caught it accurately. A cameraman rushed up to give Ling Ming a close-up shot. The other 3 cameramen recorded her in different angles. Ling Ming unscrewed the bottle cap and immediately took a swig of the drink. Then, she put on a look full of the energy. Her expression was perfect. Quickly play the music and send in the troupe, shouted Zhang Xiaohua through the wireless walkie-talkie. The staff immediately activated the music. With the joyful music sounding, the dancers faded in from both sides, jumping into the square, and started to dance with Ling Ming. Seeing the joyful scene, the crowds joined in and started dancing. Third and fourth cameras shift focus to the surrounding crowd and give them a 5-second frame. Zhang Xiaohua directed. Fire truck, begin. When the shooting progress was nearing the end, Zhang Xiaohua gave another order. The 2 fire trucks that had already been on standby immediately started simultaneously spraying water over the square. Ling Ming, leading the dancers, continued to dance in the dense water droplets. In the end, Ling Ming led the members of the TSD troupe to read out the advertisement slogan. Reckless. You're not you when you're tired. Reckless gives you courage. And cut. That's a wrap. Zhang Xiaohua shouted excitedly. Quickly get them a towel. We can't afford for them to catch a cold. Zhang Xiaohua shouted to the staff on scene. Celebration party tonight on me. Now let's go home and have a rest. At 7 o'clock we will meet up for the party. Haha. Thanks boss for treating us again. Ling Ming said happily. Even though she was now super rich with a net worth of millions, every time she heard that someone else was treating, she became overjoyed like a child. Looking at the smiling Ling Ming, Zhang Xiaohua raised his hand subconsciously, about to squeeze her face to tease her. But remembering the onlookers around, Zhang Xiaohua quietly shrunk back his hand. Now Ling Ming was a national idol and a goddess in the minds of men. Zhang Xiaohua started to watch himself. If he was photographed teasing her, he would become a public enemy. Ling Ming smirked at him, then walked into the film trailer under the escort of several bodyguards. This was the trailer the company had bought for her. Ling Ming had also recently purchased a 2-story villa on the outskirts of the city for 5 million yuan. Zhang Xiaohua went up to the firefighters and thanked them. After personally sending away the firefighters, Zhang Xiaohua said to Su Fengyan in a serious way, "Can you handle the donation to the fire department? Help them set up a foundation. They risk so much. With a pension fund, they can feel more secure." Su Fengyan expressed his appreciation for Zhang Xiaohua's kindness. But in Su Fengyan's view, there must be a measure to doing good deeds. The last time, to help build a school, Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate to throw out more than 20 million. Every time he treats the employees to a meal, he spends thousands of yuan. This time, he didn't want to just donate 1 million yuan to the fire station, but also set up a charity fund for them. Although he appreciated Zhang Xiaohua's intentions at this time, in the eyes of Su Fengyan, Zhang Xiaohua was still too young, falling prey to his youthful enthusiasm and doing whatever came to mind without considering the consequences and how to manage money. In order to enlighten Zhang Xiaohua, Su Fengyan said seriously, "Xiaohua, a good heart is a good thing. As the saying goes, good people always receive good things. But it's also vital to know your limits. After all, money doesn't fall from the sky. It's hard-earned. You need to remember to save for the future. You never know what will happen." Zhang Xiaohua nodded with a smile, but he argued back. "Uncle Su, don't worry. I understand the importance of saving. But what's the point of earning money if you can't spend it? And if we are to spend it, why not use it to give back to society?" Su Fengyan let out a slight sigh and said, "When I was your age, I would have been over the moon just earning enough to grant my family enough to enjoy life." Chapter 128, Directorly. By 5 p.m., under the leadership of Zhou Yi, the music video for Indifferent was finished. Although Zhou Yi felt that the music video was perfect, Yang Kuan felt it was very monotonous. Regardless of the scene, his clothes, and the attitude of the staff, Yang Kuan was extremely dissatisfied. However, he could only accept his fate. He acknowledged that he still hadn't contributed to the company or shown his worth. Boss Zhang just called and told us to meet them at the Xinglong Hotel for dinner. "Everyone, hurry up and pack up," Zhou Yi told the staff. "Boss Zhang is so generous. Every time we finish a task, he treats us to a meal." A staff member said while packing. Everyone else agreed. Only Yang Kuan was silent. Yang Kuan secretly snorted, but he endured his temper and rushed with Zhou Yi and the others to the Xinglong Hotel. O'clock in the evening, in the banquet hall of Xinglong Hotel. At this time, all the staff members had gathered together, and they were now talking in groups of 3 and 5, waiting for the dinner to begin. In one day, an advertisement and a music video were completed. This work efficiency made Zhang Xiaohua quite satisfied. Zhang Xiaohua went to the front and said, "Everyone has worked hard today. Everyone will receive a bonus of 15,000 yuan at the end of this month." "Great. Thank you, boss." The next moment, the table was full of wine and food. The staff began to dig in. Zhang Xiaohua and several company executives were sitting at the main table. Ling Ming, Su Fingyan, Yuan Datong, Emma, Xiaohai, Haozi, Jimmy, Jack, Zhou Yi, Xiong Zhuang, etc. These people and Zhang Xiaohua were the backbone of the company. At this time, Yang Kuan, who was just entering the hall, looked around, walked up to the table, took a chair, and sat directly with Zhang Xiaohua and the others. In Yang Kuan's heart, he was also one of the important figures of the company. Although he wasn't as famous as Ling Ming, he was very confident that once his songs were released, his fame would cover Ling Ming's own in an instant. Therefore, in Yang Kuan's opinion, he was fully qualified to eat at the same table with Zhang Xiaohua. What's more, the other tables were full of ordinary staff. Su Fingyan cast a questioning look at Yang Kuan. He had no issue with Yang Kuan coming over to sit with them, but did this kid have no manners? He didn't even say hello, he just took a seat. However, Yang Kuan directly ignored Su Fingyan's existence, and his sight only fell on Zhang Xiaohua's body. Besides him, he seemed to have no one else in his eyes. In other words, except Zhang Xiaohua, he would not listen to anyone. Zhang Xiaohua was in a great good mood today. Seeing Su Fingyan about to reprimand Yang Kuan, he interrupted with a cough and a smile at him. There was no need to make a fuss. The table had plenty of room anyway. Yang Kuan was overjoyed that Zhang Xiaohua had recognized his position in the company. The banquet was just beginning. At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly walked into the middle of the hall. He had a Mediterranean haircut and was of an average height, but rather fat. Behind him followed a man and 4 women, all in business attire. Seeing them enter, Su Fingyan rushed to Zhang Xiaohua's ear and said candidly, "That fellow is called Li Jianjun, the director of the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television. The young man behind him is his secretary, called Lin Weigua. It seems that they are here to eat today. This is a rare opportunity to meet them." "Who are those 4 women?" Zhang Xiaohua asked with a laugh. Compared to the 2 big men, the 4 young and beautiful ladies were more attractive to him. Su Fingyan smiled slightly back at him. 4 beautiful women. The life of an official is truly amazing. After Zhang Xiaohua muttered to himself, he and Su Fingyan got up and walked over to the group. It was nigh impossible for these 2 groups to run into each other in such a large city, especially in a 3-star hotel. Director Li, hearing about Zhang Xiaohua dining here from one of his subordinates, came over to take a look at this emerging star and maybe negotiate benefits for both sides. Both Zhang Xiaohua and Su Fingyan had their skepticism. However, he was an important official with a large amount of control over the entire entertainment market. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't really afford to offend him and could only come over and pay his respects. "Director Li, what a pleasure to see you here," Su Fingyan said enthusiastically. It could be said that Su Fingyan and Director Li were old acquaintances, but their relationship had always been tepid. Director Li smiled and shook hands with Su Fingyan. Zhang Xiaohua on the side with a smile. His thief-like gaze kept moving up and down over the girls' bodies, and his throat squirmed. "Oh dear, I nearly forgot to introduce you to," said Su Fingyan. "This is Director Li of the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television." Then, he turned to Director Li and said, "This my boss, the CEO of Huaxiang Entertainment, Zhang Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohua leaned forward, symbolically shook hands with Director Li, and said politely, "Hello, Director Li. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard great things about you from Su Fingyan." Director Li smiled. "Likewise, I have heard great things about you and your outstanding contributions to the domestic entertainment culture. As the overseer of the entertainment industry, I have to personally congratulate you on your success." Zhang Xiaohua laughed happily. "Director Li's matters are of utmost importance. So for the sake of the industry, I shall leave you to your duties. As soon as I have a chance, I will make sure to personally make a trip to your office so we can have a chat and thank you for the congratulations." Listening to Zhang Xiaohua's words, Director Li modestly waved his hands and smiled. As a leader maintaining the industry, it's a must to serve the good of the people. Recently, I have been advocating cultural undertakings to improve the state of the industry and spread more awareness of the beauty of Huaxia, which has worn me out. So currently, I'm just looking for a calm place to get a meal and relax. Worn out my ass. Zhang Xiaohua secretly retorted in his mind. Yes, Director Li has worked hard. In fact, let's do this today. Since I'm here, let me take care of the bill, Director Li, and everyone can relax. Think of it as a thank you from the company for all you have done for the entertainment industry. As soon as he finished, Zhang Xiaohua rushed over to the waiter and ordered, "Arrange a high-end VIP room for Director Li and send him all the best dishes from your menu. Put the bill on my tab." "Oh wow, such kindness. I really don't know how to react," Director Li said with a hypocritical smile. "Director Li is too polite. It's just a meal, nothing compared to all you have done," Zhang Xiaohua said while imagining punching him over and over in his mind. Enduring his annoyance, he carried on his performance. The business world was already treacherous enough for his liking. The last thing he wanted was a greedy official to place him on his target list. So he humbled himself. Chapter 129, Coincidence. After a few more minutes of ass-kissing, Director Li finally took his leave up to the VIP room that Zhang Xiaohua had prepared for him. Looking at the back of Director Li's frame, Zhang Xiaohua snorted full of frustration. This encounter had just cost him thousands of yuan. It's no wonder that everyone wants to be an official. Su Fingyan took the chance to pat Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and say, "Some things are better just accepted for the company's development. It is mandatory for us to have a good relationship with those in power." Zhang Xiaohua smiled helplessly. "Since we are going to play this game, may as well do it well," Zhang Xiaohua said with a sigh and called over a waitress. After enjoying his meal, Director Li started to head out with his team when a waiter came up to them and said, "The boss of Huaxiang Entertainment has asked me to hand this to you. It is a VIP card. The time limit is 1 year. Within 1 year, Director Li can use this card to come to eat or stay over in the hotel free of charge. Boss Zhang also asked me to give you his thanks for all your hard work and your contributions to society." Director Li was stunned at first, then his face burst into a smile. He nodded to the secretary and signaled him to accept the card. A week later, the music videos for Indifferent had been edited and processed. According to the company's practice, the first song of a newcomer would be put online to attract attention and build a fan base. But now, with the reputation of Huaxiang Entertainment having been established, Zhang Xiaohua decided to make some slight changes. The song was still placed onto Quoduo.com to attract attention, but they placed it behind a paywall, and the price was even higher than that of Ling Ming's. The price of online viewing was 10 yuan, and for downloading the price was 50 yuan, which was twice the download price of Ling Ming's single. As a partner, Quoduo immediately opened up a new section for Yang Kun, and the song Indifferent was also placed in the premium music area. They also placed a head banner on the main page, Huaxiang Entertainment's newest singer. The song broke 20,000 downloads in only half an hour, and the comments section blew up. With the continued popularity of Indifferent, the downloads were rising like crazy, from 20,000 to 50,000, and from 50,000 to 100,000. In just a day, the download volume had already exceeded the million mark. The viewage numbers were even more exaggerated. Many fans chose the cheaper option of just watching the music video over downloading. The next day, Quoduo ushered in representatives of more than 20 companies, eager to advertise in Yang Kuen's music section. The advertisement spaces in his section were instantly filled. Huaxiang Entertainment. In the office, at this time, Zhang Xiaohua was sitting leisurely in front of the computer. He opened the Quoduo net and took a look at the results of Indifferent. Although the results were heaven-defying, no expression could be seen on Zhang Xiaohua's face. Just like an ancient well that had no waves, there were no signs of change in his heart. Because this achievement was just as he expected, so he had already prepared his heart. It was nothing worth making a fuss over. Opening Yang Kuen's music area, a confused look flashed over Zhang Xiaohua's face. He then clicked back and opened Ling Ming's music area. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. The layout of the two were exactly the same. It wasn't unreasonable to look at, but there was still plenty of space for more advertisements. Why are they wasting so much space? We could be earning so much more, Zhang Xiaohua whispered to himself. He leaned forward, picking up the phone. Emma called and asked Quo Duo which idiot designed the advertising layout, and asked them to quickly improve it. There is more than enough space for 5 more ads. This is money we are losing. Okay, I will consult with Quo Duo Network. On the other side of the line, Emma hung up and quickly dialed for Quo Duo. An hour later, Emma rushed into Zhang Xiaohua's office with Yuan Datong following. Is it done? Zhang Xiaohua asked. Boss, you won't believe. Which company is responsible for the advertisements on Quo Duo? Emma mysteriously said with joy. A smirk ran across her face. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head confused. He had no interest in who designed the page. He just wanted it improved. He wanted more interests. Whoever designed it wasn't important. Emma smiled and continued. All the advertisements on Quo Duo are handled by Eternal Advertising, including the page layouts. In fact, Quo Duo is their largest client. The food and butter they live off. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Then he burst into laughter. Are you sure it's them? Yes. When I inquired earlier, they stated that Zhu Yunsai's company was responsible for the advertising designs. Emma gave a positive answer. Quo Duo is their biggest client. They're their bread and butter. Emma repeated. Perfect, just perfect. Zhang Xiaohua once again burst into laughter. Boss, you look so treacherous right now. Emma laughed. Xiaohua, so what's the plan? Yuan Datong asked curiously. Zhang Xiaohua smiled slightly and said, immediately inform manager Su and ask him to contact the editor-in-chief of Quo Duo. I want to talk to him about changing advertising companies. Well, Emma immediately took out her mobile phone and contacted Su Fengyan and conveyed the meaning of Zhang Xiaohua. Su Fengyan did not delay after receiving the notice. He contacted Zhu Xiangyang, the editor-in-chief of QuoDuo.com, but didn't explain the specific situation to Zhu Xiangyang. He only said that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to talk to him face-to-face. Chapter 130, Pressure. Ling Ming's 2 albums, together with the concert specials, had brought in unprecedented benefits to Quo Duo. Yang Kuan's Indifferent was also on flames. In just 2 days, it brought loads of traffic to Quo Duo. Hwaseong Entertainment had also promised that Yang Kuan would be releasing more music soon. Zhang Xiaohua had become the god of wealth for the Quo Duo network. Upon hearing that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to meet up, Zhu Xiangyang made the trip over. Zhu Xiangyang stood in Zhang Xiaohua's office, his face full of smiles. Recently, Quo Duo had made a lot of money. As the person to negotiate the deal, Zhu Xiangyang was wallowing in glory. Zhang Xiaohua was expressionless. He looked over to Zhu Xiangyang quietly. There was clear dissatisfaction in his eyes. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, Zhu Xiangyang lost his smile and asked seriously, "Why has Boss Zhang called me over? Has something happened?" Zhang Xiaohua slid the mouse over and opened up Quo Duo. He looked at the computer screen facing Zhu Xiangyang, and his finger pointed to Yang Kuan's music section. He said, "Have you seen this advertising layout? Look at all these blank areas. We are losing out on multiple advertisers, which means we have lost money. We have great losses on both sides. I am very dissatisfied with this." After Zhang Xiaohua's explanation, Zhu Xiangyang looked at the blank spaces and felt that the layout of this advertisement was quite lacking. Under normal circumstances, if someone was willing to advertise on Quo Duo, then Quo Duo would recommend customers to the Eternal Advertising Company, who would help them design the advertisements. After the advertisements were completed, they would be placed on Quo Duo by Eternal Advertising. After Zhu Xiangyang explained it to Zhang Xiaohua's irritation seemed to grow. It's obvious that this Eternal Advertising is trash. As a boss, I have to ensure the interests of the company. The company's interests can't be affected, so I'm asking that you immediately terminate the partnership with this Eternal Advertising. This, Zhu Xiangyang was stunned. Quo Duo and Eternal Advertising had been in happy cooperation for years. At present, Eternal Advertising had been responsible for the advertising design of many customers of Quo Duo. If suddenly they terminated their cooperation, what about the customers of Quo Duo? Who should they look for advertising designs? This was too abrupt. If you continue to cooperate with Eternal Advertising, then in order to ensure that our company's interests are not harmed, I can only terminate the cooperation between us. Zhang Xiaohua continued to place pressure on Zhu Xiangyang, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhu Xiangyang was so anxious that he was sweating. If they had to choose one, then Quo Duo would undoubtedly choose Huaxiang Entertainment. By contrast, if the Eternal Advertising Company was at most a small shrimp, Huaxiang Entertainment was a real big fish. However, at present, there was still a lot of business dealings between their company and Eternal Advertising. If they rushed to terminate their contract with Eternal Advertising, it would cause dissatisfaction from many customers. There is no need for this. I will urge Eternal Advertising to immediately modify the design. You can be responsible for the supervision so they meet your satisfaction, said Zhu Xiangyang. Zhang Xiaohua sneered aloud and said, "There is nothing to talk about. I will get people to draft up a contract cancellation agreement and send it to your company as soon as possible. It has been great cooperating with you during this time." After he said this, Zhang Xiaohua picked up the office phone. Zhu Xiangyang stood up and immediately pressed his hand on the call cancellation button. He said, "Boss Zhang, don't misunderstand. I'm just trying to find a compromise. We can still discuss this. To tell the truth, there is no room for negotiation in this matter." Zhang Xiaohua's face was gloomy and cold. Eternal Advertising or Huaxiang Entertainment? Now please, Mr. Zhu, choose one. Our choices are as simple as that. Let's give a reply. Obviously, Zhang Xiaohua had some sort of grudge against Eternal Advertising and was using them to get revenge. Zhu Xiangyang was filled with frustration, but he said, "Well, since Boss Zhang's mind has been decided, then please give me some time to go back and discuss with the shareholders." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "I can give you 2 days to reply," said Zhang Xiaohua. After Zhu Xiangyang left, Zhang Xiaohua immediately put on a smile and leaned back into his chair and started playing computer games. In the afternoon, when Zhu Xiangyang conveyed what happened in the meeting to the CEO, he immediately held a meeting with the other shareholders. The results were no surprise. They unanimously decided to abandon Eternal Advertising to protect their golden goose. Plus, there were plenty of advertising companies out there, but there was only one Huaxiang Entertainment. Nowadays, Huaxiang Entertainment had basically created a monopoly over the music scene. Though many other companies had created copycat artists and similar songs, none had gained as much traction as Huaxiang's. The music scene had showed great signs of picking up, but currently Huaxiang Entertainment had large amount of the market share. Now, Indifferent had become popular all over the country overnight. It had brought huge gains to the Quo Duo, and Zhang Xiaohua had already promised that Yang Kuan would continue to introduce new songs and continue to bring to Quo Duo huge gains. However, if Zhang Xiaohua was offended by the advertising agency and took up shop elsewhere, the consequences would be dire. After their decision, Zhu Xiangyang contacted Zhu Yunkai to talk about it tomorrow morning. Early the next morning, Zhu Yunkai came to the headquarters of Quo Duo early to meet with Zhu Xiangyang. Zhu Yunkai thought that Zhu Xiangyang was looking for himself to talk about business. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiangyang gave a copy of the contract cancellation agreement to Zhu Yunkai. "I am sorry, Boss Zhu." Looking at the contract book in his hand, Zhu Yunkai was shocked. His hands began to tremble violently. They had a pleasant cooperation with Quo Duo Network all this time. They had always been doing their best for Quo Duo. They didn't dare be the slightest bit sloppy. As far as he knew, no mistakes were made so far. So why were they seeking to terminate the contract? The most important thing was that Quo Duo was their largest client. 75% of their income was from Quo Duo. If Quo Duo was determined to cancel the cooperation, they would be pushed close to death's door. "Master Zhu, what do you mean by this?" Zhu Yunkai was stunned. Why would Quo Duo suddenly cancel the contract with his company? Zhu Xiangyang had no choice but to smile. He was also forced to do so. This was not his decision. This was the unanimous decision of the shareholders. He was just the messenger. As far as he saw it, Huaxiang was overreaching. Allowing them to meddle in their business now was only setting up a dangerous precedent for them to do so again in the future. "I understand Boss Zhu's mood, but I don't have the power to change the company's decision. The shareholders have already decided." Zhu Xiangyang sighed. Chapter 131, Critical. Editor Zhu, we have been old friends for many years. If you know something about who is targeting me, please tell me. Zhu Yunkai pleaded. He was eager to know the truth behind the matter. Only in this way could he have the opportunity to find a solution. After so many years of cooperation, Zhu Xiangyang didn't want to watch eternal advertising collapse. Maybe if he could resolve the issue with Huaxiang, they could resume cooperation. Zhu Xiangyang sighed and said, "To tell the truth, terminating our cooperation with your company wasn't our idea, but Huaxiang Entertainment's. We started cooperation with them recently, and they have brought the company lots of benefits. But yesterday, their boss asked the company to cancel the cooperation relationship with your company, or else they would take their business elsewhere. According to my understanding, the boss of Huaxiang Entertainment, although young, is by no means an unreasonable person. But this time, he was determined to leave no room for your company. Did you offend him?" Upon hearing the words Huaxiang Entertainment, Zhu Yunkai was stunned. Although Zhu Yunkai had heard about the cooperation between Huaxiang Entertainment and Quoduo, Zhu Yunkai didn't think that Zhang Xiaohua would actually be so vengeful and have so much power and influence over Quoduo. Quoduo was their largest customer. If Quoduo really insisted on ending cooperation with them, it was equivalent to forcing the company to death's door. Although they still had other clients, they were just some small customers. It wasn't enough to maintain the company's livelihood. Realizing his situation, he thought over his choices. Ask Zhang Xiaohua for forgiveness and plead for the contract with Quoduo back, or seek help from New Century Entertainment. In Zhu Yunkai's view, the possibility of receiving support from New Century was obviously greater. However, before he negotiated with Chao Feifei, Zhu Yunkai didn't rush to burn the bridge with Quoduo. "Zhu Zongbian, can you give me some time to try fix this? After so many years of partnership, you can give me this much face, right?" Zhu Yunkai asked in a pleading tone. Zhu Xiangyang thought for a moment, then nodded his head and said, "I can hold it off for a while, but I advise you to rush over personally to Huaxiang Entertainment and talk to their boss. As long as you can convince him we can get this resolved." Zhu Yunkai just nodded in perfunctorily and sneaked off to New Century. Arriving at New Century, Zhu Yunkai was told that Chao Feifei hadn't been in for nearly a week. She had been at St. Mary's Hospital these days looking over Ling Qitian. Although it wasn't an appropriate time to find Chao Feifei to talk about business, in order to save his company, Zhu Yunkai rushed straight to St. Mary's Hospital. St. Mary's Hospital, Intensive Care Unit, Number 1. Ling Qitian lay in the bed. His face was covered with an oxygen mask. His body was full of medical tubes. The frequency of the electrocardiogram sometimes had huge fluctuations, showing how unstable his heartbeat was. Several medical experts were on standby outside the ward with a group. It was the Chao family and Ling Feng. Since Ling Qitian had been sent to the hospital, they hadn't left for a single moment. Ling Qitian had been in a comatose state for 3 days and 3 nights now. He had been diagnosed with acute myocardial infarction and symptoms of cerebral hemorrhage. The main cause was believed to be the stress he went through during the police incident. The doctor had already performed on Ling Qitian, but Ling Qitian still fell into a coma. Now, whether Ling Qitian would awaken or not depended on God. During this time, the Chao family had fallen into panic. It should be noted that the marriage of Chao Feifei and Ling Feng was decided by Ling Qitian, but a specific date for the marriage hadn't been set yet. If Ling Qitian really died, then with Ling Feng's personality, Chao Feifei shouldn't expect to get married. It could be said that Ling Qitian was the red ribbon tying these two together. If the old man was gone, the red line would be broken. Therefore, Chao Dequan, Chao Huahua, and Chao Feifei stayed in the hospital, praying for Ling Qitian to suddenly awaken. Chao Dequan spent all his time trying to find ways to forcefully awaken Ling Qitian, even if it was just so the old man could say his final words and confirm the marriage between Chao Feifei and Ling Feng. Once Ling Qitian left his last words, Ling Feng would certainly obey. This was tradition. In this way, the marriage would be ironclad. Chao Feifei was much more sensible in these days. She always accompanied Ling Feng, comforting him and keeping him company. This earned her some goodwill from Ling Feng, but nothing more than that. After a short while, Zhu Yunkai arrived at St. Mary's Hospital. After asking the nurse about Ling Qitian's ward, Zhu Yunkai went straight over. But before he got close to Ling Qitian's ward, he was blocked by several security guards at the corner of the corridor. Apart from the doctors and Ling Feng, nobody was allowed to approach Ling Qitian. Filled with anxiety, Zhu Yunkai tried to brush past only to be stopped repeatedly, causing him to become infuriated. Wanting to break through the security guards, he shouted, "Let me through. I'm here to see General Manager Chow. I have important matters to discuss with her. I will not leave till I see her." Hearing the commotion and Zhu Yuncai's shouting, Ling Feng's face became filled with anger. Turning to Chow Feifei, he said, "What the hell are you doing? Don't you hear that bastard calling for you? Hurry up and send him away." Getting shouted at by Ling Feng, Chow Feifei got up and rushed over to Zhu Yuncai. Chapter 132. Chaos. Chow Feifei rushed up to Zhu Yuncai infuriated. Her pretty face was filled with a frosty look. Originally, after Chow Feifei's efforts over the past few days, Ling Feng had began to be kinder towards her, and now her efforts had been wasted, thanks to Zhu Yuncai. "What are you doing here?" Chow Feifei asked with anger. "General Manager Chow, you must help me this time," Zhu Yuncai said pitifully. "Huaxiang Entertainment wants to put me to death." Chow Feifei now had all her thoughts on Ling Qitian. What's more, Eternal Advertising was just a small third-rate company. In the eyes of Chow Feifei, Zhu Yuncai was just a small character role who had no qualifications to talk with her. And if it wasn't because of Zhu Yuncai, she wouldn't have been shouted at by Ling Feng. Her not dismissing him straight away was already giving him face. How could she waste more time helping him? "I am busy, you can go now. Remember, I don't want to see you here again, or don't blame me for being impolite," warned Chow Feifei. Looking at Chow Feifei's cold face, Zhu Yuncai's heart fell. Zhu Yuncai said in a hurry, "General Manager Chow, you can't cross the river then burn the bridge. If it wasn't for me helping you deal with Zhang Xiaohua, he wouldn't be retaliating against me. I just need 1 or 2 projects from your company, and my company can be saved. I helped you before. I only ask you return the favor." Chow Feifei snorted and said, "Don't exaggerate things. Last time you helped me, but didn't you also get the benefits? You received your debt from him, which is only natural. Besides, I gave you a project last time. I owe you nothing." Zhu Yuncai grit his teeth with anger. Although Chow Feifei did hand him some business last time, they were just some small tasks, and the money earned was not even nearly enough. He was filled with regret. If he had known this woman was so ill-intentioned, he would never have offended Zhang Xiaohua for her. However, apart from seeking out Zhang Xiaohua, Chow Feifei was his only hope. He didn't want to give up and continued to plead. "General Manager Chow, I beg you. You have to save me. I have my whole family and the whole company counting on me to eat. Now Huaxiang Entertainment has come for revenge. I can only seek your help. You're such a big company. I'm sure you can spare me just 1 project to tide the storm through. I promise to never bother you again after this." Chow Feifei flashed a cold, indifferent smile. She turned and walked away. Walking to a security guard, she ordered, "Throw him out immediately, and if I hear any more disturbances out here, see how I will deal with you." "Yes, boss." The security guards obediently swarmed up and pushed Zhu Yuncai out the hospital. Staring the hospital behind him once more, Zhu Yuncai sighed and walked away. Since Chow Feifei was no help, the only option left was going to Zhang Xiaohua and begging for forgiveness. Driving to the Longting building, Zhu Yuncai took the elevator to Huaxiang Entertainment on the 8th floor. When the elevator door opened, Zhu Yuncai stepped out and stared at the company doors while standing in the same place, thinking for a long time. Seeing a stranger standing at the door, the receptionist at the front desk smiled and asked, "Hello, is there something I can do for you?" Zhu Yuncai, gathering his composure, walked into the reception and said, "I'm here to see Zhang Xiaohua. Can you tell him that Zhu Yuncai of the Eternal Advertising Company has come to discuss something with him?" "Okay, please wait a moment." The receptionist picked up the phone and called up to Zhang Xiaohua. In the office, Zhang Xiaohua was playing computer games with great interest. When he heard the phone ringing, he continued to tap the keyboard and picked up the phone in one hand and asked, "What is it?" "Boss, there is a gentleman who wants to see you. He said that he is Zhu Yuncai of the Eternal Advertising Company. Should I send him up?" The receptionist asked. "No, leave him there and tell him to wait. I'll tell you when to send him up," Zhang Xiaohua said and hanged up. The purpose of Zhu Yuncai's trip, Zhang Xiaohua was naturally very clear. But in the eyes of Zhang Xiaohua, Zhu Yuncai was still his enemy. Now that his enemy came begging, how can he not take the chance to reenact revenge? "Our boss is busy currently. You can wait here." Zhu Yuncai could only wait quietly. 3 hours later, as the company employees left for lunch, Zhu Yuncai's eyes widened as he searched for Zhang Xiaohua among the crowd. Sitting in his office, Zhang Xiaohua could be heard shouting abuse at his enemies online. Chapter 133, An Eye for an Eye. At present, Yuan Datong was away at the studio recording songs for Yang Kuan. Ling Ming's advertisement for the drink company was also undergoing post-production. Currently, all of the company's internal staff was busy. As for the day-to-day running of the business, Zhang Xiaohua left most of it for Su Fingyan to deal with, so Zhang Xiaohua was currently just an idler. At this point, Zhu Yunkai had been waiting outside for more than 5 hours. Filled with anxiety, he paced up and down the waiting room till his legs were numb. It wasn't until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Zhang Xiaohua, becoming triggered at his team, skillfully rage quit and stood up. After stretching, he walked to his office's balcony and began to appreciate the scenery outside. Looking at the time on his phone, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. Going up to his desk, Zhang Xiaohua picked up the phone and called up to the front desk and asked, "Is Zhu Yunkai gone?" "Not yet. He is still waiting for boss to see him." The receptionist replied. "Haha, that old bastard sure does have perseverance." Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but mock. "Should I send him up now?" the receptionist asked. "Not yet. A few more minutes won't kill him." After speaking to the receptionist, Zhang Xiaohua contacted Xiong Zhuang. "Send a few guards up to my office immediately." After receiving Zhang Xiaohua's order, Xiong Zhuang immediately sent up 10 people from the security department. They all came to Zhang Xiaohua's office dressed in black suits and spread around the room. If a stranger saw this scene, they would probably mistake Zhang Xiaohua for some sort of syndicate boss. "Boss, what's wrong? Is there someone after you?" asked Xiong Zhuang, curious but with worry in his eyes. "Just an old enemy." Zhang Xiaohua was sitting open in the boss's chair. He recalled that time when Zhu Yunkai took his thugs. To find himself, he was really shocked. "Who has such courage?" Xiong Zhuang asked. "Tell me who the other person is, and I will abolish him before he starts causing trouble." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "No need. You guys just need to look intimidating." Picking up the phone, he called down to the receptionist at the front desk and asked her to deliver a message. Hanging up the phone, the receptionist looked over to Zhu Yunkai in the waiting room and sighed. Walking into the waiting room, she said, "Who is the bastard looking to speak to our boss?" Hearing her, Zhu Yunkai almost burst into tears. They were the only 2 people in the room. Clearly, he was the bastard. After a period of psychological struggle, Zhu Yunkai gritted his teeth. In order to see Zhang Xiaohua and to keep the company, he could only choose to compromise. I am," Zhu Yunkai said weakly. "Can I see him now?" Zhu Yunkai lowered his head. His face was completely lost. How could he still look up? He knew that Zhang Xiaohua was deliberately mocking him. Clearly, Zhang Xiaohua still hated him. The next thing Zhu Yunkai had to do was to resolve Zhang Xiaohua's hatred towards himself. Only in this way could he and the company gain a glimmer of hope. "Please come with me." The receptionist tried to hold back a smile and lead him to Zhang Xiaohua's office. Looking around the office building along the way, Zhu Yunkai could not help but deeply sigh. He didn't expect that Zhang Xiaohua could make the company so big in just a few months. The scale now far exceeded that of his own advertising company. For the time being, Huaxiang Entertainment had a liquidity of 150 million yuan and a monthly turnover of 34 million yuan from streams and record sales. Before coming to Zhang Xiaohua's office, the receptionist first knocked on the door politely. After getting permission from the inside, the receptionist opened the door and made a gesture to Zhu Yunkai, indicating that he could go in. When Zhu Yunkai walked into the office, he couldn't help but be shocked and frightened. All around the room were massive guys in black suits staring intently at him. Seeing Zhu Yunkai, Zhang Xiaohua snorted and leaned back into his chair. "Well, if it isn't the one and only Zhu Yunkai, what can I do for you?" Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand to Xiong Zhuang and said with sarcasm, "You weren't there last time, so let me introduce you to Zhu Yunkai. He is an old friend of my now dead father. Before, Zhu Yunkai used to be a regular guest at our house. He is someone who has experienced the warm hospitality of our home. He and my father were also business partners, but I believe that you now provide your services to the Chows instead, right?" Zhu Yunkai shook his head rapidly, his face filled with embarrassment. Zhu Yunkai and Chao Dequan, whether willing or not to admit it, had relied extremely on Zhang Xiaohua's father to reach where they were today. Zhu Yunkai was able to get so far today. due to Zhang Xiaohua's father providing him money and his connections in the industry. However, due to the financial crisis which occurred at New Century, Zhang Xiaohua's father asked to borrow 5 million from Zhu Yunkai. In the past, Zhu Yunkai never rushed to retrieve the 5 million yuan due to their friendship, especially when Zhang Xiaohua's father passed away. That was until Chao Feifei looked for him and asked him to pressure and force Zhang Xiaohua to pay it. His aim was to tie himself to a new boat and establish a relationship with the Chaos. Now that the Chao family had burned the bridge with him, he had offended Zhang Xiaohua for no reason. Xiaohua know what I mean, Boss Zhang. Like you said, me and your father were old friends. Before, I was tempted by devils, but now I understand my mistake. I only ask that you leave me a way out and allow me to keep the contract with Quoduo. What is the meaning of Uncle Zhu's words? If Quoduo wishes to cancel their contract with you, what does it have to do with me? Said Zhang Xiaohua playing dumb. Boss Zhang, we are all smart people here. I am not a fool, so I beg you to not play dumb. Zhang Xiaohua smiled, then looked at the time. Well, I will give you 5 minutes to convince me. Zhu Yunkai spoke quickly. Quoduo is our biggest client. Losing them will cripple the business. I know you're the one who asked them to cancel the contract, and I fully understand why. But I ask that you show mercy and forgive me. You can rest, assured that I will never dare scheme against you after this. In fact, I will owe you a favor. You can ask me for anything in return. If you want me to bark like a dog, you can be reassured I will bark like a dog. After a sigh of relief, Zhu Yunkai looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a pleading look. Zhang Xiaohua had a smile placed on his face and proudly said, Didn't you have New Century's support? Last time you attacked me for the Chao family. Now that you're in trouble, why not go back to your masters for help? In addition, for what reason do you think I would allow an enemy to survive? Especially one like you who has already shown he has no regards for loyalty and honor. You attacked your so-called sworn brother's son just for a few benefits. Now you want me to trust you. Zhu Yunsai's heart became cold. Zhang Xiaohua's words were like a bucket of ice water, destroying the hope in his heart. Obviously, Zhang Xiaohua's mind had been decided. He wanted to kill off eternal advertising. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's cold and ruthless face, Zhu Yunkai frowned. What does Boss Zhang want me to do before you let the company go? Don't waste your time. There's nothing you can do. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua wasn't joking, Zhu Yunkai was completely desperate. He kneeled onto the carpet and began pleading desperately. I beg you, eternal advertising is my family's business. I have worked so hard to build it. How am I supposed to support my family in the future? Xiaohua, I beg. You. Looking at Zhu Yunkai behaving like a madman, Zhang Xiaohua showed no signs of feeling sympathy. In fact, he felt a huge rush of adrenaline up his spine. He felt great pleasure having control over others' fate. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt like he was a god. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua was clear that this feeling was based on money and power. Too lazy to look at Zhu Yunkai, he just waved his hand and told the surrounding security guards, Send him out. Don't allow him in the building. Yes, boss. The 2 security guards immediately went into action. Regardless of Zhu Yunsai's struggle, they grabbed his arm and lifted him up and forced him away from the office. Boss, do you want me to handle him? Xiong Zhuang whispered. Xiong Zhuang wasn't a fool. He could easily see that Zhang Xiaohua and Zhu Yunkai had a deep hatred. No need. The old man is bound to fall. Zhang Xiaohua said calmly. Chapter 134. Invitation. Zhang Xiaohua stood alone on the balcony for a long time, lost in his thoughts. He slowly turned around and picked up the phone. Overruling his feeling of hesitation, Zhang Xiaohua immediately dialed Zhu Xianyang's number. Zhu Xianyang, what is the mean of this? I just asked you to cancel the contract. Is that so difficult? Zhu Xianyang, on the other end, became anxious and was about to explain, but Zhang Xiaohua continued. Zhu Xianyang, if you don't want to change advertising companies, you can just say so. You don't need to send Zhu Yunkai after me. Please rest assured, I will send the cancellation agreement to Eternal Advertising today in order to safeguard our interests. Boss Zhang should be satisfied. Editor Zhu, don't misunderstand. To be honest, I do have a bit of personal grievances with Zhu Yunkai, but this is not the main reason why I asked you to cancel the contract with Eternal Advertising. As we get bigger and gain more singers, our level of partnership will increase accordingly. One thing I believe that Editor-in-Chief Zhu should be clear about, since you are a video website, is the importance of advertisers. They are our clients, so we need to be accountable to our customers by providing them the best service possible, and eternal advertising just doesn't make the cut for that. Zhang Xiaohua explained to Zhu Xiangyang. The choice of advertising agency was very important. However, the most important thing is that if Quo Duo suffered losses, then Huaxiang Entertainment would also have losses. Their fates were intertwined, so Zhang Xiaohua forced Quo Duo to dismiss the cooperation with Eternal Advertising, then seek a high-level and high-quality advertising company to replace them. I hope that you can understand what I mean. I will wait for you to handle the situation. After this, Zhang Xiaohua directly slammed down the phone. Zhu Xiangyang, placing the phone down, called over a staff member and told him, as soon as possible, send the cancellation agreement to Eternal and send them the contract cancellation fees. Go now. Just a week later, the fact that QuoDuo.com and Eternal Advertising canceled their contracts spread throughout the industry, which led to a serious decline in the credibility of the Eternal Advertising. In desperation to stabilize the company, they ran about seeking new clients, and seeing the decline, some of their investors even pulled out. Zhu Yuncai's whereabouts were unknown. It was said that he ran away due to being unable to pay back debts he owed. There were even news that said that even the police was involved. At present, the relevant departments were trying their best to find the whereabouts of Zhu Yuncai. At Huaxiang Entertainment, in his office, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned reading the news online. He didn't expect that, with just a sentence from him, Zhu Yuncai would lose everything in an instant. Although the size of this advertising company wasn't very large, the feeling of controlling the fate of others was unparalleled. So far, Yang Kuan's first album had been completed, a total of 5 songs, all placed in the music area of the Quo Duo. The record had also been produced, and it would bring in a considerable amount once released. Although Yang Kuan's popularity was less than Ling Ming's, he had earned his place in the industry as second only to her. The 2 songs Indifferent and Air City were widely sung all over the country. Currently, they were respectively 1 hashtag and 2 hashtag on the charts, even pushing Ling Ming's songs down the list. With this success, Yang Kuan was overjoyed. Now, no matter where he went, he was the focus of the media. But as Zhang Xiaohua envisioned, Yang Kuan's popularity couldn't overwhelm Ling Ming's. Currently, Zhang Xiaohua was lost in thought about whether this would be Yang Kuan's limit or not. However, Yang Kuan didn't think so. In his opinion, he was fully qualified to hold a concert at Tianhe Stadium, and he was confident that Zhang Xiaohua would soon arrange a concert for him. At this time, Emma came into Zhang Xiaohua's office holding a letter. She smiled and said, "Boss, the Huaxia Music Association sent us an invitation letter. They hope that we can bring Minger and Yang Kuan to attend the Huaxia Music Awards ceremony held in Tianjin at the beginning of next month." Zhang Xiaohua took the invitation and looked at it. He read the words: nominations for the Most Popular Male Singer Award, the Most Popular Female Singer Award, the Most Popular Singer Award, the Best Newcomer Award, the Best Music Creation Award. Looking at the invitation in his hand, Zhang Xiaohua silently smiled. In his eyes, this so-called music awards ceremony was of no use. Really powerful singers didn't need to participate in any so-called awards ceremony. They would be popular even without any awards. They were nothing more than gimmicks. With a bit of influence and money, you could have millions of such awards. However, the organizers this time were Huaxia Music Association. They were actually quite powerful in the Huaxia music scene and even the domestic entertainment circle. They were not to be underestimated and weren't someone who the current Huaxiang Entertainment could ignore. Therefore, this award ceremony must be attended. Help me thank the organizers for their kind invitation and tell them we will all definitely be there. Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly to Emma. "Boss, you seem to be very upset. Don't you want to participate in this music festival? This is the biggest music ceremony in Huaxia. Many people want to participate and can't participate. This time, they officially invited us to participate. This is a glorious thing, indicating that our company has a certain weight in the music scene," Emma said very excitedly. "The ceremony is pointless. Our time would be better spent making money," said Zhang Xiaohua. Chapter 135, Truth. In his spare time, Zhang Xiaohua turned on the computer and started browsing the web. Although the company was on track, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to accelerate the process. He had the songs, but the singers were hard to find. Although he had quite a lot of classic songs in his head, he didn't want just anyone to sing them. Plus, there was the issue of what to do after he ran out of songs. By then, he hoped to have gathered teams of quality songwriters and already solidified their place in the industry, so he could use the rest of his memories from Earth to move into TV, shows, etc. In Zhang Xiaohua's view, if the songs in his mind were good saddles, then they had to find good horses to match them. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't confident of their success. Some songs could only be perfected by certain artists, like Yang Kuan and Indifferent. Because of this, Zhang Xiaohua often felt helpless. It was too difficult to find new singers who were perfect in his mind. He had already made Su Fengyan launch out scouts for singers and songwriters. He had looked over the current stars, but unfortunately no one could enter his eyes. Perhaps, in the eyes of others, many of this world's popular stars were idol level. But in Zhang Xiaohua's view, those so-called popular singers or movie stars were comparable to garbage. Zhang Xiaohua sighed helplessly, then stood up, went to the balcony, and stared into the distance. He was pondering what could be done to bring together talents from this world. Thinking about scouts and directors on Earth and how they discovered artists, schools, and talent shows were all that came to mind. Many of the heavenly kings on Earth came from music schools, film schools, and the like. Zhang Xiaohua thought of the issue and started to develop a plan. Instead of blindly seeking, why not let those talents take the initiative to come to the door? They could open up their own training program like those used in Korea to create K-pop stars. In this way, a large number of potential singers could be cultivated. At least, it was better than needlessly looking for a needle in a haystack. Thinking up to this point, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little excited and couldn't wait. He knew that this project was too big to be completed overnight. It must be taken slowly and treated with care. It would take time and a lot of money. The most important thing was raising the reputation of the company to a sufficient level. Although Hwaseong Entertainment had established itself in the industry and had certain influence, the entire company had only 3 singers altogether. As Zhang Xiaohua was contemplating to himself, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was his mother calling, Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. In this world, Zhang Xiaohua only had his career, his mother, and Lu Yan. Quickly pressing the answer button, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Hey Mom, how are you?" There was silence on the other line. All that could be heard was the sound of beeping from the heart rate monitor. "Mom, where are you? What happened to you? Why aren't you talking?" Zhang Xiaohua's heart dropped. A very weak voice came over the receiver. Xiaohua, you need to rush overcome to the People's Hospital." "Mom." Zhang Xiaohua's heart rate began racing. He didn't understand why his mother's voice was so weak. Grabbing a coat, he raced out of his office towards his car. He rushed past the employees in the building, all of whom turned and stared at him racing out of the office towards the lift. "What happened to the boss? Why is he running?" "I don't know, but he looks really worried." "Did something happen? Is the company in trouble?" The staff chattered and gossiped. "Why are you all standing there gossiping? Get back to work. If you don't get your tasks finished, watch how I deduct your bonuses," shouted Su Fengyan, dispersing the crowd. Turning back, looking in the direction Zhang Xiaohua had just rushed out, Su Fengyan's brows became furrowed. Chapter 136. Helpless. 10 minutes later, a harsh breaking sound broke the silence of the Municipal People's Hospital car park. Zhang Xiaohua jumped out of his car and rushed into the hospital hall. Running up to the reception desk, Zhang Xiaohua eagerly asked the nurse, "Is there a patient here named Zhang Xiaofeng?" The nurse checked the admission record and said, "Yes, there is a patient named Zhang Xiaofeng in the nursing department." Passing over his ID card for her to check, he asked urgently, "Which ward is she in?" "Medical ward number 306. The nurse replied. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua sprinted towards the 306th ward. Before standing in the door, Zhang Xiaohua looked inside and saw that it was a common ward. There was what seemed to be like 10 patients staying there. The walls were dirty and an unpleasant smell filled the room. Zhang Xiaohua searched across the room to see a familiar face in the innermost corner of the ward. As the distance narrowed, Zhang Xiaohua fixed his eyes and couldn't help but become filled with sorrow. He saw his mother was lying still. Her hair was dull and messy, and her whole person was skinny and pale. Her lips were dried and white cracks could be seen across them. Slowly walking up to the bed, Zhang Xiaohua slowly leaned down, gently getting hold of his mother's hand. He said softly, "Mom, I'm here." Hearing her son's voice, Zhang Xiaofang slowly opened her eyes. Her eyelids seemed to be heavy. It took her a long time to open her eyes fully. Probably because of her illness or because of not seeing her son for months, Zhang Xiaofang's dry eyes gradually became cloudy. Crystal tears streaked down her pale face, wetting the pillow. "Xiaohua," said Zhang Xiaofang gently. Just the two words seemed to exhaust her. "Mom, what's wrong with you? I thought you were traveling with Lu Yan." Zhang Xiaohua looked at his mother with distress. "Mom is fine. I just missed you. I wanted to see you," said Zhang Xiaofang. Zhang Xiaohua smiled weakly and gently held his mother's hand. He said softly, "I am here. I won't go anywhere. You can rest assured." Zhang Xiaohua paused and looked around. "Where is Lu Yan? Isn't she with you?" Referring to Lu Yan, Zhang Xiaofang's face fell, and she seemed to lose all her strength. "You have to go see Lu Yan," she. Before Zhang Xiaofang could finish her words, her eyes suddenly rolled backwards, and she fainted. Mom, Zhang Xiaohua screamed twice. Seeing his mother didn't respond, he hurriedly shouted, Doctor! Doctor!" Soon, a male doctor walked over with two nurses. The doctor first checked Zhang Xiaofang briefly, and then casually said to Zhang Xiaohua, "The patient's fine, just exhausted, which is to be expected. After all, she just had an operation. She will be fine after some rest. My mother just fainted. Does that seem okay to you?" Zhang Xiaohua shouted, seeing the doctor's loose attitude. "I have already said that the patient just had an operation and is weak from exhaustion. Let her be, and everything will be fine." The doctor fired back. Zhang Xiaohua suppressed his anger and asked, "Why did my mother have surgery?" The doctor took a report clipboard from a nurse. The patient was admitted 5 months ago, diagnosed with kidney failure. She was placed on a treatment plan and dialysis. Her condition continued to deteriorate, but a kidney matching her blood type was unavailable. As her situation became more dire, a person named Lu Yan came forward to donate her kidney. After some tests, we found she matched the patient's blood type, so we performed an emergency operation on the patient. The operation was successful. So far, there are no signs of her body rejecting the kidney. After listening to the doctor's explanation, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Everything that happened was outside of his imagination, making it difficult for him to digest. Unexpectedly, in such a short period of 5 months, so many things happened. He couldn't imagine how much pain his mother must have suffered. As her son, when his mother needed him the most, he wasn't at her side. For this reason, Zhang Xiaohua blamed himself for not pushing hard enough to find out the situation. Zhang Xiaohua blamed himself and asked the doctor, "You just said that a woman named Lu Yan donated a kidney to save my mother?" "Yes." The doctor nodded. "So where is she?" said Zhang Xiaohua. "Miss Lu caught an infection after the surgery, which led to her condition deteriorating. She is still in the intensive care unit and is in a coma. The patient has already paid for the kidney transplant. But as of today, there is no money left in the patient's account. You should pay the hospitalization fee as soon as possible, otherwise we can't do anything more for them." Zhang Xiaohua's mind was now full of Lu Yan's kind face. As a servant, Lu Yan not only did her best for Zhang family, but even in the case of their family plummeting, she didn't abandon them. And now, she had even donated a kidney to save his mother. It could be seen that her friendship with Zhang Xiaofang had far surpassed the common relationship between master and servant. They could be described as sisters. Zhang Xiaohua, trembling, took out his mobile phone and dialed Mi Jia's phone. "Transfer over 2 million yuan to the People's Hospital immediately and bring over Manager Su." Upon hearing this, the doctor couldn't help but squint, looking at Zhang Xiaohua from top to bottom. But no matter how he looked at it, the other party was just a child. How could he just call for 2 million yuan like it was nothing? He was kidding, right? If this kid was so rich, how could he allow his mother to live in such a ruined ward? In fact, thinking back to it, he hadn't seen this kid before. The doctor's eyes were full of doubts and slowly became clouded with disgust. It seemed filial piety was non-existent among the younger generation. Zhang Xiaohua had been focused on developing the company during this time. He had acquired over 180 million in assets. His net worth was rising at an alarming rate. However, before Zhang Xiaofang and Lu Yan were admitted to the hospital, Zhang Xiaohua was still a poor man. Therefore, in order not to worry Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Yin decided to use the excuse of tourism to leave for the hospital. Zhang Xiaohua already knew her condition, but she didn't expect it to be so serious, to the point of requiring a new kidney. As Zhang Xiaohua's condition deteriorated rapidly, as a last resort, Lu Yin resolutely donated her own kidney. Unexpectedly, Lu Yin got infected after the surgery and was in a life-threatening situation, so the doctors transferred her to the intensive care unit to isolate her. Chapter 137, Karma. Half an hour later, Mi Jia and Su Fengyan rushed into the hospital accompanied by Xiong Zhuang and 4 security guards. After checking to make sure the hospital had received the bank transfer at the reception, they ran over. Zhang Xiaohua was sitting in front of the hospital bed as he overlooked his mother. He didn't dare to leave. In this world, his mother was his only blood relative and the person he cared for the most. Of course, Lu Yin was next on the list of the people who he cared for the most. Currently, Lu Yin was in the intensive care unit, so Zhang Xiaohua was unable to see her. "Boss, we are here." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua with a depressed face, Mi Jia felt uncomfortable. Xiong Zhuang wanted to say something, but don't know where to start. "What's wrong with the madam?" Su Fengyan whispered. Su Fengyan was familiar with Zhang Xiaohua. Back in the day, when he had just been recruited to New Century by Zhang Xiaohua's father, he often visited their home for meals and discussions. "She just had a kidney transplant. Uncle Su, do you have acquaintances in the hospital?" Zhang Xiaohua asked Su Fengyan. Su Fengyan had spent most of his life in the society. No matter which industry, he seemed to have a link to someone. "What do you need?" "I want to move my mom to a private ward. I don't want her staying here. Also, help me contact some of medical experts for a consultation." "Do not worry. The dean of this hospital and I are old classmates. I will go and talk to him. It should be no problem," Su Fengyan said and left. On his way out, Su Fengyan immediately called Yuan Datong and asked him to come over to accompany Zhang Xiaohua. 20 minutes later, Yuan Datong rushed into the hospital. Accompanied by Emma and the rest, they rushed into the ward, surrounding Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua looking so sickly, Yuan Datong's heart fell. He remembered when he used to go over to their house, and Zhang Xiaohua treated him with care and affection like he was her own son. Zhang Xiaohua had a bitter smile on his face. As the son, he was unaware that his mother was ill for so long. In fact, he even allowed it to get to the point she needed a new kidney. He wasn't even able to take care of that for her. Someone else had to do it in his place. For this reason, Zhang Xiaohua was filled with anger towards himself for being so naive and believing her excuses. "Boss, if there is anything you need or that we can do to help, just say the word and we will get it done," softly whispered Emma. "Yes, boss, no matter what it is, as long as you say it, we will get it done." "Yes. Thank you, everyone," said Zhang Xiaohua, sincerely expressing his gratitude to everyone. "But there is nothing you can do to help here. I won't be at the company for a while, so just handle any issues there for me." The crowd nodded collectively and reassured him. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Fengyan came back. He had arranged everything. The experts would be coming tomorrow to look over Zhang Xiaohua. With the 2 million yuan paid, Zhang Xiaohua asked the hospital to use the best medicine for his mother and Lu Yin. After sending Zhang Xiaohua to her new private ward, the group stood outside the door. Emma went off to buy some food for Zhang Xiaohua. Until now, Zhang Xiaohua hadn't eaten. Looking at the kind faces around him, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with warmth. "Boss, hurry up and eat. After dinner, you can head back to rest. We will take first shift and help you look after your aunt," Emma said with a smile. "Yeah, you can rest assured. Go back and rest," said Yuan Datong. Zhang Xiaohua was filled with gratitude for meeting such kind souls. However, in fact, Zhang Xiaohua's condition had been stabilized. The person he was most worried about was actually Lu Yin. All the doctor had told him was that Lu Yin was still undergoing treatment and her condition was improving, so he should try to stay calm. Zhang Xiaohua was still filled with doubt. Sometimes, these people dressed in white were angels sent from heaven to save the wounded. Sometimes, they were more heartless than cold-blooded demons. Sometimes, in order to avoid medical disputes, they would deliberately conceal the patient's condition. Clearly, the patient was very ill, but in order to reassure the patient's family, they downplayed the issue. Besides, if Lu Yan's condition was really stable, why would she still be in the intensive care unit? "Uncle Su, can you find a way for me to meet Lu Yan?" This time, To save my mother, Lu Yan didn't hesitate to donate a kidney for my mother. Now she is still in the intensive care unit, but I didn't even have the chance to see her face and thank her. Zhang Xiaohua asked Su Fengyan. Su Fengyan thought about it, then took out his phone and went to the side to personally call the dean. Soon, a nurse came over and asked politely, "Excuse me, who is Mr. Zhang Xiaohua?" "I am." Zhang Xiaohua rushed to respond. "Please come with me. I will take you to see Ms. Lu Yan," said the nurse. Chapter 138, Situation. Under the leadership of the nurse, Zhang Xiaohua came to the intensive treatment area and stopped at the door of an intensive care unit. Looking through the glass window, he saw Lu Yan lying there. It was obvious that she was very ill from her pale complexion. There were several pieces of complicated medical equipment around the room. "Can I go in and see her?" Zhang Xiaohua asked the nurse. Lu Yan had worked for the Zhangs most of her life and served 2 generations of the Zhang family. In the most difficult time for the Zhang family, she didn't choose to leave. Now, she had even sacrificed an organ to save Zhang Xiaofang. Not to mention Zhang Xiaohua. Even if it was an outsider, they would be impressed by Lu Yan's actions. "Sorry, this is a sterile ward. No one except the doctor can enter or leave at will. This is for the good of the patient. I hope you can understand," the nurse explained to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua nodded in disappointment, looking through the glass at Lu Yan's pale and snowy face. He said, "Can I stay with her here?" "Don't worry, I won't go in and I won't bother you." The dean had already explained that Zhang Xiaohua could be allowed to wait outside the ward. The nurse nodded and said, "You can stay here, but remember that this ward has undergone strict sterilization and the patient is already weak. There are lots of bacteria on the human body, so don't go in. Otherwise, our hospital will not take responsibility for the worsening of the patient's condition due to the inflow of bacteria." Zhang Xiaohua sighed softly. His eyes never moved away from Lu Yan. He silently prayed, hoping that Lu Yan could recover sooner. The hospital was quiet and eerie. Zhang Xiaohua had been standing at the door of Lu Yan's ward for 3 hours. Apart from waiting here and silently praying, he didn't know what else he could do for Lu Yan. As time passed, the radiance of the sun broke the last of the darkness before dawn, and a new day came. Last night, Zhang Xiaohua didn't stop for a moment and continued to travel between Zhang Xiaofang and Lu Yan's ward. At 9 o'clock in the morning, under the recommendation of Su Fengyan, 5 medical experts from major hospitals around Tianjin and the surrounding areas gathered at the Municipal People's Hospital. Currently, they were looking over Zhang Xiaofang. Yuan Datong and the rest had already returned to the company. Zhang Xiaohua handed over control to Su Fengyan temporarily. With him handling everything, Zhang Xiaohua felt more at ease. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was constantly moving around his mother's ward, feeling anxious. 2 hours later, after discussing their diagnoses, the experts finally came out with their results for Zhang Xiaofang. They agreed that Zhang Xiaofang had already passed the most dangerous period and that her new kidney shouldn't have any major issues. However, in order to ensure that everything was good, they advised to have Zhang Xiaofang stay in the hospital for a month. If there were no incidents, she could head out after. Hearing this good news, Zhang Xiaohua was filled with glee, but it was short-lived. His mother was out of danger, but Lu Yan's situation was still unknown. Since most of these people were well-known experts in Huaxia, their consultation fees were quite expensive. Most people couldn't afford it, but he could. Splurging more money, he asked the 5 experts to carry out an inspection on Lu Yan. Only the final results weren't pleasing. The experts clearly told Zhang Xiaohua that Lu Yan's condition was very serious. Not only was the wound infected, but the infection had also invaded her liver, lungs, and kidney. If it was not contained in time, then she would likely die. From what they could see, even the best medical technology from those foreign countries wouldn't necessarily have an effect because Lu Yan's condition was too serious. She was just too weak after the surgery to undergo any more treatment. The best option now was to keep her isolated like she was currently, because, due to how weak she was, the chances were that if she caught a second infection or even a simple cold, it might be enough to kill her. When he heard this result, Zhang Xiaohua was filled with sorrow. Although these experts didn't say it, Zhang Xiaohua understood that Lu Yan's chances were basically nil. To put it bluntly, she was just waiting to die. Losing a kidney shouldn't have had so much impact on her body. But due to the hospital's poor hygiene conditions, she got infected, leading to all this. But Lu Yan had personally signed the consent form stating that she knew all the risks involved with the transplant and the treatment after the surgery, and that she would not pursue legal action against the hospital if complications arose during the surgery or thereafter. Due to this fact, as long as the hospital flashed their certificate that they had passed hygiene checks and stated that they had done their all to prevent and treat infections, they would get away scot-free. The government would certainly back the hospital. It was their flagship hospital. Therefore, even if Zhang Xiaohua was angry, he couldn't pursue the hospital. Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts became more and more chaotic and his mood increasingly poorer. Once again, he experienced the feelings of helplessness he had swore he would never allow himself to feel in this new world. O'clock noon. Su Fengyan led Yuan Datong and the rest to the hospital and brought lunch for Zhang Xiaohua. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's mother was admitted to the hospital, the employees of Huaxiang Entertainment also came to visit with a variety of condolences. In the afternoon, Zhou Yi and several villagers also came to the hospital and expressed their condolences. Even Ling Ming came in person. It caused quite a stir. Some patients came over for the chance to see her. Even the doctors and nurses were very excited. Ling Ming gave out her autograph and took pictures with patients before leaving. "How is my mom?" Zhang Xiaohua asked the doctor from yesterday. All indicators point towards her condition improving. Zhang Xiaohua smiled at the doctor and said apologetically, "Sorry, I was in a hurry yesterday, so my attitude wasn't very good. I hope you didn't take it to heart." "Don't worry about it. My attitude wasn't the best either," said the doctor. Chapter 139, Gossip. With the passage of time, coupled with the treatment of advanced imported drugs, Zhang Xiaofang's condition began to gradually improve. Zhang Xiaohua always accompanied her. He hadn't left the hospital for half a step. All the company's affairs were taken care of by Su Fengyan. Zhang Xiaofang had begun to regain some of her strength, but every day she would ask Zhang Xiaohua about Lu Yan. In order not to worry her, Zhang Xiaohua only said that Lu Yan's situation had stabilized and she was still under observation. In fact, Lu Yan had been in a coma since the operation. The doctors had done their best, but they didn't have much hope for her. Every day, Zhang Xiaohua prayed for a miracle to happen. Noon. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had just finished feeding his mother. They were now just chatting. Zhang Xiaofang's topic of conversation, like always, was focused on Lu Yan. She clearly remembered that when she first came, her physical condition was very poor. When it was disclosed that she needed a new kidney, Lu Yan secretly went off and got tested to see if hers was a match. Zhang Xiaofang had refused initially, but Lu Yan was determined. She said one less kidney wouldn't have too major of an impact on her body anyway. Zhang Xiaofang knew the fact that she was alive today was due to Lu Yan. Since she woke up, she hadn't seen Lu Yan, which worried her. However, she was still very weak and couldn't get up, so she had to get all her information from Zhang Xiaohua's mouth. Every time Zhang Xiaofang asked about Lu Yan, Zhang Xiaohua would feel very uncomfortable, but he would laugh at his mother every time, endure the pain in his heart, and lie to his mother again and again. At the moment, listening to Zhang Xiaohua say that Lu Yan's situation had improved, Zhang Xiaofang was also smiling. Her mood and spirit increased. "Right, Xiaohua, how is your company going?" said Zhang Xiaofang, changing the topic. She knew that a ward like this was expensive, plus the fees for all those specialists that had showed up before, it definitely wasn't cheap. "The company is developing very well. It's enough for us to live the rest of our lives in luxury." "How long has your company been open? How much could you possibly have made?" Zhang Xiaofang smiled and gave her son a look of skepticism. "I have more than 200 million yuan in the bank accounts in total," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. 200 million. Zhang Xiaofang looked at Zhang Xiaohua incredibly. She remembered the days his father would ask him to work at the company. He would refuse intensely and run off to eat and drink. He even dropped out of school, refusing to go to university, which infuriated his father for days. But now he had earned 200 million yuan in such a short period of time. Recovering from her shock, she asked in a hurry, "Wait, Xiaohua, you didn't sell the New Century shares, right?" Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and smiled. "You can rest assured, I still have the shares." Zhang Xiaofang was confused and puzzled. "Has Chao Dequan made any moves against you?" Zhang Xiaohua said in a concise manner. "Nothing major. It's only a matter of time before we get New Century back anyway." Speaking of New Century, Zhang Xiaohua was quite lamentable. New Century Entertainment was the lifeblood of his father. Unfortunately, due to a few mistakes, the company became indebted. In the end, his father sold most of his shares to Chao Dequan, leaving Zhang Xiaohua with only 4% of the shares. With a long sigh of relief, Zhang Xiaohua seriously looked at her son and said, "Xiaohua, you have to remember that the 4% share is the only thing your father left for you. You mustn't sell those shares." Zhang Xiaohua asked something that he had never understood. Why did father only leave me a 4% of the shares and gave the rest to outsiders? Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was depressed. If he had received more shares, then he could have taken over New Century and used them instead of starting from the ground up. This would have been a great help. With only 4% shares in hand, if he wanted to take back New Century with this, it sure wouldn't be easy. Chapter 140, Last Wishes. Zhang Xiaohua explained. You have changed now, but remember that you weren't always this responsible. Your father did what he thought was best for us at the time. He had no idea things would turn out like this. New Century was the lifeblood of your father. He was afraid it would be destroyed in your hands. After all, you were young and stuck in your rebellious stage. Chao Dequan was a friend at the time, or so it seemed to your father. He had no need to question his character. He had known him since childhood, plus neither me or you had experience in business. With Chao Dequan in charge, there was a greater chance of things turning around for the better. Plus, with the 4% shares, even if you decided to never work, you could still lead a stable life without too many worries. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. They continued to chat for a while till Zhang Xiaofeng became tired and drifted off to sleep. Seeing his mother asleep, Zhang Xiaohua began frowning. Lu Yan still showed no signs of improvement. On the contrary, her condition was getting worse. Zhang Xiaohua was in a chaotic mood. He wanted to do something for Lu Yan, but he couldn't think of anything to help. He could only wait and see. Just then, a nurse came to the ward and whispered to Zhang Xiaohua, "Ms. Lu Yan has just woken up. You can go see her." Zhang Xiaohua jumped up with shock and joy and went to Lu Yan's ward. Just arriving at Lu Yan's ward, several doctors happened to come out from it. Zhang Xiaohua immediately went forward and asked, "How is the patient's condition? Is she awake? Are her conditions controlled?" Several doctors shook their heads collectively. All of them were helpless. The patient's wounds have deteriorated too fast. The infection has invaded the patient's internal organs. At present, the cardiopulmonary functions of the patient is declining. We can only use drugs to try slow down the rate of infection. You have to be mentally prepared. Listening to the doctor's words, the fire of hope that had just filled Zhang Xiaohua was instantly put out. Lu Yan couldn't even leave this sterile ward. Once she came out, she would probably catch a secondary infection and her life would be exhausted in an instant. Now, whether it was a doctor or Zhang Xiaohua, it seemed that the only thing they could do was wait for death to come and take Lu Yan's soul away. The patient has just woken up, but the patient's mind is still not so clear. You need to get into a sterile suit to see her, but you can't stay too long because the patient is still weak. Zhang Xiaohua put on a sterile suit and carefully walked into Lu Yan's ward under the leadership of the nurse. Slowly going to the bedside and looking at Lu Yan's bloodless face, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but clench his fists. She had worked tirelessly for half a lifetime and saved someone's life, and this is what she got. Why did such a good person have to suffer like this while those evil guys who committed crimes like rape and murder go on to live long lives? Gently holding Lu Yan's soft and weak hand, Zhang Xiaohua leaned over and tried to restrain the tears that swirled in his eyelids. He said softly, "Lu Yan, I am here. How are you doing?" Lu Yan opened her eyes but stayed motionless, just looking at the white ceiling with a smile. Louis, turning and looking around the ward, Lu Yan began repeating, "Louis." She looked around, urgently calling for Louis. Zhang Xiaohua was lost as to who Louis was, but no matter who this Louis was, she must be a very important person to Lu Yan. Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes and concentrated all his spirit on recovering any memories on Louis. He finally had a face flash across his mind. It was a memory of a teenage girl with a double bun hairstyle. Her appearance was similar to that of Lu Yan. If Zhang Xiaohua remembered correctly, this girl should be Lu Yan's daughter, the Lu Yi that she was calling. Zhang Xiaohua understood now why Lu Yan was like this. Her wanting to see her daughter was natural, but her daughter was studying abroad. Plus, the relationship between the two had deteriorated over the years. Zhang Xiaohua, seeing her so frail, decided to meet Lu Yan's wishes and bring her daughter to her side. This was the best thing he could do for her. Lu Yan, you can rest assured that your daughter will be here soon. After that, Zhang Xiaohua gently let go of Lu Yan's cold hand, helped cover her with a quilt, and then left the ward. He took off the sterile suit and went straight to Zhang Xiaofang's ward. Time was tight. Zhang Xiaohua rushed off to get information about Lu Yan's daughter from his mother. Even though Zhang Xiaofang was still asleep, Zhang Xiaohua had to wake her up. Not waiting for Zhang Xiaofang to fully wake up, Zhang Xiaohua asked urgently, "Mom, do you know where Lu Yan's daughter is now? How can I contact her?" Zhang Xiaofang widened her eyes and asked, "What happened? Is something wrong with Lu Yan?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled slightly, concealed the urgency in his heart, and lied calmly. "Nothing, but Lu Yan said that she hasn't seen her daughter for a long time." Zhang Xiaofang was puzzled and asked, "Why doesn't Lu Yan directly tell you the contact information then? Why are you asking me?" Zhang Xiaohua's face changed slightly, but he quickly concealed it. "Lu Yan doesn't want to affect her schoolwork and make her worry, but I can see that she misses her daughter very much. You at least have me here, but Lu Yan is alone. I feel like it would be nice to reunite them. What's more, they have been estranged for a while. We can use Lu Yan's hospitalization to get her daughter to come back. Maybe, after they meet, they can fix their relationship. After all, blood is thicker than water." Zhang Xiaofang nodded her head. She is now studying at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. She is studying business management. I heard she also majored in law. That girl has always been hardworking. She relied on a scholarship to be self-reliant. Actually, she should be graduating this year. The phone number she left is 328-330-5678. I don't know if she has changed it, but you can try it. Okay. Thanks. You have a good rest. I will deal with the rest. Zhang Xiaohua said and quickly left the ward, avoiding Zhang Xiaofang's gaze. He immediately took out his phone and dialed the number directly. There came a beautiful female voice over the phone. "Hello. Hello, I'm Zhang Xiaohua. Beep beep." As Zhang Xiaohua was about to speak, he heard the sound of the line cutting. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the phone screen, puzzled. Chapter 141, Abandoned. Looking at the number in his call logs, Zhang Xiaohua repeatedly checked to make sure that this was the number that his mother had just given him. Lu Yan was dying, and Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to waste time, so he dialed again. Twice in a row the phone rang before the other party actually rejected the call and sent him straight to voicemail. Zhang Xiaohua slowly became certain he wasn't calling the wrong number. The other party should be Lu Yan's daughter. Zhang Xiaohua tried hard to remember in his heart why she would hang up at the sound of his name. It was probably due to the past Zhang Xiaohua's mistakes. Presumably, it was because of Lu Yan's loyalty and care for their family, leading to her slightly neglecting her own daughter. That, along with the way Zhang Xiaohua used to treat her mother, probably made the daughter resentful and dissatisfied. He remembered hearing his parents talking about the situation multiple times. But the way Zhang Xiaohua saw it, no matter what kind of grievances they had, they would have to place it aside for Lu Yan. No matter how dire Lu Yi's relationship was with her mother, if she wasn't able to see her before her death, she would definitely regret it for the rest of her life. In a hurry, Zhang Xiaohua dialed a dozen times in succession. The results were the same, which made Zhang Xiaohua anxious and angry. However, after thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua slowly calmed down. Since the other party didn't want to hear his voice, he would send a text message. They were mother and daughter related by blood. Zhang Xiaohua didn't believe that when she heard that her mother was seriously ill and admitted to the hospital, she would still be indifferent. Zhang Xiaohua kept moving back and forth while flexibly tapping the virtual keyboard. Soon, he sent out text messages in quick succession. Unless she was a cold-blooded person, she would certainly not ignore it. After that, Zhang Xiaohua began to wait anxiously. He only hoped that the other party would quickly see his text messages. Time passed, minute by minute. The sun set and night came. At this point, Zhang Xiaohua had waited for more than 5 hours. Filled with angst, he checked his phone every few seconds, but he didn't get a response from the other party. O'clock in the evening, Zhang Xiaohua still hadn't received a response, and finally, he couldn't bear it. He was about to call the other party again, when his phone suddenly sounded. As Zhang Xiaohua was about to speak, the other party spoke first. The The voice was extremely calm. Is the information you sent me true? Although the other party could not see it, Zhang Xiaohua nodded madly and hurriedly said, Yes, Lu Yin is seriously ill, and she is still continually chanting your name, asking to see you. Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaohua paused here and lowered his tone. He said earnestly, I know you hate me, but no matter what happened before, Lu Yin is your mother and she needs you. I beg you, come back as soon as possible and see your mother. The doctors are unsure of how long she has. After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's words, the other party issued a slight sigh. Are you really Zhang Xiaohua? Lu Yin is very kind to me. I grew up under her careful care. In my heart, she is like another mom to me. In the past, I didn't appreciate how much she did for me, but now I have seen the light, said Zhang Xiaohua. The other party said with cold sarcasm. It was easy to hear the resentment in her voice. Yes, in her heart you're like a son to her. So much so that everyone else takes second place in her eyes. Since she doesn't regard me as her daughter, why should I recognize her as my mother now? Zhang Xiaohua was filled with anger and was about to swear, but he stopped himself. If you think about it, it was no wonder that this girl was resentful, because she was right. Lu Yin did give a lot of her time and care to Zhang Xiaohua. No matter what he said, he couldn't change this fact. However, the reason why Lu Yin spent so much time on Zhang Xiaohua was because in the past, when he was younger, Zhang Xiaohua was extremely weak. Therefore, Lu Yin had to take care of him often. Now Lu Yin was on the verge of death, crying her daughter's name, which was enough to prove how much she loved her daughter. Zhang Xiaohua tried to calm down his complex emotions and calmly said, I understand that you hate me, but Lu Yin is really going to die. You are her only relative in this world. Even if you hate her, can't you grant her this peace on her deathbed? I imagine that you hate her because she didn't treat you as a daughter, but aren't you not treating her as your mother now? If you do this, what is the difference between Lu Yin and you? What qualifications do you have to remember Lu Yin? The other party was speechless. But then, her shock turned to anger. Who the hell do you think you are to judge me? You abused my mother for years. Now, you suddenly tell me that my mom's going to die, and now you're pretending to be righteous. Lu Yi, filled with anger, cut the call once again. Chapter 142, Repercussions. Since she doesn't trust me, I will give her no choice but to believe. Zhang Xiaohua walked over to Lu Yan's ward, and then took a couple of photos of Lu Yan with his phone through the window, and sent them to Lu Yi. Soon, he received a call. Where is she now? Tianjin City People's Hospital. Zhang Xiaohua answered truthfully. Although the attitude of the other party was cold and rude, Zhang Xiaohua could imagine her anxiety. Beep beep. He heard the sound of the line being hung up. Zhang Xiaohua became relieved and took a long breath. His goal had been met. 3 days later, Zhang Xiaofang's health was obviously much better than before. Her pale face gradually became rosy, and her limbs also regained their strength. The doctor examined the wound for Zhang Xiaofang and found that it was healing very well. He told Zhang Xiaohua clearly that, in another week or so, Zhang Xiaofang could start to move around. If there were no accidents, then she could leave the hospital in half a month or so. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaohua went straight to Lu Yan's ward. The next moment, in the corridor, Zhang Xiaohua inadvertently looked up and saw a young girl standing in front of Lu Yan's ward. The girl was in her 20s, with a suitcase under her feet. Obviously, she had just come from afar. She was wearing a black over-the-knee trench coat with a pair of long boots, and staring at Lu Yan in the ward. In the vagueness, there seemed to be something shining in the corner of the girl's eyes. Whether it was sweat or tears, he couldn't see it. The girl was facing away from Zhang Xiaohua, so Zhang Xiaohua couldn't see her appearance, but he felt a strong sense of déjà vu from her presence. Although Zhang Xiaohua had roughly guessed the identity of the girl, he still wasn't sure, so he slowly walked towards the girl. Recently, Zhang Xiaohua frequently glanced at the ward, but every time he saw Lu Yan's dying appearance he felt distraught. The girl seemed to be focused on Lu Yan. It wasn't until Zhang Xiaohua was near that she noticed his presence. You are Lu Yi? Zhang Xiaohua asked. When she heard Zhang Xiaohua's voice, the girl immediately turned her back and wiped her wet eyes quietly, then turned back to Zhang Xiaohua. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua also thoroughly saw the girl's appearance. Her features were cold and sharp as if carved out by an artist. It was as if all her features were calculated to perfection. Her sword-like eyebrows with a small peach-like mouth combined to create a sharp and graceful face. Seeing the girl's beauty, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but squint. He was stunned. What happened to my mother? How did she become like this? The girl's face was full sorrow, but her voice carried hints of disgust. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hide what happened. This kind of thing couldn't be concealed. Not to mention the girl was Lu Yan's biological daughter. She had the right to know. So Zhang Xiaohua explained the inside-outs of the story. So, in the end, she is even willing to give her life for your family. The girl snorted. She is a kind soul. She didn't deserve this, said Zhang Xiaohua, deciding to glide over her comment. Blind loyalty to others always leads to a miserable path. Zhang Xiaohua's brow gradually became wrinkled and his forehead became full of black lines. His face was full of anger and disappointment. What are you talking about? The person lying inside is your mother. Now that she is like this, can't you show some respect and let your past issues go? At least for her sake. The girl snorted and said, Sure, she is my mother. This is an indisputable fact. But from the way she acted, you would never guess it, right? What did she give me as my mother? Where is all the love I deserved? Where is the love I needed in my childhood? As she talked, her calm appearance fell apart and her words grew louder. I'll tell you where it went. It went to you and idiotic family. All the time she should have been with me. She took it all and gave it to your family. Her serious expression gradually turned into a helpless smile. Tears once again fell from her eyes, and her trembling voice conveyed her sorrow. Even now, she gave her goddamn life to your mother. But what about me? What did she ever give me? From small to big, she never cared about me. Nobody cared about me. Not even when I was hurt. Do you know what happened when I was sick? How much I cried, wishing that the person in her arms was me, not you. I begged and pleaded her to accompany me more. Wiping away her tears, Lu Yin let out the anger in her heart as she continued. But she didn't. She gave everything away to you and your godforsaken family. In her eyes, your family was worth more than her. It was worth more than even me, her own daughter. In the face of the girl's outburst, Zhang Xiaohua froze, completely speechless. He had no rebuttal. For many years, Lu Yin had dedicated everything to their family, and now she was on her deathbed because of them. It was understandable that her daughter has infuriated. Since you hate your mother so much, why are you still coming? Zhang Xiaohua asked weakly. Didn't you just say it? She is my mother. If I didn't come, what would be the difference between me and her? I'm only here to grant her peace before she dies. After her words were finished, the girl looked at Lu Yin and then immediately picked up the suitcase at her feet and left. Zhang Xiaohua was about to say something when the girl suddenly stopped. She suddenly turned around, striding in front of Zhang Xiaohua, and saying nothing. She swung her hand and gave Zhang Xiaohua a slap to the face without warning. Pow! A sudden burst of sound broke the silence of the corridor. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes became blurred. His left cheeks clearly showed the outline of her fingers. His ears were ringing. This slap is what you owe me. In addition, I'll warn you now, don't think that I am still the little girl who didn't understand anything like before. You can bully my mother, but you definitely can't bully and manipulate me like you used to do with her. She then turned and started to walk off again, only to stop at the exit and turn back. This time, Zhang Xiaohua had learnt quickly and retreated a few steps, opening up a little distance between him and the girl. You listen to me. Although I don't have any feelings for my mother, I won't allow anyone to bully her. Especially you. And my name's Zhao Zilin now, not Louis, she said before strolling out. Chapter 143, Homeless. Walking out of the hospital, Zhao Zilin finally broke down and completely lost control of her emotions. Tears flowed down her face in torrents. Lu Yin was her only relative in the world, but now she was lying in the intensive care unit of the hospital. No matter how she tried, she couldn't stop herself from feeling distraught. When she saw her looking so weak, she thought that after all these years she was over all that had happened, but as soon as she saw him and his mother looking so weak, she lost it. She felt like escaping back to America, but she knew she had to face this now or she would never truly be able to get over this. Silently crying, she looked around lost. She hadn't been in this city for 4 years. She didn't know where to go. The Zhang's villa was no longer an option. Dragging along her suitcase, she began to walk aimlessly along the pavement. She had graduated just a few weeks ago. Thanks to the scholarship, She had no debt even after finishing. Now that she was back here, if she wanted to survive in this city, she knew she had to hurry to find a job and a place to stay. Searching for a place to stay on her phone, she continued to walk following the directions on her phone. Arriving at her destination, she saw a small, dilapidated hotel with a signboard that read Chaoyang Hotel. She had earned work experience during her placement year that on top of her degree and the fact that she had attended one of the best universities in the world gave her confidence in returning back home to find a job. Before Zhang Xiaohua's call, she had been battling with thought of whether to stay in the U.S. and work for 1 year and then get a green card and become a U.S. citizen. However, though she had tried to suppress it, every now and then she would have pang of homesickness. She was quite alone living abroad, and her naturally cold disposition made it hard for her to make friend. Moreover, her mother had become seriously ill. That, plus a bunch of other factors, convinced her to come back. Booking a room from the reception, Zhao Zilin dragged her suitcase towards her room. Because the rent here was cheaper, the rooms weren't very large, but the facilities were quite adequate. Zhao Zilin wanted to find a job as soon as possible, then buy an apartment of her own to stay at. Zhang Xiaohua was standing in front of Lu Yan's ward. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and touched his red cheeks with his hands. Zhang Xiaohua went to change into a sterile suit. Walking into the ward, he went up to the bed and looked at the unconscious Lu Yan. Zhang Xiaohua immediately put on a serious expression and solemnly said, "Lu Yan, you can rest assured, I will help you take care of your daughter, but let me just say this in advance. I can't take care of your daughter for a lifetime. You also see that she is too ferocious. So you must hurry up and get better. Except for you, I don't think anyone else can control her." Louis. Zhang Xiaohua's words were like a spark. Zhang Xiaohua continued to chat with Lu Yan. Although the doctor had already written off Lu Yan, Zhang Xiaohua never thought about giving up. He had been spending huge sums of money to provide Lu Yan the best medicine, even if there was only a little bit of hope. Zhang Xiaohua decided to go all out. Late at night, Chaoyang Hotel. Zhao Zilin packed up her luggage and went to take a shower. After sitting in the plane for years, she had stayed in the hospital for a long time as well. Struggling to bath in the cold water, Zhao Zilin finished up, wiped her body, and got dressed. Trotting all the way into the bed, she began to tremble and broke into sneezes. Tired, Zhao Zilin was about to fall asleep when she suddenly heard the moaning of a girl from next door followed by the sound of a bed shaking violently. Zhao Zilin smothered her ears and tumbled over, twirling about trying to sleep. Chapter 144, Fever. After tossing and turning about in the bed for a few hours, Zhao Zilin stretched out and got out of bed. After another uncomfortable cold shower, she got ready while shivering. The hotel's heaters seemed to be barely working. After getting dressed, she walked out of the hotel. Unconsciously, she found her way to the Municipal People's Hospital. Zhao Zilin walked into the hospital and walked to Lu Yan's ward. Through the glass window, watching her mother, Zhao Zilin's mood oddly became calm. She had so many questions that she wanted to ask her mother. Zhao Zilin sat down against the wall. Her hands clasped her knees, and she placed her head into her knees. She drifted into thought, and then slowly into sleep. Zhang Xiaohua, worried about Lu Yan, left his mother's ward and walked straight to Lu Yan's ward. Arriving in front of Lu Yan's ward, he saw Zhao Zilin sleeping on the floor against the wall. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be stunned. This girl was so contradictory. Clearly she was concerned about Lu Yan, but she refused to show it. She would rather sneak here in the middle of the night to check up on her mother than let others see her caring. Zhang Xiaohua slowly crouched down and reached out, intending to wake up Zhao Zilin. If she kept sleeping on the cold floor, she was bound to get ill. But seeing how tired she looked, Zhang Xiaohua pulled his hand back. He couldn't bear to wake her up. Just then a nurse walked by. Seeing Zhao Zilin sleeping on the floor, the nurse was about to wake her, but Zhang Xiaohua rushed up and signaled her not to disturb Zhao Zilin. She will catch cold sleeping on the floor. The nurse reminded him kindly. Is there a room we can put her just for tonight? I will pay for it. Zhang Xiaohua asked the nurse. This I'm not sure if we can do that, but I can check for you, said the nurse, displaying a difficult expression and walking off to find a superior. She returned quite quickly. It's 5,000 yuan for a night. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to waste time and directly agreed. Come with me, said the nurse. Zhang Xiaohua cautiously picked up Zhao Zilin into his arms, only to find that Zhao Zilin felt very hot. She seemed to be burning up. Under the leadership of the nurse, Zhang Xiaohua took Zhao Zilin to a private ward that was empty. Gently placing down Zhao Zilin onto the bed, Zhang Xiaohua carefully helped cover her with the quilt. Zhang Xiaohua put his hand on Zhao Zilin's forehead and said to the nurse, "She seems to have a fever." The nurse took out the electronic thermometer that she carried with her and gently touched it on the back of Zhao Zilin's hand. It showed that her body temperature was 39.5 degrees. It was indeed a fever. "You have medicine to treat fevers, right?" asked Zhang Xiaohua. "The hospital has regulations that patients must be seen by doctors before a prescription is given out. All the doctors are currently unavailable." The nurse said helplessly, "I will give you another 5,000 for the injection now." Zhang Xiaohua took out a bank card and handed it to the nurse. He said, "There is 10,000 yuan in this card. The password is 147852. You gave her treatment, and the card is yours." The nurse took the bank card from Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said, "Helping those in need is the duty of those in the medical industry. Look over her while I grab her prescription." The next moment, the nurse gave Zhao Zilin a shot, but Zhao Zilin didn't even respond. It seemed like she had fainted instead of falling asleep. The nurse was not stingy. She brought a pot of warm water and new towel. If she still have a fever after half an hour, wipe her forehead with a wet towel until she begins to cool down. Zhang Xiaohua quietly waited at the bedside. After half an hour, he measured Zhao Zilin's body temperature. Seeing that her high fever continued, Zhang Xiaohua wetted the towel according to the nurse's statement and began to wipe Zhao Zilin's head. Time ticked by. Looking at the time, Zhang Xiaohua got up, found the nurse, and asked her to help wipe down Zhao Zilin completely. Of course, money was inevitable given out once again. The nurse readily agreed, and Zhang Xiaohua went outside and waited. Half an hour later, the nurse came out and said, "I helped her cool down. At present, her body temperature is still stable. Let her get some rest." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and sneaked into the ward. At this time, Zhao Zilin was naked, but her body was covered with a quilt. Her clothes were stacked on the bed beside her. Realizing she was naked inside the ward, he immediately turned and left the room. Early in the next morning, Zhang Xiaohua asked the nurse to check on Zhao Zilin. The results showed that everything was normal. Zhang Xiaohua then went to buy breakfast and placed some beside Zhao Zilin's bed for when she woke up. Zhang Xiaohua finished up and was about to leave, when Zhao Zilin suddenly tossed and turned about in bed. She comfortably stretched out. Obviously, she had gotten a refreshing sleep. Chapter 145, Temptation. Zhao Zilin lazily rubbed her eyes. Turning her head, she saw Zhang Xiaohua standing by the bed. Her line of sight slowly moved down. She saw her clothes on the bed and became confused. Subconsciously lifting the quilt, she looked down to find out that she was naked. Realizing the situation, she screamed. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. "Zhang Xiaohua, you beast, you stinking pervert, you actually." Zhao Zilin desperately ducked into the quilt, burying her face inside the quilt as well, full of shame. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to cry. He had been busy all night looking after her. He had barely slept. He goddamn even bought breakfast for her, but she wasn't even grateful. "Where are we? What did you do to me?" Zhao Zilin said tearfully. Her face was filled with fear and anxiety. "Zhang Xiaohua, you beast. I'm gonna call the police. I'll sue you." Zhao Zilin said, infuriated as tears flowed down her face. Zhang Xiaohua, recovering from his shock, realized the misunderstanding and quickly informed her. "You're in a private ward in the hospital. You caught a fever." "A fever?" said the stunned Zhao Zilin. "Seems the fever burn up your brain. Plus, anyway, you're not my type," Zhang Xiaohua said snarkily. Zhao Zilin, angered, raised her right palm and swung it towards Zhang Xiaohua's face. Having suffered a similar loss yesterday, Zhang Xiaohua reacted instinctively and caught Zhao Zilin's right wrist firmly in the palm of his hand. "Nice try," Zhang Xiaohua said with a mocking look. Although her right hand had lost its aggressiveness, Zhao Zilin still had a left hand. Zhang Xiaohua, unprepared, was unable to react in time as her left hand flicked out and slammed into Zhang Xiaohua's right cheek. Driven by anger, Zhang Xiaohua's face changed. He instinctively tightened his hand into a fist, but as he was about to act, an image of Lu Yin flashed in his mind. causing Zhang Xiaohua's heart to tremble. He froze in place. His anger slowly turned to pity as he looked down at Zhao Zilin. Hit me if you want to hit me. It won't be the first time anyway. In the face of Zhang Xiaohua's anger, Zhao Zilin didn't flinch. She just silently cried, seemingly accustomed to Zhang Xiaohua's violence. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He felt the weight on his fists increase. I'm sorry for the past, but I didn't touch you. Slowly putting down his hand, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and left the room directly. Inadvertently looking at the bedside table, Zhao Zilin saw a bowl of steaming white porridge and 2 tea eggs without shelling. Zhao Zilin became confused. Oh, you're awake? How are you feeling? Said the nurse as she entered. Chapter 146, Job Seeking. Seeing that Zhao Zilin seemed to have recovered, the nurse smiled and said, Since you have already recovered from your fever, please leave as soon as possible. The nurse head will come to check the room later. If she knows that I secretly let you sleep here, I will definitely be killed. Zhao Zilin was even more confused. Oh yes, you were burning up last night. So to help you lower your body temperature, I took off your clothes. I hope you don't mind, said the nurse. She didn't rush Zhao Zilin and started to walk out of the ward. About to exit the door, the nurse said, Was that your boyfriend just now? He is a sweet one you have there. He stayed up all night looking after you. And no, he isn't my boyfriend. Quickly putting on her clothes, Zhao Zilin walked out of the room and walked out of the ward. It seemed that she had misunderstood the pervert. Quickly going up to the intensive care unit, she quickly checked up on Lu Yan. She planned to go job hunting today, so she couldn't hang out for too long. Zhao Zilin didn't want to waste time here. She went back to the hotel to collect her CV and certificates. During her study abroad, Zhao Zilin managed to get her MBA, Master of Business Administration, so she naturally was hoping to find a job with her degree. In addition, she had also studied political law and obtained a lawyer's license abroad, so she was qualified for both professions. Regardless of whether it was corporate management or working as a lawyer, she could apply for it. Zhao Zilin went out looking for jobs through the entire morning until 12 noon. At this point, Zhao Zilin had tried to apply to 5 companies and 3 law firms, but nothing. The domestic customs and style of work differed so much from those abroad. It was not what she expected. In Huaxia, no matter how high your academic qualifications or how rich your experience, it didn't seem to matter. What seemed to matter were your connections. You had to know the right person. Otherwise, even if you were a postdoctoral student from Harvard University, you couldn't expect to find your ideal job. Zhao Zilin, having been abroad for so many years, naturally didn't understand the domestic customs. Every company she went to asked for who recommended her, and as soon as she said she had no backers, even when she told them of her qualifications, they shunned her way. O'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Zilin finally lost hope and walked out of a lawyer's building, almost in despair. Looking up at the sky, Zhao Zilin couldn't help but sigh deeply. She was already hungry and exhausted. Now, she just hoped to find any job at all, otherwise she would face issues soon, since she only had so much money on hand. Walking along the street looking for a place to eat, she saw a job advert on the door of a hotel. They were hiring waiters with a monthly salary of 3,000, including food and shelter. Looking up at the huge signboard with the 5 characters for Xinglong Hotel, Zhao Zilin bolstered up her spirits and strode into the hotel. As a 3-star hotel, Xinglong Hotel was only mildly known, with most potential clients of status opting to instead stay at those luxurious 5-star hotels. Therefore, the hotel had always been in danger of bankruptcy. However, since Zhang Xiaohua had designated Xinglong Hotel as the dining place of Huaxiang Entertainment, Xinglong Hotel had suddenly returned to life. With Ling Ming and Yang Kuan having visited the hotel instantly blew up. They had even successfully upgraded from a 3 stars to 4 stars. The hotel was now full of customers every day, resulting in their waiters struggling to cope, so they rushed to recruit. Walking up to the personnel department of Xinglong Hotel, Zhao Zilin began to apply. 2 hours later, after a strict interview from the hotel personnel manager, Zhao Zilin finally got the job. Although this was different from the job she expected, it didn't matter. The most important thing was to pay for her living expenses first, then continue to seek for a proper job. Because the hotel was so busy, the manager asked her to get to work immediately. Zhao Zilin quickly went to change into her uniform and then stood at the door of the hotel, welcoming in guests. She was also tasked with translating to foreign guests due to her fluency in English. Municipal People's Hospital. Zhang Xiaohua was lost in thought. Tired, he decided to go home and have a hot bath and relax. Lu Yan, you can rest assured, I will let your daughter come to your side sooner or later. It's just that your daughter is a bit tempered and she seems to dislike me, so I need time to deal with it. Before that, I will try my best to take care of your daughter and prevent her from being wronged. After making a guarantee to Lu Yan, Zhang Xiaohua left the hospital and drove home. Chapter 147, Wedding Dresses. Walking into the villa, Zhang Xiaohua felt suffocated by the emptiness. The silence was deafening. Sighing, Zhang Xiaohua looked around. With his father having passed, and his mother and Lu Yan in the hospital. Facing such an empty house, Zhang Xiaohua felt lonely. Even though he was sitting in $1 million property, he couldn't feel a trace of happiness. Full of turbulent emotion, Zhang Xiaohua went towards his room. Passing Lu Yan's room, he couldn't help but stop. In the face of the closed door, Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, then reached out and gently twisted the lock on the door. When he opened the door, he fixed his eyes and looked inside. There was a bed and a writing desk as well as wooden wardrobe. The room was quite simple. Zhang Xiaohua walked into Lu Yan's bedroom. Maybe he could find something to take to Lu Yan in the hospital. At this point, looking at the whole room, the only thing that attracted Zhang Xiaohua was the desk. However, this was related to Lu Yan's privacy. If he moved her things without her permission, how could he explain it to Lu Yan in the future? Helpless, shaking his head, Zhang Xiaohua turned and walked, but after a few steps, he stopped. His eyes were fixed on a large cardboard box under the bed. Zhang Xiaohua curiously pulled out the box, opening the lid. Zhang Xiaohua was confused to find a wedding dress, which seemed to be homemade. Based on the sizing, it definitely wasn't Lu Yan's. Looking at the simple and gorgeous wedding dress in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but praise Lu Yan's craftsmanship. If Lu Yan recovered smoothly, maybe they could open up a bridal shop. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was about to put the wedding dress in the box, but found that there was still a piece of clothing at the bottom of it. It was a red cheongsam, a wedding dress in the traditional Huasian style. The golden phoenix on the dress was striking and beautifully crafted. The style was nostalgic, but not outdated. It combined thousands of years of Huasian tradition with current fashion trends. According to Zhang Xiaohua's guess, these two wedding dresses were probably sewed by Lu Yan for her daughter. The dedication that went into the two dresses was obvious. One was made for a Western-style wedding, but if she preferred a more traditional Huasian wedding, she could wear the other. As the saying goes, love is infinite, a mother's love is boundless. Incomparably moved, Zhang Xiaohua felt tearful. Carefully, Zhang Xiaohua put the two dresses back in the box, then pushed the box back under the bed. About to leave the room, Zhang Xiaohua had a thought. Lu Yan's job was mainly taking care of the housework, so why did she have so many writing tools on her desk? Zhang Xiaohua, filled with unbearable curiosity, walked up, opened a drawer, and found that the drawer was filled with letters. Dated from 2016 to 2019, all written to her daughter. Zhang Xiaohua roughly counted a few times. There were more than 100 letters here. That is to say, since Zhao Zilin went abroad to study, she had been writing letters. Zhang Xiaohua understood Lu Yan's mood very much. She was afraid that her daughter wouldn't forgive her. She was afraid that her daughter would be angry, so she didn't send these letters. Unfortunately, Zhao Zilin didn't know what Lu Yan had done for her, but Zhang Xiaohua was sure that if Zhao Zilin knew it, she would understand how much her mother actually loved her. Zhang Xiaohua immediately took out his mobile phone and called Zhao Zilin's phone. "Sorry, the user you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." Hearing the prompt from the phone, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel annoyed. This girl had just returned to Huaxia. What could she possibly be doing that she had to switch off her phone? Chapter 148, Forced by Life. Noon that day, Zhao Zilin was standing at the door of Xinglong Hotel welcoming in guests. She wore a pink cheongsam and could be seen breaking into yawns. Because business was good, the flow of guests was continuous, making the workload heavy with very little time to rest. Zhao Zilin had booked as many shifts as she could so she could earn more money. She was still applying for jobs, but still no one had responded so far. Municipal People's Hospital. After this period of treatment, Zhang Xiaofang's physical condition had greatly improved. Gradually, she was recovering her energy and radiance. At this time, in Zhang Xiaofang's ward, Zhang Xiaohua was beside her bed, his eyes fixed on the screen of his phone. Seeing him so focused on his phone, Zhang Xiaofang also thought of something. So she asked, "Oh yes, how did it go while calling Louis? Did she come back?" Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said with helpless face, "She came back, but the girl sure does have a temper. She seems to hate me too, and she still hasn't forgiven Lu Yin. Her attitude towards Lu Yin is extremely cold." Zhang Xiaofang also deeply sighed and said, "It's no wonder that she is angry. Lu Yin dedicated a lot of her time to our family in the end, leading to her neglecting her daughter. I tried to help smoothen out their relationship in the past, but the girl is very stubborn. Truthfully, she isn't to blame. To a certain degree, we are at fault." Zhang Xiaohua nodded in agreement. He and his mother owed Lu Yin and her daughter a great deal too much. "Mother, have I ever done something to hurt Zhao Ziling? Why does she hate me so much?" Zhao Ziling asked Zhang Xiaofang confusedly. Zhang Xiaohua didn't want his mother to worry about Lu Yin and her daughter, but he wasn't clear on what had happened in the past, so he could only seek help from his mother. "Zhao Ziling is Lu Yi." The girl changed her name. Zhang Xiaohua said uncomfortably. "Since the girl has returned, why didn't she come to see me?" Zhang Xiaofang said in a hurry. Lu Yin had always regarded her son as her own son. Similarly, Zhang Xiaofang had always regarded Lu Yan's daughter as her own daughter. "She doesn't even want to see her. Oh, mother, every time she comes, she is bitter and hateful. It's best you don't see her," said Zhang Xiaohua. "Xiaohua, the girl has suffered a lot. Grievances since she was a child. She even went abroad alone at the age of 18, and she stayed abroad for 4 years. Though she has a bad temper, at heart she is a good person. In fact, didn't you say that your company is developing very well now? If this is the case, then you have to promise me you will help her. She just got back from abroad. It will take her a while to adapt to life here. You are successful now. You should give back to others, and we owe Lu Yin a lot. The very least we can do is help her daughter where we can. I know, you can rest assured. As long as she asks whatever she wants, I will try my best to meet her requirements," said Zhang Xiaohua. Only, Zhang Xiaofang still hadn't answered his question, so he asked again, "Why does Zhao Ziling hate me so much?" Zhang Xiaofang gave him a look and sighed. "You two never got along. Many times we would find you two fighting. You used to find fun in bullying others. Your father actually came close multiple times to beating you. As far as I remember, nothing serious happened though, just some bickering and such." As the two continued to chat, Su Fengyan suddenly entered from outside. Seeing that Zhang Xiaofang looked healthier and recovered, Su Fengyan was ecstatic. Seeing Su Fengyan, Zhang Xiaofang quickly greeted him. "Ah, old Su, you're here. Come take a seat." Turning, she gently pushed Zhang Xiaohua, who was looking at his phone, and urged, "Don't you see there is a guest? Don't be rude. Say hello." "Oh." Zhang Xiaohua looked up at Su Fengyan and said carelessly, "Uncle Su, how come you're here? Why aren't you at the company?" Seeing that Zhang Xiaofang's body had improved, Su Fengyan turned to Zhang Xiaohua. "Something has come up at the company. I need to discuss it with you. Is now convenient for you?" "Of course it's convenient." Not waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to answer, Zhang Xiaofang spoke first, then turned to Zhang Xiaohua. "Old Su is a business elite. If you don't understand anything, just ask him and listen to his advice, okay?" "I know, Mom," seriously answered Zhang Xiaohua. Su Fengyan was indeed a rare talent. After which, Zhang Xiaohua and Su Fengyan both left the ward and chatted outside. "Director Lu from Huaxia Central Television has given me a call and asked if we want to cooperate with them. He didn't give specific details, but only asked us to meet." "What do you think?" asked Su Fengyan. "Go ahead and call them over. If the project is feasible, then we can go ahead with it." Zhang Xiaohua knew that Huaxia Central couldn't afford to be offended. Moreover, they had rejected them before. Rejecting them again was likely to turn them into enemies. "Well, I will return to inform Director Lu and ask him to come to the company tomorrow," Su Fengyan said happily. Huaxia Central Television's ratings were extremely high. They were the nation's leading TV station. This time, if Huaxiang Entertainment could cooperate with Huaxia Central, then this was definitely a win-win transaction. After Su Fengyan was sent away, Zhang Xiaohua returned to his mother's ward. Zhang Xiaofang sighed and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Your father was a very loyal man. He believed in helping others, especially those that helped him in the past. He did this regardless of their flaws. He was also stubborn once he made up his mind. I don't want you to travel the same path as your father. You must be careful who you trust. No matter who you deal with, you must keep your eyes wide open. Nowadays, people are unpredictable. Even family members can turn into enemies, let alone those not blood-related. Acknowledging his mother's word, Zhang Xiaohua reassured her not to worry. He had plans in place already in case of any changes anyway. After chatting for a while, Zhang Xiaohua left the ward and then took out his phone and continued to call and text Zhao Zilin. The results were still the same. No one answered. Zhang Xiaohua inexplicably became worried. If he knew that he would lose contact with her, he would have just followed her from the beginning. She had just returned to Huaxia, plus she was homeless. Although she had a high degree of education, it was difficult to find an ideal job in Huaxia. Plus, there were all kinds of people out there. If she ran into bad people, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't imagine how she would cope. Meanwhile, as Zhang Xiaohua was worried about Zhao Zilin was standing at the doors of Xinglong Hotel. Whenever a guest came to the door, Zhao Zilin placed on a strong smile and said hello to the guests. She received a lot of extra glances from male guests. It was nothing special. Zhao Zilin was attractive after all. She had a great figure. She even attracted a lot of bosses who took the initiative to talk to her, all of whom she had rejected. Therefore, Zhao Zilin was often subject to malicious complaints from the guests, saying that her attitude wasn't good. Some guests even reversed right and wrong, telling the lobby manager that Zhao Zilin was trying to seduce them. For this reason, Zhao Zilin was often shunned by the lobby manager. However, because Zhao Zilin was beautiful and spoke English, the hotel didn't expel her, but she received a warning. Chapter 149, Variety Show. O'clock the next morning, Zhang Xiaohua came into the company. Is Director Liu of Huaxia Central here? Zhang Xiaohua asked a female staff as she walked past. Yes, he's already here. At present, Manager Su is entertaining him. The female staff member said with a smile. Call them to the conference room. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Zhang Xiaohua went straight into the conference room. Soon, the executives of various departments came in one after another. Among them was Director Liu. The whole conference room was packed. Su Fengyan, facing a middle-aged man wearing a tunic suit, introduced him to Zhang Xiaohua. This is Director Liu of Huaxia Central. Then he introduced him to Director Liu. This is the boss of our company, Zhang Xiaohua. Director Liu smiled and stood up. He took the initiative to extend a friendly hand to Zhang Xiaohua and said, It's a pleasure to meet you, the rising star of the entertainment circle. So young, but already so promising. Zhang Xiaohua also stood up and symbolically shook hands with Director Liu. He smiled and said, Director Liu has come to visit us. It's a great honor for our company. The two laughed and then settled down into their seats. Su Fengyan was also full of smiles. He took advantage of the harmonious atmosphere and took the lead in speaking. This time Director Liu has come seeking cooperation with us. I have read over the plans. Personally, I think it's a great idea, but I'll allow Director Liu to explain the specifics. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Director Liu took out several documents from his briefcase and distributed them to everyone present. He said, This is the outlay of our plans. The station wants to produce a brand new variety show. It will be called Games Week. At present, we have invited over 20 famous stars for this program, and now we wish to incorporate Miss Ling and Mr. Yang into the show as well. With them on board, we can all watch as the rating bursts through the roof and money starts raining down. Zhang Xiaohua took a hard look at the plan in his hand. To put it bluntly, their plan was to bring together stars and then let them interact while participating in different games in different locations. When necessary, the female stars were to wear appealing clothes to attract the attention of the audience, such as wearing bikinis, etc. From his knowledge of similar shows back on Earth, he could roughly estimate how the show would turn out. Back on Earth, to improve the ratings, the organizers would always specially arrange accidents in the program. For example, a female star would accidentally fall during the game, or the bikini would accidentally show off a bit too much skin. These types of shows aimed for publicity. They didn't mind in the slightest whether it was the good kind or not. In fact, there were many similar TV shows here. Most of their stars were inconspicuous third-degree stars. Real big-name stars would never show up on this kind of low-level variety show. which would seriously affect their image. It could cause a rapid decline in popularity. Take Ling Ming, for example. If she was allowed to participate in this program and made to wear a bikini, it might draw in a lot of male fans, but likely a lot of the general public would take a dislike to her. If parents saw her on a TV show full of drama, arguing, insults, and people showing off their skin, they would conceive a negative image of her in their minds. Now, with this, she would lose out on her general appeal to all audiences and adults. And parents might even restrict their children from listening to her music. He understood why these shows exited. Drama always attracts attention, but in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, such a program was quite unbearable. He didn't want to let Ling Ming and Yang Kuan participate in such a program. In his heart, all the stars of Hwaseong Entertainment were destined to become big-name stars. Plus, he had to protect the company's image. However, this time director Liu came with a lot of sincerity, and they had already turned down Hwaseong Central when they rejected their offer to buy the live broadcast rights to Ling Ming's concert. At this time, apart from Zhang Xiaohua, everyone present had expressed their satisfaction with the program. They liked the concept of gathering stars together and making a game show. With so many stars, once the show aired, the ratings would definitely be high. Director Liu was completely focused on Zhang Xiaohua. After all, Zhang Xiaohua was the decision-maker of the company. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's lackluster look, he assumed that he was dissatisfied with the price. When we released news of the program, many entertainment companies immediately submitted applications to us. After accepting some, we specifically maintained 2 places just for Ling Ming and Yang Kuan. Speaking up to here, Director Liu revealed a look of self-confidence and continued. In addition to the appearance fees for having Ling Ming and Yang Kuan on the show, we are willing to offer 7.5% of the advertising revenue we earn to show our sincerity to cooperate with your company. Upon hearing this, Yuan Datong and Emma almost begun to celebrate. It was said that Hwaseong Central's advertising fees were very high. To earn an ad spot on their shows, many brands were willing to pay millions. Now, they offered 7.5% of the advertising revenue to Hwaseong Entertainment. This was like a golden pie falling out of the sky. I'm sorry, Director Liu, but Ling Ming and Yang Kuan's schedules are already full for the next few months. They will be unavailable. When Zhang Xiaohua said this, everyone was stunned. What the hell was he on about? Ling Ming and Yang Kuan were completely free. They were just idling about. Hwaseong Central was a well-known TV station with certain strength and relationships. They had already rejected them last time. If they refused them again, they were bound to feel some way about it and retaliate against Hwaseong Entertainment. If they did so, the future of Hwaseong Entertainment would be bleak. At this time, facing everyone's shocked gazes, Zhang Xiaohua was calm. Su Fengnian wanted to persuade him, but in the face of outsiders, as the subordinate, he couldn't openly confront the boss, or they would inevitably look like fools who didn't understand what they were doing, so he held himself back. Seeing the steadfastness on Zhang Xiaohua's face, Director Liu's face fell, his smile turning into a deep frown. He stared at Zhang Xiaohua with his sharp eyes. His pair of thick eyebrows became wrinkled, forming black lines across his forehead endlessly. His breath also deepened as his frustration built up. Since the establishment of Hwaseong Central, it had cooperated with major entertainment companies no less than 1,000 times, many of whom came begging to them for a chance to cooperate. Rarely did they have to reach out, and never had they been rejected when they did so. With their power in the industry, they could crush stars and companies like it was nothing. They had tight connection to those in power, making their place in the industry as the #1 station in the country indisputable. Their influence reached all aspects of the entertainment industry to a certain degree. Even all the other stations followed in their footsteps. It had become custom to pay tribute to them in the industry. You helped them out, and they paved the way for you in return. Angered, Director Liu stood up and said with dissatisfaction, "Since Boss Zhang is so young and prosperous, it seems you think we aren't qualified to cooperate with your company. Since this is the case, I'll take my leave." As Director Liu was about to leave, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly said, "Director Liu has misunderstood. I said that Ling Ming and Yang Kuan have no time currently, not that we won't cooperate with you." Hearing this, Director Liu turned back to face him while showing a questioning look. The purpose of his trip was to ask for Ling Ming and Yang Kuan to participate in the new show. Since he refused, How else could they cooperate? Chapter 150, Building Connections. Zhang Xiaohua knew well. If he didn't give Huaxia Central Television something, they would definitely leave aggrieved. If it was only Huaxia Television, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't bother with them. But the key was that Huaxia Central Television had the backing of the government. With this backing, they had maintained their place as the main station in Huaxia. Their power in the industry was incredible. If Huaxia Central decided to act against them, they would be in trouble. There would be plenty of other stations and competitors willing to join Huaxia Central in condemning them. Let alone Huaxiang Entertainment, even if it was a bigger enterprise, they would be crushed. Until the company reached a stage where it was untouchable, Zhang Xiaohua could only give in. Would Director Liu be interested in Yang Kuen's concert? When this was said, not only was Director Liu stunned, but everyone in the room was surprised. At present, Yang Kuen had only 5 songs in total. It was a good idea to create a small TV show, but it seemed a little far-fetched to hold a concert. Xiaohua. As Yuan Datong was about to speak, Zhang Xiaohua held up his hand and signaled him not to interrupt. Seeing this, Yuan Datong stopped himself and kept quiet, but his face could still be seen showing a complicated expression. He didn't doubt Zhang Xiaohua's ability. Originally, he thought that Yang Kuen wouldn't cut it out as an artist. But in the end, with Zhang Xiaohua's songs, Yang Kuen exceeded his expectations. Yuan Datong was deeply impressed by Zhang Xiaohua's supreme musical creativity. It's just that, even though Zhang Xiaohua has the talent in this aspect, he wasn't a god after all. Creativity takes inspiration, which is something you can't force. The way he saw it, they were backing themselves into a corner. At present, Yang Kuen had only 5 songs, but if he wanted to have a concert, he would need at least 10 songs. If any of these 10 songs dropped the slightest in quality, they were just inviting a hailstorm of criticism upon themselves. Waiting longer to hold a concert would give them more time to refine their songs. And with Zhang Xiaohua's mother in hospital and all the other issues he had to deal with, the chances of the quality of songs produced dropping in quality were extremely high. However, for Director Liu, this couldn't be better for Huaxia Central Television. Yang Kuen was blowing up currently. All his songs had respectively occupied the top 5 rankings on the charts. Now that Yang Kuen was going to have a concert, which TV station wouldn't want to participate in it? Boss Zhang, what do you mean by this? Is Yang Kuen really going to have a concert? Director Liu's attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn. At this time, he was no longer in a hurry to leave, completely attracted by Zhang Xiaohua's topic. Even the variety show matter was left behind by him. Yes, Yang Kuen is currently the hottest star, and a concert will allow him to ground himself into the scene faster. So, are you interested in working with us? Zhang Xiaohua said with a fake smile. Below the surface, he was filled with frustration. It should be noted that if the concert was made into a record like and sold last time, the profit would definitely be larger than what they would get from selling the rights. Director Liu immediately became interested and asked, "Where will the concert be? Will it be the same place as last time? And what will be the terms for our cooperation?" The venue will be the Jugasong Stadium. As for how the two sides cooperate, it's simple. Your station will get the live TV broadcasting rights to the concert, answered Zhang Xiaohua. Jugasong Stadium, said Director Liu, placing his hands on his chin. It was obvious he wasn't satisfied. But he wasn't to blame. Tiana Stadium was large enough to accommodate 30,000 spectators and could be classed as an elite stadium. Although the Jugasong Stadium was also renowned on the national level, it was a third-tier stadium which could only accommodate up to 15,000 spectators. Compared with the last concert held by Ling Ming at the Tiana Stadium, the size of the Yang Kuen's concert was obviously lacking. In fact, compared to those auditoriums, opera houses, and the like, Jugasong Stadium could be considered a top-tier concert venue. Yang Kuen hadn't had time to accumulate fans and solidify his foundation. Isn't the size of Jugasong Stadium a little too small? What about Tiana Stadium instead for the concert? We can help you cover the costs and help you with promotional activities and ticket sales channels. We can all take full responsibility. If necessary, we can even provide sponsorship. Zhang Xiaohua secretly swore in his mind. He had already made concessions and given the live broadcast rights to them. As for the preparation of the concert, he didn't want to let Huaxia Central Television intervene again, else he would just fall into their debt. He laughed and said, "Don't worry about it. We are professionals. We can handle arranging the concert. You just need to send people to film the concert and watch your ratings explode." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua so determined, he knew there was no room for negotiation. Director Liu could only nod. "Well then, I will represent Huaxiao Central and accept your invitation. We are willing to pay 60 million yuan for the broadcast rights." Director Liu, "This won't do. The lowest we can do is 90 million yuan. This is already quite generous according to industry standards." Zhang Xiaohua said resolutely. Director Liu became embarrassed and somewhat angry. Ling Ming's live broadcast rights were only worth 40 million, and the size of Yang Kuan's concert would be smaller than Ling Ming's. But now he asked for more than double that price. Zhang Xiaohua clearly had no sincerity in cooperation. Ling Ming will be the guest star for Yang Kuan's concert. One is the queen of the industry, the other as the king. With this combination, I think it's worth at least 90 million yuan. So what do you say? It could be said that the fire that was originally in the heart of Director Liu suddenly vanished, and what replaced it was satisfaction. Indeed, one was the queen and the other was the king of the industry currently. The two combined were bound to make the ratings explode. Chapter 151, Encounter. Director Liu had completely forgotten the true purpose of this trip. Compared to the live broadcast rights of Yang Kuan's concert, the variety show that he had in mind before wasn't even worth mentioning. Zhang Xiaohua made a promise that Yang Kuan's concert would be held on the December 1st at Zhigasong Stadium. Apart from sending people to the site to do a live broadcast, all the other matters would be handled by Huaxiang Entertainment. As for the advertising, it was actually very simple. Huaxiang Entertainment would be responsible for making the promotional film, then handing the promo to Huaxiao Central, who would display it on the television channel to the public. In this aspect, Zhang Xiaohua was sure that Huaxiao Central would definitely spare no effort. In the end, Director Liu directly signed a written agreement with Zhang Xiaohua on behalf of Huaxiao Central to purchase the live broadcast rights of Yang Kuan's concert at a price of 90 million yuan. After the two sides reached an agreement, Director Liu was full of enthusiasm. Zhang Xiaohua looked at his watch and found that it was around lunchtime, so he kindly invited, "Since Director Liu has come from afar, there is no need to rush back. Why not stay over for a meal?" Turning to Emma, he said, "Call up Xinglong Hotel and set up a room for us. Be sure to say that we have important guests to entertain. Get them to prepare their dishes according to the highest standards. Let's go." Emma immediately called up Xinglong Hotel to set up a private room. Since Zhang Xiaohua graciously invited him, Director Liu naturally accepted. Zhang Xiaohua accompanied Director Liu to leave the company as Su Fengyan and Yuan Dadong followed closely behind. The group talked and laughed along the way and drove straight to Xinglong Hotel. Hearing that Zhang Xiaohua was coming to eat, the boss of Xinglong Hotel couldn't sit still. She personally arranged a private room for the meeting. "Listen up. In a while, we will have very important people coming here. I want you to welcome the guests with full enthusiasm and friendly attitudes." Everyone was hyped up, with the exception of Zhao Zilin, who looked languid and absent-minded. She had just returned to Huaxiao, and she still hadn't adapted to the time difference. In addition, she had worked tirelessly recently. Seeing Zhao Zilin's look, the manager of the lobby strode forward after the meeting and yelled at her. "What's the matter? Don't you want this job? I'm warning you. If there are any more guests complaining about you, you will be fired." Zhao Zilin forced down the grievance in her heart. This kind of work, this kind of life, this kind of environment, this wasn't what she had imagined when she was abroad. She thought that with her own academic qualifications and talents, she could find a pretty good job without much effort. But the domestic situation had far exceeded her imagination. The competition here was fierce, and those companies did not value her education at all. They only cared for those with connections. Nowadays, those without connections would have to bow their heads. Stung by the lobby manager, Zhao Zilin could only place a fake smile on her lips. After a short while, a black Passat suddenly stopped in front of the hotel entrance. Seeing this, the hotel owner personally rushed forward and opened the door for the guests. She was accompanied by several managers, who all smiled as they greeted the guests. Needless to say, Zhao Zilin also knew that the owner of the Passat car was today's VIP, but this VIP was too shabby, right? Okay, fair enough if he didn't turn up in a Rolls-Royce, but at least he should have something like a Mercedes-Benz or BMW. But this VIP actually turned up in a Volkswagen Passat. Like what the actual fuck? Hurry up and welcome him as well. The lobby manager whispered to her. Welcome, she said as she walked forward, bowing her head and expressing a warm welcome to the VIP. Welcome, Boss Zhang, said the hotel owner. Next, a few other cars pulled up. Yuan Datong, Emma, and the others got out and gathered at the hotel entrance. All the senior officials of Huaxiang Entertainment were here. This hotel had become the designated dining place of Huaxiang Entertainment. Whether it was a celebration feast or a reception, Zhang Xiaohua would invite people to eat here. So in the eyes of the hotel owner, Zhang Xiaohua was the god of wealth of this hotel. Seeing that everyone seemed to be here, the hotel owner hastened to make a gesture, smiled, and said to the group, Please, follow me. I have set up a private room for you. Some wine has already been sent up. Zhang Xiaohua nodded with satisfaction and stepped towards the hotel's door with Director Liu and others. As Zhang Xiaohua was passing by Zhao Zilin's side, Zhao Zilin suddenly felt her nose itch. Despite desperately attempting to hold it back, she failed and broke out into a sneeze. Though she attempted to cover her nose, some of her nasal fluids flew up into the air and fell on the sleeve of Zhang Xiaohua's suit. Seeing this scene, the hotel owner was dumbfounded. The managers were also stunned, and even Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. His body froze on the spot. Then, looking down at the sticky fluid on his right sleeve, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. His face was filled with disgust. Zhao Zilin knew that she had just committed a very serious mistake, so she did not dare to look up. She kept her body bowed. She knew she was finished. She was bound to be expelled. After returning to her senses, the hotel owner quickly took out tissues and personally helped Zhang Xiaohua wipe his sleeve. She immediately turned to look at Zhao Zilin. Anger could be seen in her eyes. Boss Zhang, you have my sincerest apologies. The girl is new. That's why she made such a mistake. I will ask someone to clean your clothes later. If it's no good, our hotel will fully compensate Boss Zhang for a set of the same suit. On the surface, the owner was pleading for the lady, but in fact, she was subtly pushing the fault onto the young lady in order to protect themselves. Am I a person who can't even afford clothes? Said Zhang Xiaohua with a slightly uncomfortable tone. Yes, instinctively the hotel owner agreed with his statement. But realizing her improper use of words, she quickly corrected. No, Boss Zhang is full of money, rich and powerful. Of course you can buy clothes. Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to bother with continuing the conversation. Turning back, he led Director Liu and the rest straight into the hotel. The hotel owner quietly gave the lobby manager a look. The lobby manager turned back and roared at Zhao Zilin. Zhao Zilin, what the hell was that? Do you think that just cause you're a returnee and you know a few words of English, you're so great? Well, let me tell you, here you're a fucking waiter. Besides, you are fucking nothing. The guests who come here have clothes worth more than you. You're fired. Go pack up your things. In the face of the reprimand from the lobby manager, Zhao Zilin buried her head deeply and gritted her teeth. Her heart was filled with grievances. Her eyes were filled with tears. At this point, Zhang Xiaohua hadn't gone far, so the words of the lobby manager passed into Zhang Xiaohua's ear. Turning back, Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked over. Zhang Xiaohua first looked at the girl from the bottom to top. He then looked down at the girl's face that was full of grievances. After confirming the girl's identity, he walked up to her. Chapter 152, Helping Out. Hearing footsteps approaching, she couldn't help but look up and see Zhang Xiaohua's face. Her face turned red. Her shame was difficult to hide. She had previously told Zhang Xiaohua that her profession was a lawyer, but now here she was. What are you doing? Hurry up and apologize to Boss Zhang. The lobby manager, thinking that Zhang Xiaohua was here to reprimand Zhao Zilin's because of the incident just now, hurriedly urged Zhao Zilin to apologize. Zhao Zilin was aggrieved and kept silent with her head bowed, waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to reprimand her and embarrass her. But instead of speaking to her, Zhang Xiaohua unexpectedly turned to the lobby manager. He called for the hotel owner in a cold voice and said, "Fire him, or we will leave." The hotel owner was stunned. The lobby manager had been working here for years. So she rushed to change the topic and said with a smile, "Boss, if you've been offended because of the girl, then I can replace her." Zhang Xiaohua became impatient and said full of anger, "She is my friend, Now my friend is being bullied, but you want to fire her? I want this lobby manager gone. Are you going to do it or not? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was getting angry, the hotel owner panicked. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, the hotel owner rushed to the point. Pointing to the lobby manager, she said, "You're fired." The lobby manager wanted to burst into tears. Zhao Zilin was shocked. Why was he being so kind and helpful? He must have a conspiracy. After being under the same roof for so many years, Zhao Zilin understood Zhang Xiaohua. In her impression, Zhang Xiaohua was a cloaked beast. He was always planning evil against others. Therefore, Zhao Zilin was sure that regardless of the reason why Zhang Xiaohua was being so good to her, it was definitely for some impure purpose. Placing on a kind expression, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "How are you? Why are you working here? If you need a job, you can tell me. Also, Lu Yin misses you very much. Recently, she often recites your name. And my mother misses you too. I hope you can see her. I like working here. I don't need your help. If I want to find a job, I do so by myself. Don't try to play this compassionate crap with me. I know what you're like. Stop trying to use my mother's illness against me, or you'll see what I'll do to you." Sighing, Zhang Xiaohua turned and said to the hotel owner, "You heard her, right? Since she wants to work here, she can stay. But I don't want her to be a welcome lady. Can you help with this?" "Yes." The hotel owner nodded, and then showed a smiling face to Zhao Zilin. She said, "Since this lady is a friend of Boss Zhang, naturally we must treat her well. I'll make her the manager of the reception department. As long as she's willing, she can take office at any time." Zhao Zilin was getting confused. Her mind was filled with conflicting emotions and thoughts. But remembering the day 4 years ago, remembering the atrocities that the beast had committed against her that day, Zhao Zilin firmed her heart. A beast will always be a beast. Even if they wore human skin, he couldn't hide his poisonous heart. He must be faking it. Thinking about this, Zhao Zilin took a big stride forward, pushed past Zhang Xiaohua in front of her, and walked out the door of the hotel. She didn't look back at all. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and felt an urge to chase. But seeing her so emotional, he didn't want to make matters worse. "Is her luggage here?" asked Zhang Xiaohua. "Yes, it should be in the dormitories," said the hotel owner. "Since her luggage is still here, she should be back," said Zhang Xiaohua, thinking up a plan in his heart. "Who is that girl? The boss seems to care about her," Emma asked. Curiously, if I am not mistaken, she should be Lu Yi, the daughter of Lu Yin who donated the kidney. I heard that she went abroad to study 4 years ago. I guess she just returned. Yuan Datong had heard about Zhao Zilin before, but he wasn't very familiar with her. He only knew a little. "Ah, really?" the crowd exclaimed, and then they joined the discussion. Chapter 153, Track. After eating lunch, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, everyone was full of food and drink. Director Lu was also satisfied. After Su Fengyan sent Director Lu back to the TV station, Zhang Xiaohua and Yuan Datong were chatting at the hotel entrance. "Xiaohua, if I am not mistaken, the girl before was Lu Yi, right?" Yuan Datong asked curiously. "Yes. How well do you remember her?" Zhang Xiaohua was curious. Yuan Datong often came over to their house as a guest. He might have some clues about why Zhao Zilin hated him so much. "I remember her vaguely. I used to see her several times when I came around yours." Yuan Datong answered truthfully. "Well, as you can see, she seems to hate me for no reason." Yuan Datong cast a displeased look over to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "What do you mean no reason? To be honest, you were rude to her. You used to shout abuse at her and order her around. To get you water, give you a massage and everything. It's a good thing you have seen the light, 'cause you used to be an outright bully." Zhang Xiaohua was depressed. The former Zhang Xiaohua truly was scum of the earth. Zhang Xiaohua complained in his ear. Turning to look for a waitress, Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Is Zhao Zilin back?" The waitress shook her head and said, "Not yet." Zhang Xiaohua sighed softly and said to several people and Yuan Datong, "You can all go back." "What about you?" Yuan Datong asked. "I'm going to wait here for her to come back." Zhang Xiaohua felt that he had no face to see anyone. But he didn't expect that the former Zhang Xiaohua was actually such an asshole. Bullying a girl, what kind of man was that? "Don't get hung up on the past, you've changed." Yuan Datong said with a slight smile, raised his hand and patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder with relief. "Thanks." Zhang Xiaohua also patted Yuan Datong's shoulder. Now Lu Yin is in the hospital, so you mustn't bully her daughter. Emma reminded him. I really hope that Lu Yin can recover as soon as possible. Listening to everyone's words, Zhang Xiaohua solemnly nodded. Since he was living as Zhang Xiaohua, he had to take responsibility and make up for all the mistakes made by the former Zhang Xiaohua. After Yuan Datong and the rest left, Zhang Xiaohua took out his phone and called Xiong Zhuang. On the road opposite Xinglong Hotel, in a black Passati, Zhang Xiaohua and Xiong Zhuang sat waiting for someone. 2 hours later, as the sky gradually began to dim, a familiar figure appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's vision. It was none other than Zhao Zilin. Although the hotel owner had promised that Zhao Zilin would become a manager, this was all arranged by Zhang Xiaohua. Zhao Zilin was eager to get a good job, but she would never accept Zhang Xiaohua's charity, so she would never take the position. She might even quit. Half an hour later, Zhao Zilin returned to the dormitory to change her clothes, then packed her belongings and left the hotel with her suitcase. The hotel owner, seeing Zhao Zilin, tried to persuade her to stay as the manager of the reception department for fear that the entire hotel's business would be affected. Zhao Zilin's mind was decided, though, and the enthusiasm of the hotel owner did little to nothing to change her mind. Brushing past her, she walked out. Seeing Zhao Zilin coming out, Zhang Xiaohua, who had been waiting for a long time opposite to the hotel, said to Xiong Zhuang, "That's her. Remember her face. Your job is to follow her, find out where she lives and where she goes, and report to me. Also protect her safety. Don't let people bully her. Do you understand?" Xiong Zhuang nodded affirmatively. Tracking and protecting the safety of others was his strength. Getting out of the car, Xiong Zhuang carefully followed behind Zhao Zilin. The two gradually disappeared into the night. With Xiong Zhuang at the side of Zhao Zilin, Zhang Xiaohua finally felt relieved. Stepping on the throttle, he headed back towards the hospital. Walking into his mother's ward, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned to find that she wasn't in the bed. Going up to the duty room, Zhang Xiaohua asked the nurse on duty, "My mother?" "Oh," Mrs. Zhang said that she was bored in the ward, so she asked Nurse Su to push her out and around the ward to distract her. The nurse said to Zhang Xiaohua, "You can rest assured that Ms. Zhang has recovered very well." Zhang Xiaohua understood his mother's mood. She had been cooped in the ward for weeks on end. Now, she had almost recovered. It wasn't a bad idea to let her out. Since his mother wasn't here, Zhang Xiaohua turned around and headed towards Lu Yan's ward. In a short while, when Zhang Xiaohua approached Lu Yan's ward, he suddenly froze. His whole person was stuck in the same place. Although his face was sluggish, his heart was constantly accelerating and a drop of cold sweat was running along his forehead. Looking around, he saw that Zhang Xiaofang was already in front of Lu Yan's ward, sitting in a wheelchair, staring through the glass window. Looking into Lu Yan's ward, her face was covered with tears. Looking at his mother who was crying, Zhang Xiaohua was lost as to how to comfort his mother. He wanted to continue the lie that Lu Wei was fine, but now the facts were already in front of his mother. Even if he told lies, what was the use? Chapter 154, Thoughts. Zhang Xiaohua took a heavy step forward and slowly walked up to his mother. He had no idea what to say. In order not to worry his mother, Zhang Xiaohua had been doing his best to conceal Lu Yan's situation. However, at this moment, in the face of Lu Yan, Zhang Xiaohua's previous efforts were all wasted. Since there was nothing he could say to his mother, Zhang Xiaohua immediately turned his attention to Ms. Su, angered. "Who told you to bring my mother here?" Nurse Su was stunned by Zhang Xiaohua's sudden anger. She quickly bowed her head and did not dare to face Zhang Xiaohua. Her heart was filled with grievances. "Don't blame Nurse Su. I made her take me here," Zhang Xiaofang said, wiping her eyes which had become red. Still looking at Lu Yan in the ward, with trembling in her voice, she said, "How long did you think you could hide this from me?" Zhang Xiaohua bowed his head and said nothing. "Mom, Lu Yan, I already know the truth. I've spoken to the doctors." Zhang Xiaofang interrupted Zhang Xiaohua's words. "You didn't want to worry me, I understand. But I'm to blame. I made her like this." Seeing her mother so sad, Zhang Xiaohua filled with sorrow. He was afraid that if Lu Yan didn't recover, his mother definitely wouldn't be able to let it go. He feared her falling into depression. Nowadays, it was imperative to distract her attention. Thinking up to this, Zhang Xiaohua decided to transfer his mother's attention to Zhao Zilin. So he knelt down and gently held his mother's hand and says, "Mom, what are you talking about? Lu Yan will be fine. I have already invited the best doctors from all across the country to treat Lu Yan. Now those doctors are actively discussing treatment plans, so don't worry." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and looked into Lu Yan's ward and continued. "She's been chanting for Zhao Zilin. Her biggest wish is for her daughter to forgive her. But you know how that girl's temper is. She doesn't listen to me at all. I can't cope with it alone. If we want to reconcile mother and daughter, I'm going to need your help. I don't think you are willing to watch them stay in a deadlock like this, right?" After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's remarks, Zhang Xiaofang finally took her eyes from Lu Yan's, and her face turned from grief to determination. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaofang slowly looked over to Zhang Xiaohua and asked softly, "Where is she?" "I have already said that. The girl is too bad-tempered. She is always hiding from me. But I have already asked people to look over her, to ensure that she is safe," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, and said seriously, "Give me some time, and I will bring her to your side. But before that, you have to take care of your body. She is Lu Yan's only relative in the world, so I'll need you to help take care of her. I have to get back to the company soon, so you must take this responsibility and help Lu Yan take care of her daughter, just like Lu Yan once took care of me." Zhang Xiaofang listened and nodded. "Xiaohua, you mustn't let the girl suffer. In addition, when you see her, you must help me. Tell her, the door of our Zhang family are always be open to her. She can come to stay with us if she wants. Our home is her home." "I know, I will tell her." Zhang Xiaohua gently patted the back of his mother's hand and wiped her tears off her face, full of concern. "You can be discharged from hospital in a few days. Just wait at home with peace of mind. Of course, you can often come and chat with Lu Yan. As you can see, Lu Yan hasn't given up. You must not give up either. In any case, you have to take care of yourself and live up to Lu Yan's sacrifice." Chapter 155, Reality. Under the numerous neon lights, a lonely figure was walking aimlessly on the sidewalk with only her suitcase. Did she not know where to go? Unconsciously, Zhao Zilin arrived at the Chuyang Motel again. Looking at the dilapidated light signboard, Zhao Zilin looked blank and smiled silently. Apart from this cheap hotel, was there nowhere else to go? Helplessly shaking her head, Zhao Zilin carried her tired body and slowly walked into the motel. After re-registration, she walked to the room. Xiong Zhuang watched the whole scene take place. When Zhao Zilin walked into the Chuyang Motel, he took out his mobile phone and dialed Zhang Xiaohua's phone. "Miss Zhao is staying at the Chuyang Motel." "Chuyang Motel," came Zhang Xiaohua's mutter across the phone. It seemed that the girl really had nowhere to go, so she chose a place like that to settle? Keep looking after her. No matter where she goes, follow her. "Call me if anything happens," said Zhang Xiaohua. "Don't worry, I know what to do," replied Xiong Zhuang. Chaoyang Hotel, in an ordinary room, Zhao Zilin had gotten up early. No, it should be said that she didn't sleep. In this kind of environment, with the sounds of fierce collisions between the flesh and the swaying sounds of the bed, she didn't get much sleep. After some washing, Zhao Zilin dressed up and left the hotel. Standing outside the door of the motel and facing the sun in the sky, she took a deep breath. She had decided to go job hunting today, but before that, she had to fill her stomach first. Taking out her wallet, Zhao Zilin opened it, but seeing the few wrinkled notes left in it, she dismissed the idea of eating breakfast. The road ahead was still long. Before she found a job, she had to save money where she could. On her pretty face appeared a look of bitterness, but she immediately stopped herself wallowing and put on a brave smile. With her academic qualifications and being in the most prosperous city in Huaxia, she reassured herself it was only a matter of time before she found work. On the opposite side of the road, Xiong Zhuang was sitting in his car with his eyes locked on Zhao Zilin. When Zhao Zilin left, Xiong Zhuang began to silently and carefully trail behind Zhao Zilin. He would always stay within 10 meters of her, but outside the range of her vision. In order to save some money, Zhao Zilin didn't take a taxi. She walked on the sidewalk. Arriving in the city center, she walked about the streets and arrived at the doors of a company called Guangming Law Firm. This law firm was also one she had paid close attention for a long time. It was also her biggest hope. The firm was a private enterprise, but quite small in scale. It was in its infancy stage, and it was recruiting talents in the legal profession. Although being a lawyer wasn't her ideal career, if she could be hired as a lawyer, she would definitely take it. It was better than working in a hotel as a receptionist anyway. With courage and spirit, Zhao Zilin slowly walked into the law firm. Entering the doors, Zhao Zilin took a quick glance around her surrounding. The building was quite small, only about 200 square meters. The place was full of desks. It seemed a bit crowded. But since it was the downtown area, the office environment was quite comfortable. On a long parlor sofa against the wall, there sat a group of people including men and women of all age groups holding various resumes in their hands. Looking at the dozen or so candidates, Zhao Zilin felt the pressure growing. When had the domestic scene become so fierce and competitive? No matter where you went, no matter what industry, there were so many people looking for jobs. Ugh, society really was cruel. "Miss, what are you doing?" A young receptionist walked up and asked. "Oh, I'm here for the job interview," answered Zhao Zilin. After so many failures, this time she couldn't help but feel nervous. "Please go over there and wait. After the previous applicants have finished their interviews, it will be your turn," the receptionist said while smiling. "Okay, thank you," said Zhao Zilin while going over to the meeting sofa. But the sofa was already full of people, so she could only stand. From time to time, the other applicants would cast a hostile look over to her. The smell of gunpowder filled the area. The competition was fierce, and the atmosphere was dignified. 30 minutes. 1 hour. 2 hours. The candidates went in and out of the supervisor's office one by one, but everyone seemed to come out just as confident as they went in, as if they had been hired. It wasn't until 11 a.m. that Zhao Zilin was invited into the office. Entering the office, Zhao Zilin looked up and saw a middle-aged man sitting behind the desk. He looked to be about 50 years old. His hair was sparse, and he had a strict look about him. On the edge of his desk was a plaque which read Senior Counsel, Zhuang Wentian. Zhao Zilin first politely bowed to Zhuang Wentian, then smiled and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Zhao Zilin. I'm here for the interview. Here is my resume and lawyer's license. Please have a look." After that, she placed her resume and lawyer's license in front of Zhuang Wentian. Zhuang Wentian simply looked over Zhao Zilin's information. Even though Zhao Zilin's academic qualifications were high and she had a foreign lawyer's licenses, Zhuang Wentian didn't seem to pay it much attention. Looking up at Zhao Zilin and seeing how young she looked, Zhuang Wentian shook his head with disappointment and said, "Do you have any experience in court? What cases have you represented? How much do you know about the law industry? How are your interpersonal relationships with the domestic judicial department?" In the face of Zhuang Wentian's barrage of questions, Zhao Zilin couldn't even answer a question. After all, she had just returned to Huaxia. During her studies abroad, she had majored in business management with law as a part-time course. She had participated in several practice court playouts, but if they talked about practical experience, she was a bit lacking. Especially for the domestic judicial system, she was in a state of ignorance. Zhuang Wentian shook his head again in disappointment and said in the tone of the preaching, "A high education is not useful in Huaxia. What we need is a flexible mind and eloquence in our business. The most important thing is maturity, experience, perception, and relationships in the domestic scene. You don't have these things. It seems that you are just a newcomer to the society. What we want here is performance. We don't have time to train new people. You have to know that time is money." Zhao Zilin was red-faced and sullen. She looked down like a little girl who had just made a mistake. In the face of the martyrdom of a grown-up, she was speechless. Speaking of it, she was a very confident person. During her studies abroad, she thought that she could easily settle down regardless of what she encountered. No matter what job, she could easily do it. However, since returning to Huaxia, she discovered that her thoughts were whimsical. The domestic environment and job requirements here were much more complicated than she had given them credit for. At the same time, she realized that Zhuang Wentian was right. She was indeed inexperienced. High education had no practical use except for looking good. Since Zhao Zilin wasn't the best candidate, Zhuang Wentian didn't want to waste time and quickly returned the resume to Zhao Zilin. He said bluntly, "Sorry, you are not our ideal candidate. You can go." Zhuang Wentian's words are like a knife, plunging straight into Zhao Zilin's heart. Chapter 156, Helping Hand. Before coming for the interview, Zhao Zilin was full of energy and confidence. However, at this moment, she had become mentally debilitated and dejected. She walked out of the firm slowly, greatly deflated. After facing all these blows, Zhao Zilin was tired physically and mentally deficient. Even her full self-confidence was burned out. Silently stood at the door of Guangming law firm for a long time. Zhao Zilin took deep breaths and tried to calm down her erratic thoughts. Seeing Zhao Zilin like so, Xiong Zhuang, who had been waiting outside, sighed. After recovering, Zhao Zilin walked around the city in a purposeless manner. Her body was bent at 45 degrees. Her small head was hung. She walked about lost in her thoughts. Seeing her like this, Xiong Zhuang, who was a few meters behind her, felt saddened as well. Although he didn't know what the girl had experienced, he could sense that she had just suffered a serious setback. Looking at Zhao Zilin's lonely back, Xiong Zhuang saw himself in her. He wished to comfort Zhao Zilin, but he could only continue to follow. After a whole afternoon of aimlessly walking around, Zhao Zilin turned and returned back to Chuyang Motel. At the same time, the task for Xiong Zhuang today was over. Taking out his mobile phone, Xiong Zhuang dialed Zhang Xiaohua's phone number and reported Zhao Zilin's moves to Zhang Xiaohua. Hearing his report, Zhang Xiaohua sighed in frustration. This girl clearly needed help, but she refused to ask or accept it. You've worked hard these 2 days. You can go home and get some rest. I'll handle the rest. Don't worry, I'm not tired. Xiong Zhuang's strong voice sounded. If you need, I can stay here for another night. Although Xiong Zhuang was a simple man, he wasn't stupid. He could see that Zhao Zilin was important to Zhang Xiaohua. As long as Zhang Xiaohua said the word, Xiong Zhuang would continue to act as Zhao Zilin's shadow, ensuring that Zhao Zilin wouldn't be subjected to any outside injury, saving Zhang Xiaohua from worrying. No, you go home and rest. You have helped a lot already. Leave the rest to me, Zhang Xiaohua said with gratitude. Since Zhang Xiaohua insisted, Xiong Zhuang headed home. Early the next morning, when Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the company, he called Su Fengyan into his office. Manager Su, I'll have to trouble you to invite over Guangming law firm. I plan to make them the legal representatives of the company, Zhang Xiaohua said to Su Fengyan. Su Fengyan's face was filled with puzzlement. In principle, the company would indeed be exposed to a lot of legal matters in the future, so it was inevitable they would need to find a firm to provide legal counsel to the company. After all, no one could guarantee that the company wouldn't face legal disputes in the future. It's just that Su Fengyan didn't understand why Zhang Xiaohua didn't pick a well-known established firm, but went for this Guangming law firm instead. With their financial strength and status, as long as Zhang Xiaohua was willing, there would be plenty of experienced and well-known firms who would be willing to take up the post. Xiaohua, I know a lot of lawyer firms. If you really want to hire a firm, I can help you find a good firm. As for Guangming law firm, I think it's best we avoid these kind of low-end firms. Don't worry about this issue. I have plans for this. You call the person in charge of the lawyer firm. I will talk to him personally, Zhang Xiaohua said earnestly. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua's mind was already decided, Su Fengyan didn't continue trying to persuade him. Leaving Zhang Xiaohua's office, Su Fengyan immediately asked someone to check the phone number of Guangming law firm and quickly contacted the person in charge of the other party, Zhuang Wentian. Slightly frustrated, Su Fengyan passed the matter over to a small staff member. Hearing that Huaxiang Entertainment was interested in hiring them, Zhuang Wentian was stunned at first. Then he became elated after determining that the phone call really was from Huaxiang Entertainment. He didn't delay and rushing over to Huaxiang Entertainment. Chapter 157, Hidden Hand. In just 15 minutes, Zhuang Wentian rushed over to Huaxiang Entertainment. Guangming law firm was founded by Zhuang Wentian, but it had only just been established, so they had little to no reputation in the industry, no status. He started recruiting to seek talents to revitalize the law firm. Unexpectedly today, he had ascended to the heavens in one swift move. Although the scale of Huaxiang Entertainment couldn't compare with those big groups with tens of billions in assets, in the business circle the reputation of Huaxiang Entertainment was still respected as a talented newcomer with great potential. Compared with Guangming's current clients, Huaxiang Entertainment took the cake any day. Arriving under the leadership of a female staff member, Zhuang Wentian was led to Zhang Xiaohua's office. Not waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak, Zhuang Wentian took the lead. He leaned forward and passed over his business card, then stepped backwards 2 steps while smiling and introducing himself. Hello, Boss Zhang. I am the person in charge of Guangming law firm. Boss Zhang can call me Lawyer Zhuang. This is my business card. After taking the business card, Zhang Xiaohua glanced at then threw it onto his desk. Zhang Xiaohua called Zhuang Wentian over not because he wanted to talk about cooperation with him. As Su Fengyan said, Guangming firm wasn't yet qualified for cooperation with Huaxiang Entertainment. The reason why Zhang Xiaohua called Zhuang Wentian came over was mainly to make a trade with him. Lawyer Zhuang is too polite, please take a seat, said Zhang Xiaohua. Zhuang Wentian sat on the opposite side of Zhang Xiaohua, full of smiles. He waited for Zhang Xiaohua to bring up the topic of cooperation. Instead, however, he heard Zhang Xiaohua suddenly ask, "Was there a girl named Zhao Zilin who came to apply for a job yesterday?" Zhuang Wentian, stunned, began to recall the people he had interviewed yesterday. Indeed, yesterday, there was a girl named Zhao Zilin who came to apply. Zhuang Wentian's impression of Zhao Zilin was quite profound. He remembered that she was a returnee. Her qualifications were quite outstanding, but she lacked experience. So he didn't hire her. But how did Boss Zhang know? What was his relationship with Zhao Zilin? Speak outright. I can appoint your firm as our legal counsel. But I have a small condition. Zhuang Wentian immediately came to spirit and straightened his back. He asked seriously, "What conditions does Boss Zhang have?" "I want your lawyer to hire Zhao Zilin and give her with a monthly salary of 24,000 yuan. As for the position you want to give her, I'll leave that up to your discretion," said Zhang Xiaohua. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Wentian suddenly had the urge to cry. In Zhuang Wentian's opinion, it wasn't a problem to hire Zhao Zilin. Even if she had little experience, he could arrange her some civil work to build up her experience in court. But a monthly salary of 24,000 yuan seemed a bit much to pay a newbie. Boss Zhang at the salary. "Don't worry, the monthly salary will be paid by me. In addition, arrange a place for her to stay. Tell her that it is a dormitory that your firm has arranged for her." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and explained. Said Zhang Xiaohua took out 2 gold cards and handed them to Zhuang Wentian. He continued, "Give these 2 cards to her and say that this is the food card of your firm. After eating, you can directly swipe the card. The other card is for the salary. I will pay the salary into this card every month. Tell her it's part of your firm's procedures." Zhuang Wentian was completely shocked. It seemed that Zhang Xiaohua was completely set on taking care of Zhao Zilin. Hiring his firm seemed to be just a byproduct of this. But what made Zhuang Wentian curious was, who was Zhao Zilin to him that he was willing to do so much to take of her? In addition, why didn't he just help her directly? Why did he go through so many bins to take care of Zhao Zilin? Zhuang Wentian couldn't help but ask, "I don't know if Boss Zhang can tell me who she is to you. After all, she is going to be working in my firm. I have to know who I am facing." In order to reassure Zhuang Wentian to take good care of Zhao Zilin, Zhang Xiaohua could only lie. "She is my girlfriend. She just recently returned from abroad, but you know how women are. She isn't willing to accept my help. So I can only ask Lawyer Zhuang to help me out. But you can rest assured that this won't affect the cooperation between us. All the company's legal matters for the next 6 months will be handed over to your firm. I hope that we can have a happy cooperation." In the face of generous enough benefits, no one could resist the temptation. For Zhuang Wentian, this wasn't only big business, but a chance to establish themselves in the industry. Huaxiang Entertainment's legal representative and legal counsel. With these 2 identities alone, it is enough to let Zhuang Wentian show off. Zhuang Wentian didn't hesitate and responded, "Well, since Boss Zhang has opened up, I have to give Boss Zhang face. I will contact Miss Zhao when I get back. Remember, I don't want her to know that I am helping her, understood?" Zhang Xiaohua seriously reminded. "Ha, don't worry, I'll keep the secret. She sure is a lucky lady," smiled Zhuang Wentian. Zhang Xiaohua smiled with satisfaction and immediately waved his hand, indicating that Zhuang Wentian could go. When Zhuang Wentian returned to Guangming law firm, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Zhuang Wentian didn't dare to slack off. He asked the secretary to find the resume brought in by Zhao Zilin last time, then found Zhao Zilin's phone number and called it. Chuyang Motel. To this day, she had traveled almost all over the city, but in the end she had gained nothing, let alone an ideal job. Even finding a small company to work, it didn't work. People didn't want to hire her. There were a few companies whose bosses had taken a fancy to her, but what they sought her beauty, not her brains. However, with Zhao Zilin's personality, she would rather starve to death than sell her body. This was her principle, and the most basic restraint of a woman. Take out her wallet, and looking at the few crumpled $100 bills left, Zhao Zilin couldn't help but feel desperate. Suddenly the phone rang. Absent-minded, she picked up the phone. Chapter 158, Appointed. Filled with curiosity, Zhao Zilin pressed the answer button. Is this Miss Zhao? I am Zhuang Wentian from Guangming Law Firm. Do you remember me? Hearing Zhuang Wentian's voice, Zhao Zilin was nervous and asked softly, I remember you. May I know what you're contacting me about? Compared with yesterday, Zhuang Wentian's attitude had obviously changed dramatically. Even his tone was politer. He said, I just looked over your resume. Again, and while I'm willing to give you chance here, I remember how hard it was to get my first job as well. Since someone was willing to take the chance on me, then it's only right I repay the favor. Zhao Zilin felt absolutely stunned. Thank you, Mr. Zhuang. I won't let you down. Zhao Zilin recovered and rushed to say, Come over to the office as soon as possible, said Zhuang Wentian. Okay, I'll head down now. Thank you so much, sir. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Zilin jumped up, screamed full of joy. Brushing her hair and dressing up in one go, Zhao Zilin, full of expectations, rushed straight to Guangming Law Firm. In just 20 minutes, Zhao Zilin was standing in front of Zhuang Wentian's office. Her whole person was full radiance and vitality again. Her small face was full of a confident smile. She was waiting for Zhuang Wentian to issue her letter of appointment, then arrange work for her. Zhuang Wentian's heart, on the other hand, was bitter, thinking over what position to assign Zhao Zilin to. It was reasonable to say that she had applied for a lawyer position before, and she had a lawyer's certificate issued abroad, so Zhuang Wentian should let her become a formal lawyer. But in Zhuang Wentian's heart, she was still far from a professional lawyer. Although the firm was small, they couldn't mess around. But he had promised to help out Boss Zhang. Thinking of this, Zhuang Wentian said, I thought about it carefully. With such a talented person like Miss Zhao, our firm will only grow. So I formally invite Miss Zhao to come to work at our Guangming Law Firm, with a monthly salary of 24,000 yuan, including food and housing. I wonder if Miss Zhao is satisfied with my arrangements. A monthly salary of 24,000? Zhao Zilin's small face was amazed. Not to mention her position, just the two conditions that Zhuang Wentian gave her. She was over the moon. Zhao Zilin wasn't a child. She knew her situation. In fact, she understood what Zhuang Wentian had said yesterday. She was only a newcomer who had entered the industry. She had no achievements to her name. However, today, he seemed to have had a big reversal in his attitude. This forced Zhao Zilin to have doubts. What was Zhuang Wentian plotting? Did he have some special requirements for her? Lawyer Zhuang, I respect you very much, so please respect me. Zhao Zilin suddenly became serious and solemnly said, If Lawyer Zhuang really wants me to work here, I will be very grateful and over the moon. But if Lawyer Zhuang has alternative reasons for hiring me, then well, I'm not a loose woman. I hope Lawyer Zhuang can respect me choice and understand what I mean. Zhuang Wentian, hearing this, gave a bitter smile. However, Zhuang Wentian understood Zhao Zilin's thoughts. A monthly salary of 24,000 yuan was truly high for a graduate. Therefore, it was normal for her to have doubts. Miss Zhao shouldn't misunderstand. I am really optimistic about Miss Zhao's ability. The salary package is based on your potential. Although you haven't done much yet from your certificates and awards, I believe that you will definitely shine and become a great lawyer. Consider it an investment. Of course, I hope that Miss Zhao won't let me down in the future. Hearing Zhuang Wentian's remarks, Zhao Zilin was still suspicious, but she kept silent. Sorry, Lawyer Zhuang. It seems that I have misunderstood you. I'm sorry, said Zhao Zilin. I would like to ask Lawyer Zhuang, what will my specific role be? Zhuang Wentian secretly sighed and said, very serious. You will at first be my personal assistant, so you can learn by my side. Apart from placing Zhao Zilin as his personal assistant, Zhuang Wentian really didn't know what else to do. Chapter 159, Issues. Zhao Zilin was overjoyed and accepted the arrangement made by Zhuang Wentian. Zhuang Wentian took out the 2 bank cards that Zhang Xiaohua had given him and gave them to Zhao Zilin one by one. At the same time, he explained to her, This is the meal card. You can eat at any restaurant you wish, just swipe the card after. This is your salary card. The password is 123,456. It has 24,000 yuan in there already as an advance salary. Lawyer Zhuang, I haven't contributed any to the company yet. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Zhao Zilin said modestly. I have already said you have great potential. Naturally, before you can unravel that potential, I must of course make some investment in you. Otherwise, how can I expect a return? Said Zhuang Wentian concisely. Well, then I will thank lawyer Zhuang first. You can rest assured that I will work hard and won't let down your trust and expectations, said Zhao Zilin. At this moment, Zhuang Wentian's phone suddenly sounded. Seeing that it was Zhang Xiaohua calling, Zhuang Wentian waved to Zhao Zilin and signaled her to go out first. When Zhao Zilin left the office, Zhuang Wentian answered the phone. Hanging up the phone, Zhuang Wentian smiled helplessly, then walked out of the office and said to Zhao Zilin, who was waiting outside, You come with me. I will take you to our dormitory. Zhao Zilin nodded with joy, and then under the leadership of Zhuang Wentian, the two came to an apartment block not far from the firm. Then Zhuang Wentian took Zhao Zilin to a certain unit according to Zhang Xiaohua's previous instructions on the phone. Zhuang Wentian said, This is the dormitory that the firm has arranged for you. You can live here from now. Is there any problems? The apartment block was literally 5 minutes away from bus stop, and it was close to the firm. It would take like 20 minutes to walk. There was also a market not too far from here that they had walked past to get here. Zhao Zilin really didn't know what to say. She could only nod her head with satisfaction. At the same time, she made up her mind to strive to make progress in the future and carry forward the firm. The door was password locked, so Zhuang Wentian said, The password for opening the door is 6654. You can change the password when you move in. Zhao Zilin nodded and then entered the password. When she opened the door, she found that it was a 2-bedroom unit with 300 square meters. There was a wide range of furniture. It looked like quite a high-end residential unit. Looking at the luxurious environment in the room, not only Zhao Zilin was shocked, but Zhuang Wentian was shocked. Thank God he wasn't the one paying for all this. Lawyer Zhuang, are you sure this is really my dormitory? Zhao Zilin was a bit embarrassed. How was this a staff unit? Zhao Zilin wasn't a fool. She knew that Guangming law firm was only a small startup. They shouldn't have the ability to arrange such a dormitories just for employees. Zhuang Wentian was almost crying, but since the other party asked, he had to answer and continue lying. Yes, here is the single dormitory that I specially arranged for you. I said, You have great potential, but remember there is still a lot of hard work to be done. I plan to get a return on my investment, okay? So work hard. Zhuang Wentian repeated the same words. He couldn't think of any other excuses. Zhao Zilin was filled with great confusion, but calming her mind and considering her situation, she pushed away all her worries and decided to handle the situations as they came. Well, I'll head back first. Today, you have a good rest and come to work tomorrow. In fear of Zhao Zilin prodding holes in his lies, Zhuang Wentian slipped away quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared around the corner. Zhao Zilin stood awkwardly at the door of the so-called dormitories. For a long time, she didn't step in. Why was Zhuang Wentian so good to her? His actions seemed to be off, but her intuition told her that Zhuang Wentian had no interest in her, or else, why would he have brutally rejected her before? In this case, perhaps he really was optimistic about her and thought she could become one of the pillars of the firm in the future. But still, how many companies treated talents so extravagantly? Calm her mind again. She pushed these thoughts to the back of her mind. She didn't have much choice either way. She needed to start working again. Her money was running out fast. Plus, if he really did make advances on her in the future, she could deal with it then. Walking out of the apartment block, Zhuang Wentian took out his phone and dialed Zhang Xiaohua's number and reported, Boss Zhang, I have completed everything you asked me to do. You didn't mention me, right? Asked Zhang Xiaohua casually. He was sure if Zhao Zilin found out about his involvement, she would quit and run off. Please rest assured. I didn't mention your involvement, answered Zhuang Wentian. Well, remember, she is my woman, so I don't want her to be wronged. Zhang Xiaohua solemnly reminded. Understood, don't worry. Zhuang Wentian quickly responded. Well, from now on, your Guangming law firm is the legal counsel of our Huaxiang Entertainment. As for the retainer fee, send over the invoice to our finance department. After that, Zhang Xiaohua hanged up the phone and immediately released a deep sigh. He had finally resolved this issue, well, at least temporarily. At present, his mother's body was gradually recovering. Luyan's conditions had also shown signals of stabilizing slightly. So Zhang Xiaohua began to slip back into work. Preparations for Yang Kuen's concert had to be made. Zhang Xiaohua had decided to write a few more songs for Yang Kuen. Although the size of Yang Kuen's concert wouldn't be comparable to that of Ling Ming's, it still had to be done well. Turning to his computer, Zhang Xiaohua was about to get to work when unexpectedly, his office door was suddenly pushed open, and in walked Yang Kuen with big strides without even being invited in. "How come you're here?" "I didn't ask for you to come in today," Zhang Xiaohua asked unpleasantly. According to the rules he had set, all the artists of the company were not allowed to roam about the city at random. They had to give notice of plans to travel at least 3 hours ahead so preparations could be made. Included in that was traveling to the company. However, Yang Kuen had clearly broken this rule today. Chapter 160, Threats. Yang Kuen didn't answer Zhang Xiaohua's question. Instead, he took a seat and leaned back into his seat. Seeing Yang Kuen's arrogance, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but frown. He saw the shadow of Wang Jingwen in Yang Kuen's body. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua hoped that this was just an illusion. Because Yang Kuen's talent in music and performing were outstanding, he didn't want Yang Kuen and Wang Jingwen to have the same end. Temporarily putting down he shifted his focus completely to Yang Kuen. Facing Yang Kuen's rude attitude, Zhang Xiaohua didn't get angered. Instead, he smiled and asked, "What are you here for?" Yang Kuen replied, "Boss, I heard that you're planning a concert for me." Zhang Xiaohua paused and squinted at Yang Kuen and said, "I do wonder where you're getting your information from, but yes, the company is going to hold a concert for you, and we have secured cooperation with Huaxia Central. This time your concert will be broadcasted live to the nation." Yang Kuen raised his hand and scratched his chin. It seemed that he was dismissive of this concert. He said in an expecting tone, "Where is my concert going to be held? You are a powerful singer and a popular star, so the grade of the concert of course can't be low. The company has decided that this concert will be held at the Jugasong Stadium with Ling Ming as your guest star. I'm also writing more songs for you," said Zhang Xiaohua. In his view, Yang Kuen's concert could already be considered a large-scale event. It was even going to be broadcasted live across the country. Even Ling Ming didn't receive such a chance. However, Yang Kuen obviously had a different opinion on this. His expression suddenly became gloomy. "Since I have the powerful artist, why didn't the company arrange for me to perform at Tianhe Stadium instead? Does the company not think I'm qualified? Do you think you have this qualification?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly asked. His demeanor changed instantly. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's ice-cold expression, Yang Kuen couldn't help but shudder. But recovering, he firmed up his attitude and said, "Does Boss Zhang mean that I am not as good as Ling Ming?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't answer Yang Kuen's question because he was afraid of hurting his self-esteem. Speaking of it, Yang Kuen's popularity is indeed worse than Ling Ming. One had millions of loyal fans, while the other had only recently entered the scene. No matter how they were compared, there was a certain disparity between the two. However, for Yang Kuen, since Ling Ming could hold a concert at Tianhe Stadium, he didn't see why he wasn't given the chance to as well. Jiukasung Stadium was like 2 grades below Tianhe Stadium. "I just want to know one thing. Can you change the venue of my concert to Tianhe Stadium? I have enough confidence that we can sell out the venue. The concert will be even more exciting than Ling Ming's," pleaded Yang Kuen. If this was before, Yang Kuen wouldn't have had the guts to fight against Zhang Xiaohua. Though he was arrogant, he was also smart. He knew when to push his luck and when to know his place. He might show disdain towards other, but in front of Zhang Xiaohua he knew his place. But now things were different. With his current popularity and status, he wasn't afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would lose all decorum with him. Plus, he was just trying to fight for the best opportunities for himself. Recently, he had received invitations from many music companies, even some international record labels had reached out, which granted him the courage to try his luck. The company has already made its decision and signed an agreement with Huaxia Central. "It cannot be changed," said Zhang Xiaohua concisely and resolutely. At this time, he had to put forth a tough attitude. If he made concessions for Yang Kuen just because he was dissatisfied with the arrangements, what kind of boss would he be? "So are you saying that's it? There's no way to change this because I came to this company hoping to continuously push my career forward. Do you really think this is providing that?" said Yang Kuen, spreading out his hand and revealing threats in his speech. "I will say it again. The company has decided it cannot be changed. If you disagree with the company's arrangements, you know where the door is," Zhang Xiaohua said with a blank expression. paying no heed to his veiled threats. Yang Kuan only wanted to bring back Zhang Xiaohua to the negotiating table so that they could discuss alternative and find a compromise. He didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to take such a solid stance on the issue. But before finding a suitable new owner, Yang Kuan still had to obey Zhang Xiaohua's arrangement. After all, the contract was still there. If Yang Kuan refused Zhang Xiaohua's arrangement, it was equivalent to breach of contract. Yang Kuan had just entered the limelight. He didn't want to carry a lawsuit at this time and ruin his reputation. Well, since that's the company's decision, I will obey unconditionally. When rehearsals begin, don't forget to let someone alert me. After this, Yang Kuan got up and walked out, leaving the door behind him a gap. Looking at Yang Kuan's back fading away, Zhang Xiaohua broke out into a sigh. He couldn't understand why people nowadays were never satisfied. Why were they always so greedy? Take Yang Kuan. He was originally a third-rate singer, rejected and forced to sing in bars to the boos of crowds. The result was that he signed him, wrote songs for him, gave him a record, made him famous, earned him a fortune, and they had even provided him a home when he had no one. Now he had just given him a concert, but he still showed no appreciation at all. He even dared to threaten him. Wang Jingwen was like this, and now even Yang Kuan was like this. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua had foresight. Before signing Yang Kuan, he had set the cancellation fee for 100 million yuan. If Yang Kuan really chose to cancel the contract, there would be no loss to Zhang Xiaohua or the company. However, other than a last resort, Zhang Xiaohua still hoped to live in peace with Yang Kuan. After all, Yang Kuan was personally handpicked. He had placed a lot of effort on turning him into a star. No one in the world was willing to ruin their masterpiece. Chapter 161, Complications. After the incident with Yang Kuan just now, Zhang Xiaohua was longer in the mood to write songs for him. Temporarily putting aside his work, Zhang Xiaohua began to habitually browse the web, trying to find some potential artists online. After browsing the internet for a long time, as usual, Zhang Xiaohua still found nothing worthwhile. Gradually being filled with boredom, Zhang Xiaohua opened up movie site casually. After a short while of browsing, he randomly selected a movie to kill time. The film's name was The Waves of Fire. It was a domestic film, but many of the actors were unknown to Zhang Xiaohua. What drew him to the film was the epic name. Sliding the mouse, he skipped the title sequence and went straight into the film. After an hour and a half, Zhang Xiaohua stared at the computer screen with a look of disdain. He had never felt so cheated. The movie title and thumbnail made the movie look so good. But the film was so trash, filled with terrible plot holes and cliches. You could literally guess what would happen in every scene before it happened. The main plot of the movie was about a male and female protagonists who were surfers. In the early stage, they suffered a lot of setbacks, then conquered them after working hard and won the championship from the World Surfing Championship. As the credits of the song played in the background, Zhang Xiaohua moved the mouse towards closing the tab when suddenly a song attracted his attention. Although Zhang Xiaohua couldn't see the singer, he was deeply attracted by the voice of the singer. The voice of this singer was as hoarse as Yang Kuan, but it wasn't as deep. It had a softer undertone. The lyrics of the song themselves weren't very good, but the singer's voice gave it a different charm. Zhang Xiaohua stared at the computer screen with enthusiasm and seriously searched through the credits of the film. As the ending song was approaching the end, Zhang Xiaohua saw the name of the singer in the last row of subtitles. Ending song, Give Me Love. Singer, Du Qingyi, Singapore singer. Du Qingyi. Zhang Xiaohua repeatedly recited the name in his mouth. Picking up the phone, Zhang Xiaohua immediately called Yuan Datong and Emma and played them the song. He sounds so similar to Yang Kuan, said Emma. Yuan Datong shook his head, said, No, this person's voice is softer than Yang Kuan's voice, like an affectionate whisper. If you listen carefully, you hear the difference between the two. Yang Kuan's voice is hoarse and deep. This voice is hoarse and soft. Do you know any information about this Du Qingyi? Where is he from? Is he signed to a company? Said Zhang Xiaohua, asking a bunch of questions in a row. Yuan Datong and Emma were professional musicians. They knew more about singers than him. He wanted to sign this Du Qingyi if possible. However, it was a pity that neither of the two had ever heard about Du Qingyi, so the two collectively shook their heads. Zhang Xiaohua checked for information on Du Qingyi online, but in the end, he couldn't find any information on Du Qingyi. How can there nothing on him? said Zhang Xiaohua anxiously. Zhang Xiaohua immediately replayed The Waves of Fire. This time, he didn't fast forward, but specifically searched for the production company who made the movie among the title sequence. If they could contact them, they could use them to find this Du Qingyi. Soon, in the prelude to the beginning of the movie, there was a row of golden letters, but seeing the name of the production company, Zhang Xiaohua immediately gnashed his teeth. The name read, New Century Entertainment Company Limited. Fuck, this movie actually belongs to New Century Entertainment, said Zhang Xiaohua frustrated. Since this movie was from New Century, then needless to say Du Qingyi was likely to be a singer from New Century. Despite this, Zhang Xiaohua still wanted to get this Du Qingyi, so he called in Su Fengyan. Su Fengyan was a veteran from New Century. He should know a lot about the artists from New Century Entertainment. Therefore, the best choice was to ask him, Uncle Su, do you know if there is a singer called Du Qingyi at New Century? He is the singer of the Waves of Fire ending song, said Zhang Xiaohua. Su Fengyan thought for a moment and replied, If I remember correctly, this Du Qingyi should be a Singaporean. He was a porter at a construction site, and this site happened to be a New Century Entertainment project. At that time, your father went to the construction site to inspect and heard him singing. He felt that his voice was very distinctive, so he signed him. I remember him due to the distinctiveness of his voice. Normally contracts for singers at New Century last for a period of 5 years and are renewed after depending on the success of the artist's success. Su Fengyan sighed and continued to say, Unfortunately, this Du Qingyi signed just as New Century had begun to decline. At that time, your father transferred all the company's focus onto real estate in order to save the company, almost giving up on the entertainment circle. Therefore, it was difficult for the artist to get opportunities to develop. Many artists were left idle, including Du Qingyi. It's hard to become a real star. Many artists get signed, but never actual blow up. Those who don't blow up are put to the side and left to their own devices. After hearing this information, Zhang Xiaohua felt a faint glimmer of hope and said, I want to sign him. Can you track him down and contact him? It shouldn't be a problem, replied Su Fengyan. In his heart, a person targeted by Zhang Xiaohua definitely wasn't bad. What's more, this Du Qingyi was admired by Zhang Xiaohua's father. Since both father and son appreciated the same person, this shows that Du Qingyi was profitable. Since Zhang Xiaohua had spoken, Su Fengyan did not delay and immediately launched an investigation. Boss, Du Qingyi and Yang Kuan sound pretty alike. The average person can't hear the difference between the two voices. We already have Yang Kuan, why do you want another one? Emma asked curiously. What she said wasn't unreasonable. In terms of voice, Yang Kuan and Du Qingyi weren't too different. Yuan Datong also agreed and nodded and said, If we really sign Du Qingyi, it will probably make Yang Kuan's feel dissatisfied and threatened. After all, one mountain can't have two tigers. The way Zhang Xiaohua saw, it was about time Yang Kuan was brought down a peg or two. If it came to it, he was ready to let Du Qingyi completely replace Yang Kuan. In Zhang Xiaohua's heart, this Du Qingyi had more development potential than Yang Kuan. He wanted Du Qingyi as singer for Huaxiang Entertainment. As for Yang Kuan, well, it would depend on his performance thereafter. Since he could raise him up, he could also knock him down. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, That's exactly why we need to sign this Du Qingyi. Some people have to be thought that they aren't irreplaceable. Yuan Datong and Emma looked at each other, and their faces showed a worried expressions. The last thing they wanted was another Wang Jingwen incident in their view. Though Yang Kuan did have an arrogant attitude, it was still bearable. For the time being, as well, let SS put aside Yang Kuan's songs. I have my own arrangements, ordered Zhang Xiaohua. Why? Yuan Datong couldn't help but ask. Yang Kuan's concert was fast approaching, but currently he had only 5 songs. Don't worry about it, just do what I asked. Sometimes there's no need to ask so many questions. I'm the boss, aren't I? In fact, you can both leave. I've finished discussing what I wanted. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was in a bad mood, Yuan Datong and Emma did not dare to say anything. They both turned left while passing on looks between themselves. Chapter 162, Entrance. December 1st, 2020. The annual Huaxia Music Awards was held as scheduled, and the location was Tianjin Grand Theater. As the organizer, the Huaxia Music Association invited dozens of entertainment companies and more than 300 singers to participate in the awards ceremony. In addition to some well-known singers from the mainland, Some famous singers from Hong Kong and Taiwan have also come to the ceremony. They were all ready, just awaiting to walk down the red carpet to enter the Grand Theater. 6 o'clock in the evening, Tianjin Grand Theater. Thousands of fans were already waiting outside the entrance of the theater. They were blocked on both sides by guardrails. Security guards patrolled around with vigilance. Hundreds of reporters were awaiting on the scene. At 7 o'clock in the evening, finally the stars began to slowly arrive, pulling up in million-dollar cars and grand limousines. They waltzed out of their cars and onto the red carpets one by one. Both the men and women were dressed elegantly in top-of-the-line clothes. Greeted by the bright flashes of camera lenses, they posed on the red carpet, then entered the venue. Half an hour later, as the constant streams of stars started to slow, 2 black vans with the words Hwaseong Entertainment pulled up at the entrance of the theater. See this, thousands of fans around the theater suddenly boiled up and started screaming and chanting, making the atmosphere electrifying. As the doors of the vehicles slid open, out strode Ling Ming and Yang Kun in a calm manner. Filled with confidence, the two strode forward side by side towards the red carpet. Chants filled the air as fans became frantic and broke into a frenzy upon seeing Ling Ming and Yang Kun. Some fans even tried to break through the guardrail in order to touch with their idols. Fortunately, the surrounding security guards rushed up to fend them off. The reporters at the scene focused all of their attention on Ling Ming and Yang Kun. The flash of the cameras were continuous. Zhang Xiaohua led out Yuan Datong, Emma, Xiaohai, Haozi, Jimmy, and Jack to follow Ling Ming and Yang Kun. Today, Hwaseong Entertainment was invited to participate in the ceremony, so everyone was dressed very formally. Even Yuan Datong was wearing a fresh tuxedo. However, it was clear that Ling Ming and Yang Kun had already robbed the limelight. For music producers such as Zhang Xiaohua and Yuan Datong, the media had little to no interest in them. On the red carpet, Ling Ming was all smiles, posing for the cameras, pausing and greeting the fans and reporters. Today, she wore a deep purple slim-fitting evening gown, which made her perfect figure stand out. Yang Kun, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. His face was covered with a brooding look as if someone owed him money. He also ignored the enthusiastic fans and reporters. He just strolled up, posed a while, and walked on into the theater under the escort of several security guards. His fans could only watch on, disappointed as they saw him walk off. "What's up with Yang Kun?" Emma whispered. "It seems he climbed to the top too quickly. He doesn't even know how to show appreciation to his fans." Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly. "I also think that this kid has changed a lot recently." Yuan Datong also said. "Success changes people," sighed Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua led a group of people to walk across the red carpet and entered into the front hall of the theater. Looking around, he saw Yang Kun chatting with someone. Instantly, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Yuan Datong and Emma's faces immediately fell, and instantly beside Yang Kun was Chow Feifei. Since this award ceremony is open to the whole country, as the most powerful entertainment company in Huaxia, New Century was naturally invited by the organizers. Originally, Chow Feifei didn't want to attend the ceremony. After all, Ling Qitian was still lying in the hospital, and Ling Feng wanted her to stay with him. However, the organizers were Huaxia Music Association, and as the general manager of the company, Chow Feifei had to represent New Century. The association was powerful to ignore, though in name they were an independent organization. In truth, they were one of the government's methods to control the music scene. Seeing Yang Kun and Chow Feifei talking, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a bit angry. He strode forward without hesitation. He immediately took a look at Chow Feifei and turned to Yang Kun and said, "Why, you two seem to be having an interesting conversation. You don't mind if I join you, right?" After that, Zhang Xiaohua turned his eyes to Chow Feifei. Looking over her body, Zhang Xiaohua was filled with the fire of desire. She oozed sex appeal. She had on a short skin-tight dress which exposed her cleavage but stayed just about in the parameters of formal clothing. The dress showed of her curvy her ass, which was so sublime you had to hold back the urge to slap it. Even Zhang Xiaohua, with all his hatred, couldn't but appreciate her beauty. "Damn this fox. This is a awards ceremony, not a brothel," whispered Zhang Xiaohua subconsciously. Although he said it quietly, his words still passed into Chow Feifei's ear. "Zhang Xiaohua," you said Chow Feifei in anger before stopping herself. She was about to swear, But when she saw so many people around her looking over, she had to swallow her words, otherwise her image would be destroyed. Seeing Chao Feifei's small face flushed in anger, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and walked further into the theater. Yuan Datong and the rest followed closely behind, but not before casting scornful looks at Chao Feifei. What an **** hole. Looking at the back of Zhang Xiaohua's, both Chao Feifei and Yang Kuan said simultaneously. Realizing this, the two immediately looked at each other and laughed. Chapter 163, Shadows. At 7:30 p.m., the awards ceremony began. After a half-hour of singing and dancing performances, a young man and woman took to the stage. At this point, the audience was warmly applauding. Only Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be listless. In fact, he didn't want to participate in this boring program. However, due to the strength of the music association, he couldn't help but feel helpless. After 10 minutes, the two hosts on the stage eloquently said their opening remarks and then turned their eyes to a row of old people sitting in the front row and excitedly said, "Let us stand up now and give our warmest applause to our beloved elders." The audience stood up and the applause thundered around the room. "Who are those old fogies?" Zhang Xiaohua applauded and absent-mindedly asked Yuan Datong. "They are the core figures of the music association and the older generation of artists who have made outstanding contributions to the domestic entertainment culture. In this circle, their status is very lofty and worthy of respect from the younger generation," Yuan Datong explained to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua once was shocked. He counted those sitting in the front row to be a total of about 38 people. The average age among them seemed to be over 60 years old. The youngest looked to be in their 50s. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and shook his head. It is no wonder that the domestic music culture was so outdated. These old grandfathers and old ladies were controlling the whole situation behind the scenes. "How many people are there in the music association?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. If there were 38 core members, how many members did they have nationally? Yuan Datong. In addition to the 38 core members present today, there are about 18,000 members in the country. Among them are 2 vice-chairmen, 1 party organization secretary, 1 honorary chairman, and 1 executive chairman. They are mostly made up of old artists and party members. Why the hell were there party members in a music association? This was such blatant corruption. However, in Zhang Xiaohua's view, in order to change the status quo of the domestic music culture, it was necessary to make some comprehensive reforms. The first thing that needed reform was this music association. Only by removing the old and welcoming the new can they continue to progress. If power always remained in the hands of these people, then before they all die, they shouldn't expect the domestic music culture to make any improvements. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua wanted the chairman, so he could do nothing. The voice of the male host spread out. "We would like to thank the various patrons for sponsoring the ceremony of our ceremony. They are New Century Entertainment, Rock Record, XX Group, XXXX TV station." Listening to the host drone on words of thank, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Such a simple and old-fashioned music ceremony was sponsored by so many companies. Even if each company only sponsors 10,000 yuan, the total amount would reach more than 1 million. What's more, some companies directly sponsored 1 million yuan, and most likely the majority of this money would flow into the pockets of the so-called core members. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but swear at such an easy way to make money. Our first award is the award for the Best Musician Award. Without these musicians creating and writing such beautiful songs, we would be lost. So this one goes out to the silent contributors of the industry. After the male host finished speaking, the female host picked up right after. "Let us give warm round of applause to all music creator." The audience stood up again and thunderous applause sounded. A showgirl slowly walked onto the stage, holding a square tray in her hand. An envelope was on the tray. The male host picked up the envelope, then opened it. Glancing at it, he smiled, said into the microphone, "And the award for Best Musician goes to." The audience became silent as many became tense. At the same time, a lot of eyes shifted and concentrated on Zhang Xiaohua's body. No one could deny that this year had been his year. His songs had topped the charts multiple times. In fact, even currently the top 10 songs on the music chart were all his. Under the eyes of the public, Zhang Xiaohua also smiled silently. Zhang Xiaohua, like everyone else, felt that no one else present could challenge him for the awards. Zhang Xiaohua tightened his tie and sat up. He was ready to get on stage to receive the award. Yuan Datong, Ling Ming, Emma, and the others had already cast a congratulatory eye to him. Finally breaking his silence, the host raised the voice and continued. Congratulations to Mr. Gao Xiaosong for winning. As the host finished, gasps could be heard them murmurings. The audience was stunned. All eyes looked back and forth between Zhang Xiaohua and Gao Xiaosong. Everyone's face showed an incredible expression. It wasn't until Gao Xiaosong got up on stage and took the award that the audience recovered and began to applaud. What the actual F***? How the hell did Gao Xiaosong win? Said Yuan Datong, filled with indignation. Ling Ming, Emma, and the rest also expressed strong dissatisfaction. Only Yang Kuan sat there gloating and even gave a congratulatory applause to Gao Xiaosong. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The meaning of these two sentences, Zhang Xiaohua had deeply experienced at this moment. But soon he recovered. Well, he never thought much of these awards anyway. He just came to join in the fun and fulfill his duties. Besides, he knew better than anyone else. Most of these so-called award ceremonies were rigged. If you wanted to get the prize, it depended on whether you were willing to spend money. There had been thousands of scandals of people coming out and exposing the corruption behind the scenes back on Earth. However, what interested Zhang Xiaohua was how far these people were willing to go. It was fine if Best Musician was rigged, since apart from those in the industry, no one else paid much attention to it. But Best Male and Female Singer Award were different. These were awards fans and the public paid attention to. The eyes of the masses were clear, and the popularity of Ling Ming and Yang Kuan could not be covered. If they didn't receive their awards, then mayhem was definitely bound to occur. Chapter 164, Rigged? While Zhang Xiaohua didn't regard these awards as anything of importance, it didn't mean that others felt the same. Gao Xiaosong was stood on stage with a massive grin on his face like he had just won the lottery. Walking before the microphone, Gao Xiaosong began his award speech filled with pride. First, he began by thanking his 7 aunts and 8 ancestors, then moved on to the rest his speech. As a senior in the domestic music industry, I hope to hand over the baton to some young musicians in the future. But I want to remind you young people to not become too arrogant and self-righteous after writing a few songs, decent songs that blow up. It's not about quick success, but steadily working at your craft. That's what matters. Commercial success will come after. Then you can have your chance to win awards such as this and get acknowledged in the industry. Only after a few years of experience can you really be called a real musician. Otherwise, you are nothing. Hearing this, the crowd applauded warmly. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. He felt like Gao Xiaosong's remarks were directed at him. Zhang Xiaohua's success recently had brought him a lot of benefits, but during this, he had stolen the rice bowls of many people here and knocked them of their thrones. His company had single-handedly monopolized the music industry, suppressing them. Therefore, Gao Xiaosong's words just now had helped them release some of their pent-up frustration. For this reason, they naturally sent a warm applause to Gao Xiaosong. Yang Kuan was unusually excited at this time, constantly clapping and applauding. Seeing Yang Kuan basically siding with outsiders, Ling Ming, Yuan Datong, Emma, Xiaohai, and the rest couldn't help but cast a contemptuous look to him. Losing her temper, Emma said in anger, "Our boss didn't win the award. Why are you clapping so enthusiastically for?" Hearing her full of complaints, Yang Kuan reluctantly stopped applauding, but unwilling to be outdone, he said, "Being a man means you can't be stingy. Since he won, it means that he has strength. As a man, you have to acknowledge defeat sometimes. You? Forget it, he is right. Whining won't change anything." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, then took the initiative to give Gao Xiaosong a round of applause. "Xiaohua, aren't you angry? Gao Xiaosong doesn't deserve the award. This isn't fair," Yuan Datong said angrily. If it wasn't for the company's image, he really wanted to rush onto the stage and grab the award in his heart. No one was better suited to take on this award than Zhang Xiaohua. Although no one was convinced, things were a foregone conclusion, and it is useless to complain. For the next hour, the host presented numerous awards. Among the companies which had representatives winning awards, New Century had the most gains. They had the highest number of winner tonight. So far, no one from Hwaseong Entertainment had won an award. Yuan Datong, Emma, Xiaohai, Haozi, Jimmy, and Jack also participated in awards ceremony as musicians. Even Yuan Datong, who should have received an award for Best Newcomer Arranger, lost. But everyone was already numb to it. I know now why you didn't want to participate in this award ceremony. Sighed and said, yes, they even dared to rig the Best Male Singer Award and Best Female Singer Award. It seems that there is no such as a free lunch in this world. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He thought that with the high popularity of Ling Ming and Yang Kuan, the organizers would give them the awards, but the result was that they didn't even get a consolation prize, which greatly exceeded Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand the reason why the organizers invited Ling Ming and Yang Kuan to participate in the ceremony was to use their popularity to attract attention. As for the awards, the organizers didn't even acknowledge them. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua found that all the people who won awards tonight were from companies who had sponsored the ceremony, whereas Huaxiang Entertainment, who didn't provide sponsorship, didn't win a single award. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the award ceremony officially ended. Next was a media conference prepared for the winners. It had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaohua and the others. Zhang Xiaohua led the group leave the theater using a backdoor entrance. As they exited the main hall, however, they happened to run into Chao Feifei and Gao Xiaosong, who came out from the side door. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua, Chao Feifei couldn't help but smile. Why, if it isn't Boss Zhang? How come you're leaving empty-handed? Don't tell me you didn't even win a single award today. Such a perfect opportunity to embarrass Zhang Xiaohua. Chao Feifei naturally wouldn't miss it. Zhang Xiaohua silently raised his hand and rubbed his nose and immediately snorted, firing out a bogey, which flew and landed on the left side of Chao Feifei's chest. Looking down at the dark green-colored mass sticking to her dress, Chao Feifei was overcome with nausea. Chapter 165, played. Resisting the urge to throw up, Chao Feifei cleaned her dress using a tissue. She felt the urge to go up and slap Zhang Xiaohua, but she held herself back, thinking of her surrounding. As a young man, you should have more honor than to act in such a fashion. Since everyone here is a part of the music industry, then we should compete using music, and if you fail to win, you should accept it and try to better yourself, not act like a rogue. Just as Chao Feifei was speechless, Gao Xiaosong interrupted and spoke up for her. But Zhang Xiaohua was no vegetarian by any means. Since Gao Xiaosong had decided to involve himself, then he should be ready to be added to the hit list. Zhang Xiaohua shed all politeness and said, "You must be Gao Xiaosong. I heard you were the one who wrote those songs for Wang Jingwen, right? Fun fact, if I remember correctly, I have 13 songs which sound similar to except with different lyrics." Zhang Xiaohua then turned to Yuan Datong and deliberately asked, "The samples for the 13 songs are still there, right? If we went to court and sue for plagiarism, even if the evidence isn't enough, we can at least bring some light to the corruption in the music industry. It seems some elders aren't willing to give up their place in the industry by stepping down so new talent can rise and revive the industry." Although the sample for the 13 songs had been torn by Zhang Xiaohua, the other party wasn't aware of this. Realizing this, Yuan Datong said, "The sample is still in my safe. The date of creation is there. If we take the sample and go to court, we will have a good chance at winning the case. This type of crime falls within the scope of commercial fraud and corporate espionage. Once convicted, the sentencing can be as high as 15 years in prison." Upon hearing this, Gao Xiaosong immediately lost his composure. After all, the 13 songs were stolen by Wang Jingwen. Although the style was different from the original song, Gao Xiaosong had kept some of the lyrics the same. The composition was created by Gao Xiaosong using the section sample he got from the pictures Wang Jingwen had taken, but in the end, he had ended up straying from the original. If Zhang Xiaohua took the sample of the 13 songs to the court, though it was unlikely Gao Xiaosong would be convicted of plagiarism due to the significant changes he made. But because Zhang Xiaohua's creation was made earlier than Gao Xiaosong's, there was bound to be skepticism, and rumors floating about Gao Xiaosong's reputation would be tainted instantly. With that, he would blacklisted in the entertainment circle. No company would want to touch him. In the past, Gao Xiaosong dared to plagiarize the 13 songs because Zhang Xiaohua and Huaxiang Entertainment had no fame and there was New Century behind him. Even if an incident occurred, New Century would easily settle it. But now it is different. Huaxiang Entertainment wasn't the small company it used to be. It was already a medium-sized company with hundreds of millions of assets. If it was really to go to court, they wouldn't be afraid of New Century. Seeing Gao Xiaosong scared, Zhang Xiaohua proudly smiled. Listening to Zhang Xiaohua's unscrupulous ridicule, Gao Xiaosong said nothing. He buried his head in silence. His arrogance had been completely destroyed by Zhang Xiaohua. He just wanted to escape as soon as possible. Qiao Feifei stood there exasperated. She originally wanted to take the opportunity to embarrass Zhang Xiaohua, but instead she was humiliated by him. She couldn't help feel shocked at Zhang Xiaohua's transformation. He used to worship at her feet, but now. In the middle of their confrontation, a middle-aged man wearing a tang suit slowly came over, followed by a large number of people behind him. Zhang Xiaohua knew at a glance that this person wasn't simple. Oh, how come General Manager Qiao is still here? The cocktail party is about to begin. Let's hurry up. The middle-aged man who took the lead to say, and smiled at Qiao Feifei. It looked like the relationship between the two wasn't ordinary. The organizers had not only arranged a press conference, but also arranged a reception star hotel, but Huaxiang Entertainment wasn't invited. Of course, even if they were invited, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't go because he had sworn that he would never there before he acquired Star Hotel. Chapter 166, Networking. When I saw the middle-aged man, Qiao Feifei immediately replaced her tight expression with a sweet smile. First, she politely shook hands with the middle-aged man. She smiled and said, I am very grateful to Chairman Sun for the invitation. In fact, would Chairman Sun give me the honor of giving you a lift to the hotel? Oh, General Manager Qiao is too polite. Talking, the middle-aged man patted Qiao Feifei's back and then raised his voice. It seemed to be intended to let others hear what he said. New Century has already done enough as the biggest sponsor of this ceremony. I heard that you sponsored 3 million this time. We, old guys, have also benefited a lot. When you get back, thank Chairman Qiao for me, please. No wonder New Century Entertainment was the biggest winner of this award ceremony. They were the biggest sponsors. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua knows that the middle-aged man's words were obviously intended to be heard by him. He was reminding him that if he wanted to win the prize next time, he must provide the corresponding donation to association. Zhang Xiaohua whispered to Yuan Datong. Who is this person? He is the executive chairman of the Music Association, Sun Qingdong, Chairman Sunday. I heard that his brother is an official in the main party. Yuan Datong whispered to Zhang Xiaohua. After chatting with Qiao Feifei for a while, Sun Qingdong seemed to notice the existence of Zhang Xiaohua. He took the initiative to go up to Zhang Xiaohua. Then he extended his hand to Zhang Xiaohua and said, If I didn't guess wrong, you are the boss of Huaxiang Entertainment, Zhang Xiaohua? Hello, Chairman Sun. It's a pleasure to meet you. Zhang Xiaohua extended out his hand. Zhang Xiaohua knew that the identity of the other party was extraordinary, so he had to put down his pride and smile. Boss Zhang really is young and promising. In such a short period of time, you have made a career for yourself that's to be admired, said Sun Qingdong. Zhang Xiaohua felt skeptical towards how much he truly meant his words. Half of the sponsorship fees from the ceremony had probably ended up in Sun Qingdong's pockets. I hope that Chairman Sun will forgive us. This was the first time our company has participated in such a grand award ceremony, so we didn't have anything prepared. But I also asked President Sun to rest assured that next time we will throw our full backing behind this ceremony. After all, everyone has a part to play in revitalizing the domestic entertainment scene. The entertainment companies didn't hesitate to pay a large amount of money in sponsorship fees in order to help their artists. The annual income for the association, therefore, became tens of millions, with most of the core members each raking in at least get 1 million yuan in income. To put it simply, the so-called Music Association was an interest group composed of artists from the older generation. The purpose was to use their fame and connections to accumulate wealth. They were heavily connected in the industry, and many of them had ties in politics. In order to make a good impression on Sun Qingdong's heart, Zhang Xiaohua turned to Emma and said, Tomorrow, get Finance Department to prepare 5 million yuan and donate it to the Huaxia Music Association in the name of the company. Emma felt bitter hearing this. Why did they have to donate money to them when they had just robbed them of their awards? But since Zhang Xiaohua had spoken in front of so many people, Emma couldn't ignore his face, so she had no choice but to nod. Sun Qingdong, hearing these words, said earnestly, Boss Zhang is so generous. It makes how such a man of the people didn't win an award. Maybe next year will be your year, haha. I hope so too. Here, Zhang Xiaohua glanced at Qiao Feifei. Listening to this, Qiao Feifei's expression of relaxation was suddenly tightened, and her face was covered with iron. Her heart was full of anger, and she was so angry that she could not wait to take a knife to Zhang Xiaohua. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua succeeded in leaving a good impression in Sun Qingdong's heart. New Century Entertainment had sponsored $3 million in return for almost all of the artists of New Century winning awards tonight. Zhang Xiaohua and his company's artists did not receive any awards this time, but Zhang Xiaohua directly gave the Music Association $5 million in the name of sponsorship, $2 million more than New Century. Qiao Feifei took a big step and said to Sun Qingdong, interrupting the two from rubbing shoulders any longer, "Sir, my car is outside. Let's go to the reception. Many people are waiting for you." Sun Qingdong looked between Qiao Feifei and Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Oh my, indeed, look at the time. It seems I must be off. It was a pleasure to meet you, young man. Keep up the good work. Thank you for the offer, Miss Qiao, but I already asked my driver to bring the car, so I'll go ahead first and meet you there." Watching him, Sun Qingdong briskly walking away, Zhang Xiaohua smiled slightly, turned, and let out Yuan Datong and the rest. Qiao Feifei stood alone in the hall watching both characters walk away. Chapter 167, Contentment. On the sidewalk, the group walked, having left empty-handed. Everyone felt cheated and unsatisfied. "This was such a waste of time," Yuan Datong said with a sigh. "Yes, what was even the point of inviting us anyway?" Emma grumbled listlessly. Xiaohai, Haozi, Jimmy and Jack were also dejected. In addition to Zhang Xiaohua, only Ling Ming was still cheerful at this moment. She smiled and said, "Don't be like this. Just cause we didn't win this year doesn't mean we can't next year. Haven't heard failure is the mother of success. Without the bitterness of failure, how can you know the joy of success? Anyway, I have confidence in myself, have confidence in the boss, and have confidence in you guys." Listening to Ling Ming's words, everyone finally felt a bit happier. Speaking of it, in fact, the person who lost out the most tonight was Ling Ming. In terms of her achievements, whether it was the Best Singer Award, the Best Female Singer Award, or the Best Newcomer Award, she deserved them all. However, she didn't even win a single award tonight. "Mingner, aren't you angry? Tonight, even those third-rate singers won awards," Emma said indignantly. Ling Ming smiled and said, "I used to be a street performer. I used to be looked down on by people everywhere. Now not only do I have my own songs, but also my own fans, and I have my own house, a place to call home in this city. The most important thing is that I have made great friends along the way whom I can go through thick and thin with. With all this, why would I need some stupid award? I have enough decorations on my wall already." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but smile. This was true contentment and happiness. Before, they had struggled just to make ends meet. Music had always been for fun for them. They had never thought about making money from music, and they never thought about making music for any award. In the past, everyone got together just because they loved music. Thanks to Ling Ming, everyone suddenly became cheerful and the mood was immediately uplifted. Looking at the satisfied smiles on everyone's face, Zhang Xiaohua felt pleased. If only Yang Kuan also understood this principle of contentment and happiness. If he could be as sensible as Ling Ming, then Zhang Xiaohua would be over the moon. Unfortunately, thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but glance around, trying to find Yang Kuan's figure to enlighten him and save him from embarking on the road of no return. "Yang Kuan?" Zhang Xiaohua questioned. Everyone looked around only to find out that Yang Kuan wasn't with the team at all. As for where he went, no one knew. Strange, where did this kid run off to? I thought he was following us. He probably went home, but why didn't he tell us? I feel like he is getting more and more out of hand. Everyone spoke up and expressed strong dissatisfaction with Yang Kuan. "Xiaohua, you need to discipline Yang Kuan and get him in check now before it gets worse," Yuan Datong said seriously. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and felt helpless in his heart. But no matter what, before Yang Kuan canceled the contract with the company, he was an artist of Huaxiang Entertainment. As the boss, Zhang Xiaohua still had to manage him. Taking out his phone, Zhang Xiaohua personally gave Yang Kuan a call, intending to call him over, find a place to have a drink, and talk things out. Yang Kuan stood at the doors of Star Hotel. At this time, he was constantly looking around, as if he was looking for someone or waiting for someone. When he heard the phone ringing, Yang Kuan took a look and saw Zhang Xiaohua calling. He immediately pressed the reject button and continued to look around. On the other side, Zhang Xiaohua, listening to the ringing, was sent to voicemail. Realizing this, he couldn't help but burst into flames. "Boss, did he actually just send you to voicemail?" Emma said, shocked. When Yang Kuan first saw Zhang Xiaohua, he didn't have such an attitude. Now, in just a few short months, he dared to not put Zhang Xiaohua in his eyes. Zhang Xiaohua smiled helplessly. "Boss, do you think Yang Kuan will betray us like Wang Jingwen?" Emma asked in amazement. Zhang Xiaohua, however, didn't answer Emma's question. At the moment, he just smiled and said, "Let's go find somewhere to eat." Yuan Datong suddenly giggled and said generously, "I will cover this one." Zhang Xiaohua couldn't believe it. He looked at Yuan Datong with suspicion and said, "When did you become so generous?" Yuan Datong laughed and said, "Don't forget, you just promised Sun Qingdong that you would donate 5 million to the Music Association. I doubt you can afford to pay." Zhang Xiaohua turned to him and said seriously, "I said I would donate 5 million in the name of the company. I didn't say I was going to use my own money." Emma, Xiaohai, Hoatzi, Jimmy, Jack, Ling Ming, Zhang Xiaohua. Why are you all looking at me like that? Chapter 168, Discussions. Star Hotel. Numerous luxury cars arrived one after another, stopping at the entrance of the hotel. Many gorgeous singers and bosses arrived at the hotel, ready to participate in the reception hosted by the Music Association. Star Hotel lived up to its name. It was full of stars. The service staff of the hotel came out and expressed a warm welcome to the guests tonight. At this time, Yang Kuan was still at the entrance of the hotel, carefully observing every luxury car that pulled up. A short while later, a red Range Rover pulled up at the entrance of the hotel. Yang Kuan suddenly turned his eyes and began to walk over. Near the front of the car, Manager Wang was busy opening the car door. With the door open out strode Chow Feifei. "Good evening, General Manager Chow." Manager Wang's face held a charming smile as he kindly greeted Chow Feifei. Chow Feifei was expressionless and unhappy. When she thought about Zhang Xiaohua's arrogant appearance, she became even more angry. Her pretty face was knotted with an icy coldness. "Get out of the way, waste," Chow Feifei said with anger, brushing past the manager. Seeing Chow Feifei in a bad mood, Manager Wang didn't continue to pester her. Chow Feifei. About to enter the hotel, she heard someone call out her name. Turning around, Chow Feifei blinked and located the voice. Seeing Yang Kuan, immediately putting away her frosty expression, she put on an amiable smile. She had seen the hostile glances Yang Kuan had been giving Zhang Xiaohua at the theater. In Chow Feifei's heart, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. "How come you're here?" Chow Feifei asked curiously. "Tonight's reception, Huaxiang Entertainment hadn't been invited. I came to see you specifically," said Yang Kuan, politely facing Chow Feifei. He put on a humble appearance. "Waiting for me?" Chow Feifei blinked in confusion and said, "Why are you waiting for me?" Yang Kuan's eyes turned sharp, looking left and right like a thief. It seemed there was something he wanted to say but didn't want to say in public. Chow Feifei, reading his thoughts, waved her hand and called over Manager Wang again. "Arrange a private room for us immediately." Manager Wang immediately took care of it. O'clock the next morning, Huaxiang Entertainment. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the company, he ordered Mi Jia to transfer 5 million yuan into the public fund account of Huaxiang Music Association in the name of company sponsorship. After the transfer, in less than 5 minutes, Zhang Xiaohua's phone rang. It was Sun Qingdong. Pressing the answer button, Zhang Xiaohua didn't take the initiative to speak, but instead waited for Sun Qingdong to begin. "Boss Zhang, on the behalf of all the members of the Music Association, thank you for your support. With this, we can begin multiple music programs to help educate the next generation." To be honest, Sun Qingdong was surprised Zhang Xiaohua didn't drag his feet with donating. "Boss Zhang is a great man of honor. If more people were like you, then our work would be so much easier," said Sun Qingdong. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said nothing. Chapter 169, Monopoly. Yes, Chairman Sun has worked hard for most of his life to promote the domestic music culture. For this, I wish to present you a gift of gratitude. Can I please get you account number? This how interesting. Well, since you're so sincere, then I will accept, or Brother Zhang might think I'm ungrateful," Sun Qingdong said before hanging up the phone. Soon, Zhang Xiaohua received a text message from Sun Qingdong, but the account name wasn't in the name of Sun Qingdong. Obviously, Sun Qingdong was taking precautions. Zhang Xiaohua smiled, then transferred the money to the account provided by Sun Qingdong. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. In just one day, he had spent 7 million yuan. If they wanted to continue to develop in the future unhindered, he didn't know how much black money he would have to offer to those high-ranking officials. Although Zhang Xiaohua understood the dangers of offending those in power, he couldn't help feel scammed. They had money but no power. A short while later, Su Fengyan came to Zhang Xiaohua's office, and with a happy smile on his face, he had obviously brought good news. Not waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to ask, he said, "Ever since our last advertising campaign with the energy drink company, their sales have risen by 20%. When they heard that Yang Kuan was also going to host a concert, they decided to sponsor us again. This time they're offering 20 million yuan provided that Yang Kuan and Ling Ming serve as their product ambassadors in Asia." When it comes to making money, Zhang Xiaohua immediately became interested. What's more, the other party was a multinational company. If they could establish a long-term cooperation with them, it would be a bonus. Zhang Xiaohua thought about it for a moment and said, "Tell them, Ling Ming and Yang Kuan can be the product spokesperson for the Asian region. I will also help them to shoot 2 advertising videos, but the minimum fee for the endorsement is 50 million. The contract period is half a year. As for the other details, I'll leave it to you." "Okay, I will talk to their spokesperson as soon as possible." In addition, Su Fengyan continued, "There are 3 communication companies who want to buy the ringtones of Yang Kuan's songs. 2 of them are offering about the same price. The last one is offering 1 million yuan. Do you think we should sell or not?" "Which communication companies are there?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. "They're called Saskia Mobile, Huaxia Unicom, and Bishi Communications. The first 2 are state-owned enterprises. As for Bishi Communication, it is a private enterprise with little to no strength, and their offering price is relatively small." Su Fengyan explained to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua listened without hesitation and said refreshingly, "Sell it to Bishi Communication, but ask for 1 million, don't increase the price." Su Fengyan was confused and looked at Zhang Xiaohua with confusion. He asked why. Huaxia Unicom offered more than them. Also, they're more connected. They have a massive market share. This is a change to promote Yang Kuan even more. That's exactly why I didn't pick them. Monopolies aren't good for business. Just look how much they charge just cause they can. Huaxia Unicom was one of the biggest telecommunication companies in the world. In order to monopolize the market, they weren't past suppressing smaller communication companies. If Zhang Xiaohua did this, it would also help out Bishi Communications. What's more, Bishi Communications was just a small private enterprise, but they dared to confront 2 state-owned enterprises, which was worthy of respect. Su Fengyan still didn't understand Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts, but since he had already decided, Su Fengyan didn't say anything. "Which other companies are asking for cooperation?" Zhang Xiaohua asked. "There is also a pharmaceutical company called Tianren Pharmaceutical. They just launched a drug called throat insurance lozenge. I checked the medicine has passed the quality and safety verification of the Drug Administration. The pharmaceutical company has taken a fancy to Yang Kuan's unique voice, saying that it is in line with the characteristics of their new drugs. They want him to endorse their new drugs. They're offering 5 million. "Okay, that sounds reasonable. Accept the offer," said Zhang Xiaohua. "Okay," Su Fengyan asked. "Thanks for handling everything," Zhang Xiaohua said, giving Su Fengyan a smile. As Su Fengyan was about to leave, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly asked, "Right? Is there any news on Duqingyi?" "Not yet, but I have already asked people to look into it, but no news so far. I will inform you if anything comes up," Su Fengyan answered truthfully. Zhang Xiaohua nodded in disappointment and then waved his hand, indicating that Su Fengyan could leave. At present, Yang Kuan's concert was just a month away, and he had signed an agreement with Huaxia Central about the concert, so preparations had to be made. However, Yang Kuan had only 5 songs, which was absolutely not enough to open a concert. So Zhang Xiaohua had to drop everything else and focus. Speaking of it, Zhang Xiaohua was also worried that Yang Kuan would feel neglected by the company, thinking that the company only cared about Ling Ming, but this time having secured 2 advertisements. According to the profit ratio from the advertising fees and concert income, this time Yang Kuan would earn at least 8 million. Chapter 170, Lawyer Up. 2 days later, Zhang Xiaohua took great pains to finish writing songs for Yang Kuan. He wrote a total of 10 songs among them. The one he expected to blow up the most was a song called Moonlight. It was a beautiful song. In his office, Zhang Xiaohua had been sitting in front of the computer all morning. His whole body was stiff. He leaned forward and called Yuan Datong to his office using the phone line on his desk. As Yuan Datong entered, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Here are the 10 songs I've prepared for Yang Kuan. Make the backing track music for these songs as soon as possible. In addition, get Yang Kuan to begin learning the lyrics he needs to know them off by heart before the concert." Zhang Xiaohua said seriously to Yuan Datong. Yuan Datong smiled cheerfully. He had already become used to Zhang Xiaohua's perverted music creation speed. After taking the notation of the 10 songs, Yuan Datong carefully read it again. To be honest, apart from Moonlight, in Yuan Datong's view, the other 9 songs weren't on the same level as the classic songs that Zhang Xiaohua created before, but they were still on a superior level to the music currently being produced. Coupled with Yang Kuan's existing 5 songs, it should be enough to have a concert. Okay, I will inform Yang Kuan and get him into the studio. Just as Yuan Datong's voice fell, they heard the office door get pushed open. It was Yang Kuan. He strode into Zhang Xiaohua's office. Behind him followed a middle-aged man in a black suit with a briefcase in hand and a pair of Armani glasses on his face. Seeing Yang Kuan appear, Yuan Datong said, "Perfect timing. Zhang Xiaohua has just written 10 songs for you. We need to head to the studio. Your concert is fast approaching. We have to hurry and record the songs." "No hurry, we still have time." Yang Kuan forcibly took the notation of the 10 songs from Yuan Datong's hand, and then carefully looked at it. In addition to the concert, the company has already secured you 2 advertisement deals. They are all well-known brands. You'll earn a hefty sum this time. This should keep you satisfied, haha. Yuan Datong said with a laugh. He was a trusting man through and through. He regarded Yang Kuan as his own, even despite his attitude. However, Yang Kuan showed no signs of being excited by the news. Looking at the middle-aged man who came with Yang Kuan, Zhang Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, he heard Yang Kuan speak up. "This is my private lawyer, Lawyer Chun." Then he introduced to the middle-aged man. "This is my boss, Zhang Xiaohua." The middle-aged man took out a business card and took 2 steps forward and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said with no expression, "Hello, I am the representative lawyer for Mr. Yang Kuan. From now on, I will be responsible for all the legal matters involving Mr. Yang." "Lawyer?" Yuan Datong looked at Yang Kuan with incomprehensibility and asked, "Why do you need a private lawyer?" Yang Kuan didn't answer. Instead, he looked to Lawyer Chun, who said solemnly, "A citizen of any country ruled by law has the right to appoint a lawyer, and as your company has made no provisions for him, he has sought me out for himself, which is his legal right to do so." Yuan Datong was speechless at the same time. He couldn't help but look over to Zhang Xiaohua for help, but Zhang Xiaohua was silent. Lawyer Chen was correct. The contract did not stipulate that Yang Kuan couldn't hire a private lawyer. But that wasn't important. What was important was why Yang Kuan decided to bring a lawyer. "What are you doing here with a lawyer?" Yang Kuan still refused to answer. Instead, he looked to his lawyer. Lawyer Chen answered again. "I came here mainly to help my client, Mr. Yang, to safeguard his rights. Your company has seriously infringed on the basic rights and interests of Mr. Yang. To this end, I officially present Mr. Yang's request that Hwaseong Entertainment give a satisfactory answer to resolve this issue." Zhang Xiaohua hadn't spoken when Yuan Datong shouted in anger. "Yang Kuan, what the hell do you mean by this? When has the company infringed on your rights?" "Sir, if you continue to talk to my client in such a tone, I will consider it an attempt to intimidate my client," the lawyer said in an icy tone, warning Yuan Datong. "You? Datong, stop." Zhang Xiaohua cut of Yuan Datong's speech and turned to the topic and asked Yang Kuan, "Let's see. When did the company infringe on your rights?" Yang Kuan still maintained his silence. Instead, Lawyer Chen opened up his briefcase after setting it down on Zhang Xiaohua's desk and took out a new contract and placed it in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He said with conviction, "This is a new contract proposed by my client, Mr. Yang. Please take a look. As for the previous contract, we wish to nullify it as there are too many unreasonable conditions. For example, Mr. Yang Kuan currently only retains the rights to sing the song Indifferent from his current album. For Mr. Yang, this is troubling. My client wants the rights to all his songs. Otherwise, we will be forced to sue you for exploitation and infringing on the rights and interests of Mr. Yang. Chapter 171. Suppressed. When signing the contract, the terms were so that Yang Kuan would only get the rights to the song indifferent. As for other songs, they didn't appear in the contract. Zhang Xiaohua was worried that Yang Kuan would behave like Wang Jingwen, so he applied a small trick in the contract. He didn't expect him to bring a lawyer to negotiate with him. However, in all honesty, Yang Kuan's request was reasonable. A lot of entertainment firms, in order to retain their big stars and prevent them from leaving, would sell their artists some of the copyrights. For example, selling them the rights to perform the songs commercially while retaining the copyright for movies and TV soundtracks. But Zhang Xiaohua retained all the rights. What worried Zhang Xiaohua was that if he agreed to Yang Kuan's terms, he would lose his bondage and binding force over him. Currently, if Yang Kuan left, all he would be able to take with him would be the song indifferent. Zhang Xiaohua had to carefully consider the situation. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua hesitating, Lawyer Chen followed up with a threat, saying, "If your company doesn't meet the reasonable requests of my client, then we will be forced to hold a press conference and make public the unfair treatment and exploitation my client has received. The media and the public can then be the judges of the situation." Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown if this came out. No matter how much they tried to explain, the reputation of the company would take a hit. Yang Kuan, as a public figure, could easily call upon the media and use their power to ignite public anger. The consequences would be very serious. It should be known that Wang Jingwen had just recently canceled her contract with the company. Now, if Yang Kuan also fell out with the company, then the outside world would certainly begin to question the reputation of Hwaseong Entertainment, labeling Hwaseong Entertainment as black-hearted company that could only oppress artists. If not, why would Wang Jingwen and Yang Kuan leave one after the other? Once Hwaseong Entertainment was labeled with the title of being black-hearted, which artist would dare to sign with them in the future? With no artist willing to sign a contract, how would the company survive in the future? It wasn't worth it for Yang Kuan to ruin the reputation of the entire company. In addition, the company had signed a live broadcast agreement with Huaxia Central about Yang Kuan's concert, so Yang Kuan couldn't be replaced currently. In desperation, Zhang Xiaohua could only compromise, picking up the new contract provided by Lawyer Chen and carefully looking over it, only to find that the new contract basically copied the original contract. But with the songs Empty City, Wrangler, The Day and Rio were added. In all honesty, to him, it wasn't a big deal to give Yang Kuan the singing rights to these songs. These songs had been out for a while now. They had began to lose their momentum anyway. But since he was going to give him the rights, he might as well squeeze out as much as he could. If you want the rights to these songs, that's fine, but it will cost you 200,000 yuan per song, so a grand total of 800,000. Also, in order to reduce the risks on the company, your contract cancellation fee will also be raised, and finally, before the completion of your concert, you will only get the rights to sing the songs commercially, but as for the copyright for movies and TV shows and the such, we will retain them till after the concert, said Zhang Xiaohua resolutely. Since he was loosening the strings trapping Yang Kuan, then he had to bind he some other way. Hearing this, Yang Kuan's face fell drastically. Quickly turning, he cast a questioning look towards Lawyer Chen, who currently seemed to be lost in thought. Seeing Yang Kuan looking at him, Lawyer Chen shook his head, then said, "I would like some time to discuss things with my client." "Sure, go ahead." Both Yang Kuan and Lawyer Chen strode out. 10 minutes later, they had both just re-entered when Yang Kuan suddenly said, "Since you have written 10 more songs for me, then they should be added into the contract as well. I want the rights to those songs as well." Yang Kuan, having the upper hand, was obviously smug. Yuan Datong was sat there grinding his teeth. However, Zhang Xiaohua chose to compromise. Looking at Yang Kuan's expression of smugness, Zhang Xiaohua just sighed slightly and said, "In that case, then the duration of your contract will have to be increased by 3 years. Deal? Okay, we will write up a new contract with the new terms then for tomorrow. Are you satisfied now?" said Zhang Xiaohua with a touch of regret in his tone. The smug look on Yang Kuan's face became more and more intense. Without even looking at Zhang Xiaohua, he muttered, "This is how it should have been done in the first place. Now I've had to waste my time dealing with this." Then began to walk towards the exit. "Where are you going?" Yuan Datong said to Yang Kuan. We need to record the songs. Yang Kuan's steps stopped, then he turned back, but ignoring the existence of Yuan Datong. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua, laughed, and said, I'm not scheduled to be in today. Then he turned and left with his lawyer tailing behind him. Xiaohua, why did you indulge that imbecile just now? This kid is bound to become even more arrogant. Yuan Datong said, filled with anger. Zhang Xiaohua showed a frustrated expression and said, I had to. If I didn't agree, it was only a matter of time before he held a press conference condemning us. Anyway, the clauses in the contract were quite unreasonable anyway. We would have had to remove them eventually. Wang Jingwen was a fool, but it doesn't mean that everyone else is a fool. I think it's time we change the contract terms. Plus, we already signed deals based on Yan Kuan's concert. We need him, for now at least. Damn it, this kid is more cunning than he looks. He managed to time this perfectly to get the upper hand on us, said Yuan Datong. Leaving Huaxiang Entertainment, Yang Kuan and his lawyer smiled at each other. When I see General Manager Chow, I will be sure to put in a word for you. Thank you for your service, said Yang Kuan. No thank you, said Lawyer Chen, his face full of enthusiasm. After that, he and Yang Kuan both entered to the luxury Mercedes-Benz sedan awaiting them and headed straight to for New Century Entertainment. Chapter 172, Evolution. PM, New Century. Top floor, conference room. The shareholders and executives were all present. They sat there all seemingly waiting for someone to arrive. Only Chao Dequan was absent, as he was still in the hospital all beside Ling Qitian. However, business couldn't be ignored, so Chao Dequan temporarily handed over the reins to Chao Feifei. After a short while, Yang Kuan and Lawyer Chen stepped into the conference room. All the executives and shareholders turned their heads and focused their attention on Yang Kuan's body. Everyone's eyes glowed with anticipation. How did it go? Chao Feifei asked immediately. Yang Kuan looked at Lawyer Chen next to him. Lawyer Chen strode forward and began to explain what happened. 2 days ago, Yang Kuan had decided to leave Huaxiang Entertainment and decided to switch to New Century Entertainment, but he hadn't officially signed a contract with New Century Entertainment. After the award ceremony that night, he deliberately went to Star Hotel to find Chao Feifei to formulate a plan. Ignoring Ling Ming, Yang Kuan was currently the most popular singer in Huaxia. Since he wished to join New Century Entertainment, Chao Feifei naturally didn't refuse. However, learning from her mistakes with Wang Jingwen, this time Chao Feifei planned for Zhang Xiaohua's tricks. So this time, Chao Feifei didn't rush Yang Kuan to cancel the contract, but first arranged a professional lawyer for Yang Kuan in order to help him get the rights to his songs. Chao Feifei looked over the new contract proposed by Zhang Xiaohua. After making sure nothing was out of place, she finally relaxed slightly. She slowly extended a hand out to Yang Kuan. She smiled and said, "Welcome aboard." Yang Kuan enthusiastically shook hands with Chao Feifei, and there was an applause across the room. Yang Kuan was filled with glee. He couldn't wait for his concert at Tianhe Stadium. This was one of the requirements he placed in his concert. With this, he could finally match and surpass Ling Ming. Every executive and shareholder was overjoyed. They believed that Yang Kuan would definitely bring huge wealth to the company. Moreover, the addition of Yang Kuan had greatly weakened the strength of Huaxiang Entertainment. This signing ceremony is a bit shabby, but wait for after the concert. We will host a grand welcoming ceremony for you, Chao Feifei said with an apology. After the incident with Wang Jingwen, Chao Feifei didn't dare to host a high-scale ceremony. When Yang Kuan achieved results and brought in benefits to the company, it wouldn't be too late. When will my concert be held? Yang Kuan could not help but ask. The company has already decided that your concert will be held on January 1st next year. We are still a month away. Before then, you will just be practicing and rehearsing while we write more songs for you, Chao Feifei said seriously. Hearing word of new songs, Yang Kuan took out the notation of 10 songs written by Zhang Xiaohua and gave it to Chao Feifei. This is what Zhang Xiaohua came to me. He just wrote these songs. I have looked through it. There are a few songs that aren't bad that also suit my style. If you can create the backing track to the songs, we can save a lot off time. Chao Feifei handed over the songs to Gao Xiaosong and asked, "Can you create the instrumental to these songs?" Gao Xiaosong looked at the notations. "Give me a month. I will get the songs finished." Since last time with Wang Jingwen, he had began to seriously study all the songs created by Zhang Xiaohua. Whether it was Ling Ming or Yang Kuan's songs, He listened carefully to each song hundreds of times and studied the style of Zhang Xiaohua. He had managed to master some components. "Don't rush this time, we need quality this time," said Chao Feifei, warning Gao Xiaosong. "Make sure to get the contract signed tomorrow then. After that, take lawyer Sun with you the day after and on behalf of the company and cancel the contract," said Chao Feifei with a wide smirk across her face. Chapter 173. Reveal. At 10 o'clock 2 days later, Zhang Xiaohua held a meeting in the company to put plans in order for Yang Kuan's concert. In the conference room, Zhang Xiaohua was handing out tasks to everyone and making various arrangements for the upcoming concert. Everyone was listening carefully and recording notes. When a female staff member came in slowly and whispered to Zhang Xiaohua, "Boss, there are 2 lawyers here to see you." "Lawyers?" Zhang Xiaohua squinted his eyes and said to the female staff member, "Let them in." Soon, 2 middle-aged men in suits appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. They were unsmiling and solemn. They were both known to Zhang Xiaohua. One was lawyer Wu, who had come to cancel Wang Jingwen's contract last time. The other was lawyer Chun, who had come with Yang Kuan yesterday. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua tensed up. "Boss Zhang, we meet again," said lawyer Chun. "Yesterday, after the new contract was drafted up, both parties had met up to sign it." So now, seeing Zhang Xiaohua, he didn't hide his sense of superiority. He directly looked down on Zhang Xiaohua with a victorious attitude. "We are here on behalf of Mr. Yang Kuan to cancel the contract he has with your company," said lawyer Wu while taking out a bank check. "This is the 60 million yuan needed for the cancellation fee." Hearing all this, all the members in the conference room broke out in gasps. Breathing in and out deeply, Zhang Xiaohua forced himself to calm down. Anger wouldn't solve anything, it would just give the other party the upper hand. Losing his temper in front of them would only make them feel prouder. Resisting the anger in his heart, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't you have any other tricks than stealing other people's works and accepting ungrateful scum into your company?" "Boss Zhang, please speak in a way corresponding to your title," said lawyer Chen. "Mr. Yang Kuan has taken the initiative to join us at New Century Entertainment of his own freedom. No one has the right to interfere. This is very simple. Mr. Yang Kuan wants to cancel the contract with your company, and we have brought the cancellation fee. So just sign the agreement and accept the money. It's not like you have a choice in this matter, so please stop wasting time and get on with it." As soon as he heard this, Zhang Xiaohua's anger rose by 3 levels. If he could, he really wanted to punch the 2 lawyers, then throw them out of the window. He couldn't understand what Yang Kuan was thinking. He had seen what had occurred with Wang Jingwen. After a great effort to calm down, Zhang Xiaohua on behalf of the company decisively signed the termination agreement, then looked at the 2 lawyers and said coldly, "Leave the money and go." Although they had achieved their goal, the 2 didn't seem to be willing to leave. "I have to remind you, from now on, you have no right to interfere with anything involving our client, even with the cancellation of the contract. Remember, Mr. Yang Kuan still retains the rights to his songs. So don't try your old trick again." All of this was stated in the new contract signed by Mr. Zhang and Mr. Yang Kuan yesterday. "I hope that your company will abide by the contents and the law, otherwise our lawyers will be ready to meet you in court." Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. He was very clear about the contents of the contract, but seeing the 2 of them so smug made him unhappy. With a sneer, he picked up the phone in front of him and connected to the security department and said, "There are 2 uninvited guests here in the conference room. Please come and escort them out." Less than 20 seconds later, Xiong Zhuang rushed into the conference room with more than a dozen security guards. He surrounded by 2 lawyers and fiercely stared them down. "Send them out." "Yes, boss," the security guards said in unison. The momentum was so powerful that the 2 lawyers lost their courage in an instant. Putting down the 60 million yuan check, they made their escape. Xiaohua, Yang Kuan, he. At Yang Kuan's betrayal, Yuan Datong was infuriated and was about to curse, but seeing Zhang Xiaohua's brows full of black lines and his fierce expression, he stopped himself. "What should we do now? What will we do about the concert?" Emma asked quietly. "We will host it, of course. What's there to discuss? Although that bastard is gone, we still have Ming'er. We can give the concert to her. If they want to fight, we will have one. We will see how they will compete against us then," said Xiaohai loudly with indignation. "Yes, let's have Ling Ming take over. Besides, Yang Kuan only has the lyrics of the 10 songs, but without our guidance the 10 songs are destined to become trash. Yes, he is bound to end up like Wang Jingwen. Watch how he will come back begging. The others followed suit, spouting comments full of anger and spite. Everyone here had been together under the same roof for so long, with Yang Kuan watching his journey from a bar singer into a famous singer. Everyone had put in a great deal effort to make this transformation possible. Now he did this. Chapter 174, Blacklisted. In addition to feeling infuriated by Yang Kuan's betrayal, everyone was filled with worry. They were in deep trouble this time round. They had signed a live broadcast agreement with Huaxia Central about the concert, along with a series of advertising contracts with various companies such as Tianren Pharmaceutical, Reckless Drinks. But with Yang Kuan having now left Huaxiang Entertainment, they were in deep trouble. The truth of the matter was Zhang Xiaohua expected that Yang Kuan would leave eventually, it's just he expected him to stay through the concert. From the way he saw it, they were both using each other for mutual benefits, and altogether the pros outweighed the cons, and from what he had seen Yang Kuan understood this principle. He should have been able to see from the Wang Jingwen catastrophe what happened when that balance was broken. Without his voice they couldn't sell their songs, but without their songs he wouldn't be able to sell his voice. He had become suspicious when Yang Kuan had come to alter the contract, but he just saw it as him protecting himself for the future. Though the kid was arrogant, he saw them cooperating for a few years, by which point he wouldn't even need him by then. He didn't expect the kid to make such a big move, and a risky one at that. He had clearly seen what had happened with Wang Jingwen, but he still risked it. He couldn't help but admit the kid had pulled it off well. He had been played. He had been too naive and too confident. As everyone in the conference room was lost in their thoughts, Su Fengyan's phone suddenly rang. On the caller ID appeared the name Director Liu. Su Fengyan froze. The thought to ignore the call flashed through his mind. He could guess the reason for the call. This was terrible news. Pressing the answer button and placing the call on speaker, Director Liu's voice immediately came over the line. Su Fengyan, what the hell is going on? I've just heard that Yang Kuan has canceled his contract with your company. What about the concert? We have signed a contract. We have already began to advertise the concert. This will destroy our credibility. Su Fengyan sighed and whispered, Old Liu, don't worry, we will fix this. Even if Yang Kuan has bailed, we still have Ling Ming, we can replace him. Just give us some time to organize something. We will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. You won't suffer a loss. I don't care about Ling Ming. The contract was for Yang Kuan's concert. We've already released word of the concert. We've announced that Yang Kuan will be singing, not Ling Ming. We can't just change our word. This is inappropriate. How can you have this sort of attitude towards business? Shouted Director Liu. Since this issue was their fault, Su Fengyan didn't continue to argue. It would only serve to anger Director Liu more. Hearing the exchange, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and walked quickly to Su Fengyan, then grabbed the phone and said, Hello, it's Zhang Xiaohua. We can't do the Yang Kuan concert. We deeply regret the inconvenience this last-minute change has caused and the burden we have caused. But we've only just received the news ourselves. If you could give us a few minutes to sort things out, we will get back to you with a way to resolve this mess. On the other end, Director Liu coldly harumphed, then said bluntly, Since Yang Kuan's concert can't be done and due to damages caused to the credibility of our station, in order to reduce losses our leaders have already met and discussed. The final decision is that we need 20 million yuan for damages and 30 million yuan for breach of contract. That is 50 million, said Zhang Xiaohua, full of indignation. As lawyer Wu and Chen stepped out of the threshold of Huaxiang Entertainment, they hurriedly informed Chao Feifei of their success. After that, Chao Feifei contacted Director Liu to act. 2 days earlier, Chao Feifei had contacted Director Liu and sold the live broadcasting rights to Yang Kuan's concert on January 1st to Huaxia Central at a low price. With Yang Kuan leaving the company, Huaxiang would naturally be unable to complete the contract. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua about to break out in anger, Su Fengyan took the phone and said, Understood. We asked Director Liu to be patient while we transfer over the money. I hope that we will have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. Absolutely infuriated, Zhang Xiaohua swore in his mind never to do business with Huaxia Central ever again. They were clearly in cahoots with New Century, or how else would they have been so prepared, and they obviously came with the thought of getting money, not negotiating. Chapter 175, Pack of 3. Everyone broke into chatter and complaints. Only Zhang Xiaohua stayed silent. Xiaohua, will we really have to compensate Huaxia Central 50 million yuan? Paying them for the breach of contract I understand, but they literally only began advertising the concert, so why must we pay for damages? Yuan Datong said with an aggrieved face. The issue is that Huaxia Central's influence is too great. We can't afford to offend them and can only meet their conditions. Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly. The conference room fell into silence. Everyone was discouraged, but knew his words were true. The atmosphere, gradually heavy and depressing. Just as everyone was downcast, Su Fengyan's cell phone rang again. This time, it was the energy drink company. Needless to say, Su Fengyan already knew the other party's intentions. He couldn't help but look at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua nodded at him and signaled him to answer the phone. Su Fengyan sighed and answered the other party's call. It was just as he had expected. 10 minutes later, Su Fengyan hung up the phone only to have it ring again. This time, it was Tianren Pharmaceutical. After the call ended, Su Fengyan broke into a series of sighs. How much did they want? Zhang Xiaohua slowly asked Su Fengyan. Tianren Pharmaceuticals want 10 million. As for the drink company, their request is too much. They want us to compensate them for 50 million in damages. Otherwise, they plan to take us to court. They even threatened to expose us to the press. Su Fengyan said in anger. If they agreed to the conditions set by Huaxia Central, Taiwan, Tianren Pharmaceutical and Reckless Drinks, then the company's assets would be cleared out in an instant. They would struggle to even pay employees' salaries. Then the company would face bankruptcy. All their efforts would be wasted. Huaxia Central 50 million, Reckless Drinks 50 million, Tianren Pharmaceutical 10 million. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. They had their backs up against a wall. This time he was too confident. Now the entire company was at risk. But since things had happened, they would just have to face and solve them. Zhang Xiaohua turned and asked Mi Jia, how much funds does the company have available? Mi Jia reported. In addition to the company's existing fixed funds, plus Yang Kuan's payment to us, the company still has 70 million in funds available. Zhang Xiaohua asked Su Fengyan, how long did they give us to pay? Su Fengyan said with a bitter smile, they have all given us a week. After some pondering, Zhang Xiaohua finally made a decision and said, we will make the full compensation according to their requirements. Xiaohua, this is no good. We can go to court with them. We can fight this. Yuan Datong said with dissatisfaction. What do you think will happen to our reputation if we decide to sue the biggest telecom company in the country? That's just asking to have our reputation smeared. Zhang Xiaohua explained. Boss, even if we manage to scrape enough together, this will push the company into bankruptcy, said Mi Jia, frowning. Her face was full of bitterness. We won't be using the company's money. The money will come from me. After all, this occurred due to my inability to analyze the situation. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. He still had over 100 million yuan in his account. Over these past few months, he had barely touched his money. How did we not? Think of this. This is a great idea. I will donate as well. Emma resolutely said. The 10 million for Tianren Pharmaceuticals, I will take care of it. I have earned a lot recently. 10 million is nothing. Yuan Datong said with a generous expression. Count us in as well. Me, Housie, Jimmy and Jack will also pay up, said Xiaohai. You guys, since this is a company issue, let us solve it together. Besides, Lu Yin is still in hospital. If you go bankrupt, what would Lu Yin do? Yuan Datong laughed and interrupted Zhang Xiaohua's words. I've already decided. The money will come out from my account. If the company is making money after, I will get more kickbacks anyway. As for the 60 million from Yang Kuan's cancellation fees, add it to the company's account. Try keep the staff from hearing this news, said Zhang Xiaohua. Glancing at Yuan Datong, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, and you, don't always be so frugal. You're a millionaire, but you haven't even got a car. What good is money if it's sleeping in your bank account? Under the leadership of Zhang Xiaohua, Yuan Datong and the rest had indeed made a lot of money recently, but other than some changes in their clothing, none of them had spent much. They hadn't even gone out and bought cars. Zhang Xiaohua understood them. They were used to living frugally. Even though they had money now, they were still maintaining their former lifestyles. It was a habit. However, Zhang Xiaohua's concept was completely opposite to theirs. To make money, you have to spend money. After spending it, you will earn it again. So when you earn it, why not treat yourself? Xiaohua, I have already decided, so don't. This time Zhang Xiaohua interrupted Yuan Datong's words. Even without Yang Kuan, we will survive. The issue is making those who betrayed us to pay a heavy price. Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly turned his eyes and looked at Su Fengyan. No matter what method is used, we have to sign Du Qingyi within 1 week. Su Fengyan unconsciously nodded. And from now on, Tianren Pharmaceutical, Reckless Drinks plus Huaxia Central are all on our blacklist. Zhang Xiaohua said with anger. Chapter 176, 1 over. 7 p.m., Star Hotel. Top floor, private VIP room. A large dining table was filled with a mountain of delicacies, and sat at the table was Chao Feifei, Fan Zhong, the general manager of the Huaxia branch of Reckless Drinks, Dong Fei, general manager of Tianren Pharmaceutical, Director Liu from Huaxia Central, and last of all Yang Kuan. I raise a cup to the gathering of titans, said Chao Feifei, lifting her glass of wine. Director Liu, fan manager, and manager Dong replied with a cup. Afterwards, they smiled at each other. Obviously, the feast arranged by Chao Feifei made them satisfied. General Manager Chao is really a female hero, praised Director Liu. This time, Chao Feifei had given Huaxia Central a big discount. In the afternoon, Chao Feifei had signed an agreement on behalf of New Century Entertainment for the broadcasting rights to Yang Kuan's concert at a low price of 40 million. Director Liu is too polite. Chao Feifei smiled, beautifully and gently opening her lips, and slowly said, In fact, I have long wanted to visit Director Liu, but recently some issues came up so I couldn't. Everyone knows that Huaxia Central is the most powerful TV station. This time, being able to cooperate with you is our New Century's blessing. In the future, I'll have to ask Director Liu to look after us. In fact, I've heard rumors that you've recently created a brand new variety show called Happy Game Week. I was wondering if there is any chance we could get Yang Kuan in. Remembering Zhang Xiaohua's arrogant attitude when he had asked Ling Ming to star in the show, Director Liu couldn't help but frown. Although Zhang Xiaohua had sold the live broadcast rights of Yang Kuan's concert to them, in the venue for the concert was at the Jiukesong Stadium, which was a lower level than Ling Ming's concert. At that time, Director Liu also proposed that Yang Kuan's concert be held at Tianhe Stadium, but he was still rejected by Zhang Xiaohua. Even when they sold the live broadcast rights to the concert to them, they still asked for a high price, which made Director Liu very dissatisfied. No wonder. Since becoming the director of the station, it had been years since he had been the circle rejected, let alone repeatedly rejected by the same person 3 times. Of course, it's good to see some kids of today still have respect for their elders, unlike that Zhang Xiaohua kid. That kid has no respect for the traditions of the industry. He is so young, but already so conniving, Director Liu said unhappily. Director Liu shouldn't waste your time on him. After Yang Kuan finishes the concert, he will join the program. With a household name like Huaxia Central making the show, the ratings are bound to be the highest in the country, Chao Feifei laughed. Good. Director Liu smiled and said with exultation, Then I raise this cup to you. Seeing Chao Feifei seal a deal, Manager Fan then spoke up and said, Reckless Drinks is hoping to make an advertising deal with your company. The last time Huaxiang shot an advertisement for us, our product sales increased by 20%. I hope that Mr. Yang Kuan won't let us down. Manager Dong of Tianren Pharmaceutical also smiled and spoke up. Our company has carefully developed a new drug, which is a perfect complement to Mr. Yang Kuan's unique voice. I hope that Mr. Yang Kuan will also endorse our product and that our sales also flourish. As businessmen, they only had money in their eyes. They didn't care which company Yang Kuan belonged to as long as they could receive benefits, nothing else mattered. Chao Feifei had used a lot of her connections to invite over the representatives of Reckless Drinks and Tianren Pharmaceutical. After offering to cut the endorsement fee slightly, she had managed to get them on board. Chao Feifei smiled and added, Of course we will. It's only natural our company has reached an agreement with Huaxia Central. In the future, any advertisement from our company will be put on their platform. I think the two of you should be very clear on their status the country. Even if you can't believe in New Century, you should be able to believe in their ratings, right? The two managers nodded reassured and then began to talk about the wine. The atmosphere in the room was quite lively. Chapter 177, Blow After Blow. The next day, Zhang Xiaohua transferred 110 million yuan over to the company's account and made compensation for breach of contract to Huaxia Central, Tianren Pharmaceuticals, and Reckless Drinks. In his office, Zhang Xiaohua stared at the computer screen looking at the balance left in his account. He couldn't help but smile. This time, he had really regressed. Zhang Xiaohua was lost in thought. He didn't want to lower his requirements, but he had realized the danger of having so few singers. When one left, it affected the whole company. They had to deal with this issue soon. Zhang Xiaohua hoped that Su Fengyan could find Du Qingyi soon. The company needed the injecting of fresh blood. Zhang Xiaohua slowly opened up the editing software and began to write songs from his memory and some original songs. He had begun writing original songs a while back. He knew he couldn't rely on his memories forever. Even being able to last this long was amazing. He had inserted a couple of his own songs into the songs he had written for Yang Kuan. Most were from his memory still, but a few were his own, written to mimic the style of those songs. They were better compared to this world's songs, so he was happy. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Xiaohua hadn't even eaten lunch. He had persevered in front of the computer, his fingers quickly tapping the keyboard in a frenzy. At this point, he had written 15 songs in succession, namely, Tianhe, Parting, Tearing the Night, Life, Alcohol, Let, Unstoppable, Persist to the End, End of the World, Nothing to Fear, See You Every Day, He Must Love You, You Are Like a Child, I Hear Crows Crying, I Miss You When It Rains. These songs were all classics on Earth. The singer was Edu. It was a Singaporean singer that Zhang Xiaohua particularly liked. Xiaohua, let's get off work. Let's go have a drink, I'll treat you, said Yuan Datong, walking into Zhang Xiaohua's office with a smile. He wanted to pull out Zhang Xiaohua to come drinking. Yang Kuan's betrayal had been a big blow to the whole company. It greatly reduced morale. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the time, only to find that it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Unconsciously, he actually worked for more than 6 hours, but he didn't even feel tired at all. It seemed that he really had to thank Yang Kuan. If it weren't for his incentive, he couldn't have written so many songs in one day. You're here. Zhang Xiaohua printed of the 15 songs and handed them to Yuan Datong. He smiled and said, well then, now we have time. Hurry up and write the backtrack for these songs. Damn it, I just had to invite you, didn't I? What the hell is my luck, said Yuan Datong in shock and frustration. Before leaving work, Zhang Xiaohua held a brief meeting. From tomorrow, I'll be working with Datong and Emma in the studio. Company affairs will be handled by manager Su. Also contact Quoduo to remove Yang Kuan's songs from the site, said Zhang Xiaohua. Xiaozhe then followed up and reported. Boss Online, there are articles reporting about us paying compensation to Huaxia Central and the rest. They are trying to insinuate we have shady business dealings and that we got caught, which is why we've had to pay compensation. They're saying due to this we have a shortage of funds and can't even pay employees. Also, this with the news of Yang Kuan having canceled his contract with us has caused quite a stir. Several employees today have submitted resignation letters to me. We must find a way to restore our reputation as soon as possible. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that just Yang Kuan leaving would bring such a big loss to the company. Whoever wants to go, let them go. Issue them their last wages and show them out. We can't have people think that we are stingy. As for those rumors, ignore them directly. We know the truth, that's enough. Chapter 178, Taunt. 2 weeks later. There was still no news on Du Qingyi, although Su Fengyan was doing his best to find him. Su Fengyan even contacted Du Qingyi's family in Singapore. His family had said that he had been away from home for 5 years. As far as they knew, he was still in Huaxia, but they didn't know where exactly he was. He had kept contact with them to the minimal. December 20th. One song was circulating and resounding throughout the country. It had spread from the north to the south of the country. Almost everyone was singing it, and the singer was none other than Yang Kuan. The song's name was Moonlight. Yang Kuan's fame had soared. His status had slowly crept up, and even slightly surpassing Ling Ming's. Following the release of the single, Yang Kuan released 2 new albums in quick succession, making a total of 10 songs, all of which were written by Zhang Xiaohua, but were composed by Gao Xiaosong. Zhang Xiaohua never imagined that these songs would be so similar to the original ones. No matter the tune or the lyrics, they complemented each other and were impeccable. Zhang Xiaohua thought that no one in the world except him could create the backing track for these songs. let alone without his own guidance. This was what had destroyed Wang Jingwen's songs back then. The odd backing track Gao Xiaosong had created then had ruined the songs. But now it turned out that Zhang Xiaohua was wrong. He had underestimated Gao Xiaosong's ability. But this brought a bigger issue to light. The future. With more people studying and analyzing the music they created, it was just a matter of time before others managed to imitate or even improve on the styles they had created. His advantage here was that he had brought refreshing change to the music scene, which had been stagnant and stuck in its ways. He had originally thought he would have a few years before significant competition appeared, but now a timer had appeared above his head. He had to make the most of his lead and use it before the pack caught up. O'clock, Huaxiang Entertainment. In his office, Zhang Xiaohua opened Quo Duo and moved over to the music section. Finding Yang Kuen's name, he clicked on his page only to find the songs from Huaxiang still on there along with the 2 new albums that had just been released. Zhang Xiaohua clearly remembered telling Su Fengyan to inform Quo Duo to take down all the songs Yang Kuen had published with Huaxiang, so why the hell were they still up? Filled with anger, Zhang Xiaohua called in Su Fengyan and asked, "What happened? Why are Yang Kuen's songs still on Quo Duo? Didn't I say to get them taken down?" Su Fengyan sighed and said, "I was just about to come find you. We notified Quo Duo a week ago, but we received the cold shoulder." But an hour ago, they finally replied saying that since they have received no complaints from Yang Kuen, they plan to continue keeping the songs up until further notice. The truth of the matter is, while we might not want to make money of Yang Kuen, they do. After all, he brings them a lot of money. Everyone is motivated by interests after all. They just signed a new contract with New Century as well for 50:50. "Damn it," shouted Zhang Xiaohua. Yang Kuen's new album on Quo Duo was priced at 200 yuan per album, which was twice the price of Ling Ming's album. The download numbers had already exceeded 10 million due to New Century's heavy advertisement push and Yang Kuen's popularity. They hinted to me also that New Century Entertainment has offered to bear the burden for them if we decide to take legal action against them. They would provide lawyers and even take up the fees incurred. I reached out to a few friends of mine, and from what I've heard, their aim is just to draw out the lawsuit. New Century has an elite selection of lawyers to choose from, and even if we won, it would be after a long lawsuit, which while they can afford it, we simply can't. A lawsuit at this time is not advisable. We already have enough bad press. Also, we can't afford to cancel the contract with Quo Duo. News of another contract getting canceled coming out, which it almost certainly will damage our reputation. Such a bad rep for the company, which will seriously hinder the company's future development. So you want me to let this go?" said Zhang Xiaohua with unwillingness written across his face. Chapter 179, Disagreement. Su Fengyan didn't answer Zhang Xiaohua's question. Instead, he said, "They would likely file against us after the lawsuit anyway for breach of contract if we went for one." Zhang Xiaohua remained silent and stared up at the ceiling in thought. He knew Su Fengyan was right. If they took the legal route and filed a lawsuit against New Century, the company really had little chance of winning. There was a slight chance, but even then that would be after a drawn-out battle in court. New Century was solid. It was involved in a lot of industries. Even if they didn't engage in music, they had so many other sources of income that they would be fine. Huaxiang, on the other hand, was currently only involved with music. Apart from this, they had no other sources of income. What's more, the shortage of stars in the company was very serious. Now, Yang Kuen was gone. Only Ling Ming alone was maintaining the company's lifeline. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly, stretched his tight expression, and eased his anger. "Forget it. Since it's like this, we don't need to continue to cooperate with them. Although we can't touch Yang Kuen for now, we can still control Ling Ming's." Su Fengyan stunned and said, "What do you mean you want to take Minger's songs down?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said with a firm attitude, "As soon as possible, draft a cancellation agreement. We will cancel the contract with them." In the contract between us and Quo Duo, it is stated that the cooperation period between the two parties is 3 years. If the period isn't fulfilled, whoever first proposes to terminate the contract has to pay for breach of contract. If we do this, we will need to compensate 15 million yuan in damages to Quo Duo. Su Fengyan said with a heavy tone. Recently, the company had paid off millions in damages. This had already led to rumors spreading, discrediting their business practices. If the company canceled the contract with Quo Duo, he felt the company would fall into an unfavorable situation. We have already lost a lot of money recently. 15 million more won't hurt, Zhang Xiaohua said seemingly without care. He had always regarded the Chao family as enemies. They couldn't share the same sky, but now, Quo Duo had taken his enemies as friends and joined them in attacking him. They were now another company on his blacklist. Su Fengyan stared at Zhang Xiaohua with wariness and doubt. Since the concert, Ling Ming hasn't released any new works, while Yang Kuan has issued 2 albums. His current popularity and momentum has surpassed Ling Ming's own. The sales volume for Ling Ming's songs have shrunk greatly. At present, Ling Ming's profitability is being mainly maintained by online downloads. So if we cancel the contract with Quo Duo and the songs are taken down, the company will lose its only source of income. Indeed, since Ling Ming's last concert, she had made no movements, not to mention a new album. Not even a new song had been released. Yang Kuan had completely overshadowed Ling Ming. However, this cannot be said that Zhang Xiaohua was deliberately ignoring Ling Ming, but recently Zhang Xiaohua had put his mind on Lu Yan's condition and Yang Kuan's concert, so he did not have time to focus on other things. However, as long as Zhang Xiaohua was willing, Ling Ming could have new songs in minutes. But now, Zhang Xiaohua had put all his thoughts on Du Chengyi's. If they could find him, then they could do one better and launch a 2-pronged attack. The things he decided would never change easily. He would not continue to maintain a cooperative relationship with an enemy. According to my words, immediately terminate the cooperation with Quo Duo, Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua leaving no room for negotiation, Su Fengyan could only leave the office with a sigh and then personally drafted a contract cancellation agreement for Quo Duo. In the afternoon, he took the agreement to Quo Duo. In the past, if there was anything up, Su Fengyan would have called Zhu Zongbane over to discuss. But now things had changed. To outsiders now, Huaxiang Entertainment was nothing but an empty shell now. Chapter 180, Sincerity. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Fengyan arrived at the headquarters of Quo Duo and asked to see Zhu Xiangyang, but even after waiting for more than an hour in the reception room, he didn't see a shadow of Zhu Xiangyang. He watched others enter in and out of Zhu Xiangyang's office. It wasn't until 4:30 p.m. when everyone was almost gone, when finally, a female came into the reception room and said to Su Fengyan, "Chief Editor Zhu is ready to see you in his office." Su Fengyan sighed and left the reception room and entered Zhu Xiangyang's office. Seeing Su Fengyan, Zhu Xiangyang showed a false smile while still sitting in his chair. He showed no inclination of getting up. "Manager Su, I'm really embarrassed. You see, there were too many customers here today. I've been so busy. I'm sorry to have neglected Manager Su. Sit down, please." Though the words sounded good, Su Fengyan could sense the mocking tone behind them. In fact, Su Fengyan understood Zhu Xiangyang's thoughts. New Century Entertainment was indeed a strong backer. They had solid foundations, strong financial resources, and a wide range of commercial fields in which they operated in, so it made sense Quo Duo switched sides. Sensing his attitude, Su Fengyan didn't want to talk nonsense. He took out the agreement from the briefcase and put it on Zhu Xiangyang's desk. He said in a simple and concise manner, "Please look over the agreement. If you feel like there is anything wrong with the content of the agreement, you can ask me. Let us discuss it slowly." In fact, Zhu Xiangyang had already guessed the purpose of Su Fengyan's trip, so he wasn't surprised. In Zhu Xiangyang's view, Huaxiang Entertainment had reached the point where it had exhausted all its luck. In all honesty, he blamed Zhang Xiaohua. The kid had talent, but he was too arrogant and domineering. He had seen tons of people like him before. It never ended well. These people pushed every advantage they had, which was fine when they were succeeding, but as soon as they failed, they would crumble. It was good to succeed, but it was necessary to leave other people some benefits and leeway, or else why would they decide to help you when you failed? It wasn't always about getting the best deal possible, but making the other side feel valued, not used. Or else just wait for the day when they decide to get one back on you. Huaxiang Entertainment had already reached the end of the road. New Century Entertainment had connected them with a lot of influential people. Ling Ming's sales had begun to decline. Her downloads and clicks on Quo Duo were getting smaller. However, although Ling Ming's popularity currently wasn't as good as Yang Kuan's, there were plenty of customers who were willing to advertise on her music zone or music videos. Profit was still being made, and this should be the only source of income for Hwaseong Entertainment. However, at this time, Hwaseong Entertainment actually dared to cancel the contract with Quoduo. A bunch of thoughts ran through Zhu Xiangyang's mind. Did they cultivate a new singer, produce a new work, or found a new partner? He smiled and tentatively asked, "Manager Su, I don't understand. We've been very happy with each other. How come you suddenly want to cancel the contract with us? Is it because we accepted Yang Kuen's new song? Has this made your bosses dissatisfied?" Zhu Xiangyang frowned and continued, "Does your company have a new partner? I'm curious because domestically we are still the #1 video site. No site would dare claim first place if we said we were second." Su Fengyan could not help but reveal a helpless smile. In fact, he didn't understand what Zhang Xiaohua was doing. This time he only came because he was ordered to, but if he could, he would choose to continue cooperating with Quoduo. In Su Fengyan's view, Zhang Xiaohua was still too young and vigorous. He couldn't accept taking a loss. However, since Zhang Xiaohua was set on this, Su Fengyan was helpless and could only do as instructed. "Editor Zhu shouldn't misunderstand. Our company needs to make some adjustments, so I am afraid that we will have to temporarily cancel the contract with Quoduo. If there is a chance in the future, we hope to cooperate again," Su Fengyan said in a low voice. Seeing Su Fengyan's sincere attitude, Zhu Xiangyang said, "Well, since Manager Su came in person, I can't help but give face, but for the sake of the company a clear account has to be made." "I understand," Editor Zhu challenged. Su Fengyan smiled and said, "Since this our cancellation, we will certainly take responsibility. As for the compensation, let's say 15 million, interjected Zhu Xiangyang. Su Fengyan suddenly dumbstruck. He wanted to say 5 million. According to the agreement signed by the two parties at the beginning, if the contract was not fulfilled, whoever was the first party to propose the cancellation to the other party would have to compensate the other party for damages to their interest. The initial price was 15 million yuan. Since cooperation began between Quoduo and Hwaseong Entertainment, it was undeniable that Yang Kuen and Ling Ming had made a lot of money for Quoduo. They had also attracted many advertisers for Quoduo. Su Fengyan was hoping to use this to help negotiate to cut the compensation fee in half. Zhu Xiangyang disdainfully smiled. Chapter 181. Good Deeds Written Off. Manager Su doesn't have to rush to make a decision. Please go back and discuss with Boss Zhang. Besides, 15 million should be easy for your company. Zhu Xiangyang smiled and said, "I heard that Huaxia Central, Tianren Pharmaceutical and Reckless Drinks receive their compensation without a hitch. I hope that the same will occur here, because I would hate to have to take this to court." Su Fengyan's brows became deeply furrowed. Editor Zhu. Manager Su, as you can see, I am about to get off work soon. How about we talk again tomorrow, said Zhu Xiangyang, looking at the gold watch on his wrist. He was making his stance clear. There was no room for negotiation. Either Hwaseong Entertainment compensated 15 million yuan, or they could meet in court. Su Fengyan naturally understood the intentions of Zhu Xiangyang, but Su Fengyan didn't have the right to make the decision. He could only go back and let Zhang Xiaohua decide. Humph. Coldly getting up, Su Fengyan got up and strode out without a word. When he returned to the company, Su Fengyan conveyed Zhu Xiangyang's words to Zhang Xiaohua. Manager Su, from now on you don't have to do anything except concentrate on finding Du Qingyi. Once you find him, immediately bring him to the company to see me, said Zhang Xiaohua. What about Quoduo? Su Fengyan asked unwillingly. Thinking about Zhu Xiangyang's mocking tone, Su Fengyan felt angry, but he still hoped that Zhang Xiaohua would change his mind and maintain the contract. Sometimes you just had to swallow insult to survive. The way he saw it, they were battling to survive. Revenge could come after. However, Zhang Xiaohua crushed his hopes once again. Since this is how they want to handle it, then let it be. You just focus on the task I have handed you, said Zhang Xiaohua firmly. The next morning, when Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the company, he got the finance department to transfer 15 million yuan into the account of Quoduo. He sent someone to Zhu Xiangyang with the cancellation agreement and officially canceled the cooperation relationship with Quoduo. Soon, all of Ling Ming's songs were removed from Quoduo. Her entire music section suddenly disappeared. Not only that, but all the advertisements for Ling Ming were wiped by Quoduo. Obviously, this was to block off Ling Ming. They were completely thorough. They showed no hints of affection for Zhang Xiaohua and Hwaseong Entertainment. At the same time, it was as if a tap was switched on as Ling Ming's presence was wiped. Yang Kuan's was pushed forward with a heavy hand. Recommendations for Yang Kuan's songs appeared everywhere, on the homepage, on channels, even in the damn comment sections. Anything the slightest bit related to him was pushed up. In particular, news of his concert was everywhere. The specific time and place of Yang Kuan's concert were indicated. It wasn't only Quo Duo helping Yang Kuan advertise, but even Huaxia Central was promoting him with overwhelming enthusiasm. It was like a plague, as these two powerhouses began to move. Other platforms and TV stations also began to run ads. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately snorted before following up with a bitter smile. He was trying to play a bigger game, but if they couldn't find Du Qingyi soon, he would just have to counteract with just Ling Ming. 2 days later, the door opened as Su Fengyan strode in. Zhang Xiaohua knew that he must have news. Su Fengyan hadn't come in for 2 days. But now he suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhang Xiaohua was in a spurred spirit. He asked urgently, "Did you find Du Qingyi?" Su Fengyan nodded and said with exultation, "I found out that the kid has been doing private work on a construction site, but the construction was put on hold for 2 months. No wonder we couldn't find him." "Where is he?" Zhang Xiaohua asked urgently. "Outside." Su Fengyan went out and brought in a slightly grubby man. Du Qingyi looked to be about 27, 28 years old, but he looked very mature and steady. He had the aura of a middle-aged man. He wore a cheap silver-white down jacket over a thin sweatshirt even in this cold weather. His hands were coarse and his jaws were covered with an uncut hair. Chapter 182. Ashamed. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed but quickly calmed down and slowly asked, "Are you Du Qingyi?" Du Qingyi looked a little embarrassed, but he nodded slightly, then whispered, "Yes." Su Fengyan had lured Du Qingyi over promising work, so he followed. However, Du Qingyi never imagined that they would actually come to Huaxiang Entertainment. To the name Huaxiang Entertainment, Du Qingyi was no stranger, though he no longer sang, he still followed industry news. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, Du Qingyi was nervous because he knew that Zhang Xiaohua was the boss of this company and a renowned music producer. Being a true musician, becoming a full-time artist had always been the dream, but life was never simple. He needed to make money to survive, which left him little to no time to focus on music. For many years, he had been working as a porter on the construction site and occasionally picking up private work. In short, as long as he could make money from it, he would do it. "Duh. You are a Singaporean, right? How come you came to Huaxia to sing?" Zhang Xiaohua had previously learned some information about Du Qingyi from Su Fengyan, knowing that he was a Singaporean, but he didn't understand why he came across the ocean to Huaxia for development. Foreign entertainment standards, though below par, were still in a better state than Huaxia's. Du Qingyi smiled bitterly and said truthfully, "Singapore was overcrowded. There is no shortage of singers and my voice is different, so I had no chance to develop in Singapore. I originally thought that the entertainment culture in Huaxia was still developing, so there would be many opportunities. I did not expect that I was wrong. I overestimated myself. Since there was no opportunities for development here, why didn't you go back home?" Zhang Xiaohua continued to ask. Du Qingyi's face gradually became red. Seemingly shy, he slowly lowered his head, making his long, overflowing flop down and cover his face. "I have 3 younger sisters and 4 younger brothers in my family. My parents are getting too old to work. Life isn't easy at home. Before I came, I promised to make a name for myself, earn money, and grant them a better life. While I failed, the least I can do is not go back and burden them, plus there are plenty of jobs here, so I can earn money to survive and send some back home to take care of them." "You had no face to go back, huh?" Zhang Xiaohua interrupted Du Qingyi's words with a smile. Du Qingyi nodded lightly with a sigh. After 5 years, what had he achieved? He remembered his parents out imploring him to stay and focus on his studies, but he had been so headstrong. Now look where it had got him. He was barely surviving. At this rate, he would die before he even brought a car, let alone buy his parents a mansion like he had promised. How could he go back and face them now? "I have heard your songs, and I have to admit that your voice is really different, very prominent, unique, and in line with my requirements. Even Yang Kuan can't compare with your voice. I don't want to talk too much nonsense, so I'll get straight to the point. I don't want to hire you. Are you interested?" Du Qingyi's face lit up with joy and happiness before turning into one of helplessness. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua asked, filled with anxiousness, What is it are you unwilling to join our company? Not waiting for Du Qingyi to answer Zhang Xiaohua's question, Su Fengyan replied at this time. He signed a contract with New Century Entertainment 3 years ago, and the contract period is 5 years. He is still a signed artist of New Century Entertainment. He can't sign with us until the contract period is over. Du Qingyi nodded sorrowfully. Boss Zhang, I am willing to join. Only like what Manager Su just said that the contract period between me and New Century Entertainment hasn't ended so. What is the cancellation fee? 1 million. Du Qingyi answered truthfully. His face was full of bitterness. What the hell's so cheap? Chapter 183, Misunderstanding. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaohua immediately made a decision. Since they can poach artists, why can't we? Manager Su immediately drafted an agreement deal for Du Qingyi to leave New Century. There was surprise all over Du Qingyi's face. His pair of grateful eyes stared at Zhang Xiaohua with joy. Since joining New Century, Du Qingyi had only released a couple of songs. After he signed, New Century Entertainment had faced a business crisis. Except for the first-rate artists, the rest were suspended or had their projects put on hold. At the time, as a third-rate artist, Du Qingyi was abandoned. For 2 consecutive years, he did not receive a task. In short, he was forgotten by New Century Entertainment. Even after they had recovered, New Century hadn't called back some of its artists. It had replaced some of them instead. Du Qingyi wanted to leave for another entertainment company in the past. Singing was his passion, and he still had to support his family. Unfortunately, he had signed a contract with New Century Entertainment, so he couldn't leave. He was trapped, and they weren't even providing him work or any support. They shelved him and refused to let him leave. Du Qingyi had put in a request to leave multiple times, but all he received was a notice to pay 1 million in cancellation fees. Naturally, he was unable to pay this fee, and in order to survive, Du Qingyi had to find work to support himself. But he was lacking in credentials and qualifications, so it was hard for him to find work, and every month, he had to send 70% of his money to his family back home to support them. The rest was his living expenses. Although it wasn't enough to live in luxury, it enough to survive, if he lived a basic lifestyle. Bossy, Du Qingyi was both happy and moved. He wanted to say something to Zhang Xiaohua, but he didn't know what to say. You don't have to say anything. I only ask for one thing. Loyalty. Zhang Xiaohua said with a stern face. Du Qingyi replied in turn very seriously. Boss Zhang can rely on me. I swear that this kindness you have shown me will never be forgotten. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and didn't speak. Some things couldn't be believed just because they were spoken, but looking at Du Qingyi he had hope. In a short while, Su Fengyan returned to Zhang Xiaohua's office with the newly completed agreement. I have already drafted the cancellation agreement. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. I'm always relieved when you handle tasks because I know they'll be handled with finesse. This time I have to trouble Manager Su to go to New Century and represent our company. Dismiss all matters concerning cooperation between them and Du Qingyi. This time you are the protagonist. I'll find a lawyer to accompany you. Let New Century know that we also have lawyers. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. I know. I will contact Guangming Law Firm to send over a lawyer to join me at New Century Entertainment, said Su Fengyan. Wait a moment. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stopped Su Fengyan, then picked up the phone and called Lawyer Zhuang. He asked, Hello. Yes, it's Zhang Xiaohua. How's Zhao Zilin doing with you? Is everything okay? Guangming Law Firm. Zhuang Wentian's office. Zhao Zilin was stood at Zhuang Wentian's desk, holding a pack of documents in her hand, seemingly preparing to report to Zhuang Wentian. Receiving the call from Zhang Xiaohua, Zhuang Wentian temporarily covered the phone with his hand and said to Zhao Zilin in front of him, Head out first. I have to take this call. Zhao Zilin nodded and even left the office. Zhuang Wentian then replied to Zhang Xiaohua at the other end of the phone. Boss Zhang can rest assured. I have already arranged everything for Miss Zhao. Currently, Miss Zhao is my personal assistant. Personal assistant? Zhang Xiaohua frowned. She has her MBA and came from studying in one of the most prestigious schools in the world, such a good talent, and you actually placed her as your secretary? Why didn't you position her as a lawyer? Listening to Zhang Xiaohua's onslaught, Zhuang Wentian rushed to explain. Boss Zhang said that Miss Zhao was your girlfriend? Miss Zhao hasn't got experience in Huaxian courts yet, and our system here is vastly different to those abroad. Also, I was trying to keep her workload down. Zhang Xiaohua said in a moment. He did say to Zhuang Wentian that Zhao Zilin was his girlfriend. The purpose was that Zhuang Wentian would value her and give her more chances, not shelf her and get her fetching paper. Zhang Xiaohua knew that she was a very stubborn woman, not to mention that she had studied abroad for so many years. She would certainly have a lot of ambition after returning to Huaxia. However, now she was acting as someone else's secretary. Zhao Zilin stood waiting outside the office, waiting for Zhuang Wentian's summons. Under the cold eyes of colleagues, they were filled with jealousy and discontent. We are just a small-scale law firm. Lawyer Zhuang barely has anything to do all day. Why would he need a secretary? And she usually only helps pour water and occasionally helps sort out the documents. But I heard from HR her monthly salary is like 30,000 yuan. Worse than that, I also heard that lawyer Zhuang rented a house for her, and the rent for a month is tens of thousands. Other than being slightly pretty, what are her abilities? I never expected lawyer Zhuang to be such a man. He acts so astute and righteous. You really can't judge a book by its cover. What is the age difference? Does anyone know? I can see why he likes her. She is beautiful, but not 30,000 yuan a month beautiful. Haha, true that. OSH*T, I think she just looked over everyone. Quickly pretend you're doing work. These rumors had been circulating for a while now. At the beginning she was filled with indignation and tried to explain, but all she got was the cold shoulder and looks of mockery. She had been requesting to work as a lawyer since then. It didn't matter what the case was, she just wanted to prove her ability. But she was rejected by Zhuang Wentian over and over again. The reason being she should focus on laying a good foundation for the future. Zhao Zilin had no choice but to follow Zhuang Wentian's intentions. Perhaps soon, Zhuang Wentian would give her a chance to show her strength. As for the gossip, Zhao Zilin was used to it. She only hoped that one day she could make achievements and shut her colleagues up for good. Chapter 184, New Chance. Zhang Xiaohua knew that being a secretary was definitely not the work that Zhao Zilin wanted. In this case, Zhang Xiaohua would help her out again. It's the least Zhang Xiaohua could do for Lu Yan's sake. Zhang Xiaohua said to Zhuang Wentian, I have a task for your firm, so send over a lawyer. Zhuang Wentian immediately became overjoyed. This was a chance to break into the spotlight. Whatever Huaxiang Entertainment needed them for was likely to be a big issue. If it gained a lot of media attention and reports, they could earn some fame. Thinking this way, Zhuang Wentian's heart was so excited that he said, Please rest assured, Boss Zhang. This time I will personally take action. It's just a small matter. You don't have to worry about it, lawyer Zhuang. This time, let Miss Zhao come forward to handle this matter on behalf of our company. I believe she can do well. This, Zhuang Wentian was a little embarrassed. Zhao Zilin was an inexperienced little girl in Zhuang Wentian's eyes. The key was that she was a person from Guangming law firm, so she would be representing the entire firm. If she messed up, then the reputation of the entire firm would be damaged. To put it bluntly, Zhuang Wentian didn't trust Zhao Zilin to take the lead. Boss Zhang, may I ask why you need a lawyer? Zhuang Wentian could not help but ask. If it was really a small case, letting Zhao Zilin deal with it was fine, but if it was a big case, he would be unwilling. Didn't I just say now? It's just a small matter. Miss Zhao can take care of it. Zhang Xiaohua said impatiently. Du Qingyi only needed to cancel the contract with New Century and pay the cancellation fee. Hearing the frustration in Zhang Xiaohua's voice, Zhuang Wentian held back his words. Okay, I will send over Miss Zhao to your company. The specific details Boss Zhang can directly tell Miss Zhao. No, I don't want her to know that she's working for me. I hope you won't say anything. I will send over some people to bring the relevant materials to your lawyer's firm. You can directly hand over the matter to Miss Zhao. After this, Zhang Xiaohua hanged up and turned to Du Qingyi. Bring the contract and go to the Guangming law firm and find a person named Zhao Zilin. She will be your lawyer for tomorrow. Manager Su and Zhao Zilin will handle everything for you. Well, then I will go now, said Du Qingyi. Remember, don't tell lawyer Zhao about me. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaohua reminded. Seriously. Although confused as to why Du Qingyi nodded his head and said, I know. I won't mention anything about Boss Zhang. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and waved his hand, indicating that Du Qingyi should head out. After Du Qingyi's departure, Zhang Xiaohua showed a smile of great joy. He immediately stood up from his chair and strode to Su Fengyan. Uncle Su, you didn't let me down. You know, this time you've helped me out a lot, and have also made a great contribution to the company's future. Su Fingyan gave out a sigh and said, I truly hope this works out as you believe it will. We have a lot resting on that kid. Another setback will completely demotivate the remaining employees. Chapter 185, Priorities. Guangming Law Firm. Zhuang Wentian sighed helplessly, then called in Zhao Zilin, who had been waiting outside. Though his heart was unwilling, but since Zhang Xiaohua had called for her, he was helpless. Zhao Zilin walked in with documents in her hands and was about to report to Zhuang Wentian when Zhuang Wentian said, There is no need. Someone will come to you in the afternoon. You will be his legal counsel. Help the other party deal with some legal matters. Zhao Zilin, hearing this, broke out into a broad smile and asked, May I ask who the client? What is the case? You will know when the other party comes. Remember, you're representing our entire firm, so don't let me down. Okay. Looking at Zhuang Wentian's serious expression, Zhao Zilin felt a little nervous. She wanted to live up to Zhuang Wentian's trust. This was finally a chance to get some experience. She said seriously, Please rest assured, Lawyer Zhuang, I will not disappoint. I want to go make some preparations first. Can you tell me about the specific circumstances of the case? And who I'm representing so I can prepare properly? Coughing awkwardly, Zhuang Wentian said, Like I said, there will be someone coming to see you, and the other person will personally explain the situation to you. You only need to remember one thing. You must do your utmost to solve any legal problems for the client. This is our responsibility as lawyers. Do you understand? I won't let down the trust and guidance you have given me, said Zhao Zilin as she gently bowed to Zhuang Wentian. She thanked Lawyer Zhuang for giving her this opportunity. Zhuang Wentian, hearing all this, became embarrassed and had no face to face Zhao Zilin. In fact, since Zhao Zilin came to work at the office, Zhuang Wentian didn't do anything for her. He hadn't taught her anything useful. Facing Zhao Zilin's frank eyes and her gratitude to him, Zhuang Wentian only felt awkwardness in his heart. Well, go out first. Remember to work hard, said Zhuang Wentian in a rush to get rid of her. With full confidence and excitement, Zhao Zilin slowly left Zhuang Wentian's office. 2 in the afternoon. Du Qingyi came to Guangming Law Firm and found Zhao Zilin in a reception room after 2 people introduced themselves to each other. Zhao Zilin got straight to it and asked, Excuse me, Mr. Du, what exactly is it you want me to do for you? Since Zhao Zilin was the lawyer appointed by Zhang Xiaohua, Du Qingyi didn't doubt Zhao Zilin's ability, so he explained the issue to Zhao Zilin. New Century Entertainment, hearing all this, Zhao Zilin became silent. If she remembered correctly, this New Century Entertainment should the company that belonged to Zhang Xiaohua's father. Speaking of it in Zhao Zilin's heart, although she hated Zhang Xiaohua, she couldn't ignore the kindness his mother and father had shown to her. They had always treated her as their own daughter. They paid her tuition fees, sent her to the best school. She owed a proportion of her academic success to them. Zhao Zilin really couldn't bear the thought of bringing a case against New Century. If she did, what would be the difference between her and ungratefulness? Of course, Zhao Zilin didn't know that Zhang Xiaohua's father had passed away. After studying abroad for so many years, she rarely had contact with the Zhang family. Especially in the last 2 years, she had severed all contact with the Zhang family, so she didn't know about the changes in the Zhang family. However, what made Zhao Zilin struggle the most was that this was her first client. Before this, she had promised Lawyer Zhuang that she would try her best to do the job well, but now she was actually planning to quit the case. How would she explain this to him? Seeing Zhao Zilin's distraught, Du Qingyi asked in confusion, Lawyer Zhao, is there a problem? Zhao Zilin shook her head in a perfunctory manner. She made up her mind she couldn't let her personal feelings influence her work. Excuse me, can you show me your contract with New Century Entertainment? Du Qingyi nodded and handed the contract to Zhao Zilin. Quickly reading through it, she made up her mind. I'll take the case. If you don't mind, can you leave it here so I can study it in more detail tonight? I will go to New Century Entertainment Company with you tomorrow. There will be a cancellation fee for being the party to initiate the... No need to worry, interrupted Du Qingyi. Manager Su will be bringing the cancellation fee for tomorrow. Manager Su? Zhao Zilin frowned and said, Who is Manager Su? Oh, he is the business manager at Huaxiang Entertainment. He will be following you tomorrow to New Century. Chapter 186, Stepped Up. After work, Zhao Zilin returned to her place of residence and simply ate a bowl of instant noodles. She began to seriously look through the contract between Du Qingyi and New Century, repeatedly reviewing it dozens of times, until late into the night. Feeling drowsy, she prepared for bed and drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Zhao Zilin woke up early, then had breakfast and continued to read the contract's content before bathing and changing into her black suit. She strode out with enthusiasm and called for a taxi and headed straight for New Century. 20 minutes later, when Zhao Zilin arrived to the doors of New Century, Su Fengyan was already there waiting. Seeing Su Fengyan, Zhao Zilin couldn't help but feel like he looked familiar, but she couldn't quite remember where from. Seeing Zhao Zilin, Su Fengyan smiled slightly and took the initiative to greet her. He extended out his hand and said, "Hello, Lawyer Zhao. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Su Fengyan, the business manager for Huaxiang Entertainment." Still confused as to where she had seen him from, Zhao Zilin politely shook hands with Su Fengyan. Zhao Zilin looked at Su Fengyan carefully and asked cautiously, "Is there any chance we have met before? You look oddly familiar." Su Fengyan smiled affectionately. "Not as far as I remember. Shall we get down to business?" Su Fengyan said with a smile. "Oh yes, sorry. Let's head in and get some justice," said Zhao Zilin with passion before strolling in. Su Fengyan gave her a curious look. He had brought the money to cancel the contract. They were here simply to hand over the money to New Century and get the contract annulled. Honestly, he felt there wasn't really a need for a lawyer. So why was she acting like this was a major battle or something? New Century, conference room number 1. On the top floor, Chao Feifei was holding an early meeting. All the department heads and the shareholders of the company were present, and everyone was full of energy and enthusiasm, and it was no wonder. This time the addition of Yang Kuan to their roster had brought a lot of benefits to them. The company not only made great profits on the album, the incorporation of Yang Kuan had indirectly brought many customers to the company. Under the leadership of Chao Feifei, the whole company was actively preparing for the concert which was to be held in 2 months. After a few rounds of advertising, the concert tickets were all sold out in advance. At this moment, on the projection screen of the conference room, Ling Ming's concert stage was on display. "How close is your department to preparing the stage?" asked Chao Feifei. They had decided to copy the stage layout from Ling Ming's concert for Yang Kuan's concert. "Please rest assured we have begun production already. We should have the stage assembled by next month and moved into the stadium." "Okay, very good. It seems General Manager Chao truly has everything under control. It seems we can truly rest assured, leaving everything in your hands." A shareholder praised Chao Feifei. "Yes, in the future under the leadership of General Manager Chao, the performance of the company will definitely flourish." A senior staff member also took the chance to flatter Chao Feifei. "Like father, like daughter, it seems, ha ha ha," when Chairman Chao said that he would temporarily hand over the company to General Manager Chao. "I wasn't at ease. But now it seems that my fears were unwarranted. During this time, I think everyone can agree General Manager Chao has indeed proved herself as mature, sensible, and a natural leader. So young yet so promising," added another shareholder. Chapter 187, Dispute. Listening everyone's words, Chao Feifei couldn't help but smile. This was the first time she had experienced the feeling of success through her own abilities. Just as Chao Feifei was enjoying the joy of success, a female staff member slowly walked into the conference room from the outside and whispered to Chao Feifei, "General Manager, there are 2 people looking for you. One is a lawyer, and they wish to see you." "A lawyer?" Chao Feifei was stunned and asked, puzzled. Chao Feifei quickly arranged for the other party to be sent up. Soon Zhao Zilin and Su Fengyan walked into the conference room one after the other. They strode in with confidence. In particular, Su Fengyan, as soon as he entered the room, he cast a preemptive glance around the room, his gaze containing contempt. Everyone in the room was familiar to him, some of whom were old friends who had been with him for many years. However, when Chao Dequan fired him, no one in the room stood up and even attempted to help him. In the end, these people showed indifference and ruthlessness. Su Fengyan still remembered. In the eyes of Su Fengyan, excluding a few exceptions like the people from the department, he managed the rest of New Century were enemies he was eager to defeat. Seeing Su Fengyan, everyone was filled with confusion. Wasn't he fired? Why was he back? "Su Fengyan, what are you doing here?" Chao Feifei frowned and asked. Su Fengyan smiled, but kept silent. Before entering, Zhao Zilin had asked him to let her handle everything. Zhao Zilin clenched her hand into a fist so forcefully that her long nails almost pierced into the palm of her hand. She didn't seem to feel the pain. She stared at Qiao Feifei with intense hatred. Killing intent could be seen in her eyes. Seemingly sensing this, Qiao Feifei shifted her gaze off Su Fengyan onto her. Recognizing Zhao Zilin, she flashed a smug smile, her eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Frozen on the spot, Zhao Zilin stared hatefully at Qiao Feifei. Both parties continued to stare at each other, neither side willing to back down. Their gazes seemed to violently collided in the air, and the room temperature seemed to fall a few degrees. The atmosphere was tense. Seeing Zhao Zilin's mental state suddenly changing, Su Fengyan reached out and tapped her gently. He whispered, "Lawyer Zhao, are you all right?" Staring at Qiao Feifei's eyes full of pride, Zhao Zilin calmed herself and looked away. Looking at the situation, the relationship between the two women made Su Fengyan quite curious. He hadn't caught a scent of this before, even when visiting the Zhao home. "Lawyer Zhao, I hope you don't forget the purpose of our trip. Your grievances can be handled after the completion of business." Quickly adjusting her mood, Zhao Zilin said, "I'm here to discuss my client, Mr. Du Qingyi." "Du Qingyi? Who is Du Qingyi?" "I don't know. I've never heard of Du Qingyi." "Is he a staff member?" "How is that possible? A staff member would never have the courage to ask a lawyer to pursue their issues." "An artist? Even if it is an artist, what does it have to do with Su Fengyan?" Chapter 188, Change of Plans. Listening to the chatter in the room, Su Fengyan sighed deeply. It seemed Du Qingyi's presence in the company was extremely weak. After a while, the noisy voices gradually calmed, making the huge conference room silent. All of them focused on Qiao Feifei's body, waiting for her to solve this issue. Qiao Feifei stood up. She had just established her image in the company. She couldn't have it ruined. "Clearly state what it is you want or leave. We are very busy people." "Okay, then I'll get straight to the point." Zhao Zilin took out a document from her handbag and said with a strong voice, "This is the contract signed by Mr. Du Qingyi 3 years ago with your New Century Entertainment. However, in the past few years, your company hasn't fulfilled the contractual agreements made with Mr. Du Qingyi, my client, and in accordance with the first paragraph of Article 1 of the Liability for Negligence in Contracting, your party has violated my client's rights. After the contracting stage, when both parties have discussed, negotiated, and finalized the contract, they enter a special relationship. Both parties then bear certain obligations according to the principle of good faith. The accompanying obligations are mutual assistance, mutual care, mutual notification, mutual honesty, and so on. If the party violates its accompanying obligations and destroys the contractual relationship, it constitutes a contractual fault. In the past 3 years, your company has not fulfilled its due obligations to my client, Mr. Du Qingyi. During this period, you only arranged work for Mr. Du Qingyi 5 times, leaving him unable to maintain his living standards. Your company has to bear full responsibility and timely make compensation to my client, Mr. Du Qingyi. Otherwise, we will sue you in order to safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of our client." The heads of various departments' faces were filled with shock. Even Su Fengyan was shocked. Su Fengyan quickly recovered from his shock, and a large smile blossomed on his face. He hurriedly gave Zhao Zilin a thumbs up. Seeing the shock and anxiousness on the faces of the people in the room, he was overjoyed. He was originally ready just to settle and pay the million to buy Du Qingyi out of his contract, but now, "Please rest assured, Mr. Su, I have 100% confidence that New Century Entertainment will compensate Mr. Du Qingyi. We will not have to pay the cancellation fee to them. They will be the ones paying us," Zhao Zilin said with confidence. Her face was full of self-confidence and a charming smile. Seeing Zhao Zilin's confidence, Qiao Feifei immediately ordered, "Call Lawyer Wu and Lawyer Chun and bring me all the information you have on Du Qingyi." In less than 2 minutes, Lawyer Wu and Chun rushed over. The two were elite, therefore. In Qiao Feifei's view, they were enough to deal with Zhao Zilin. Unexpectedly, after learning the specifics, the two lawyers kept shaking their heads and sighing, seemingly helpless because Zhao Zilin's words were in line with the law. Just as the two lawyers were lost in thought, thinking of loopholes, a staff member hurriedly went to Qiao Feifei's side and whispered a report. "General Manager, I have already checked. Du Qingyi is indeed an artist of our company He signed a contract with our company for a period of 5 years. He is one of the third-string artists, which is why in the past 3 years, our company hasn't arranged anything for him." Just as the staff member's voice finished, Zhao Zilin added, "My client, Mr. Du Qingyi, is a Singaporean who came over with a work job permit from your company. However, since Mr. Du Qingyi and your company signed the contract, you haven't fulfilled your due responsibility to Mr. Du Qingyi, which has seriously affected the future of my clients, which in turn caused economic losses for our client. There is a clear stipulation in Huaxia's contract law that if one of the parties doesn't fulfill its obligations and responsibilities to the other party during the contracting period, then, as a result, the contractual agreement between the two parties will be automatically revoked after 1 year." Zhao Zilin said with enthusiasm. "According to my summary, the contract between Mr. Du Qingyi and your New Century Entertainment Company has automatically invalidated 2 years ago. Therefore, even if my client leaves your company to find another, there will be no breach of contract. On the contrary, your company must compensate my client for all the damage you have caused him. We are willing to settle for 185,000 yuan. Of course, you can also choose to refuse our offer, in which case we can simply bring your company to court. I'm sure you understand what this would do to your company's reputation if it got out, taking advantage of young, impressionable immigrants using the premise of making them stars. You?" Chapter 189, Overruled. Zhao Zilin had taken the upper hand. In desperation, Qiao Feifei turned to Lawyer Wu and Chun, only to see the two shaking their heads filled with defeat. Seeing that Lawyer Wu and Chun were no help, Qiao Feifei swept her gaze over the people in the room, looking for help only to see everyone silently bowing their heads, avoiding her gaze. Look back at Zhao Zilin, and seeing her so smug, Qiao Feifei was infuriated. Losing her cool, Qiao Feifei shouted with indignation, "Call the security guard up. Get this sly woman out of here." Zhao Zilin smiled disapprovingly and calmly said, "It seems General Manager Qiao wants to handle this. In court, B*TCH know your place, don't think you can suppress me with the law." Qiao Feifei said overbearingly, "I have enough money to make you a ghost." "Oh, it seems General Manager Qiao thinks she is the only one with money. If you want to compete, our Huaxiang Entertainment is willing to. We have nothing to lose anyway," said Su Fengyan with a smirk. Hearing Huaxiang Entertainment, all the people present all showed an ugly expression. "If you really want to bring this to court, you can. Huaxiang Entertainment is always ready," Su Fengyan said seemingly without care. "We have of plenty time. It will give us something to do. Plus, if we are going down, why not drag some people down with us?" As he said this, Su Fengyan looked at Zhao Zilin next to him and said to her, "Lawyer Zhao, you can rest assured that our Huaxiang Entertainment will support you. If there is anything you need, just say it. If you need more people, we can send some over. I have quite a few contacts in media if you need them. They've been looking for a new juicy story anyway." A large number of security guards suddenly rushed in and surrounded Su Fengyan and Zhao Zilin. Seeing Qiao Feifei seemingly about to throw Zhao Zilin and Su Fengyan, one of the shareholders finally intervened and said, "This matter ends here. Qiao Feifei, sit down." "What?" Qiao Feifei said, startled. Another shareholder spoke instead this time. "This is a company, not a place for you to handle your disputes. We will not lose money over such a trivial matter." Turning around to look at the remaining shareholders, she saw the rest of them had displeased expressions. Seeing she had lost their support, she was filled with frustration. Barely holding her temper back, she turned back to Zhao Zilin and said, "Since you want Du Qingyi, you can have him. Anyway, our company doesn't need scum like him. In fact, I want to thank you for taking the waste from our company." Zhao Zilin snorted and said coldly, "We don't need you to give him to us. The contract has been invalidated anyway. It seems I have to reiterate. I am not here to ask you to cancel the contract. I'm here on behalf of my client to get the economic compensation owed to him, which is 185,000 yuan. Seeing Qiao Feifei about to lose her temper, a shareholder suddenly interrupted and said, "Accountant Liu, immediately go to the finance department and request for 185,000 yuan." A short while later, Accountant Liu returned with a check for 185,000 yuan and handed it to Zhao Zilin. Receiving the money, Zhao Zilin broke into a stunning smile. She did it. She won her first case. Since she was done, Zhao Zilin didn't want to stay any longer. She turned to Su Fengyan and said, Mr. Su, let's go. Su Fengyan nodded and was about to leave with Zhao Zilin, when Xiao Feifei suddenly said, Lu Yi, were you rushing of too? It seems Zhang Xiaohua's got you back on his leash again. Tell me, did you give him another taste? Was it just him this time, or did he invite his friends again? Haha, it seems you did actually enjoy that night. Instantly, Zhao Zilin's feet suddenly stopped. Her whole body was involuntarily shaking. Lawyer Zhao, Su Fengyan said with concern, seeing her so shook up. Zhao Zilin, barely restraining herself from breaking down, turned around and said, Xiao Feifei, you are not a human. You are a beast. With killing intent, it seemed like she wanted to murder Xiao Feifei, but she abruptly turned around and stormed out. Su Fengyan looked back at Xiao Feifei before turning and walking after Zhao Zilin. Haha, little slut, you're still too weak to fight with me. Looking at Zhao Zilin's disappearing back, Xiao Feifei smiled happily. The smile was cold and vicious like a viper's. Chapter 190, Tears. Exiting the doors of New Century, Zhao Zilin finally lost control of her emotions. Her tears began to fall. The crystal-clear tears were overflowing. Su Fengyan soon caught up and walked to beside her. He wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know how to. He could only take out some tissues and hand it to Zhao Zilin. Zhao Zilin in this moment was a vulnerable girl. Her distraught appearance was hard to connect to the girl who was just so confident and ruthless a few minutes ago. Looking at Zhao Zilin, who was crying, Su Fengyan felt saddened. He couldn't help but think of his daughter. A few moments later, Zhao Zilin, seemingly calming down, slowly turned her watery eyes and looked up at Su Fengyan, then looked away to wipe the tears on her face. Putting on a mocking smile, she said, I've embarrassed myself in front of Mr. Su. I'm sorry for. Su Fengyan quickly waved a dismissive hand, signaling her to stop. He smiled and said, There's no need to apologize. In fact, I should be thanking you. The performance of Lawyer Zhao today was outstanding. You have to know Lawyer Wu and Chun are famous domestic lawyers, but they weren't even able to argue back. Your future is bound to be limitless. Don't be brought down by a few words. Zhao Zilin smiled modestly, and her pale face gradually began to gain some color. Thank you for the praise. After chatting with Su Fengyan for a while, Zhao Zilin's mood gradually turned better. Unconsciously, she threw away all the unhappy memories in her mind. Her face was filled with the joy of victory. Zhao Zilin took out the check and handed it to Su Fengyan. She smiled and said, Please tell Mr. Du that the matter has been resolved. If there is a need in the future, he can always find me. Su Fengyan nodded and glanced at the time and found that it was almost noon. Feeling hungry, he sentimentally invited, How about a meal before we part, Lawyer Zhao? Zhao Zilin shook her head with a smile and refused. Manager Su doesn't have to be so polite. I have to hurry back to work. If your company needs to solve any legal problems in the future, please do contact our firm again. Will do. Well then I will head off first then, said Su Fengyan before heading off. Returning back to the company, Su Fengyan went directly into Zhang Xiaohua's office. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was busy playing computer games. Seeing Su Fengyan, he quickly quit the game and asked urgently, How was it? Is it done? Su Fengyan took out the 1 million yuan check and placed it in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua slammed the table in frustration and said, Damn it. Su Fengyan laughed and said nothing, then took out the compensation of 185,000 yuan and placed it in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua squinted and then looked up at Su Fengyan and said, What is the meaning of this? Su Fengyan smiled smugly and said with exultation, Things have been smoothly settled. From now on, Du Qingyi can sign with our company. Zhang Xiaohua frowned, even more confused. He looked down at the 1 million yuan bank check and asked, What does this mean? New Century canceled the contract for free. Haha, no, but we had a very capable lawyer, and under her savage attacks they gave in and even paid us. Su Fengyan said with joy. Zhang Xiaohua frowned with frustration. Uncle Su, can you explain clearly, please? I'm dying from anxiety over here. Su Fengyan sat down and explained to Zhang Xiaohua. Listening, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Then he broke into overjoyed laughter. After a moment of laughter, he took the 1 million yuan check and said, It seems we owe her one. Su Fengyan nodded and smiled. In agreement. Uncle Su, I'll have to trouble you to transfer 50,000 yuan to her as a bonus. Zhang Xiaohua said seriously. Su Fengnian nodded his head in understanding and stood up about to leave the office. Then he turned back at the last second and asked, Xiaohua, did you have some sort of misunderstanding with Miss Zhao? And how is it related to Chao Feifei? Zhang Xiaohua froze then said, Why do you ask? Nothing. It's just at New Century. Chao Feifei said some inexplicable words. Su Fengnian recalled the scene at the time and explained it to Zhang Xiaohua. In Su Fengnian's view, perhaps Zhang Xiaohua had hurt Zhao Zilin before and he forgot. But after all, they were young, so it was normal to have some misunderstandings. He hoped to find the source of the misunderstanding and resolve it. Zhao Zilin was a talented lawyer. If they could get her on board, it would be great. Zhang Xiaohua was lost in his thoughts. He prayed with all his might that the situation wasn't as he was imagining. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, What happened on that night? Zhang Xiaohua quickly focused his mind and said, changing the conversation, and smiled. Uncle Su, don't forget to send the bonus to Zhao Zilin and send our praise as well to the firm. Chapter 191, Shift in Fate. Right. Inform Du Qingyi to come sign the contract. It's time to reclaim our spot. Zhang Xiaohua said seriously. Su Fengnian nodded and immediately took out his phone. He quickly contacted Du Qingyi and asked him to come in. Just half an hour later, Du Qingyi arrived at Huaxiang Entertainment. Zhang Xiaohua took out the prepared contract. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't deny that there were big loopholes in the contracts that he had drafted before, causing him to suffer losses. So after a few days of repeated revision and editing alongside a few lawyers from the Guangming firm, a new contract was created. Now Huaxiang would be able to withdraw the rights of their singers to sing their songs after termination of the contract. In addition, Zhang Xiaohua had made detailed improvements to artists' welfare, not only increasing the artist's share of the profits made, but also giving them more preferential treatment. To balance this all out, he raised the cancellation fee to 100 million. It was an absolutely sky-high price that very few could afford to pay, let alone be willing to pay. Reading the contents of the contract, Du Qingyi was so shocked he nearly dropped it. He was very satisfied with the previous clauses, so he didn't see a reason to refuse, but when he saw the cancellation fee was as high as 100 million yuan, he suddenly wanted to cry. Seeing that Du Qingyi was hesitant, Zhang Xiaohua asked, a little frustrated, What? You don't want to sign? No, it's just that this cancellation is too scary, Du Qingyi said with a bitter smile. Oh, as long as you don't have plans to betray the company, then even if the withdrawal fees are as high as 1 billion yuan, what does it matter? Unless, of course, if you plan to just use us till you get famous, in which case you should reconsider. Zhang Xiaohua said, seriously issuing a warning. No longer hesitating, Du Qingyi signed. He was willing to gamble to change his fate. Where do you live now? Zhang Xiaohua asked casually. I live in the construction site dormitories. You are the star of tomorrow. That kind of place isn't suitable for you, Zhang Xiaohua said as he took out 17,000 yuan from the desk drawer and handed it to Du Qingyi. This is for you from New Century Entertainment. Use it to find a hotel to stay and begin preparing to record the album. We will buy you a house after we finish. Du Qingyi nodded with joy and said with gratitude, Thank you, boss. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said nothing. He picked up the phone and said to Emma, Notify everyone and prepare for a meeting. A few moments later, everyone had gathered in the conference room. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Yuan Datong and said to him, Your department should prepare as soon as possible and strive to help Du Qingyi record songs tomorrow. Also inform Zhou Yi to be ready. After we have recorded the songs, we will record the music videos. This time we have 15 songs to get through. The workload is immense. Yuan Datong seems to be somewhat confused. Why don't we take this step by step and take it slowly? Anyway, our company has nothing to do at the moment. We can ensure the quality this way and reduce stress. Why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Xiaohua said with a serious attitude and said to everyone present, Yang Kuan is about to hold a concert. It can't be you want to let him have it easy. No, of course not. But what can we do? Zhang Xiaohua showed a slight smile. We will be also holding a concert for Du Qingyi on January 1st next year, and the scale will be even bigger than Yang Kuan's. Yang Kuan's is at the Tiana Stadium. Let's do this. Du Qingyi will hold his at the Workers' Stadium. Workers' Stadium. The crowd exclaimed, filled with excitement and expectation. No wonder. It should be known that the Workers' Stadium was one of the largest gymnasiums in Tianjin. It was large enough to accommodate 90,000 people. It was a high-level stadium dedicated to international sports events. From now on, Du Qingyi's stage name will be Adu. In the future, regardless of his songs or participation in events, they will be promoted under the name Adu. In the future, I want to let the name Adu to be remembered all over the country. Adu. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. He had decided this earlier. The name Du Qingyi was indeed very sound, but the name Adu gave people a sense of intimacy, and it was easy to remember. Plus, Du Qingyi shared an uncanny resemblance to the singer Adu from Earth. I understand. Our department will do its utmost to finish Adu's songs, said Yuan Datong. Zhang Xiaohua cast a trusting gaze on Yuan Datong and smiled. Chapter 192, Plans. Zhang Xiaohua understood it would be extremely hard to get everything done. It was undeniable that the use of the internet would be the best way to publicize, but now they had cut off connections with Quoduo. They had lost out on one of the most powerful domestic platforms. They could still upload Adu's songs onto the site, but without Quoduo's support, it would take longer to reach the masses, especially with how hard Quoduo and New Century were currently pushing Yang Kuan forward. He wouldn't be surprised if they altogether deleted their songs. Just releasing the record wouldn't work either. The record production process was slow. Also, without advertising beforehand, they would just be sat there praying for sales. At present, Yang Kuan's concert was less than 2 months away. Since Zhang Xiaohua intended for Adu and Yang Kuan to compete, then within a month Adu needed to blow up, otherwise what was the point of getting him to perform at Workshop Stadium? Zhang Xiaohua began to regret canceling the contract with Quoduo. He should have waited and used them to raise up Adu, then got his revenge. Looking at everyone, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh mentally. He was too rash, but what was done was done. They could only adapt to the situation now. We will be looking into partnering up with Vimeo Net this time instead of Quoduo. As some of you know, we recently canceled our contract with Quoduo due to some disputes. Concentrate on filming the music video. As the second largest domestic video platform, they will help a great deal in promoting the album. Hearing this, those who were concerned before become visibly more relaxed. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Last time they took the initiative to find us. This time I still want them to take the initiative to find us, so we can get the opportunity to dictate the conditions." Everyone seemingly confused looked up at Zhang Xiaohua with questioning gazes. How could they draw Vimeo to seek them out for cooperation? Boss, Vimeo is the second largest website after Quoduo, plus we rejected them last time. This time I think we should take on a humble stance and seek them out. After all, we need them more than they need us. Emma said worriedly. We will release the news of us canceling our contract with Quoduo. Su Fengyan said with a smile. There is no such thing in the world as eternal enemies, just like there is no such thing as eternal friends. There are only eternal interests. Moreover, Vimeo Net has always regarded Quoduo as a competitor. Now that we and Quoduo have become enemies, then Vimeo Net will naturally treat us as friends. Plus, I can contact a few friends to let out word we are looking for new partners. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but give Su Fengyan a thumbs up. He sincerely admired. Manager Su really is a cunning old fox. Su Fengyan smiled and said nothing. Well, if there are no other questions, let's get to work. With Zhang Xiaohua's order, everyone left to complete their respective tasks. I will be heading to the studio later. Thank you for all your hard work, haha. It seems I owe you a bonus this year, Zhang Xiaohua said to Su Fengyan. Su Fengyan laughed and began to sort out the documents on the table. Chapter 193, Dejected. At noon, Zhao Zilin found a place to eat lunch, then returned to Guangming Law Firm in a good mood. She had achieved her goal. She had shown herself worthy of Zhuang Wentian's cultivation and trust. Though she had returned triumphant, she kept her pride in check and carried on life like normal. She continued to face the bitter glares and comments of her colleagues. But now it did nothing to affect her confidence. She knew her truth, and that was enough for her. However, although Zhao Zilin tried to be low-key, her beautiful face hindered her and continued to attract jealousy. Look, the wench is back. I don't understand why she even bothers. All she does is make tea for Lawyer Zhuang. I heard that Lawyer Zhuang gave her a case. So why is she just casually strolling around? What she actually got given a case? Even if Lawyer Zhuang gave her a case, what can she do? Look at her. She's just a vase. We've worked hard for a lifetime, but it can't even compare with a few sweet words from her. You can only blame your parents for not giving you a good body or a beautiful face. Smack. Ouch, it was a joke. Ouch. Okay, I'm sorry. Stop hitting me. When Zhao Zilin stepped into the office, her colleagues immediately began to gossip in their groups, occasionally casting a contemptuous gaze over to Zhao Zilin. To their actions, Zhao Zilin turned a blind eye. Arriving at Zhuang Wentian's office, Zhao Zilin smiled and walked in. Though she had given him a basic breakdown of what had happened on the phone, she needed to give a detailed report now. Removing the self-satisfied grin of her face, she walked in. Zhao Zilin unhurriedly took out a check for 18,500 from her briefcase and placed it on Zhuang Wentian's desk. She smiled and said, "The case was handled. This is the agency fee." Zhuang Wentian finally released a sigh. All this morning, he had been completely restless. Even though Zhao Zilin had said she had succeeded, he wasn't willing to believe it till he saw it. Fortunately, it seems Zhao Zilin didn't let him down. Zhuang Wentian readily accepted the check, seeing the amount he thought it was only a small case. However, for Zhuang Wentian, this was a good start. For her to finish her case in just one day was great. So you managed to solve your case in one day. Well done. How was it, completing your first case? It was quite simple, just a contract disputes. I managed to negotiate with New Century after pressuring them. They failed to live up to the terms of the contract, so they compromised, which meant Huaxiang managed to get their artist without having to pay the withdrawal fee, which would have been 1 million yuan. They even compensated our party for economic loss. Zhao Zilin said concisely and truthfully. New Century Entertainment? 1 million. Zhuang Wentian was stupefied. Ah, yes. Seeing Zhuang Wentian's abrupt behavior, Zhao Zilin asked in confusion. You just said that New Century Entertainment chose a compromise which saved your clients 1 million in cancellation fees? Zhuang Wentian slowly stood up and pressed his hands to his desk, staring at Zhao Zilin intensely. Yes, sir. Is there an issue? Zhao Zilin asked cautiously. Zhuang Wentian stared at Zhao Zilin with a sorrowful gaze and said unhappily, You have saved 1 million for Huaxiang Entertainment, but you only brought back 18,500 yuan. Damn it. This case involved more than 1 million yuan. According to the charging standard, our lawyers should take a commission of 10%. That is 100,000. But you actually only took 18,500 from the other party. Zhuang Wentian said dejected. Chapter 194, Reward. Facing Zhuang Wentian's accusations, Zhao Zilin felt wronged. Although she saved the client more than 1 million in settlement fees, the money didn't belong to her. She didn't feel she had the right to take a cut of the money. If she was to request more money than agreed on, it was equal to changing her position. Zhao Zilin spoke out her thoughts to Zhuang Wentian righteously. He had seen strong-headed people, but he hadn't seen anyone as resolute as Zhao Zilin. He couldn't help but admire her righteousness, but at the same time his frustration at her actions and her current attitude overruled the goodwill he felt. It seemed that she really wasn't suited to be a lawyer. She clearly had the opportunity to make a fortune, but she put the money in second place and put some piss-poor excuse for ethics first. Restraining his emotions in consideration of her backer, he sighed and said, Okay, head out first. I'll call you when I need you. Hearing his frustrated words, Zhao Zilin felt like cold water had been poured on her. She wanted to move up the ladder. She didn't want to go back to being an assistant. About to speak up, Zhao Zilin looked up and saw his cold gaze and quickly stopped herself and walked out downtrodden. Zhao Zilin walked out looking depressed towards her office next door to Zhuang Wentian's own. Seeing Zhao Zilin walking out with such a poor expression, one of her colleagues couldn't help but click her tongue. I guess she screwed things up. I told you she would. Haha, look at her. I bet that she has just been stung by lawyer Zhuang. What's the point of playing lawyer when you have no ability? Looking at her so pitiful, should I go comfort her? Said a male colleague with a lewd smile. What kind of comforting does she need? She will probably drill into lawyer Zhuang's bed tonight and whisper a few sweet nothings in his ear and get back on his good side. While her colleagues were embroiled in gossip, Zhao Zilin was sitting in her seat, filled with frustration. She turned a deaf ear to the rumors, but her mood was sinking. She obviously wasn't feeling good after being reprimanded by Zhuang Wentian. Should I really be a lawyer? Zhao Zilin asked out loud. Just as Zhao Zilin was feeling discouraged, The shrill sound of brakes sounded loudly from outside, followed by Su Fengyan swaying into the firm's office, wearing a black windbreaker and carrying a briefcase in his hand. Seeing him, all the employees began to arrange their clothes and began to swarm towards him to greet him. They all wiped out their business cards and shoved them towards the hands of Su Fengyan. Only one thought flashed through their heads: commission for attracting a new client to the firm. Su Fengyan sidestepped the charging group and looked up over to a doorway and said with a smile, "Lawyer Zhao, ha, we meet again." Zhao Zilin smiled and quickly walked up and greeted him. "Manager Su, how come you're here? Is there another case?" Su Fengyan waved his hand and said, New Century is still recovering from Lawyer Zhao's last blow. How can they have time to cause trouble? When Su Fengyan said this, the people around him suddenly gasped and looked over to Zhao Zilin with confused gazes. No wonder. Just who was New Century? Everyone knew they were the leading entertainment company in Huaxiao. They were a massive consortium. However, now they heard that Zhao Zilin actually defeated New Century? How could this be? Besides, everyone in the industry knew that there were two top-of-the-range domestic lawyers at New Century. Not to mention Zhao Zilin. Even if Zhuang Wentian personally acted, they wouldn't believe he could defeat Lawyer Wu and Lawyer Chen. However, this man said that Zhao Zilin defeated them. This was too hard to believe. Under the words of Su Fengyan, Zhao Zilin shyly smiled and said modestly, "Manager Su is too funny. I just did what a lawyer should do. How come you're here?" After a morning of getting along, Zhao Zilin felt that she was already familiar with Su Fengyan. In the eyes of Zhao Zilin, although Su Fengyan was a big boss, but he didn't have a trace of arrogance. At noon, I want to take out Lawyer Zhao for a meal. I hope Lawyer Zhao can give me face. I'm not sure if I'll be available, but if there is time, I'll be there, replied Zhao Zilin. Hearing her agree, Su Fengyan began his purpose for this journey. He took out a check worth 50,000 yuan and placed it on the desk and seriously said to her, "Lawyer Zhao, this time you helped save us 1,000,000 yuan, so please take this. It's a check for 50,000 yuan, a sign of our gratitude towards Lawyer Zhao." Chapter 195, Retainer. Wow. Suddenly, everyone was in a daze, filled with envy and hate. 50,000 yuan. This was not a small amount, but the other party actually gave it away like it was nothing. Looking at the check on the table, Zhao Zilin was stunned. Manager Su, what do you mean by this?" Zhao Zilin asked, both surprised and confused. "I already explained. You saved 1,000,000 for our company. So as a thank you, our company has decided to give you a bonus," said Su Fengyan in a relaxed manner. "Is she still too few?" Zhao Zilin felt flattered but continued to repeatedly wave her hand and refuse. "Manager Su, like I said before, helping solve problems for our clients, this the duty of us lawyers. My duty. Now that I have finished what I should have done, you have already paid for my labor, so I can't take this money." Su Fengyan laughed. This girl was so old-fashioned in her ways. Seeing that, Zhao Zilin immediately showed a very serious expression and righteously said, "Manager Su, I respect you. Please respect me. Now I repeat, to solve the problem for my client is my responsibility. Now I have fulfilled my obligations and collected the labor costs paid by your company. Therefore, we don't owe each other. If Manager Su really wants to spend this money, then donate it. There are plenty of poor children and homeless people. I ask Manager Su to take the money back and to not insult my professional ethics." Yes, people like her were almost extinct in this era, but it is precisely because of the scarcity of such people that they must be appreciated. "Lawyer Zhao, this is 50,000. Do you really not want it?" Su Fengyan asked curiously. "My heart is moved, but I want to earn money by my own skills. So,